Like most boys, I really like the feeling of controlling female characters to fight in the game world. Especially in a game I love to play called Realm of Destiny. I always choose to play as a female character. But the outrageous thing is that I actually traveled to this game world and became this female character. At first, I never thought that I would be one of the lucky 3 billion people, especially in this lottery event that claims to change your destiny. The system prompts sting. Congratulations, you have obtained a rare golden character. May you achieve extraordinary success in your future adventures. My eyes widened as I stared at the screen in disbelief. Was this the lucky moment I had been dreaming of? But I never expected. Why is it a girl? And she's a blonde Loli. My head buzzed, and I couldn't believe my eyes. What I saw before me was not a cool hero image or a powerful character, but a dirty little girl. Her clothes were tattered. Her dirty blonde hair was scattered on her shoulders, and her eyes showed helplessness and pity. What's going on? I clearly drew the rarest gold character. My heart was filled with rage, and I almost went crazy. Who would have thought that this seemingly pitiful little girl would be the starting point for the change of my destiny? Suddenly, a space vortex sucked me into the game world. When I suddenly sat up from the ground, everything in front of my eyes was blurry. I was filled with fear and confusion, and my head was splitting. But I soon found that I had turned into that dirty girl, and the tattered clothes on my body made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I looked around blankly. The temple in front of me was in a dilapidated state. The roof tiles were damaged, sunlight was shining through the holes, and there was a musty smell in the air. This is too real, isn't it? I murmured in a low voice in doubt, but suddenly realized that my voice had turned into a female one. My voice! I couldn't believe it and looked around quickly. After making sure that there was no one around, I began to pay attention to my body. I lay down for a while, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, my mind full of one question: how did I become a girl? Just when I was confused, a piece of game plot information appeared in front of me. System prompts, character Zhou Ruoling, the first princess of the fallen Golden Dynasty. Now you are wandering in a temple in Linyang Town. You are penniless and your weak body has no strength. But as a princess, you must find your knight Lancelot within 7 days and survive for 7 days. The system prompts, the mission is successful, you will have this character. The mission failed, you can only choose a new character. I looked at the mission information and couldn't believe it. A story mission takes 7 days? Doesn't that mean I'll be 7 days slower than others? According to my gaming experience, the early game time is as precious as gold. 7 days? It's enough for everyone to level up a few times. Moreover, there are so many players out there searching everywhere for hidden missions, even searching through toilets. But I have to complete a 7-day story mission here, and there is also the risk of failure. I couldn't help but sigh. I just raised my hand and a strand of hair brushed across my fingertips. I looked down and felt even more depressed. Another blonde Loli. I was silent for a long time before I climbed up from the bed of hay. Because I was short, everything around me seemed unusually tall. I looked around the temple and saw that this was not the only place to live. There were a dozen simple beds spread out all around. I looked at myself. I was in tatters, without even a pair of shoes. The red scratches on my feet didn't hurt, but they were a bit itchy. Is this me? I said to myself. There were scratches on my ankles from weeds. Although it didn't hurt, it itched when touched. I felt an inexplicable pain in my heart, and I couldn't help hugging myself. Then I walked out of the temple barefoot. The weather outside was a bit cool, and the wind was refreshing. I looked around and felt that I knew nothing about this place, so I walked around for a while, but my stomach was already growling with hunger. Suddenly, I saw a group of people walking ahead, and I felt happy. As soon as I took a step, I felt dizzy, my vision went black, and I fell limply to the ground. No way! I complained in my heart, unable to speak anymore. It felt like every word I said seemed to consume my vitality, and my consciousness gradually became blurred. At this moment, an anxious call came into my ears. Ling! I raised my eyes and saw a thin figure running towards me. In a trance, it seemed as if someone picked me up, and the aroma of porridge wafted into my nose. I couldn't help but open my mouth. The taste of the porridge was simple but warm, which moisturized my body. After drinking it, I felt comfortable. After barely regaining some strength, I raised my eyes and saw the man who saved my life. A thin boy with determination in his eyes. His face was pale. Obviously, he hadn't eaten well, but there was hope in his eyes. Linger, are you awake? A happy expression appeared on the boy's face. I blinked and looked at the 3 words above his head. Li Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao? I asked weakly. It's me. I am Xiaoyao. He hugged me excitedly. I suddenly felt uncomfortable and struggled to get out of his arms. Although I was a little weak, I was able to stand up after drinking the porridge. I'm curious about the name above his head, though. Does everyone have a name? I looked outside the path. As expected, everyone has their own name on their head. Wang Dachui, Zhou Digang, Li Xiaohua. My eyes lit up, and I suddenly thought of something. If everyone has a name on their head, I can also find my own knight, Lancelot. When I thought of this, I immediately took a step forward, but as soon as I took a step, I was pulled by Li Xiaoyao. Linger, where are you going? He asked with concern. You are weak now. You can't run around. I'm just going to take a look outside. I answered. Li Xiaoyao looked like my partner, and he just fed me porridge, so we must have a special relationship. No. He shook his head. You're too conspicuous. You'll definitely be caught if you go out. I was stunned for a moment, looked down at my blonde hair, and then understood. Blonde Loli. This is really wild. I touched my head, gave up the idea of going outside, and followed Li Xiaoyao back to the temple. There was still the same simple bed in the temple, but now there was a little boy. Here, eat something. Li Xiaoyao took out a big pancake from his clothes, tore it into 2 halves, and handed me half. Thanks, brother. I took the cake. Although I had drunk the porridge, I was still a little hungry, so I took a few bites. The cake is a bit hard, but still chewable. I didn't expect this game to be so realistic. You have to chew food with your mouth. I exclaimed. Halfway through eating, I stopped and found Li Xiaoyao looking at me. What's wrong, Xiaoyao? I asked. He seemed a little dazed. I just think you've become a lot more cheerful. I was stunned, not knowing how to answer. After a moment of silence, I nodded, quietly changed my sitting position, and began to chew the biscuit with careful movements. The next morning, I found an old beggar next door and asked him for a loose piece of clothing to hide my golden hair. Then, he smeared a handful of ash on the ground and smeared it on his face, trying his best to make himself look like a little beggar. Then, I happily followed Li Xiaoyao to beg. I sat on the ground at a busy corner, holding a broken bowl in my hand with 2 small stones in it, which made a crisp ding-dang sound when shaken. Sir, please be kind. Have mercy on me. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I tried to make my voice sound more miserable, so as to gain sympathy from passers-by. But the whole morning passed, and there were many pedestrians, but no one looked at me. Even if there was, their eyes were full of disgust. Bah! I cursed inwardly, feeling increasingly annoyed. My eyes unconsciously scanned the heads of the people passing by. Begging is secondary. What really matters is finding Lancelot. Isn't this task too difficult? Asking me to find a Westerner in an Eastern country. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? I muttered, occasionally shaking the bowl in my hand. I'm really speechless. Others are fighting monsters and leveling up, but I have to squat here begging. Never mind, it was all for that special role. Li Xiaoyao left for a while and came back soon. He was worried about me and sat not far away, just in time to see me. I looked up and saw him, and our eyes met. He smiled at me. Could this guy be a character in the plot? My heart tightened, and my alertness increased instantly. Buy an account and get a free romance? I was a little worried. The key is my character is a female. I don't want to have a romance with a male character. The morning passed quickly, and maybe I really looked too pitiful. Maybe I cried miserably enough. The auntie selling buns next door finally couldn't help it and gave me a few buns, 2 of which were filled with meat. Poor child, have some buns. She handed them to me with a smile. I was holding the hot buns, feeling very excited. I finally met a kind person. Thank you, Annie, I said gratefully. After taking the bun, I trotted to find Li Xiaoyao. I watched him the whole morning. He was sitting far away. Maybe it was because his seat was not good and no one brought him food. I am not a stingy person. As long as I have food, I will definitely share it with him. Xiaoyao, I see you've been hungry for the whole morning. Here, have 2 meat buns. I handed it to him with a smile. My voice is soft and sweet, and there is a smile on my dirty face, like a blooming peach blossom. Li Xiaoyao looked at the bun in my hand and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but still shook his head. Linger, I'm not hungry. You eat it yourself. I was stunned for a moment. This guy was actually trying to be a male chauvinist with me? What a little brat. I told you to eat, so just eat. The auntie selling the buns gave me so many buns, you saw that. I stuffed the buns directly into his hand and shook the 4 buns I had left. Li Xiaoyao did not refuse again. He took the bun and started eating it directly, wolfing it down. I smiled and picked up a bun to eat. I actually don't understand why Li Xiaoyao appears in this plot, but since he has so many scenes, his character must be very important to the plot. At noon, Li Xiaoyao and I return to the dilapidated temple. A beggar's life is so simple, begging, eating, sleeping day after day. Li Xiaoyao was practicing sword in the yard, holding a branch in his hand. I sat on the doorstep and tilted my head to look at him. I have also practiced sword, but unfortunately the system is not powerful enough. I practiced several times, but no system prompt popped up. I blinked helplessly, leaned against the door frame, and decisively decided to log off. A whole morning was wasted, and my only gain was 6 buns from Aunt Bowsy. After eating the takeaway, I logged into the game again and continued my beggar's life. No matter what special tasks others have, at least I am safe now. In the afternoon, I decided not to stay where I was. I planned to go somewhere else to see if there were any foreigners. I believe that the mission will not give me an impossible goal. As long as I am careful, I may meet a foreigner named Lancelot. Come on, I encouraged myself. I wandered around the ancient street all afternoon, my little head looking around and staring at the top of everyone's head from time to time. Who knows, maybe there's an Oriental named Lancelot hiding here. However, in the blink of an eye, an afternoon passed, and neither Lancelot nor a foreigner was seen. Oh, why is this task so difficult? I muttered, walking towards the temple with my head down. Just when we were about to return to the temple, the road was suddenly blocked. It's not a person, it's a dog. Ah, I was stunned. My throat tightened with fear, and I quietly took a step back. This big yellow dog is not very big and may not pose much threat to adults, but to a little girl like me, it is like a huge beast. Whoa! The dog suddenly bared its teeth. Wong! It pounced on me. Ah! I screamed. My face turned pale, my heart pounding. I turned and ran, with the dog chasing me. Don't chase me! Oh, I cried as I ran, my voice filled with panic. Wong wing wing, I'm just little and I'm not delicious. I continued to run desperately, tears already rolling down my cheeks. Brother Xiaoyao, help! I screamed, almost collapsing. My calves were no match for the dog, whose footsteps were getting closer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want to be bitten by a dog. I was already in despair and was about to give up when I suddenly saw a familiar figure from a distance. That figure gave me a glimmer of hope in an instant. I didn't care about my image. I cried and yelled, Li Xiaoyao, help! Your family is going to be destroyed. Li Xiaoyao was walking back happily with a fish in his hand. Suddenly, he heard a shout. He looked up and saw me being chased by the dog. My tears flowed like a flood, and my face looked horrible. Linger! Li Xiaoyao was horrified. He threw away the fish in his hand without hesitation, picked up a stone, and rushed towards the big yellow dog. Get out! Stay away from Ling! The dog was obviously not afraid of Li Xiaoyao, and instead rushed directly towards him. I lay on the ground, my heart beating rapidly, feeling like I had just walked back from the gates of hell. I seemed to have used up all my strength in this short journey, and my legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. I lay there for a while, gasping for breath, and looked back. Suddenly, I felt my body stiffen, tears unconsciously slid down my cheeks, and my heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by something. The pain was unbearable. This pain was different from the feeling of being chased by a dog just now. It was deeper and more unbearable. I almost wished I was bitten, at least that way Li Xiaoyao wouldn't get hurt. Xiaoyao, I murmured and wanted to get up to help him, but found that my legs seemed to have lost feeling, and I couldn't move at all. Li Xiaoyao fought the dog very quickly, and he hit the dog with a stone several times and finally killed it. However, he was also bitten, and a piece of meat was torn off his thigh. But Li Xiaoyao didn't care about his injury. Instead, he ran over to me and asked, Linger, you weren't bitten, were you? Seeing that he was covered in blood, but still asked me nervously, I couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. I pointed at his injured leg and cried even harder. Wu Xiaoyao, your leg. It's okay, it's okay. It's just a minor injury. It won't be a big deal. Li Xiaoyao comforted me, even though his leg looked very serious. I stopped crying, but was still upset, and my heart was full of gratitude and heartache for him. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I called Zhang Xiaopan's parents and informed Uncle Zhang that his son was now unconscious. After settling Zhang Xiaopeng down, I returned home, washed my face, put on my gaming helmet, and entered the game. The timelines on both sides are synchronized. When doing story missions, the characters will still stay where they are, and things in the game will also affect the progress of the mission. In the days ahead, I have to focus on the story missions, and I must complete them. I cheer myself on. Come on! I took a deep breath and enter the game. The beggars in the temple were all asleep. I opened my eyes and checked around, but found nothing unusual, so I closed my eyes again and fell into a dream in the game. The next day, Li Xiaoyao had a fever, and his wound became seriously infected, so I had to spend time taking care of him. Fortunately, there was some dog meat left, and the beggars saved a dog leg for me, solving my food problem. An old beggar who knew a little about medicine took me outside the town to pick some herbs to treat Li Xiaoyao. I spent almost all my time that day taking care of him and was unable to go out to the streets to look for the night. On the third day, Li Xiaoyao's fever subsided a little, but he still needed care. Following the old beggar's instructions, I carried the basket and walked out of the town. To be honest, this is the first time I have taken such good care of someone, even more carefully than when I was taking care of my sick sister. It may be due to the influence of the plot mission. I didn't encounter any special plots in the mountains. I stayed there carefully for an afternoon and finally collected all the herbs. Back at the temple, I resumed my role as nurse. On the fourth day, Li Xiaoyao's wounds began to scab over, and he was able to move again. The days passed uneventfully, and 4 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiaopeng has reached level 7, and the real masters have reached level 8, but I am still going about my daily life. Oh, where is Lancelot? I sighed and re-entered the game. That day, I was still begging for a living. Li Xiaoyao's condition improved, and he no longer needed my care. I concentrated on finding Lancelot's trace. The game won't give me an impossible task. I must have missed something. I comforted myself and searched very seriously. I even wanted to pick up a child and name him Lancelot, but I didn't dare to do it in the end. The 5th day, the 6th day, time passed day by day, and it was the 7th day, the last day of the story mission. I started to feel anxious and even had plans for my next career. On the last day, I searched more carefully, even checking the beggars' restricted areas. I was caught several times, but I didn't give up. After running out, I ran towards other restricted areas. In the afternoon, I headed back to the temple in despair. It seemed that this mission was really going to fail. In the temple, there were a few beggars sitting at the door. When they saw me come back, they immediately stood up and came to greet me. "Little girl, you're finally back? Are you okay?" The old beggar who took me to find herbs asked with concern. I'm fine," I answered, feeling somewhat puzzled. I looked inside, but did not see Li Xiaoyao. "Where's Li Xiaoyao? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The beggars looked at each other, and finally the old beggar answered. "Girl, someone saw you enter the restricted area. That boy must be too worried about you, and went to those places to look for you." "What?" I stared with wide eyes, my heart beating faster. Those places, casinos, brothels, and gangs gathering places. Beggars like us, if we go there, we will either die or become disabled. "No, I have to go find him." I turned around and ran in a hurry. "No, you can't go." A strong arm held me back. "Don't stop me." I burst out with strength and pushed the beggar away. I pushed him back a few steps and he fell to the ground. What a powerful force. I didn't hesitate any longer and ran outside with only one thought in my mind. I must not let anything happen to Li Xiaoyao. On Li Xiaoyao's side, the scarred man cursed viciously. "Tiske, sooner or later, all of you will die on a woman's belly." He waved his hand, threw Li Xiaoyao aside, and then slowly walked towards me. "You're just a little girl. Look how weak you are." He looked at me with disdain. I nimbly dodged his big hand and punched him like I had done before. Ah! A heavy punch hit his stomach. He groaned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but a more terrifying smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Little girl, you seem to have some strength." He stood firm, not impressed at all by me. Even though my iron shirt can't beat the hall master and the others. But how can a little brat like you break my defense?" As he said this, he reached out and grabbed me. "Let me see what you look like, little girl." He smiled evilly. I dodged quickly, but he grabbed my clothes. "Ah!" I screamed, and my hair fell out as my clothes were exposed. In the moonlight, the golden hair shone like gold threads. "Boss! Blonde hair!" the younger brothers exclaimed in surprise. "Quick, catch her!" someone shouted. "This rare woman, if sold to Yahonglu, will be worth at least 500 taels of silver." Several people became excited and rushed towards me. "Ha! The walking big silver!" The scarred man laughed. In an instant, I was surrounded by several people. I was a little panicked, but soon calmed down. This is just a game. What should I be afraid of? "Humph." I snorted and rushed towards the most vulnerable skinny man. When he saw me rushing towards him, his brows lit up with joy and he opened his arms to welcome me. Bang! That punch made him instantly understand what the world is dangerous. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground, unconscious. Waste, the scarred man cursed. Get out of the way. I'm here. He took a step forward and pounced towards me. Look, the boss's bagua step is coming. The younger brothers watched from the side, ready to watch the boss's style. I didn't dodge, knowing this was my chance. I sped up as the scarred man rushed towards me. When he was about to catch me, I kicked him hard. Ouch! He covered his lower body with both hands, almost bent over in pain, unable to stand. He was too proud of himself and exposed his weak spot. I took the opportunity to move aside and ran towards Li Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, I shouted, but Li Xiaoyao had already been knocked unconscious and couldn't hear my voice at all. I could only pick him up and run away. Boss! Several younger brothers surrounded the scarred man. What are you looking at, you idiots? Chase her. She's about to run away, he roared. The younger brothers finally realized what was happening and started chasing me. Fuck money, one of them yelled. Don't run, another one also yelled. I ran out of the town and rushed into the mountains. The footsteps behind me made my heart beat faster, and I didn't dare to look back. However, when they chased her out of the town, the brothers were already exhausted, and their pace was getting slower and slower. Damn, this little girl? Why is she running like a rabbit? No, my money. I heard them shouting, but I didn't stop at all. Holding Li Xiaoyao in my arms, I sped up, crossed the edge of the town, and gradually entered the depths of the mountains. The sounds behind them were getting farther and farther away, and it was clear that they could no longer catch up. I could feel the men's breathing, and even though they were still shouting, I knew this chase would soon be over. I was gasping for breath. My heart was beating wildly, but my mind was unusually clear. I kept thinking to myself that even though it was just a game, the immersive feeling made me dare not relax. I must take Li Xiaoyao to a safe place to stabilize the situation before considering what to do next. Walking deep into the mountains and forests, the air around us becomes fresh and the surroundings become quiet. There was only the sound of wind blowing through leaves, and my heartbeat gradually subsided. Li Xiaoyao is still unconscious. Although I am no longer worried about him getting hurt, he can't stay like this forever. I stopped, looked around, chose a relatively secluded place, leaned against a large rock, and rested for a while. Xiaoyao, wake up, I whispered and gently patted Li Xiaoyao's face. He didn't respond, and his eyes were still closed. I couldn't help but frown. The scene in front of me was a little blurry, and I still felt scared when I thought about what happened just now. A few minutes later, I sighed softly and stood up again, wondering what to do. I couldn't just wait for him to wake up. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. Congratulations on entering the next stage of the mission, knighthood. Do you want to continue? I was a little stunned, and everything in front of me began to change. The golden light gradually condensed into a gorgeous golden sword. I was full of doubts, but I also vaguely understood something. Go on, I answered without hesitation, reaching out for the golden sword and raising it high with one hand. Boom! In an instant, the world seemed to have undergone a drastic change. Countless fortunes surged towards me like a tide, and I felt a shock all over my body. The tattered beggar's clothes disappeared in an instant and were replaced by an extremely gorgeous fuchsia dress, shining with dazzling light. A powerful imperial aura burst out from my body, soaring into the sky and pointing straight to the sky. Chirp! Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from the sky. I looked up and saw that it was a phoenix flying around the column of light, as if attracted by the breath in my body. At this moment, I seemed to have become the most noble being in the world. My golden hair shone brightly in the air, shining so brightly that it seemed as if I could not allow anyone to look directly at me. I held the golden sword tightly in my hand. My eyes were cold and majestic, and I gently tapped Li Xiaoyao's shoulder. Li Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are you willing to be my knight? Li Xiaoyao looked at me, stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I will now grant you the rank of knight. Lancelot. The system prompts ding. Congratulations to the player. The story mission is completed, you will own the character, and now the story mission assessment will be carried out. At this moment, the world before my eyes slowly dissipated like bubbles, and what followed was a magnificent golden palace. I was stunned for a moment, and when I looked down, I found that I had turned back to my original appearance and turned into a male. Where is this? I looked around and found myself standing in a luxurious hall. Ahem! Suddenly, a crisp sound came into my ears. I looked over and saw a girl in a phoenix-like dress sitting on the throne. Her golden hair was dazzling, and she wore a phoenix crown on her head. Is this me? I was stunned, then shook my head and denied it. No, it should be Zhou Ruoling. I greeted him softly. Hi. Unexpectedly, the little girl came down from the throne and walked towards me. When she got in front of me, she suddenly rushed forward and bumped into my stomach. Ouch! My face turned pale with pain, and my expression was distorted. What are you doing? I shouted angrily and took several steps back. Humph! She snorted coldly. Who told you to call me a goblin? She actually holds a grudge like that? I smiled awkwardly and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't see it clearly at the time. You're smart. She raised her little head, and her playful look made people feel pity for her. I was stunned for a moment. This little cutie will be my special role in the future. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. She glanced at me, as if she could see what I was thinking, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Are you excited? I will be your body from now on. Do you want to explore it? I was immediately shocked, and my heart skipped a beat. Could this girl be able to read minds? It's not mind reading. It's just that your face shows whatever obscene things you're thinking. She looked at me with disdain. Am I disgusting? I was a little confused. I am obviously a gentleman. So why would I have such thoughts? I thought about it. She answered bluntly. I raised my head suddenly, feeling a chill in my heart. Could it really be mind reading? No. She smiled lightly, her eyes twinkling with mischief, and then turned around and sat down. From now on, you will be able to read people's thoughts from their faces. Can I too? My eyes lit up. This is a great way to show off. Yeah, she nodded. At what level can I get this skill? I asked as I leaned over. Level? She was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, I don't know. It depends on your own ability. I nodded somewhat disappointedly. Oh, okay. She seemed a little impatient and continued. My time is limited. You have passed my test. Ask your questions quickly. Question? Everything in the story mission flashed through my mind, the changes in emotions, the bursts of power, and why Li Xiaoyao could become a knight. Just as I was about to ask, Zhou Ruoling nodded as if she understood what I meant and began to explain. What you have experienced is what I once experienced. When Zhou Ruoling disappeared, she didn't even finish her words. She just turned into particles of golden light and dissipated in my arms. As she disappeared, my perspective began to change. Her body radiated golden light, gradually shrank, and finally turned into Zhou Ruoling's appearance. Suddenly, rays of colorful light shot down from above the hall and landed directly on me. Ding! The story mission scoring is completed. Congratulations! You have perfectly obtained the special character Zhou Ruoling. I nodded slightly, but without any expression of excitement or happiness. Instead, I turned and looked at the throne in the center of the hall. He walked slowly towards the throne. This position carried Zhou Ruoling's life goal. I stroked the throne, looked around the empty hall, and said softly, Leave it to me next. Having said that, I sat on it without hesitation. Chirp! In an instant, phoenixes rose from the throne, and 9 feathers drew beautiful trajectories in the air, surrounding me. With the blessing of the imperial destiny, a surge of power surged through my body, and I felt as if I had control over the entire world. Of course, this is just an illusion. Then, the game screen suddenly went dark, and I was forced to quit. Someone called from outside. What an inopportune call, coming just when I was feeling emotional. Hey, Zhang Xiaoping, just tell me what you want to say. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Come out for dinner tonight, it's my treat. Fat Zhang's voice came through the phone. When I heard someone was treating me, I immediately agreed. Sure. What do you want to eat? I looked at the time, and it was already 1 in the morning, so they were probably still having a barbecue. Zhang Xiaoping. Let's talk about the last time. You were so mean that you got me drunk and asked my parents to pick me up. Do you know how many beatings I got after I got home and flirted with my dad? When I heard this, I was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Zhang Xiaoping is such a happy guy. Every time I chat with him, my mood always improves instantly. After tidying up casually, I picked up my phone and took a taxi to the barbecue restaurant. When I arrived, Zhang Xiaoping was eating heartily. When he saw me come in, he hurriedly greeted me. Sister Linger, please sit down. The lamb kidneys have just been roasted. I'll give you some tonic. Go away. Who needs your tonic? I replied unhappily, sat down at the table, picked up a skewer, and started eating. Tell me, why did you call me here? You're not here to complain, are you? I'm not your sister Linger. After eating a few skewers, I finally asked. Zhang Xiaoping rolled his eyes and made an extremely funny expression. He smiled mysteriously and rolled his eyes. Your brother has successfully changed his job today. Change job. I was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered that I had been doing the story mission for 7 days, and other players had already reached level 10 and completed the job change mission. What job? I asked. Fat Zhang stood up with a proud look on his face, put one foot on a stool, held up a skewer of barbecue, and announced excitedly, Sword Cultivator. A sword cultivator who can fly with a sword. Oh, that's awesome. I pretended to be surprised and clapped my hands. The swordsman is powerful, but compared to the special character I have, it's nothing? I couldn't help but tease him. With your physique, can the sword withstand flying with a sword? Zhang Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Hey, do you think I can do it as well as you do? This is a practical matter in the heavenly domain. They have considered details like weight very clearly. I rolled my eyes and thought to myself, it's obvious that you gave this to me because you couldn't eat it? I casually picked up a skewer of barbecue and said to Zhang Xiaopeng, don't worry, Zhou Ling, will never let you lose any weight as long as you have food to eat. Thank you so much. Fat Zhang smiled happily. The meal ended in such a hurry. I originally wanted to drink some wine, but Zhang Xiaopeng refused to let me. After returning home, I had a good sleep. Working was a luxury for me. I still had a lot of money left from the monthly college living expenses my family gave to my sister, so I didn't need to work for money. The next morning, I got up early and made a simple breakfast. After eating, I lay back on the bed and entered the game. The system displays, welcome player Zhou Ling to the heavenly domain. Since you are a special role player, we are selecting a novice area for you. Your novice area is Juxia Town. A white light flashed, and I appeared in the resurrection area of Juxia Town. There were some lost players around. They looked listless and had obviously been upset for a long time. I'm 7 days behind schedule, and I can't waste any more time. The first thing is to find a way to upgrade the level, otherwise those stupid players would have snatched up all the good tasks in the novice area. Without any mood to appreciate the scenery, I ran directly to the outskirts of Juxia Town. I'm not very strong, so after running for about 10 minutes, I had to stop and catch my breath. Didn't we agree that faith is my strength? I muttered while panting. After pausing for a while, I decided to take a look at my property panel first to figure out what I could do. Open properties, I said to myself. The system displays Zhou Ling. Occupation, special role, Zhou Ruoling. System display level, 0. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Strength, 1. Defense, 1. Speed, 1. The system displays exclusive skill. Faith passive Lancelot Xiaoyao can summon your knight to fight for you. The knight consumes mana as his health decreases. When the mana reaches 0, the knight disappears. Cooldown time, 10 hours. After reading the attributes, I was speechless. I'm a summoner? So, I'm a summoner. I blinked, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After 7 days of story missions, I became a summoner with no combat power at all? Well, let's take it one step at a time. I hope my Xiaoyao can give me some help. I sighed lightly, sorted out my emotions, and continued to run outside. After leaving the town, I opened the map and found an area suitable for leveling up. 7 days have passed now, and there are almost no other players in the low-level areas, which makes me feel a lot more relaxed. I don't have to worry about being crowded or having to fight for space when monsters refresh. Soon, I arrived at the leveling place, and in front of me was a furry monster. The system displays Furball Monster, level 1, HP, 100, skills, collision causes 20 points of damage to the enemy. Hair is fired. Each hair causes 1 point of damage to the enemy. I couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Every hair? This little cutie has a lot of hair. If any one of them hits me, I'll probably be killed in seconds. I'm a little worried whether my knight can withstand this attack. However, I still need to summon Xiaoyao to see the situation first. If I can't even defeat the level 1 monster, I can only slowly think of other ways. Summon Knight Lancelot. Come out. Free, I whispered. As I finished speaking, a magic circle appeared in front of me. A knight in full armor slowly emerged from the magic circle, half kneeling, as if waiting for orders. Chapter 11 upgraded. Well, there's no hope of gaining experience this way. Zhou Ling sighed. Reopen the map and look for areas with higher level monsters. With my current knight strength, I no longer need to look for trouble with level 2 or 3. How about just skipping it? Going to the mines to trouble the goblins? Zhou Ling thought about it for a long time and felt that this idea was feasible. It was also a good opportunity to test the true strength of the easy knight. Zhou Ling immediately called back the knight and asked him to carry her on his back and run towards the mine. She was too slow and didn't even have enough endurance. At her speed, running for a while and resting for a while, it would take more than an hour to reach the mine. When there is a knight, it is not ordinary. He is fast and does not need to rest. My weight is not even 60, so it is as light as a feather when he carries me. He ran all the way without taking a breath. This made Zhou Ling very sure of his idea. There was a new use for the knight. I am such a smart guy. The entrance to this mine is very large, and at the entrance, there are 4 or 5 goblins that have just spawned. Goblin. Great. A normal attack of the skill causes 50 points of damage to the enemy, and an angry attack causes 100 points of damage to the enemy. 100 points? That won't kill the knight in one strike, right? Zhou Ling frowned, a little undecided. Once the knight died, his account would be banned for 10 hours. During these 10 hours, I could only enjoy the scenery and even had to be careful of monster attacks. Let me try one first. Zhou Ling thought for a moment, then hid behind a big tree and waited. After a while, a goblin was approaching Zhou Ling. Good opportunity. Zhou Ling was delighted, and a small stone in his hand hit the goblin's head accurately. Gah! The goblin's voice was like the quacking of a duck. After being beaten, it rushed towards this side without thinking. Now, Zaiyoman, strike with your sword. The knight attacked suddenly and chopped down the goblin's head with his sword. 120. Big red words appeared above the goblin's head. Another critical hit. However, the goblin did not die. He turned around angrily and hit the knight with the wooden stick in his hand. A wound appeared on the knight's head. 80. Such high damage. Zhou Ling quickly looked at his mana bar, and the value on it dropped from 100 to 80. That means the knight can withstand 5 attacks from the goblins. She didn't say much, but watched the battle between the knight and the goblin nervously. He only held on once, and in the subsequent battles, the knight showed extraordinary fighting power. The goblin monster was killed with just a few sword strikes. Kill a goblin. Since your level is 1, you kill it above your level and gain experience points. After killing the goblin, the knight swung his sword in a gorgeous flower and put the sword back into the scabbard. Then he looked at Zhou Ling, as if the first time he was attacked must be because of your blind command. Zhou Ling didn't realize her mistake at all. She was still surprised by the knight's fighting ability. A level 4 goblin can be dealt with so easily, wow. Zhou Ling could already imagine his experience points soaring. If I were so strong, there would be no need for any conspiracy or trickery. Ah, my knight, charge in. Zhou Ling didn't hide herself anymore and jumped out from behind the tree. Stand in front of the goblin. Quack! When the 4 goblins saw such a petite girl, their eyes turned red and they rushed towards Zhou Ling with big wooden sticks in hand. Whoosh! Just as the goblins were approaching, without waiting for Zhou Ling's order, the knight rushed out from the bushes, took a step, and swung his sword at a goblin. With a puff, blood splattered and a goblin head fell off. Critical hit 400. Kill a goblin. Since your level is 1, you kill it above your level and gain experience points. Zhou Ling was shocked. Was this a knight's skill? Or did the game itself have this kind of fatal attack? Before she could come to her senses, the knight rushed towards another goblin with his sword. This time there was no critical hit, as one of the goblin's arms was cut off. 140. After a few more sword strikes, a goblin turned into white light and disappeared. Zhou Ling stood there, watching the knight fight the goblins quietly. It was a completely one-sided massacre, it just took a little longer. 5 minutes later, the remaining goblins were also killed by the knights. Zhou Ling took a look and saw that nothing had exploded. He shook his head with some regret, then led the knight into the mine. Next up, it's hunting time. 3 hours later, Zhou Ling was promoted to level 3. She also gained 2 free attribute points, which she put into defense without hesitation. Let's take a look around. If there's nothing special to see, we can go somewhere else to gain experience. Zhou Ling said, although the knight would not reply to her. The two walked for a while. Suddenly, the knight drew his sword and walked quickly towards a cave. Hey, what are you doing? Zhou Ling asked, but did not stop him because the knight could always find the monster's traces before Zhou Ling found it. Maybe Xiaoyao also possesses some detection skills. Zhou Ling hurriedly trotted after him. Before she ran far, she heard the sound of fighting inside and the hissing sound of monsters. Not a goblin? Zhou Ling's mind moved, and he immediately opened the map and found that there was another monster area in front of him. The nest of a pit spider. That's a level 6 monster. Can Xiaoyao deal with it? Zhou Ling said regretfully. He didn't expect that this mine was connected to the nest of a level 6 spider. I was careless. It's all because of insufficient intelligence. She quickened her pace and could see white spider silk along the way. When Zhou Ling arrived at an empty cave, he just saw the easy rider stabbing the spider's head with a sword. Kill a mine spider. Since you were level 3, you kill it above your level and gain experience points. Well, I worried too much. Zhou Ling smacked his lips. As his level increased, the knight's strength would increase accordingly. I didn't expect that I could kill level 6 spiders now. Huh. Zhou Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, because after the spider died, an object fell out. Equipment exploded? She asked happily and hurried forward. Mine speed der choice. Speed. Although it looks ugly, it is what Zhou Ling needs most. She put it on without hesitation, and immediately, Zhou Ling felt her body become light. Not bad. Not bad. Zhou Ling was as happy as a child and couldn't help jumping around in the cave. In addition to the spider's shoes, the spider also gave Zhou Ling 2 copper coins. After the monsters reach level 5, each time you kill one of these monsters, you will get more or less money. Zhou Ling happily collected it. 1 copper coin is equivalent to $1 in the real world. Who wouldn't be happy to get these $2 for free? Not to mention there are more mine spiders in the back. It's like a money-making machine. Chapter 12, Accepting the Mission. In the mine, Zhou Ling spent 3 hours killing mine spiders and raised his level to level 4. Only then did he leave the mine. Not bad, I got 2 pieces of equipment. 1 pair of shoes and 1 pair of arm guards. Mine spider arm guard. Defense. Zhou Ling grinned and put the ugly arm guard on his arm. Then, she left the mine contentedly and walked towards Juxia Town. After reaching level 4 or 5, it is a waste of time to rely solely on the experience gained from killing monsters to level up. The best way is to go to the novice area to look for tasks and kill monsters while completing tasks. This is the fastest way to level up. Before leaving the mine, Zhou Ling looked at his personal attributes. Zhou Ling. Occupation. Special role. Zhou Ruoling. Grade. Health. 300. Mana. 300. Strength 1. Defense. 7. Speed 3. Exclusive skill. Faith passive Lancelot Xiaoyao can summon your knight to fight for you. The knight consumes mana as his health decreases. When the mana reaches 0, the knight disappears. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Very good. My defense is already 7. With my current strength, I should be able to fight the goblins. Zhou Ling waved his fist excitedly. It took only 1 day to reach level 4, which was twice as fast as those players. They worked day and night, 24 hours a day, and it took them 2 days to reach level 4. But Zhou Ling was so arrogant. Special characters are different. While others work hard to fight monsters, you just have to lie down and wait for success. The experience points are rising rapidly. Xiaoyao, carry me back and let's go to receive the mission. Zhou Ling patted Xiaoyao's thigh happily. There's no way, it's just this high. Xiaoyao ran very fast and soon returned to Juxia Town, carrying Zhou Ling on his back. The town is modern in style, and you can see towering office buildings in the distance. But it was a town after a disaster, with dilapidated houses everywhere and ivy covering the buildings. The novice area is in a train station, with the outskirts of Juxia Town on one side. The tall buildings inside are another area with higher level monsters. Zhou Ling had just walked into Juxia Town and had not yet returned to the novice area when she saw an old man with gray hair standing in the distance. The old man also saw Zhou Ling. He held a cigarette in his hand and smoked 1 puff after another like an old smoker. He waited until Zhou Ling approached him. Then he slowly stopped smoking and said to Zhou Ling, "Young woodcutter? Oh no, you are too young, girl. Are you interested in chatting with me, an old man, and listening to my stories?" In general, if you hear an old man speaking in such a nonchalant manner, you would be fooled and stay away from him. But this is the game world. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up, emitting an eager gleam. Task. Unexpectedly, she would meet someone who took the initiative to talk to her just after returning to Juxia Town. "Hello, Grandpa." Lingo loves listening to stories the most. Zhou Ling quickly got off Xiaoyao's back and trotted to the old grandfather in a very girlish manner. The sweet voice and deceptive figure immediately impressed the old man. "So your name is Linger. What a cute little sister." The old grandfather squatted down and stroked Zhou Ling's little head very kindly. "Yeah." Zhou Ling endured the smell of cigarettes and nodded obediently. "I guess after listening to the old man's story, he will give her a task, right? Not sure what the mission is?" I heard that some of the tasks in the hands of those who look unremarkable are hidden tasks, or can be transferred to hidden professions. However, the old man smiled mysteriously, looked at the cigarette in his hand awkwardly, and said with a smile, "You can listen to my story, but I have no cigarettes now. Cigarettes are the source of life. Without cigarettes, I will die." He squeezed out a dry tear and said painfully, "Linger is the best. Can you buy Grandpa a pack of cigarettes?" Zhou Ling. Nima buy coins. This is such a fucking show. Even a cute and innocent girl like me was fooled. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Although he thought so, Zhou Ling didn't dare to say it out loud. But, Zhou Ling fiddled with the hem of her skirt anxiously, hesitating. Linger doesn't have that much money to buy cigarettes for Grandpa. When he heard that there was no money, the old man's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. He returned to his lazy state and lay on the ground in a sloppy manner. "Alas, I have no money." "Then let the old man die here. Bury him in the soil along with my story that contains vital information." "Really great." Zhou Ling gritted her teeth in anger, because what she said was too much of a slap in the face. And it was too exaggerated. Anyway, she would not tell you unless you paid her. "I can bear it." Zhou Ling frowned slightly. She didn't know if this old man was a liar. Some things should at least be gambled. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling quickly squeezed out tears and looked at the old grandfather with watery eyes, as if she was about to cry for her grandfather. Oh, I don't want Grandpa to die. Linger will go buy some cigarettes for Grandpa now. Grandpa, wait for me here. After that, she reminded. Then Linger brought cigarettes to Grandpa. Can Grandpa tell the story to Linger? Okay, I will do it, the old man said quickly. Yeah, don't lie to Linger, Zhou Ling said, then took Xiaoyao and trotted to the newcomer area. Looking at Zhou Ling jogging along the way, the old man suddenly shouted from behind, "Remember, I only smoke Zhonghua cigarettes. Without Zhonghua, my illness will not be cured." Alas, what a miserable life. Zhou Ling, who was far away, almost stumbled and fell. "You become such a jerk, and you only smoke Zhonghua cigarettes? I'll beat you to death. I can bear it." Arriving at the newcomer area, Zhou Ling searched for a while and saw a grocery store. There were some players who came to buy things in the grocery store. When they saw Zhou Ling, a little sister, their eyes lit up. Good Lolita logo. This kind of good Loli made them unable to take their eyes off her. But what the little girl wanted to buy surprised them. "Boss, how much is a pack of Zhonghua?" The boss was a fat middle-aged man. He glanced at it briefly, but did not stand up. He said calmly, "Did you buy it for your father?" Zhou Ling nodded vigorously and obediently. "I bought it for my grandfather." Hearing this, the boss didn't ask any more questions and took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and put it on the counter. 2 silver coins. Zhou Ling frowned, not because she didn't have enough money, but because she had exactly 2 silver coins in her backpack. This was what she had worked so hard to get with Xiaoyao. My goodness, can this old guy see the money in my backpack? I specialize in picking out Chinese 2 yuan silver coins. Zhou Ling felt a little distressed. 2 silver coins were equivalent to 200 yuan in real life, which could buy 4 packs. It's such a waste to buy a cigarette that you can only smoke in this game. Chapter 13, 7 Fairies. Damn it, if this damn old man is a liar, I will ask Xiaoyao to chop him to pieces. Zhou Ling cursed, gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and took out his only 2 silver coins. Bought cigarettes. Zhou Ling ran towards the old man without stopping. Sure enough, the old man was still waiting there, with his legs crossed and looking very arrogant. Isn't he worried that the little girl's parents will really come and beat him up? After calming down, Zhou Ling came to the old man, panting, waving her little hands. "Grandpa, I bought it for you. Your favorite cigarette, Zhonghua." Oh, Linger is finally back. She feels so sorry for Grandpa. The old man said anxiously and walked over worriedly. But he did not help Zhou Ling, but directly reached out and took the Zhonghua cigarette from Zhou Ling's hand. "I can bear." Zhou Ling's forehead was bulging with veins. For the sake of the mission, she had to endure it. As soon as the old man got the cigarette, he hurriedly took out one, lit it up, and took a puff with an intoxicated look on his face. When life is peaceful, a cigarette is enough. Seeing that the little girl was still beside him, he was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he popped out a cigarette with ease and handed it to Zhou Ling. He raised an eyebrow. "Want one?" Zhou Ling subconsciously took a step back, waving her hands and shaking her head, and said softly, "Dad said that children can't smoke." Vomit. Seeing this, the old man took back the cigarette he was handing over, but he did not put the Zhonghua cigarette back. He actually lit a fire and smoked one cigarette in each hand. Zhou Ling's eyebrows twitched as he watched. Was this old guy planning to smoke himself to death? No. If he dies, what will happen to my mission? Upon seeing this, Zhou Ling hurried forward and shook the old man's smoking arm, making it impossible for him to smoke at all. And she said coquettishly, "Grandpa, didn't you say you wanted to tell Linger a story? Wait, let me take a puff." The old man opened his mouth, wanting to put the Zhonghua cigarette in his hand into his mouth. Snap! The old man lit another cigarette and then slowly said, "That happened a long, long time ago. It all started when Pangu created the world." "Stop!" Zhou Ling hurriedly stopped him and said, "It's already Pangu creating the world. When are we going to stop talking about this?" "Grandpa, the story is too long. Why not make it short? Just tell me what news you are hiding." "You stupid girl. How come you have no patience at all?" The old man smoked a cigarette and said unhappily, "Oh, Linger can't wait. Linger wants to know now." Zhou Ling acted coquettishly and cutely. "Vomit." Okay. The old man said helplessly. He took the cigarette in his hand and let Zhou Ling have his temper. Then he slowly blew out a smoke ring and said, "Do you know the story of the 7 fairies descending to Earth?" Zhou Ling's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. "I know. It's the story of Dong Yong fighting the 7 fairies, right?" "What Dong Yong?" The old man rolled his eyes and slammed his head on Zhou Ling's. "Whoa!" Zhou Ling cried out in pain and quickly covered his head, looking at the old man embarrassedly. "The whole split is done. It's all Xiaopan's fault." The old man took another puff of his cigarette, looked up at the sky and said, "Don't spread the version of the human world. It's all the mortal's own fantasy. The real fairies have long been extraordinary and detached from the mundane world. How could they stir up the hearts of ordinary people and disturb the true spirits?" Zhou Ling covered her head and looked at the old man with some surprise. This sentence completely changed her view of the old man. Is it possible that there is something hidden? Thinking of this, Zhou Ling immediately sat up straight, waiting attentively for the old man's next words. How come the old man has changed 5 cigarettes in a short while? At this moment, he lit another cigarette. Then he said slowly, "It is rumored in the world that there are fairies in heaven, named Heaven. One day, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, the 7th fairy, came down to the mortal world, stepped on 7 rainbows, and crossed from the silence of the East Sea to the West Abyss. Passing by the heavens' fate, she came with a feeling in her heart and smiled back at all living beings and left a fairy silk." "Oh!" Zhou Ling opened her mouth in shock. "Is this the fairy version of the 7 fairies? Why does it sound like a person?" Zhou Ling waited quietly for the old man's next story. After a while, the old man let out a sigh of ecstasy. Then he looked at Zhou Ling and frowned. "Why are you still here?" "Huh?" Zhou Ling was startled and whispered, "I'm waiting for Grandpa's next story." "No more," the old man replied without hesitation. "Gone?" Zhou Ling asked back, opening his eyes wide, unable to believe it. "Yes." The old man nodded seriously. Zhou Ling looked at the old man anxiously, and he could no longer pretend to be young. He asked loudly, "Aren't you just starting? Who told you this is the beginning? This is the end. The beginning was when Pangu created the universe. You were the one who thought it was too much trouble and asked me to make it short. Damn it. So it's my fault? Grandpa, please tell it again." Zhou Ling thought for a moment and said coquettishly, "Don't want." The old man refused without hesitation and turned around with his back to Zhou Ling. "Zhou Ling, what to do? There seems to be no mission? Or is it that the task was not triggered because I skipped it? What should I do? My 2 silver coins, are they gone just like that?" Zhou Ling stood there in silence, feeling a little overwhelmed. "Do you really want to beat this up? Little girl." At this moment, the old man with his back turned around and looked at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling looked up. "In fact, there is one thing I haven't told you. The chosen place that made the 7 fairies look back and smile is here." Zhou Ling was startled, and her pupils suddenly contracted at this moment. "Ding, congratulations. The mysterious traveler has issued you a mission to find the 7 fairies' fairy silk. Do you accept it?" "Yes." Zhou Ling quickly chose yes. After all the ups and downs in life, did she finally get her first mission? It's also a hidden mission. "Thank you, Grandpa." Just when Zhou Ling wanted to thank him, the old man in front of him had disappeared, leaving only a pile of Zhonghua cigarette butts on the ground. There is also an antique piece of paper. Zhou Ling's heart moved, and she couldn't help but open it and take a look. What caught my eye was a sentence of carefree words. "I was originally a wanderer, I only stayed for cigarettes and wine. Thank you for the cigarettes, little girl. I have searched all the way from ancient times to the present, and I have found this precious fairy silk treasure, and I am giving it to you. I wish you great fortune, and may you be covered in fairy silk. I call you Grandpa so many times, I really feel sorry for you. Just think of it as the dowry that Grandpa prepares for you. Although they were clearly words, Zhou Ling seemed to see the old man's carefree back and his hearty laughter. This old man didn't even leave a respectful title before leaving? Zhou Ling muttered to himself. Chapter 14, upgrading to level 6. But after thinking about it, Zhou Ling suddenly became happy again. At least the old man left her a task before he left. Zhou Ling quickly opened the task information, looking for the fairy silk of the 7 fairies. The legendary fairy treasure contains a ray of supreme fairy charm. It is the 7 fairies' underwear. Only people with great luck can obtain it. This item is only a concept invisible, colorless, and intangible. If you want to materialize it, you need to use the hair of the 7-pointed beast, the body of the invisible snake demon, the colorless flower, the eyes of the 7-eyed spider, and your own luck to attract it at the dawn of the apocalypse. Note that this task only lasts 10 days, and you must kill it alone to obtain the task materials. This, Zhou Ling frowned. It's so good, but so difficult. She also knew about the 7-maned beast, having seen it on the forum. In the ruins of the city, it looked like a 7-colored divine bull. Not only was it big, but it also had high defense. Once you were hit by its 7-colored divine light, no matter how high your defense was, you would be killed instantly. This instant kill skill was once called the instant kill in the game by players. But the strange thing is that this terrible monster is only level 15, and it only appears in the area of Juxia Town. No one has seen this monster anywhere else. This strange existence is 100% believed to be the target of the hidden mission. Therefore, several guilds formed groups to hunt this colorful divine bull. However, after killing dozens of times, several major guilds suffered heavy losses, and not a single material was spawned, not even a single copper coin. This matter was eventually left unresolved. It turns out that the mission is here. Zhou Ling smacked his lips. But because of this, Zhou Ling was in trouble. The mission stipulated that this mission could only be completed alone. Once a team was formed, the materials for the 7-color divine bull would not be dropped. Level 15, and it has an instant kill skill. Zhou Ling felt that it was very difficult. In addition to the hair of the 7-pointed beast, there is also the invisible snake demon. So far, there is no trace of this monster on the forum. Just by hearing the name, Zhou Ling could guess that this was a very hidden monster. I'm only level 4 now. Even if Xiao Yao is at his highest level, he is probably only level 8. I can't rush to do the highest level missions now. I need to find a way to level up first. Zhou Ling thought about it and decided not to rush for success, but to raise her level first. I remember someone on the forum said that in the novice area town, every player can receive high experience missions from the village chief, and there are also a large number of hunting missions from the hunting captain every day. With these tasks, I will be able to quickly reach level 10. After making the decision, Zhou Ling hurried to the village chief's house. The village chief was an old man with a long beard. When Zhou Ling rushed over, he was lying in a rocking chair, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun. Village chief. Before Zhou Ling ran to him, the village chief heard the little girl's sweet voice. Since getting this female character, Zhou Ling has become more and more skilled in playing the role, especially since she has gained such a great benefit by relying on her petite and cute appearance. She has become more accustomed to that kind of charming tone of voice. The village chief raised his eyelids and saw that it was a little girl. He couldn't help but sit up straight. When Zhou Ling came to the village chief's wrinkled face smiled and asked, "What do you want to see me for, little girl? Where are your parents?" Zhou Ling staggered. "Why do you adults ask about my parents as soon as you come here?" "What? Did my parents steal rice from your house?" After thinking for a while, Zhou Ling explained, "My parents haven't come yet. They asked me to come and ask the village chief if there is anything I can help with." "I see. The little sister is really sensible. She is so young, and she is already helping mom and dad." The village chief laughed and praised. Zhou Ling scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "Ever since the town has had the help of warriors like you, our lives have become better and better. Now many people have begun to develop outside the town." The village chief sighed. No. For the development of mankind, we have no choice but to do it. These trivial matters are not worth mentioning." Zhou Ling smiled sweetly. She interrupted the village chief who was about to continue speaking. Village chief, is there anything else in the town that needs our help? The village chief looked up at the sky, then said, I have something I want to trouble you with. Well, you say, village chief. Just now, some villagers were attacked by a pack of wolves when they were reclaiming wasteland outside the town. The village chief said with a frown. Ding! The village chief issues you an order to kill the wolf pack. Do you accept it? Accept. Zhou Ling immediately took the task. Village chief, I'm leaving. Without waiting for the village chief to finish his rambling, Zhou Ling waved goodbye and ran in the direction of the hunting captain. Alas, I haven't finished yet. That wolf pack is very powerful. The village chief was shocked. These sudden warriors were good, but a little strange. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They didn't even wait for people to finish their words. In the distance, the hunting camp. Little sister, why are you alone? Where are your parents? The hunting captain leaned forward to ask. Zhou Ling. In desperation, Zhou Ling had to repeat the same rhetoric he had used to deal with the village chief. Zhou Ling took 2 more missions from the hunting captain and walked around the town. After completing 4 or 5 missions in a row, he left the town and headed for the outskirts. All the quests are ordinary quests, except for one quest of collecting herbs from the herbalist. The rest are quests of killing monsters. The Tianyu game is very humane and rigid in terms of tasks. Except for special tasks, other normal tasks will not exceed 2 levels of the player's level. In other words, Zhou Ling's highest task was only a level 5 task of killing wolves. For Zhou Ling, who had a knight like Xiaoyao, completing these tasks was a piece of cake. She didn't even need to do it herself. She just had to watch from the side, and the tasks would be completed obediently. The dusk passed quickly. Zhou Ling completed the 5 tasks in just 3 hours, and most of the time was spent on the journey. Although the mission level is low, the experience value reward is really high. After completing these tasks, plus killing monsters along the way, Zhou Ling directly advanced from level 4 to level 5 and was only 100 or so experience points away from level 6. Just grind for a while, and I'll log off when I reach level 6. Zhou Ling clenched his fists, and then let Xiaoyao rush into the group of monsters and kill them all. Half an hour later, Zhou Ling successfully advanced to level 6. Chapter 15, Level 10. Level Restricted Mission. After reaching level 6, Zhou Ling chose to log off. She couldn't do it like the hardcore player, who kept killing monsters day and night to level up. When playing games, the best way is to combine work and rest. After dinner, Zhou Ling lay on the bed. With nothing to do, he picked up his cell phone and called his half-sister. This little girl hasn't come to see me for half a month? Zhou Ling was a little worried, because her sister was so cute. Not only was she the school belle, but she was also eloquent and quirky. In college, there are countless single guys who are envious of her. The little girl is in adolescence now, and if I, as her brother, don't take good care of her, she might bring me a brother-in-law when she comes back one day. Where will he go to cry then? The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. A mysterious ring sounded, and only half a minute later, someone picked up the phone. Beep! What? Sister Zhou Yu's somewhat impatient voice came out. Faintly, Zhou Ling also heard the sound of flowing water. The little girl might be taking a bath. Very good. She can even squeeze out time to answer my phone while taking a shower. It seems that I am very important in my sister's heart. Zhou Ling organized her words and asked, Are you in school? Nonsense. It's so late at night. Where else can it be if not at school? Her tone was irritable, but Zhou Ling didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, this was the attitude her sister used when talking to people close to her. I looked at the calendar and found that Zhou Yu's birthday was in a few days. Zhou Ling immediately found a topic. Your birthday is coming up in a few days. When can you come back? I'll take you to celebrate your birthday. After hearing Zhou Ling's words, Zhou Yu on the other end of the phone fell silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of water in the bathroom. After a while, Zhou Yu asked uncertainly, You're not trying to cheat me out of my pocket money again, are you? Zhou Ling was ashamed. Am I that kind of person, your brother? How is that possible? I have money now. It's more than enough to treat you to a birthday party. Don't let me fool around. I love you so much. How could I cheat you out of your pocket money? The sound of water was still there, but Zhou Ling seemed to hear Zhou Yu's dissatisfied muttering. Last month you cheated me out of several thousand to buy a gaming helmet. Zhou Ling's mouth twitched. Is this little girl still holding a grudge? It's been a long time since last month, right? How come she still remembers it now? No, I have to get my revenge. Otherwise, where's my dignity as a brother? Oh, sister you? Before he could finish, Zhou Ling quickly covered his mouth with a look of horror. Wow, I actually brought in the Loli tone from the game. However, once words are spoken, they are like spilled water. This sentence was like thunder in Zhou Yu's ears. Even though Zhou Yu had the water on, she could hear it clearly. Wow, Zhou Yu screamed in shock. Brother, what's wrong with your voice? Do you have a boyfriend? Are you a crossdresser? You're not going to wear the clothes in my room secretly, are you? As if it had stimulated Zhou Yu's ignition point, her words flowed like the yellow river. No, Zhou Ling said heavily, veins popping out on his forehead. Impossible. What was wrong with your tone just now? I've been a girl for so many years, and I can't say such delicate words. Zhou Yu didn't believe it at all. She had long believed that her brother had a fetish for cross-dressing. Otherwise, how could he be so used to his brothers calling him Linger all the time? His fame was ruined in an instant. Zhou Ling looked at the ceiling in despair. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yu was still asking questions nonstop, and suddenly her tone became a little pleading. Brother, can you repeat the tone you just used? It sounds really lovely. Just say the word, and I'll be back tomorrow. No, you'd better not come back and stay in school. Zhou Ling refused. He could imagine this girl coming back, pestering him and asking him to wear women's clothes. The picture is unimaginable. Without waiting for Zhou Yu's repeated pleas, Zhou Ling resolutely hung up Zhou Yu's phone. Alas, a good phone call ended like this. Zhou Ling sighed. After watching videos on the bed for a while, Zhou Ling turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day, Zhou Ling entered the game. After taking on some daily tasks, he began to kill monsters and level up, successfully upgrading himself to level 8. On the third day, until the evening, Zhou Ling finally reached level 10. At this time, the highest level in the Tianyu game was only about level 18. Even though he was 8 levels lower, he was now considered a mid-level player in the game. After reaching level 10, players need to break through the level limit. This task does not need to be posted in the game. As long as you reach level 10, you will naturally take on the task. Break through the 10th level limit to challenge the exclusive dungeon. Successfully clear the level to complete it. The mission reward is determined by the clearance score. Whether to enter the exclusive copy. Is this moment finally coming? Zhou Ling couldn't contain his excitement. I immediately clicked OK. The scene changed, and Zhou Ling appeared at the foot of a mountain. In front of her was a path leading up the mountain. Ding! You have entered the exclusive copy Black Wind Village. Please kill all the bandits in Black Wind Village. The faster you kill, the higher the reward. 0. The stopwatch starts ticking at this moment. Zhou Ling didn't dare to hesitate. With Easy Night in her hand, it was only a matter of time for her to clear the dungeon. However, it was precisely the time that determined the size of the reward. Come out, my knight. Zhou Ling summoned Li Xiaoyao immediately and gave the order directly. Kill all the bandits. Not a single one will be spared. Kill them as quickly as possible. Yes, Li Xiaoyao accepted the order. After reaching level 10, Xiaoyao already possessed a very powerful speed. In just a few steps, he disappeared from Zhou Ling's sight. After a while, Zhou Ling heard the system prompt sound. Kill a bandit and gain experience points. Since your current level is 10 and you have not completed the level limit, your experience points cannot be increased. You killed a bandit, current mission progress 1. Zhou Ling was walking on a small path in the mountains, and the system's sound of him killing bandits kept popping up in his ears. What a pity! This much experience is enough for me to level up again. She sighed slightly and then quickened her pace. After a while, she met the bandit who had just been killed by Xiaoyao halfway up the mountain. When Zhou Ling rushed over, she just saw the bandit turn into white light and disappear. You killed a bandit, current mission progress 2. You killed a bandit, current mission progress 3. The mission progress bar kept jumping, and in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaoyao killed more than a dozen bandits. Did they encounter a patrol team of bandits? Zhou Ling thought to himself. Unfortunately, her current speed was too slow, and she couldn't keep up with Xiaoyao's speed at all. She could only climb up slowly from behind. Chapter 16, complete the instance. Unconsciously, Zhou Ling finally climbed to the middle of the mountain. In front of him was a sentry post, but unfortunately, there was no one in sight except for some messy items. This should be the team that Xiaoyao killed, right? Zhou Ling guessed in his heart. Take a look at the task progress. Wow, it's already over 60. Just refresh it again, and half of the progress will be completed. Ding! You killed a bandit, current task 61. Ding! You killed a bandit, current task 62. Ding! You killed a bandit. Your current mission is... Suddenly, the mission progress jumped rapidly. In a short while, half of the mission in Black Wind Village was completed. Have we reached the top of the mountain? Zhou Ling's eyebrows twitched slightly. Looking at the mountaintop, which was still a long way to go, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Have you ever seen such a useless master? Everyone else has reached the top of the mountain and killed a lot of people, but the master is still on the mountainside, climbing to his death. I don't know if you've seen her, but that's her. No, no, no. Zhou Ling quickly shook his head, not thinking of himself as a waste. She found a reason for herself. I'm a princess. How can I let a princess charge into battle? Besides, my profession is a summoner, and a summoner should hide in the back and wait for the benefits. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at her personal attributes again, feeling a little dejected. I'm already level 10, but my speed is only 5 points, 4 of which were given by the shoes that dropped from monsters I killed later. Isn't it an unwise choice to add all defense? She couldn't help but think that she had made a wrong choice. With a full 20 points of defense, the clothes and armor on her body ensured that she would not be harmed at all. Zhou Ling punched the stone next to him hard. The stone was not broken because the attack power was terribly low, but she didn't feel any pain either. She did not turn off the pain experience. Special characters did not have the option to adjust the pain. Zhou Ling even had only 1 health point. Once she died, her special character would disappear. Everything has to start over again. This is the consequence of the powerful special characters. He looked down at the back of his hand and wiped off the dust. A white and tender little hand came into view, without any signs of injury, not even a red mark from the impact. Tisk, TSK, it's harder than a turtle's shell. Zhou Ling smacked his lips. He gathered his energy and rushed to the top of the mountain. In the moment she was distracted, Li Xiaoyao killed more than 30 bandits. It was extremely terrifying, and they were completely inhuman. However, Li Xiaoyao's health also dropped a lot. The Black Wind Village not only has a large number of ordinary bandits, but also some powerful elite monsters and a monster. Zhou Ling did some calculations. However, with Xiaoyao's strength, it won't be too difficult to deal with them. It's just that there are too many of them, so it will take some time to kill them. Thinking of Xiaoyao's strength, Zhou Ling felt relieved. He ran to the top of the mountain in small steps with peace of mind. I fantasized about whether I could get some more powerful equipment there. Ding! You killed an elite bandit. Current mission 147. After seeing this message, Zhou Ling quickened her pace. She was afraid that if she was too slow, her equipment would be refreshed and gone. After a long time, Zhou Ling finally came to the end of the path, and the world in front of him suddenly became clear. The bodies of several dead bandits were turning into little bits of white light and disappearing. Ha! Your dad is here. Looking at the buildings of Black Wind Village in front of him, Zhou Ling was very excited. With a loud shout, the little girl ran towards Black Wind Village. Hey! When she thought of the equipment in the first dungeon, she subconsciously smiled. Xiaoyao, spare your sword. Let me kill him. Zhou Ling stepped into the Black Wind Village and shouted loudly, at Li Xiaoyao, who was somewhere inside. Ding! You killed Li Kueifeng. Current mission progress is 200. Congratulations, you have completed the level-restricted task in 23 minutes. This time the score is, you have obtained a level 10 breakthrough pill. This instance has ended perfectly. Do you want to exit? You have 3 minutes to stay here, and you will be forced to exit after 3 minutes. The system information made Zhou Ling's head buzz. What the hell? She muttered, blinking. I just entered the Black Wind Village, and you told me that the mission is over? Am I really playing a game? Why don't I feel like I'm participating at all? I only climbed the mountain road for half an hour, and the dungeon was already cleared. No gaming experience at all. Damn it, give me back my money. Zhou Ling stomped his feet and cursed, but seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly ran into the Black Wind Village. It doesn't matter whether you have the experience or not, but the important thing is that you don't forget to pick up the dropped equipment. When Zhou Ling arrived, Li Xiaoyao was wiping the sword in his hand. Beside him, dozens of burly men were lying on the ground in all directions. Zhou Ling was horrified by what she saw. This scene was too shocking. She had always been a good kid who never caused any trouble. How could she have seen so many corpses? Zhou Ling swallowed and stopped looking at the corpse on the ground. He turned to look at his knight and asked, What? Did you find any equipment? Xiaoyao raised his head slightly and looked in a certain direction. Zhou Ling followed his gaze and saw a body that had been cut into a stick lying there. Half of the face was cut off. It was a horrible sight. But Zhou Ling was overjoyed because there was a blue ball of light flashing on the chest of the man with the stick. Equipment! Zhou Ling yelled, and ran over immediately. All the efforts in the past half hour were worth it. The equipment that flashes with blue light is good stuff. In the early stages of the game, you can earn a lot of money just by selling it. Zhou Ling laughed happily, rubbed his hands, and walked towards the blue light ball. Li Xiaoyao looked up at Zhou Ling's actions in surprise, and the golden light in his helmet flickered slightly. A memory that didn't seem to belong to me appeared in my mind. The her in that memory was completely different from the her in his memory, but she was exactly the same as her now, even more so. Dang, you get the stolen earrings. A 4-leaf clover earring appeared in Zhou Ling's palm. It looked very simple, and the 4 leaves were carved from 4 emerald green jades. Stolen earrings. Luck value. Introduction. This was once an earring of a beautiful girl, known as a lucky guardian. But a bandit appeared, killed the girl, and stole the earring. The girl was resentful and cursed the bandit to die a miserable death. Therefore, the earring changed with a certain chance of adding 1 to your luck and also a certain chance of reducing 1 to your luck. Those who get it, please be careful, because you might be the next one to die a miserable death. Zhou Ling's eyelids twitched and her little face instantly fell. Chapter 17, Breaking Through Limitations and Improving Skills. Her face was extremely ugly. What did this mean? If you didn't want to bring it to me, why didn't you just say so? Why did you do this? Zhou Ling had a gloomy face and put the earrings into her backpack. I won't take it with me. So, can you just keep it for now? After putting away the earrings, Zhou Ling searched around for a while. After confirming that no equipment had dropped, she chose to exit the dungeon. Exiting the subgame Black Wind Village, the reward has been sent to your backpack. The scene disappeared, and Zhou Ling appeared in the safe zone of Juxia Town. She immediately opened her backpack and found a small golden pill inside. Level 10 breakthrough pill can break through the current level limit. Note, only limited to level 10. Looking at the round pill in his palm, Zhou Ling put it into his mouth and chewed it without hesitation. It's sweet, a bit like jelly beans, and really delicious, Zhou Ling commented. When Zhou Ling took the level 10 breakthrough pill, her body suddenly burst into a strong golden light. This golden light did not distinguish between friend and foe, and was so bright that Zhou Ling could not open her eyes at all. You have taken the level 10 breakthrough pill. Your level limit has been lifted. Your current level is level 10-0. Since your character is a special character, all attributes are increased by 10 points. Your skill belief increases by 1 level. Your skill Lancelot Xiaoyao is upgraded by 1 level. You awaken the exclusive skill Princess's Pressure. Oh wow, a new look. Zhou Ling's eyes turned golden at some point, with a golden glow flashing in his pupils. She quickly opened her personal attribute panel. Zhou Ling. Occupation. Special role. Zhou Ruoling. Level 0. Health. 3000. Amana. Digaribu. Strength. 11. Defense. 30. Speed. 15. Exclusive skills. Belief. 1 strong belief can greatly improve your strength. Lancelot Xiaoyao 1 can summon your knight to fight for you. The knight consumes mana as his health decreases. When the mana is 0, the knight disappears. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Princess's Pressure. As a princess of a dynasty, how can you not have your own majesty? This skill can reduce the strength of all non-princess creatures to a certain extent. When the opponent's level is higher than your own, the skill effect is reduced by 10. Huh? Why is there no effect on the knight's skill except adding 1? Zhou Ling took a closer look and didn't see any bonus to the knight's skill, so he couldn't help but show his confusion. She looked at Li Xiaoyao and asked, "Do you feel anything?" Li Xiaoyao turned his head slightly to look at Zhou Ling. Then he waved his sword and stuck it into the ground. More than 30 magic circles appeared on the open space in front of him. Just as Zhou Ling summoned him, soldiers in armor appeared from the 30 magic circles at the same time. Your humble servant greets the general. You greet your king. The 30 soldiers shouted in unison, their momentum soaring like a rainbow that shook the sky. That's awesome. Zhou Ling was so shocked that he was speechless. Is this what a special character should look like? One person against an entire army. Who can stand this? Don't look at me as weak. I can summon a general with a wave of my hand, and the general can summon 30 soldiers with a wave of his hand. When the level is higher, won't the soldier be able to summon a group of soldiers with a wave of his hand? With infinite nesting dolls, I wonder who can compete with me. Zhou Ling was so excited that she could no longer express her thoughts in words. She walked on her little feet to the 30 soldiers, looking around curiously. and sometimes even reaching out to touch their armor. Looking at this little Zhou Ling, the 30 soldiers were moved and their eyes filled with tears. They cried under their armor. Princess Tianruo, a soldier choked up and, disregarding military regulations, bowed deeply to Zhou Ling. Upon seeing this, the other soldiers trembled and bowed to Zhou Ling. "Your Highness!" The old soldier's voice drowned out everything else, and his helmet hit the ground, leaving deep holes. Ah! But Zhou Ling was shocked. These guys were actually alive? Zhou Ling looked at the soldiers in disbelief. The soldier looked up and took off his helmet, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, but at this time he was crying. Men don't shed tears easily, only because they haven't reached the point of sadness. "Your Highness, I am Zhang Dihai of the First Knights." As he finished speaking, the other soldiers also took off their helmets, revealing their true faces. "I am the First Knight of the Order, Wang He, Zhang Tianda, the First Knight of the Order. The First Knight of the Last General, Atlas. The Last General." The soldiers shouted loudly and gave their names, tears streaming down their eyes, as if they were reunited after a life-or-death experience. Although they were crying at this moment, their eyes were shining with hope. Zhou Ling hesitated a little, looked at Li Xiaoyao, and then looked at the soldiers who respected him very much. I couldn't help but think of something. The joyful mood slowly turned into something extremely heavy. Zhou Ruoling, what exactly did you leave for me?" she thought to herself. "Why are you so surprised?" Suddenly, Li Xiaoyao, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Zhou Ling was slightly stunned and looked up at Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao raised his hands to the front of his helmet and slowly took it off. Only a tiny gap was left, and strands of white hair fell from the helmet. For no apparent reason, Zhou Ling felt a pain in his heart, and an indescribable feeling of discomfort emerged in his chest. "You," she said in disbelief, a tear sliding down her cheek. Li Xiaoyao took off his helmet, revealing a young man with a handsome face and a hint of sadness between his brows. Such a handsome young man, but his face shows the vicissitudes that do not belong to his age. Li Xiaoyao smiled slightly, then knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Ling. Li Xiaoyao of the First Knights pays homage to Her Royal Highness Princess Tianruo. After saying that, he raised his head, revealed a spring breeze smile, and said softly, "Linger, I'm back." Zhou Ling's tears flowed down. These were not his tears, but the tears of this character. She shook her head, feeling extremely uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I'm not that Linger anymore." "I know," Li Xiaoyao said slowly. "Linger is gone. I knew at the moment I saw you. That? But you inherited her. You got her approval. You got everything she had, including us. That's enough. We are the embodiment of her will. We live because of her, die because of her, and fight because of her. We also exist because of you. As long as you are still here, she is you. I am willing to serve you and fight for you for the rest of my life. We are willing to serve you and fight for you in this life." Chapter 18, Killing the Seven-Pointed Beast. "Yeah." Zhou Ling nodded slightly and whispered softly, "Don't worry, this time I will never allow tragedy to happen." Wiping the tears from his face, Zhou Ling led a large group of soldiers towards the area where the seven-pointed beast appeared. On the way, Zhou Ling also learned some information. These people all died in a battle because of their role, Zhou Ruoling. As for what kind of battle it was, they have lost all their memories. Not only the memory of the battle, but even the events of my life could not be remembered. In their words, it was as if they had been sleeping for countless years. The only memory they had was their real name and the belief that they were waiting for their return. The topic was very heavy, so Zhou Ling didn't ask any more questions. More than 30 people walked towards the center of Juxia Town. Wherever they passed, all the wild monsters were killed or injured. No wild monster could survive even a second under the attack of more than 30 monsters. Even if they discovered the danger in advance, they could not escape from their encirclement. In this process, Zhou Ling's level was directly raised by one level. Level 5, only 5 levels away from the top dragon god Thanos. The entire depths of Juxia Town looked like a dilapidated old city. Houses collapsed everywhere, and it was almost impossible for ordinary people to survive here. The spawning location of the seven-pointed beast is in a central garden at the end of the street. Because Zhou Ling was too slow, it took more than an hour for number 30 to arrive at the central garden. The entire central garden has been taken over by vegetation, with weeds growing everywhere. Taking Zhou Ling as the unit of measurement, the lowest blade of grass is 1 hair taller than her. Fortunately, several teams of players had explored the central garden before and left behind a small path. Zhou Ling walked among the soldiers and was well protected by more than 30 soldiers. Not even a mosquito could get close to Zhou Ling. Even the vegetation with thorns was cut off by the careful Li Xiaoyao. As we walked along, the track and field path that could only accommodate one person was directly turned into the empty Yongkong Avenue. Wait! At this moment, Li Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Zhou Ling tilted his head in confusion. Without answering Zhou Ling's words, Li Xiaoyao crouched and walked away. The soldiers stood ready to protect Zhou Ling while walking over with very light steps. Zhou Ling followed the crowd and, under their protection, came to a lawn that looked relatively normal. Seven-pointed beast. Her eyes lit up. There's no way. This thing is too eye-catching, with 7 colors of hair all over its body. It's hard not to be discovered. No wonder people in the forum say this stuff is so easy to find. Zhou Ling whispered. By the way, where's Li Xiaoyao? Zhou Ling couldn't help feeling puzzled, and then he stuck his head out to look around. Li Xiaoyao was seen crawling towards the 7-pointed beast. When he was about to get close to the 7-pointed beast, his body suddenly burst into a burst of golden light and rushed towards the 7-pointed beast. Is this another skill of Li Xiaoyao? Zhou Ling guessed that he had never seen Li Xiaoyao use such a skill before. This golden light seems to be an improvement in status, and no one knows what will happen when it happens. Li Xiaoyao is extremely fast, although he is only level 11, which is 4 levels lower than the 7-pointed beast. But when the 7-pointed beast discovered him, it was too late. Li Xiaoyao stabbed the 7-pointed beast in the waist with a sword, and the sword, which was more than 1 meter long, pierced through its body. A terrifying big red word appeared above the head of the 7-pointed beast. 2000. Amazing! Zhou Ling couldn't help but scream. This sword directly took away 1/3 of the blood of the 7-pointed beast. This is simply cheating. Kill! The soldiers around her shouted loudly, and with great momentum, they led more than 20 brothers to charge forward. 5 soldiers were left behind to protect Zhou Ling. With the addition of soldiers, Zhou Ling originally thought that it would take some time and hard fighting, but he ended up standing here doing nothing. At this moment, Zhou Ling always felt that she was just a useless Yao Yao. No, not as good as Yao. At least Yao would float over his head and cheer him on. And she, you also need others to protect you. Oh my God, I was beaten by a deer, and it was completely bruised. I'm sorry, Yao. I'm not worthy of you. It was tragic that the battle was originally evenly matched, but ended up being besieged by a group of people. The 7-pointed beast died a very miserable death. These people had too much combat experience, and it hadn't even kicked them with its hoofs so far. Moo! Before it died, it screamed miserably. Its mouth opened wide, and a beam of colorful light shot out. Surprisingly, straight towards Zhou Ling. The speed was so fast that even Li Xiaoyao couldn't react. Your Highness, be careful. Everyone was shocked and worried about Zhou Ling, and they all shouted loudly towards Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling is still in a daze, but the next moment, she was pushed away by a huge force. Well, she couldn't help but sigh softly, and as far as her eyes could see, a brilliant rainbow light rushed past her side. In his sight, a soldier's figure gradually decomposed under the impact of the colorful light, and finally turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from Zhou Ling's sight. Your Highness, I will leave first. This was the only old man among the 30 soldiers. Before he died, his regretless yet sad words lingered in Zhou Ling's ears. Heir! Zhou Ling felt a pain in his heart and roared. He rolled and crawled to the place where the old soldier disappeared. He grabbed in the air with both hands, trying to bring the old man back. But it doesn't help. Ah! She cried out to the sky in pain and shed tears of grief. I promised you a promise, but in the end, I didn't help at all. Sorry. You just resurrected, but you died for someone like me. The rest of the soldiers gathered around, lowered their heads, and remained silent. Your Highness, don't be sad. Li Xiaoyao comforted. Zhou Ling stared at the empty space with his absent-minded eyes and said in a trembling voice, Heir, Your Highness, there's really no need to be sad. Li Xiaoyao comforted again. He shook his head helplessly. You being alive is the greatest help to us. He encouraged, raised his hand, and a magic circle appeared in front of Zhou Ling, just where Heir disappeared. Afterwards, Heir appeared in front of everyone with a stunned and dazed look. Appeared in Zhou Ling's eyes. Ah, am I not dead? His face was full of confusion. He looked up at everyone, then at the princess who had tears on her face and was also stunned. Your Highness, why are you crying again? I didn't. This is Q Fengsha. Chapter 19 Mission Completed 1. Zhou Ling burst into laughter and looked at Li Xiaoyao with some resentment, as if to say, why didn't you remind me and made me look so ugly? Li Xiaoyao revealed his true face and spread his hands helplessly, saying, you didn't ask. The mistake ended here. Zhou Ling regained her spirits, but she was still a little angry. Seeing the seven-pointed beast with several balls of light floating in the distance, she pushed Li Xiaoyao away rudely. What's wrong with your Highness? I have the impression that your Highness would not behave like this. A soldier pondered and asked. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhou Ling's petite back and shook his head slightly. Perhaps this is the truest version of your Highness. Zhou Ling came to the corpse of the seven-pointed beast and reached out to take the ball of light. You got colorful yarn. You obtained the hoof of the seven-pointed beast. You obtained the skill Rune Paper Colorful Light. You get 5 silver coins. Ding! Successfully killed the seven-pointed beast and obtained the 7-colored wool. The current task progress increases by 1. After taking a quick look at the information that popped up from the system, Zhou Ling directly opened his backpack to check what he had obtained. A task item, a piece of equipment emitting purple light, and a symbol pattern that also emits purple light. Zhou Ling took a quick look at the task item, the colorful wool, and didn't read it again. It only contained some useless introductions. Then she looked at the equipment. I hope the purple equipment can be of some use, she said expectantly. After all, she already had a piece of equipment that was not very reliable. Hippogriff's hoof. This is a weapon born out of resentment. Its owner was besieged by villains and died a very aggrieved death. He was angry and unwilling to give up, so he created this weapon. This weapon is rated as a conceptual weapon. It has no attack power. Any creature that is hit will have a cherry blossom hoof print on its face. The hoof print will never be erased and cannot be washed away. Only a conceptual piece of equipment can wash away its resentment. What the hell is this? After seeing the introduction above, Zhou Ling opened his mouth, not knowing how to express his inner thoughts. Can we still have fun? She sat down on the ground, feeling somewhat desperate. After thinking for a while, she took out the hoof of the seven-pointed beast and took a look at it. It is just a hoof, half a meter long, covered with furry, colorful hair. It feels very soft and comfortable to touch. Forget it. It's just a piece of junk. Zhou Ling quickly denied his own thoughts. What's the point of using a useless weapon that doesn't even have any attack power? Stand for others? The key is that when this thing is covered up, it appears directly on other people's faces, which will definitely attract hatred. In the game, appearance is more important than life. You can abuse me 1,000 times, but you can never destroy my face. Some people play games for 3 hours and spend 2 hours and 40 minutes on face shaping. The remaining 20 minutes are spent looking at clothes. If the clothes look good, they will play, but if the clothes don't look good, they will uninstall the game directly. Another weird piece of equipment, Zhou Ling muttered, then put the hoof of the seven-pointed beast back into his backpack. She felt that this weapon was most likely left in a warehouse gathering dust, or that she might take it out and make soup when she was hungry one day. After tidying up, she looked at the prop with the talisman paper. Colorful light. A one-time item. Any creature that is illuminated by the colorful light will be killed instantly. The item is limited to level 10. Zhou Ling's mouth curled up, and the depression in her heart disappeared a lot. Finally, I found something useful. Although it can only be used once, it is much better than hooves. Seeing that His Highness smiled, the soldiers surrounded him again. Your Highness, how is it? Is there anything good? They asked. After resurrection, they also found that the world was no longer the same. Some monsters would die if you stabbed them in the heart or cut off their heads, but that was not the case in this world. Sometimes they didn't attack but just flicked it lightly and the monster died. After death, their bodies would turn into white light and disappear, leaving behind some processed meat, coins, and weapons and equipment if they were lucky. Even if the shoes obviously don't fit, they can put them on easily as if they were the right size. The world has become very wonderful, and monsters will appear from time to time in the wild areas. Not bad. Zhou Ling nodded with satisfaction. In fact, equipment is secondary. What you really need is the fur of the seven-pointed beast, which is an exclusive prop for hidden tasks. After killing the seven-pointed beast, she opened the system panel and looked at the time. Is it so late? It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark outside. Looking around, it was still dusk, and Zhou Ling guessed that a day here was probably not just 24 hours. After thinking about it, she decided to log off. If she didn't get something to eat, she would probably be starving. After saying a few simple words and saying goodbye to everyone, Zhou Lingche used his skills and sent Li Xiaoyao and other soldiers back to the summoning space. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ling quit the game. He took off his gaming helmet, and sure enough, the whole room was very dark, and the sky outside had already turned into night. Well, it's so late, let's go out for a meal with Fatty. We need to think of a reason to get Fatty to pay for it. After making the decision, Zhou Ling fumbled around the room, looking for the light switch on the wall. Suddenly, Zhou Ling felt a sense of surprise. He seemed to touch something familiar. It was soft, silky, and faintly warm. He groaned softly and rubbed his fingers again. He couldn't help but remember something. It's a bit like the gauze that only girls wear, very soft and comfortable. After all, she had been a girl in the game for so many days, and he had done something to her many times. He could feel it just by touching a girl's clothes. Strange? Why are there girls' clothes in my room? His face was full of confusion. He wiped his eyes and looked in that direction in the dark. Faintly, he seemed to see a figure. The room fell into silence. Moment. Ghost! A heart-wrenching scream cut through the darkness, echoing throughout the entire neighborhood. At this moment, countless lights were turned on. With the light, Zhou Ling looked more carefully. There was indeed a figure standing beside his bed. Oh my God! It's a ghost! He was terrified. Snap! The lights were turned on. Zhou Yu put her hands on her hips and looked at Zhou Ling with an angry face. Why are you yelling? Do I look like a ghost to you? Have you ever seen such a beautiful ghost? Wow, it's you. Zhou Ling breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a living person, and then asked, What are you doing in my room so late at night? Don't you know that it's forbidden for men and women to touch each other? What if I'm not wearing any clothes? Zhou Yu sneered and said calmly, We saw everything when we were little. It's not like I haven't seen your body before, and you were so young. After saying that, she actually raised her finger and gestured, looking at Zhou Ling provocatively. I'm grown up now, Zhou Ling said angrily. He must not compromise on this matter and must take back his dignity as a man. Tisk, Zhou Yu said disdainfully, crossing her arms over her chest. With that foundation, you won't be able to grow much. Well, at first glance, she is obviously a young girl who has not experienced much in the world. Zhou Ling didn't dare to dwell on this topic any longer, as he would have to start talking again. He calmed down for a while and then asked, Aren't you in school? Why did you suddenly appear in my room? I'm back, Zhou Yu answered directly, then pointed her finger downwards and said coldly, Before you speak, can you take your dirty hands away? Chapter 20, A Meal. Zhou Ling was slightly stunned. Oh my God. It turned out that what he had just touched was Zhou Yu's skirt. No wonder it felt so comfortable. Is the body so honest? Subconsciously, Zhou Ling looked up, then immediately loosened her hand, curled her lips slightly, and whispered indistinctly, Hey, safety pants again. Is there no trust between brothers and sisters? What did you say? Zhou Yu asked with a frown. Her voice raised a lot, and she was angry. No. Zhou Ling shrank her neck in fear and waved her hands quickly. I mean, sister, you look really beautiful today. Hearing Zhou Ling's words, Zhou Yu rolled her eyes and said, Please, I'm wearing a school uniform. Yes. Zhou Ling nodded quickly and praised with a smile. The school uniform is also very beautiful. My sister is naturally beautiful. She looks good in anything she wears. TSK, you wimp. Faced with her sister's insults, Zhou Ling could only wipe away a cold sweat. By the way, how come you had time to come back today? He asked. Zhou Yu pulled up the chair next to her and sat in front of Zhou Ling without any ladle-like image. Suddenly, her spring light was exposed, but unfortunately, she was still wearing safety pants. This is not your home. I have my own room, right? Can't I come back just because I'm in school? Zhou Ling nodded. His words made sense. He could do nothing wrong, but he couldn't just let it go. He reorganized his words. But this is my room. At least knock on the door. Seeing that Zhou Yu didn't say anything, he suddenly became bolder, as if he had regained the initiative. He immediately put on an adult look and began to lecture. You're already grown up. You're not a child anymore. You should not be so reckless in the future. No matter whose room you enter, you should at least knock on the door first. Especially if it is a boy's room. Girls must knock on the door in advance and never barge in casually. At least wait until the boys have finished packing before coming in. I knocked. However, Zhou Yu interrupted him with a word. He was stunned. Did you knock? Why didn't I hear anything? Thinking of this, Zhou Yu became furious and kicked Zhou Ling hard with her little feet in white stockings. Nonsense, you were playing like a pig. You were playing, and suddenly you started howling. I barged in because I was worried about you. Zhou Ling was too frightened to speak. Howling? Wasn't that the moment when Li Er died in the game? Can playing a game bring it into reality? Zhou Ling took this incident to heart and would never do anything out of line in the game again. If someone heard or saw it one day, it would mean social death. After thinking for a while, he decided to find a new topic. Thank you for your hard work, sister. I'm sorry you were worried. Have you eaten? I'll treat you to dinner. I got a good piece of equipment today. Not yet. When Zhou Yu heard that they were going to treat each other to dinner, her mood improved a lot. Okay, I haven't eaten either, so it's a good opportunity for us to get together. Seeing this, Zhou Ling immediately got up from the bed. He didn't need to change any clothes. He simply washed his face. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Xiaopeng's number with ease. What are you doing? Are you killing monsters? Zhang Xiaopeng's voice sounded obviously impatient. Really? Forget it. I was going to treat you to dinner. Zhou Ling sounded disappointed. The sun rises from the west? You're not going to use my voucher again, are you? You actually thought that Brother Ling was such a person. You disappoint me so much. Zhou Ling was heartbroken. However, Zhang Xiaopeng on the other end of the phone still didn't believe it. Are you serious this time? Zhou Ling frowned slightly. How did this little fat guy become so smart? At this rate, it seems that this best friend can't be cheated. Forget it, he replied directly. I got a piece of equipment in the game. I'm happy. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but you were so suspicious. So sad. No, I'll be right there. Where is it? Hearing this, Zhou Ling's mouth curled up slightly. Let's go to the old place. That barbecue restaurant is pretty good. No problem. I'll be off right away. At this moment, Zhou Ling's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He glanced at Zhou Yu, who was playing boredly, then quietly walked out of the room and came to the living room. I whispered to the person on the other end of the phone, "Don't drink tonight. My sister is coming too." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. The next moment, Zhou Ling heard the sound of falling and various sounds of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. After a moment, the sound died down again, and Zhang Xiaopeng's equally deep voice came. Is the news reliable? It's like an illegal transaction. Zhou Ling found it a little funny, and then replied in a low voice. The person is in my hands now, and he is 100% reliable. Brother-in-law, I'm here to pick you up now. Fat Zhang's voice was a little hurried. Huh? What is this guy thinking? No need, right? The barbecue restaurant is not far away, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. What barbecue to eat? No one knew what was wrong with Zhang Xiaopeng, but he suddenly yelled at Zhou Ling. How could you bear to let Sister Yuer go to a place like a barbecue restaurant? Is that a place Sister Yuer should go to with her status? Barbecue restaurants are so dangerous. How could you bear to do that? Zhou Ling was stunned by this, and she didn't understand what he meant. Before Zhou Ling could ask, Zhang Xiaopeng spoke again on the other end of the phone. As Linger's best friend, I have the right to decide this dinner. A sister like Linger should eat at the most luxurious hotel in this city. His distressed voice made Zhou Ling look sideways. What had happened to this little fat guy? You actually have to go to the most luxurious hotel? Not really. Is it necessary to be so grand? The cost of a big hotel is quite high, and any meal here will cost at least 1 or 2,000 yuan, which is enough to have several meals at a barbecue restaurant. Zhou Ling hesitated. There is a difference between cheating and ripping off. Usually, cheating a friend for a meal or two would only cost 100 or 200 yuan at most. But if they went to a big hotel, Zhou Ling couldn't let the fat guy pay for so much money alone. After doing some calculations, he felt a little distressed. Zhou Yu makes money by painting, and each painting only costs 400 or 500 yuan, which is equivalent to several days of painting for her. No, we can't go to the big hotel. Thinking of this, he quickly said to Xiaopeng, let's not go to the big hotel, right? Xiaoye is not used to the food in the big hotel. Who said that? However, Zhou Yu had just walked out of the room and happened to hear Zhou Ling's words, so she directly refuted them. The Jula Hotel is pretty good. I've eaten there with Mumu and the others before. Her voice wasn't loud, but Zhang Xiaopeng on the other end of the line heard it clearly and immediately said, okay, let's go to the Jua building. Wait a moment, I'll come and pick you up soon. Well, Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. Is it really okay for you to praise the agent like this when chatting? Finished. This time, I ended up cheating myself. A meal costs several thousand yuan. There are 2 of us and the fat guy is alone. I have to spend more than 1,000 yuan. He couldn't help but glance at the still somewhat silly Zhou Yu, and his heart sank. Raise boys poorly and girls well. Since little Zhou Yu's pocket money was 10 times his. Besides, Zhou Yu loves to eat so much, so this time the hotel expenses might not only make him bleed a lot, but he might even lose his bone marrow. Chapter 21, Zhang Xiaopeng's Confession. Zhang Xiaopeng came very quickly. After all, in his opinion, this was a major event in his future life. For this performance, he even drove the convertible BMW that his father used to own when he was young. Zhou Ling could clearly hear the roar of the motor outside the community. Seeing the people in the car from the window, Zhou Ling's expression changed slightly. Yo, driving without a license. He gave a ghostly smile, immediately picked up his mobile phone, and took 180-degree full-angle photos of everything he could. Seeing the photo in her hand, Zhou Ling was very happy. Great, next time dinner is settled. However, when Zhou Ling thought of the big hotel next, his heart ached. He hunted geese all year round and was actually pecked in the eyes by a wild goose. Thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. What are you mumbling about? Zhou Yu looked at this guy in confusion. Isn't it just a meal? Is it necessary to be like this? Nothing. Zhou Ling shook his head and took out the small money jar that he had treasured for many years. Let's go, the little fat guy is here to pick us up, he said, and walked downstairs with Zhou Yu in a depressed state. Along the way, the fat guy made 4 or 5 phone calls. Zhou Ling told him several times that he had already gone downstairs, but he still called several times in a row without giving up. Zhou Ling regretted calling the fat boy. Otherwise, how could he have been cheated so much? Although he was the one who wanted to cheat others in the beginning. Brother Ling, this. As soon as she left the community, Zhou Ling heard Zhang Xiaopeng's loud voice. Okay, now everyone calls me Brother Ling. Zhou Ling smelled an indescribable strange smell, buried his old face, and looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Xiaopeng was dressed solemnly, standing solemnly in front of the car, with one hand on the windowless door, leaving a handsome side view for Zhou Ling. Show off! Zhou Ling cursed inwardly. To be honest, he really didn't want to go to him now. It was too embarrassing. But Zhang Xiaopeng winked at him, giving him goosebumps. Zhou Ling was extremely embarrassed, and he looked secretly at Zhou Yu, who blinked her big eyes with a strange light flickering in her pupils. Zhou Ling's heart skipped a beat. If this continues, I won't be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. What's wrong with you? Zhou Ling quickly ran forward and asked. However, Zhang Xiaopeng slowly and affectionately pushed Zhou Ling away and walked toward Zhou Yu. Zhou Ling. Sister Yuer, I have heard of your name a long time ago, but I have never seen your face. When I saw you today, I was really amazed. What a monster! Who is this person from Ye's mental hospital? Zhou Ling felt horrified when she heard this. But Zhang Xiaopeng's outrageous actions are not over yet. As Zhou Yu looked dumbfounded, he suddenly swung his sleeves and quickly pulled out a rose from his hip bag in full view of Zhou Ling. A flower can only set off your beauty. Vomit. Zhou Ling was almost nauseated. This was not the Zhang Xiaopeng I knew. Could it be that love could really turn a person into a fool? Oh no, this is already in the realm of mental illness. Zhou Yu's face froze. Goosebumps suddenly appeared all over her body, and she hugged herself subconsciously. She was sure that this was the most terrifying confession she had ever received in her life. She tilted her head and looked at Zhou Ling behind Zhang Xiaopeng. Tears were sparkling in her eyes, reflecting the rainbow light. This is your friend? You called him here to take revenge on me, right? How could Zhou Ling not understand what Zhou Yu meant? He shook his head and couldn't help feeling sorry for Zhou Yu. After thinking about it, he walked over to Zhang Xiaopeng, hugged Zhang Xiaopeng's shoulders, and forcibly pulled the big guy aside. Hey, don't pull me. I haven't finished my lines yet. What did you say? If you keep talking, I'm going to vomit. Zhou Ling kicked him hard. Where did you learn that? Don't you find it offensive? In the game. Zhang Xiaopeng answered seriously without giving it much thought. Oh my god, games are killing people. Zhou Ling held his forehead with his hand. If the person he was confessing to wasn't his sister, he would have probably laughed out loud. You dare to use lines from the game? I give up. Stop imagining it. There's no chance for you and my sister. Zhou Ling hit him mercilessly. The reason why he dared to bring Zhou Yu to ask Zhang Xiaopeng out was because he trusted this guy very much because his sister didn't like him at all. Now that Zhang Xiaopeng has done this to me, there is nothing to say. My favorability rating is definitely negative. Zhang Xiaopeng was anxious. This was related to his life. He asked quickly, what should I do? What kind of person does your sister like? Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? Do you think you still have a chance? What should we do? Let's get in the car and eat, he said unhappily. Then without paying any attention to Zhang Xiaoping, he walked to the driver's seat of the car and sat in the seat with ease. Zhang Xiaoping looked at Zhou Yu, then at Zhou Ling, and after thinking for a while, he ran to Zhou Ling and said, Hey, this is my car. Zhou Ling gave him a look that showed she understood and said calmly, driving without a license. Zhang Xiaoping's face froze, and his entire face turned the color of liver. After a moment of silence, he finally sat down in the back seat and looked at Zhou Yu with some expectation. Get in my car. Get in my car. Zhou Yu did get in the car. She hesitated for a while between the front passenger seat and the back seat, and finally chose the front passenger seat. The motor roared as Zhou Ling drove the car towards the hotel. The journey was not far, especially since it was a car, and it only took a dozen minutes to reach the Jua building. Zhou Ling's face was not looking good all the way. Not only was Zhang Xiaoping constantly muttering behind her ear, but the most important thing was the price she would have to pay later. Think of this. No, my heart attack came back again. When he arrived at the Jua building, Zhou Ling hesitated for a long time, and he subconsciously walked towards the food stall next door. Hey, Brother Ling has gone to the wrong place here. Fat Zhang pulled him back without hesitation. The three of them walked into the Jua building, and Zhang Xiaoping waved his hand and generously ordered a private room. Zhou Ling vomits blood. The minimum consumption for the box is 3,000 renminbi. When ordering food, Zhou Ling just took a look at the menu and her heart began to feel unbearable. You guys should order some. He handed the menu to Zhou Yu tremblingly, and at the same time tilted his head to look at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu ordered a serving of shrimp, and Zhou Ling immediately said, Eating shrimp is not good for your skin if it causes allergies. Zhou Yu was stunned, and then felt that there was some truth in this, and then changed the fish. Zhou Ling added, This is a sea fish. The sea is so salty, so this fish must be salty and not tasty. Zhou Yu couldn't help but frown. Okay then, we won't order seafood. Then she ordered a roast suckling pig. Zhou Ling was heartbroken and said, Zhu is so cute. How could you do that? Roll! Zhou Yu glanced over. The look frightened Zhou Ling so much that she shrank her neck and quickly kept her distance from Zhou Yu. Chapter 22. Without Zhou Ling's interruption, the ordering process was over in a short while. 4 or 5 dishes, some desserts, and a bottle of drink. Well, the drink is 60 yuan. Grass. It was a very enjoyable meal. Zhou Ling worked hard and was determined to finish the food even if he died of fullness. These are all real money. Zhou Yu chewed slowly. Little girls have small appetites, so she only took a little from each bite. She didn't eat much. Then the little fat guy didn't eat much at all. He shook the goblet in his hand like a gentleman and glanced at Zhou Yu from time to time. His eyes were almost straight. Zhou Ling took a look while drinking his drink and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This child is hopeless. Uncle and aunt, please change to a smaller size. Huh? He seems to have a younger brother? Oh, that's all right. After finishing the meal, Zhou Ling poked Zhang Xiaoping with the chopsticks. What? Fat Zhang turned around impatiently. Didn't he see that I was admiring the goddess? Zhou Ling frowned and interrupted. How is your game going? When talking about games, Zhang Xiaoping became interested and laughed. I have mastered the sword controlling technique and sword energy. Now I can take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. As he spoke, he looked toward Zhou Yu. Seeing that Zhou Yu was also looking at him with some interest, he was immediately excited. He said quickly, Now I am already an outer disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. I'm telling you, I'm not bragging. I'm the only outer disciple in the entire Spirit Sword sect. Zhou Ling showed a hint of surprise. Just you? Then your growth is quite high. At this time, Zhou Yu interrupted and said, Spiritual Sword sect? Isn't that Muumu's sect? Sister Yuer, are you playing games too? Zhang Xiaoping jumped up excitedly, and he couldn't help but move closer to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu frowned, but still nodded and said, Tianyu is so popular now, my girlfriends in the dormitory are all playing it. Haha, I got it. Sister Yue, what level are you now? I'm already a level 15 great swordsman. I can take you with me when I have time. Zhang Xiaoping's face was filled with joy, as long as he could have more contact and interaction with his sister Yue through games. Maybe it's not impossible. Even if it's not possible, he can still accept Zhou Yu's best friend. I'm just level 15 now, so I don't need you to lead me. Moo and I can team up to do the mission together. Zhou Yu rejected Zhang Xiaoping's invitation, turned to look at Zhou Ling, and asked in confusion, Come to think of it, that guy who never leaves the house all day and plays games at home, what level is he now? Why are you involving me again? Zhou Ling looked embarrassed. In terms of level, He was only level 11 now, and he didn't know how far behind he was. I know this, Fat Zhang said quickly. Good brother. Brother Ling just talked to me a few days ago. It seems that he received a hidden mission and just completed it 2 days ago. I guess he will be very powerful after upgrading. Is it true? Zhou Yu's cute eyes twinkled, and she was very happy. Zhou Ling put down the drink in his hand and nodded mysteriously. Not only that, I have completed a mission, but now I have taken on a hidden mission from the newcomers. Wow, Brother Ling is so awesome, Fat Zhang exclaimed in amazement. He had been in the Lingjin sect, a sect of immortal cultivation, for so long, but the most challenging tasks he had received were only purple tasks. He still hasn't been able to kill the purple elite inside. Brother Ling. Suddenly, he burst into tears with a sad face, not caring about being embarrassed in front of the girl. Girl, nothing is as important as games. He hugged Zhou Ling and squeezed out tears. I'm stuck in the purple mission now, and I can't get through it no matter what. I've taken so many pills and still can't get through it. Zhou Ling frowned, feeling a little unhappy, and pushed Zhang Xiaoping. Wow. He hugged me so tightly that his belly fat was about to clamp my legs. Zhou Ling felt nauseous. He said, get up first. My task has a time limit of 1 week at most. I will come to you as soon as I finish it. By the way, is there a time limit on your mission? Zhang Xiaoping shook his head and sat up again. There is no time limit, but the sect has a rule that if you can't complete a mission, you can't take on the next one, unless you give up automatically. This is a purple mission. How can I give it up? Zhou Ling expressed her understanding. She would do the same. Okay, I'll come find you in 7 days. I'm telling you, my combat power is now comparable to that of high-level players above level 16. Zhang Xiaoping was shocked and couldn't help but spit out a word. Awesome. Zhang Xiaoping gave a thumbs up. But I have too little knowledge, so I can only praise you. I won't say anything else. Brother Ling, you are my big water buffalo. Zhou Ling opened her mouth, dumbfounded. Are you praising me? Why do I feel like you are implying something? Your uncle and aunt asked you to study hard, but you insisted on selling gold to them. I can't concentrate on learning. Fat Zhang scratched his head. Brother, at this time, a Dayu version of the voice came. Zhou Ling's heart skipped a beat, and he looked towards the source of the sound in surprise. Okay, this girl is not a normal person either. Zhou Ling said helplessly. Don't be sarcastic, just say what you want to say. I knew that my brother is the best. Zhou Yu came closer and smiled sweetly. Moo and I have also accepted a team mission. I want to ask if you can defeat the level 20 monster now. Level 20? Fat Zhang screamed in surprise. Zhou Yu looked at him with some disdain. What was the big deal? Then, she looked at Zhou Ling and waited for his answer. Level 20. Zhou Ling frowned. He thought for a moment and finally said, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't deal with a level 20 monster. Oh, Zhou Yu immediately lowered her head, not very happy. This girl! Zhou Ling gave her a displeased look and put his finger on her forehead. I said now, a week later. Even if I can't complete that hidden mission, I can kill him. However, Zhou Yu shook her head regretfully. One planet, Moo and I can go and clear it by ourselves. Well, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Ling spread his hands helplessly. By the way, what's your number? I'll add you when I get back. Zhang Xiaoping asked. Zhou Yu raised her head and looked at him as he asked this question. Zhou Ling was stunned. Of course he knew his number. But how could he possibly tell them about his character Zhou Ruoling? He wanted to hide this matter forever and not let others find out that he was playing a female character. Think about it. Zhou Ling scratched his head and said ashamedly, I'm sorry. I was so focused on gaining experience and completing tasks that I didn't even check my account. Oh my god! Are you going the lone wolf route? Fat Zhang was shocked again. Zhou Ling quickly nodded in agreement with what he meant. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a lone wolf. A lone wolf leading a pack of wolves. I wonder if this counts as a lone wolf? Chapter 23 Father's love is like the pain of entering a mountain. The dinner finally ended. Zhou Ling did not reveal her game number, but she wrote down the game numbers of Zhang Xiaoping and Zhou Yu. When it was time to pay, Fat Zhang stopped Zhou Ling and said, I'll pay for this game. No! Zhou Ling shook her head. Although she felt sad, she should not forget her duty as a human being. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoping's lips moved slightly. Seeing Zhou Ling's tough tone, she scratched her head and finally suggested, how about that? Okay then. Zhou Ling agreed without thinking. Zhang Xiaoping was speechless. The three of them left the box. Under the cashier's dazed gaze, Zhou Ling took out a $100 bill dipped his finger in a little saliva, and started counting the bills one by one. The expression on his face showed pain. Let me do it. Fat Zhang couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his cell phone and looked at Zhou Ling strangely. Does anyone still use cash these days? No, we agreed. If you dare to pay, I will never let you go. Zhou Ling quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, I'll order it right away. As he said this, he ordered again. Oh my God! Zhou Yu held her forehead with her hand. She was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. Without waiting for Zhou Ling's reaction, she left in a panic. If she stayed any longer, her face would be gone. Zhou Ling paid more than 3,000 yuan for this meal. His hands were shaking when he paid. After paying, when Zhou Ling and Zhang Xiaopeng left, the hotel waiter said a friendly farewell. Welcome to visit us next time. Come again? You are so beautiful. I will never come again, next time even if you kill me. Zhou Ling left this cannibalistic hotel with a gloomy face. On the way back, Zhou Ling was still driving. Zhang Xiaopeng didn't have a driver's license, and if he was caught, his entire car would be confiscated. As for Zhang Xiaopeng's home, Zhou Ling had been there several times. It was not far, but there were many traffic lights along the way. His family lives in the countryside, in one of the few large villas in the village. When Zhou Ling drove to Zhang Xiaopeng's house, he saw the fat father sitting on the doorstep, with a wooden stick as thick as his arm next to him. Zhang Xiaopeng's face turned purple in an instant. Wow, Brother Ling, don't stop. Don't stop. Go. Go. Zhang Xiaopeng was so anxious that he slapped Zhou Ling's driver's seat. His voice was urgent, and there was a hint of crying in his voice. His face changed drastically. His eyes were fixed on the fat father. He stood up and picked up the wooden stick next to him. It seems to be over, Zhou Ling said helplessly, because the fat father was already standing in the middle of the road, blocking his way. Seeing his fat father's gloomy face and pressing forward step by step, Zhang Xiaopeng became even more anxious. Back up quickly, back up. His voice gradually turned into a roar. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his body was shaking violently. Seeing the fat father's imposing manner, Zhou Ling didn't dare to reverse the car. Not to mention reversing, he didn't even dare to turn on the high beam. Brother Fatty, you better take care of yourself. Zhou Ling was helpless and turned her head away slowly, not daring to look at Zhang Xiaopeng's frightened expression. You are such a stupid teammate. Fat Zhang cursed angrily, feeling very disappointed with his teammate. Without even opening the door, he simply stood up and ran to the back on the platform behind the car. You son of a bitch! How dare you run? Like a roar of angry thunder, the fat father's chest heaved violently with anger. He rushed forward with a wooden stick in his hand, just like a general in ancient times. When passing by Zhou Yu, the fat father glanced at them, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Zhou Yu shrank back in fear and moved closer to Zhou Ling. Did his father serve in the army? Zhou Ling drew an amen and mourned for Zhang Xiaopeng in silence. He was a general, now retired. He has nothing to do at home now, and he uses Xiaopeng for entertainment all day long. After hearing Zhou Ling's words, Zhou Yu couldn't help but mourn for Zhang Xiaopeng. Let's go and take a look in case Fatty gets beaten to death. Zhou Ling was still a little worried, so he opened the car door and chased after him. Ah! From a distance, Zhou Ling heard a scream. The sound was so cruel and horrifying that it made people tremble in their hearts. Oh my God, it's really a fight. Zhou Ling was startled and immediately quickened his pace. You little brat, you've become more capable, haven't you? You dare to drive out without even a driver's license. You're such an unfilial son. Zhang Gang will be killed by you sooner or later. Ah! Ah! Sharp screams rose to the sky, and even the next village could hear Zhang Xiaopeng's miserable voice. Hey, the fat guy next door is beating the fat guy again. When Zhou Ling arrived, he saw the fat father holding little Fatty with one hand and hitting little Fatty on the butt with the other hand. He hit me very measuredly, hitting the places that hurt but didn't hurt, and he would slap me in the face from time to time. Zhang Xiaopeng's weight was like a fat chicken in front of his fat father. He could be picked up and beaten with one hand. Seeing Zhou Ling and Zhou Yu rushing over, Zhang Xiaopeng, who had been beaten, suddenly became tough for some reason. Gongzi, if you hit me again, I will pull out your oxygen tube. Zhou Ling. Damn it, brother. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never have to worry about having no firewood to burn. Sure enough, the fat father laughed in anger, and two streams of anger came out of his nose. Pull out my oxygen tube? Okay, I will bury you first today. Ah! Zhang Xiaopeng screamed in agony. He looked at Zhou Ling for help. Brother Ling, save me. Zhou Ling's lips trembled slightly, and she finally chose to ignore it, closing her eyes and unable to bear to watch any further. Just give him a good beating. Why do you want to provoke him? How can I save you? How can I save you with my small body? I will be dead if I get hit. Fortunately, the neighbors nearby heard the news and rushed over to grab the fat father, which allowed Zhang Xiaoping to survive. He touched his butt gently and immediately grimaced in pain, jumping up and down. He was extremely desperate, and it was really unlucky to have such a violent father. It took more than 100 neighbors to stop the fat father from burying Zhang Xiaoping due to domestic violence. The incident was not brought to an end until the fat mother showed up with her 12-year-old son, and Zhang Xiaoping was sent to the hospital by his neighbors. Zhou Ling wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with lingering fear. Afterwards, they returned to their community with the help of their fat mother. After returning home, Zhou Ling took a shower and fell asleep. Tonight, his sister was staying at home. So many things were inconvenient, and he didn't want to make too much noise. A night of silence. The next day, Zhou Lingxian sent a message to Zhang Xiaoping, asking about his situation. Just 1 second later, Fat Zhang sent an emoticon. Do you think I'm fat for nothing? I've already mastered the indestructible Vajra Kung Fu. Gongzi sticks are just a piece of cake for me. Don't look at me screaming miserably. That's just pretending. Stop talking, I'm going to level up in the game. Brother Ling, take me with you when you level up. Chapter 24. Noobs fighting each other. No way? He's okay after being beaten like this? Zhou Ling was surprised. Last night, he really saw the fat father hitting Zhang Xiaoping with a wooden stick. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoping was fine. Shaking his head, Zhou Ling didn't want to think about it. Since nothing happened, that was naturally the best. Afterwards, he didn't rush to log into the game. He opened the game forum and started browsing it. In addition to the hair of the seven-eyed beast that I have already brushed, I now need the body and colorless flowers of the invisible snake demon and the eyes of the seven-eyed spider. If I want to find these things, I can only search for their information in the forum. Anyway, I can't complete this task by relying on my own abilities. There is strength in numbers. Zhou Ling knows this truth very well. Since the missions appear here, the exclusive materials for these missions must be near Juxia Town. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling typed the search term for Juxia Town in the search bar. After a while, he saw a lot of information about Juxia Town. The pinned message turned out to be a recruitment information for a gaming guild composed entirely of girls. Zhou Ling clicked on it curiously to see if she could get in on the girls' group. However, the review of this gaming guild is very strict, and you must use a mobile phone video to confirm that you are a girl before you can join. The plan failed, and Zhou Ling focused on the information of the mission materials. What's more, Zhou Ling actually found 2 pieces of information about the mission materials. The invisible snake demon lives in the snake cave, and the seven-eyed spider is hidden in the spider's nest dungeon. Zhou Ling read it carefully and memorized the information deeply in his mind. As for the last colorless flower, Zhou Ling did not find any post about it. After thinking about it, Zhou Ling decided to brush out the 2 task materials he knew first. Get on board! I secretly went to Zhou Yu's room to take a look. The little girl was still sleeping like a pig, and she didn't even close the door. Isn't this tempting me to commit a crime? Unfortunately, I have something important to do right now. If you're still sleeping when I'm done, don't blame me. Shaking his head, Zhou Ling slowly closed the door, returned to the room, put on the gaming helmet, and entered the game. Game on! A white light flashed, and Zhou Ling appeared at the place where he killed the 7-pointed beast yesterday. And right in front of Zhou Ling, a 2-meter-tall giant rabbit was lowering its head to eat the grass. Zhou Ling was slightly stunned. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Her body trembled, and she dared not move. No need to be so deceiving, right? Giant rabbit. Grade. Skill bite. Each attack can cause critical damage to the enemy. Claw attack can cause 3 attacks at the same time. Fury will be activated when the health is less than 10, so the attributes and skill effects are doubled. This rabbit has such a cool skill, it's really great. Just as Zhou Ling was about to retreat, the giant rabbit suddenly raised its body. Its fist-sized red eyes stared at Zhou Ling, and it took a while for it to react. How did she appear beside him? The rabbit and the man stared at each other. Hi, Zhou Ling smiled awkwardly and called out, "Roar!" The giant rabbit roared in anger, and the grass in its mouth sprayed onto Zhou Ling's face. "Oh my God! Run!" she screamed and turned around to run away. However, how can a person, especially a girl with such small arms and legs, run like a monster, not to mention a rabbit that is famous for its speed? With a swish, the giant rabbit appeared behind Zhou Ling. It raised its giant claws high and slapped Zhou Ling. The force was so great that Zhou Ling's small body was directly knocked away. Ding! You are attacked by the giant rabbit. Your health is... Zhou Ling was hit and fell, rolling under a big tree before stopping. His body was covered with fine grass. Huh! It doesn't hurt. She rubbed her body in confusion. By the way, I seem to be under attack. She thought of the system sound she heard when she was shot out. Thinking of this, she immediately turned on the system and found the voice that the system had just prompted. Only 30? Seeing the numbers above, Zhou Ling almost thought she had presbyopia. She wiped her eyes again and looked at the system information. It's really 30, my God. Seeing this value, Zhou Ling suddenly gained courage. For her own safety, she looked at her health value again. Health. In just a short while, his health points automatically recovered by 5 points. One hit costs 30 points. My health points are 3,100 in total. With your attack, you will need at least 100 hits to kill me. TSK, tisk, TSK. After calculating, Zhou Ling became bolder. With her small body, she looked at the giant rabbit that was 3 heads taller than her and slowly walked towards it. She shook her head as she walked. Little bunny, you can't do this. Roar! The rabbit roared and slapped Zhou Ling back, smashing him heavily against the branch of a tree. Health! Zhou Ling! This is the power of this knockback. The system gave 30 attack power. Is it slandering the rabbit? I am merciful and let you have more. Bunny, give me your life. As she said that, she rushed towards the giant rabbit. Pong! Zhou Ling appeared and stood up, spit out a piece of grass from his mouth, and wiped the mud off his face. This is not right. My defense is so high. Why would I be knocked away? She fell into deep thought, unable to believe that she was so useless. Roar! However, how could the angry giant rabbit just stand there stupidly? It kicked its legs and bumped into Zhou Ling's head. This time, it actually hit hard. Big bright red words appeared above Zhou Ling's head. Very good 5 points. However, Zhou Ling was very happy because she took the opportunity to grab the giant rabbit's hair. Ha! I finally caught you. Zhou Ling was overjoyed and raised his fist to punch the giant rabbit on the forehead. This punch also left a bright red mark on the giant rabbit. This is impossible. Zhou Ling screamed in disbelief, and then she punched the rabbit on the forehead several times. Still the same? Fuck you. Give me back. I don't want to play anymore. Zhou Ling was furious. However, when she saw the 2 eyes of the giant rabbit, she immediately came up with a plan. Although my attack power is low, if I poke your eyes, shouldn't I be able to cause damage? Without thinking too much, she poked her finger towards the giant rabbit's red eyes. Okay, she can't even poke someone's cornea. Chapter 25, Zhou Ling's Skills. Zhou Ling felt very angry. After all, he was a rare special character, but he could still attack, and not just once, but every time. This made her want to curse. Although my attack power is a little bit low, can you at least give me a number? What's the point of just giving me a number? Am I really that weak? She began to doubt her life. That's right, skills. She thought of something and immediately started to activate her skills. Forget about faith. It was something that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. Except for the one time it broke out in the plot mission, she had never felt its existence. The majesty of the princess. Zhou Ling's mind moved, and she immediately used the skill Princess's Majesty. The next second, her golden pupils burst into a golden light. A princess crown appeared above Zhou Ling's head. The crown was silver white and inlaid with several gems. It floated above Zhou Ling's head and rotated slowly. A spring breeze blew across his face, spreading a majestic and friendly aura around him. The skill's range was not large, only 5 meters, but it just covered the giant rabbit. Ding! Giant-toothed rabbit's favorability towards you. The system's prompts kept refreshing, and the irritable giant rabbit slowly calmed down. It stretched out its claws and pulled half of Zhou Ling's arm out of its mouth. He kindly and gently licked the mud and sand off her body. Ding! The giant rabbit's favorability towards you has increased to 100. The current favorability is full and cannot be increased. Ding! You have successfully tamed the giant rabbit. Do you want to keep it as a pet? No, I refuse. Zhou Ling chose no without hesitation. What a joke. What she wants is to kill this wild monster. Who wants to keep it? I have Li Xiaoyao and his men. Only someone with a brain dead would raise such a big pet. It can eat a whole Zhou Ling in one meal. She doesn't want it. Looking at the now extremely docile giant rabbit, Zhou Ling was still unwilling to give up and punched it again. Excuse me, I'm leaving. Regardless of the giant rabbit's reluctant look, Zhou Ling left the place without hesitation. Before leaving, she summoned Xiaoyao. The wild area is extremely dangerous, and no one can guarantee that they will not encounter a monster that is several levels larger than themselves. One more freedom means 30 more safety. Let's go to the snake cave first. She opened the map, found the location of the snake cave on the map, marked it, and headed towards the snake cave in a mighty manner. The force of the beating was very strong. On the way, Zhou Ling inexplicably reached another level. This made her even more fortunate that she did not go alone and decided to summon Xiaoyao. The higher the experience value, the higher the level of the monster, the higher the attack power, and the more difficult it is to deal with. On the way, Zhou Ling met a group of players. They were traveling through the abandoned city, and one of them was holding a sword and slashing at a monster that looked like a bull, wolf, or tiger. The considerable damage caused one of the teammates to scream, "Nice!" However, the monster suddenly roared and immediately ran towards the player, chasing him relentlessly. After several attacks, the player returned to the city in a magnificent manner. "Oh my god! The dad is dead. What a fucking badmouth." His teammates were not sad at all, and even had the heart to film his tragic scene and added a comment below the video. "Daddy, don't hang up." After the death of the nanny, these people could not withstand the attacks of the monsters at all. After several attacks, they ended up like the nanny. It's great to have infinite lives. Zhou Ling felt sour in his heart. She only has one life, and if she dies, she will have to start all over again, even without a number. She also wants to be like them and do some cool things from time to time. Unfortunately, my strength does not allow it. Li Xiaoyao and his subordinates would not allow her to get hurt at all. Zhou Ling couldn't even get a scratch. Seeing this group of players returning to the city, Li Xiaoyao rushed towards the monster with the attitude of killing at all costs, naturally followed by a group of soldiers. In just a few minutes, the monster that had just killed an entire team died, tragically under the sword attacks of everyone, and Zhou Ling also gained 600 experience points. The group set off again. As the area level got higher and higher, Zhou Ling encountered more and more players. Some are lone wolves like Zhou Ling, some form teams together, and there are even couples who form teams to show their love. As they got closer and closer to the snake cave, gradually, most of the monsters they encountered were snakes. The densely packed little snakes made Zhou Ling's hair stand on end. If Xiaoyao hadn't been leading the charge, she would have turned back immediately. She is not afraid of snakes, but that doesn't mean she can move among them without fear. Finally, Zhou Ling arrived at the area of the snake cave. This is a canyon, which was formed after the earth cracked. At the edge of the canyon, you can see rows of houses leaning into the canyon, and the snake cave is just below the canyon. It's not very deep, about 100 or 200 meters. Zhou Ling looked down into the canyon. If he looked carefully, he could still see the bottom of the canyon. But how do we get down here? Seeing the cliffs all around him, Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel troubled. Just when Zhou Ling frowned, not knowing what to do, Li Xiaoyao suddenly appeared from behind him. "Hold on tight, princess." "Ah!" Without waiting for Zhou Ling to wonder, he grabbed Zhou Ling and jumped down the cliff below. The other soldiers saw this and jumped down together without hesitation, just like making dumplings. "Ah!" Zhou Ling's scream was heard in the canyon. Li Xiaoyao was extremely skilled. He could even move back and forth on the cliffs while holding a person. After a short while, Li Xiaoyao and Zhou Ling were standing steadily in the canyon. As soon as he let go, Zhou Ling's calves went limp and she sat down on the ground. Her heart was pounding. The young girl was enduring a stimulation that she shouldn't have had. The soldiers followed closely behind and fell around Zhou Ling little by little. They were like Zhou Ling's soul, and Zhou Ling slowly came back to his senses only after everyone appeared intact. The first thing he did was to glare at Li Xiaoyao fiercely. "Could you tell me in advance next time?" Li Xiaoyao was silent. He just nodded and began to look at everything around him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, Zhou Ling felt something was wrong. Wherever his eyes passed, big and small snakes appeared in front of Zhou Ling, spitting out their tongues and staring at Zhou Ling and others with cold light. "We are surrounded by snakes." Her face turned pale instantly, and her small body couldn't help but tremble. "No problem," Li Xiaoyao said lightly. Then he drew out his sword. A ray of golden light shone on the sword. "Form a formation." Chapter 26. Heading to the snake cave. "Promise," the soldiers behind him said in unison. They protected Zhou Ling and formed two circles. The long swords in their hands also shone with golden light at the same time. Led by Li Xiaoyao, They formed a semicircular golden light shield. Oh my god! Did you guys collect the bonus for this? Zhou Ling opened his eyes wide. He really didn't expect that this group of people could do such a thing when they got together. So, I am the master, right? Why don't I know anything? I feel so lame. Basic operations. A soldier turned his head and said. He heard this from a player, and he felt it was very suitable for the current scenario. Zhou Ling. Hiss. At this moment, all the snakes rushed forward and attacked Zhou Ling and the others. Xiaoyao's face turned cold, and he shouted angrily. Kill! At this moment, all the soldiers swung their swords in an orderly manner. It seemed not slow, but no snake could avoid their attacks. In Zhou Ling's opinion, these snakes were like muggles, rushing towards the weapons in their hands with great momentum. Ding! Your experience value increased by 10. Ding! Your experience value increased by 10. Every time the soldiers swung their swords, the system information in Zhou Ling's mind would be constantly refreshed. Although these experience points were not high, they were large in quantity. In just a dozen minutes, her level rose gloriously one step further. There is no pressure to be the first in this upgrade speed. When all the snakes in front of them were killed, Xiaoyao took the lead and surrounded Zhou Ling as they headed towards the depths of the canyon. There were more and more snakes inside, and their attack methods began to change. They no longer attacked them in a single blow, but instead spit out their tongues and sprayed venom at them. If you can't win, use dirty tricks. Zhou Ling was a little worried because there was no one protecting her head, but she felt relieved the next moment. Sure enough, the soldier's protection was meticulous. When the venom shot toward Zhou Ling's head, golden light burst out, and the half-egg-sized shield immediately evaporated the venom, making a hissing sound above Zhou Ling's head. Now, the heavy stone in Zhou Ling's heart finally fell. Charge! She waved her hand, as if she was on the battlefield, leading a group of soldiers to kill people in all directions and move towards the deepest part. At this moment, deep in the canyon, a group of players were fighting with a group of snakes. They exuded a pungent, unbearable smell, but they turned a blind eye and focused all their attention on the battle. This is a group of veteran players who work in perfect harmony with each other. The nurse is the main healer, the tank defends, the warrior attacks, and the assistant helps them. It seems like all nonsense. Among this team, one player attracted the most attention. He was tall and handsome, standing straight between the nurse and the assistant, making sword moves in his hands, and looking at the snake group with bright eyes. 3 flying swords were hung above the snakes, and each time the swords flew, they could take the lives of dozens of snakes. But even so, the sword cultivator still had a frown on his face, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes shuttled among the snakes. Found it! Suddenly, his expression became delighted. He immediately made a sword gesture, and the 3 flying swords shook, and then stabbed at a black-spotted snake hiding in the bushes at the same time. Hiss! There was a snake's cry, and then a red number popped up above its head. Captain, good job. The teammates were overjoyed. Hurry! It's not dead yet, the captain shouted. Seeing this, a mage player immediately rubbed his hands together, and an apple-sized fireball appeared in his palms. Then he pushed both hands and hit the black-spotted snake. The captain, who had used his skills, did not stop attacking and controlled the flying sword to continuously move towards the black-spotted snake. After a series of attacks, the black-spotted snake died unwillingly and turned into a white light and disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, several blue light balls burst out from its body. With the death of the black-spotted snake, the snake group also scattered at this moment, fleeing into the jungle and disappearing. Go and see if there is a key. The captain immediately gave the order. Okay. The big man with the meat shield profession grinned, raised the big shield, and walked towards the several blue light balls with a vigilant look. When he came to the ball of light, the big man first took a deep breath and then picked up several balls of light. But when he saw the ball of light above, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and dimmed. He turned around and shook his head at everyone. Damn it! The captain was so angry that he stuck the sword in the ground. This is already the 5th Snake King. Why hasn't it revealed the key to the Snake Cave dungeon yet? The nurse beside him patted his shoulder and consoled him. Brother Ling Tian, it's okay. We are the only 2 large guilds in Juxia Town. Jiyue and the others will never come to explore the Snake Cave. The key here will definitely be ours. After hearing the nanny's consolation, Ling Tian's expression eased, but he still looked unhappy. We have fallen behind for 2 days in finding the key to this dungeon. We have now been surpassed by that group of women. Several people couldn't help but lower their heads, looking very disappointed. Someone is coming. At this moment, the most vigilant soldiers suddenly booed. No way. This is deep in the snake cave. I guess the only one who can come in is our Tai guild. The mage muttered in disbelief. But everyone was still very vigilant and looked in that direction, following the soldiers' gaze. Soon, more than 30 people appeared in front of them. Everyone gasped and felt a tightness in their hearts at the same time. Could it be that the mission of the key had been discovered? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Under the gaze of everyone, a delicate voice came from a group of armored soldiers, and then a little guy pulled the soldiers out. When Captain Ling Tian saw that it was a girl, his expression became extremely ugly. Damn, I was discovered by those women. Wow, there are still people in a place like this? Zhou Ling looked at the group of well-equipped players who were obviously high-level players. I couldn't help but feel confused. Then he asked, "Are you leveling up here? Isn't it because of the key?" Several people from Tai Union looked at each other and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but still remained vigilant. Ling Tian walked forward slowly, a smile on his face. "Yeah, there are a lot of snake monsters here, and you can get a lot of experience." As he spoke, he looked at the people dressed like soldiers around Zhou Ling, feeling a little confused. It doesn't seem right. This little girl in front of me is actually the captain of this team. Chapter 27 Invitation. It's a bit hard to believe, but seeing how obedient these people are, I'm afraid it's really true. Ling Tian was nervous and a little uneasy. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. After all, there were more than 30 people in front of him. If he was not careful, a fight would break out and he would definitely die. He calmed down and asked, "Little sister, are you here to practice in the snake cave as well?" Zhou Ling lied with his eyes open. "Yes, there are many monsters in the snake cave. It's easy to level up." "Lots of monsters? Easy to level up?" The teammates behind Ling Tian all had strange expressions. Every time they came to the snake cave, they were well prepared and carried at least 100 blood-replenishing medicine bottles with them. Even so, I can only stay in the snake cave for about an hour. If it weren't for the captain's mission, no one would come here to level up. You told me this is a good way to level up? What are you playing? Do you really think we are 3-year-old children like you? This group of people rolled their eyes and didn't believe Zhou Ling's words at all. If it weren't for Zhou Ling's innocent appearance, or the more than 30 people around her, they would have turned hostile. Ling Tian looked at Zhou Ling and the people around her. His eyes suddenly turned and he asked with a smile, "Little sister, why don't you join our guild? How about we level up together?" "Nice." His teammates' eyes lit up. The captain is the captain. Why didn't we think of this? If we trick this little girl into joining our guild, wouldn't that mean we would have more than 30 high-level players and an extra mascot? What is this move called? Oh, never mind. It's awesome anyway. Team leader. Zhou Ling tilted her head cutely. How could she not know what these people were thinking? They wanted to kidnap me and told me directly, and they spent all their money on me, and even invited me to join the guild. Aren't you just envious of those soldiers around me? No. She shook her head. My dad won't let me play with bad uncles. Everyone. Who thinks we are bad uncles? The mage in the team became furious. Those who play mages are a group of people with weird personalities. Aliang, calm down. Calm down. The assistant brother quickly stopped the mage named Aliang. Children's words should not be restrained. Children's words should not be restrained. We can't defeat him. The rest of the teammates did the same thing and grabbed Aliang. Aliang didn't move at all and was dragged several meters away in a daze. Look, bad uncle. Zhou Ling saw this and quickly accused him. Then he hid behind Li Xiaoyao and secretly looked at the reactions of these people. Quick, quick, quick. Fight. It's just a pity that Aliang, who was the most angry, could only show off his bravery verbally, and he was held back by his teammates, so it was impossible for him to even make a fireball. Ling Tian smiled awkwardly, trying his best to make his face look amiable. Little sister, you misunderstood. We are all very kind people. That little brother just has a bad temper. In fact, he likes little sisters like you the most. Zhou Ling blinked and stepped back. Oh my god, a colonel-level human trafficker. The nurse next to Ling Tian froze, and she pulled Ling Tian silently. At the same time, she sent a message in the team channel. Brother Ling Tian, your tone is not right. The little girl has already hidden herself. Ling Tian frowned slightly and replied in the team channel. How could this happen? I clearly used the softest tone. The nanny sighed helplessly. Ling Tian, as a young master from a big family, probably has no experience in coaxing little girls. With your soft tone, she might just resist you. Let me do it. she said in the channel. Seeing this, the arrogant Ling Tian was a little dissatisfied. He felt that he could still save her. However, seeing Zhou Ling's scared look, he could only leave it to the nanny. Okay, Jiangqi, I'll leave it to you. Jiangqi nodded. She squatted down to be level with Zhou Ling and looked at Zhou Ling with real tenderness and maternal radiance. Little sister, look, my sister shouldn't be a bad person, right? She looked at the soldiers around Zhou Ling. She felt a little embarrassed. After being treated like this by Ling Tian, she felt like a human trafficker, and she was trafficking people openly in front of adults. Zhou Ling leaned her head out and looked at the fullness of Jiangqi's chest and couldn't help swallowing. So big. Zhou Yu is really malnourished. 10 of her are not as big as one. She walked out and said softly, was my sister also abducted by them? Yes. His identity as a human trafficker has been completely confirmed. The assistant brother looked up to the sky, wanting to cry, but without tears. I've already told you, we won't whimper. Aoyang was furious again and wanted to open his mouth to refute, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his teammates covered his mouth. Calm down, calm down. You can't beat me. The people around him quickly advised. Jiangqi's mouth twitched, and she kept reminding herself in her heart, children's words are not to be feared. Children's words are not to be feared. Maybe this kind of little girl is the cutest. Then, she said, I have not been abducted, nor am I a human trafficker. I am a good person. I want to invite you to join the guild so that we can play together in the future. Yes, yes. Ling Tian next to him quickly seconded the suggestion, and he introduced the benefits of joining his guild. Our guild has many powerful items, and we can also open up dungeons together. As long as you join, you can freely choose the resources in the guild. Zhou Ling hesitated for a moment, thinking. In fact, she had no intention of joining the guild. Even if she joined, it would be the guild that infiltrated the girls. Only a fool would join your guild. After a moment, Zhou Ling shook her head and pushed all the blame onto her illusory father. I'm sorry, but my dad won't let me play with strangers. Everyone was disappointed, but Ling Tian was still a little unwilling and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Jiangqi. Jiangqi still had a smile on her face. It's okay, little sister. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to Tai Guild to find me. We have formed a good relationship, and at least we will be familiar with each other when we meet in the future. The two teams were silent, and after saying goodbye, they left each other. As everyone knows, Li Xiaoyao and the soldiers never spoke. Zhou Ling didn't want to have too much contact with these people. Just a young lady. You want to keep me? After leaving, she continued to perform strange tricks and search for the invisible snake demon. For some reason, Zhou Ling always felt like she had forgotten something. That's right. How could this group of people come to the snake cave to kill monsters and level up? Not only is it inefficient, but they also have to risk their lives. It's totally not worth it. Zhou Ling slapped her thigh and suddenly thought of the key to the problem. She was full of regret. She should have compromised earlier and learned the secret of how they came to the snake cave before leaving secretly. Stupid, stupid, completely stupid. Chapter 28. The Serpent's Key. Forget it, forget it. If I lose it, I'll die. If I gain it, I'll be lucky. Zhou Ling shook his head and stopped thinking about their little secret. I came here to look for the invisible snake demon. Even if I knew why they came here, I probably wouldn't have the time to do it. Unless it's on the way, of course. Ling Tian and his team killed a lot of snake monsters, but there were no large numbers of snake monsters in this area yet. The only ones that appeared were some small snakes with extremely weak attack power. With Xiaoyao in hand, Zhou Ling made rapid progress. It took a while to get out of the area Ling Tian had cleared. Zhou Ling had already arrived near the core of the snake cave. The snake monsters inside were much stronger than those monsters outside. But you can still ignore it. The desire to kill was rising. The dense swarm of snakes could not stop Zhou Ling's greedy heart at all. She shrank her body and hid behind Li Xiaoyao and a group of soldiers. She couldn't even see those terrifying snakes. Only the constant refreshing of system information stimulated Zhou Ling's heart. Ha ha ha, I'm going to upgrade again. At this time, Zhou Ling looked up at the starry sky, watching the experience value jumping on the system panel, just like his own heart rate meter constantly rising. However, she was suddenly startled and her little face turned pale. Snake, she exclaimed. Her golden pupils shrank like needles, and her body trembled with fear. Hearing the extremely fearful tone of their own prince, several soldiers turned around quickly. Don't worry, Your Highness. These snakes won't hurt you. No. Zhou Ling shook her head and pointed her little finger to the sky. Snake? What a big snake. When everyone heard this, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Regardless of whether Zhou Ling was joking or not, they immediately perked up and entered the strongest fighting state. Li Xiaoyao immediately looked up. Sure enough, a terrifying and ferocious giant snake was coiled on the cliff. Its body was even bigger than the tree next to it. When the snake's tongue was spit out, it was as thick as an arm. Even if it didn't expand, it could swallow Zhou Ling alive. Dry Snake King Elite. Grade. Skills. Snake-like skills, using snake-like attack methods, can triple the attack power and cause a certain degree of poison attribute to the enemy. Snake pupils can cause compulsory control of the enemy, and enemies with low defense will be contaminated. Snake venom can spray a large amount of venom, causing group damage, and the damage lasts. The three skills represent the power of this Snake King, and looking at its body, any one sweep of its tail could probably deliver a critical hit. All troops prepare for battle. Xiaoyao roared. All of a sudden, the egg-shaped light shield became more solid, protecting everyone tightly, especially Zhou Ling, who even had a second small light shield appear around her. It can be said to be very strict. Kill! Xiaoyao shouted angrily, his voice as loud as thunder. More than 30 soldiers shook their bodies and transferred their energy. Then a spear emerged and slowly solidified. After absorbing their strength, the spear was thrown freely and rushed towards the giant snake entwined on the cliff. The giant snake dodged immediately, but its body was too huge and the spear pierced into its body in an instant. A terrifying number appeared on its body. So strong. Zhou Ling's eyes were twinkling with little stars, and he looked a little dazed for a moment. Roar! The giant snake in front of them actually roared like a beast, then used its snake eyes skill and attacked everyone. The terrifying and huge body blocked out the sky and the sun. Zhou Ling only felt that his body could not move. Only his eyes could move. Damn it! She was unwilling in her heart. Was she going to die with hatred in her heart? I'm sorry, Xiaoyao. I can't meet your expectations. She felt bitter in her heart, and her eyes turned towards Li Xiaoyao, wanting to see him for the last time. From the corner of his eye, he saw Li Xiaoyao swinging his sword and attacking the giant snake. In addition to him, Zhou Ling also saw other soldiers doing the same. Wait, what's going on? She was dumbfounded. As he thought about it carefully, his expression gradually became strange. Good fellow, this is a single target control skill. So, are you the Great Snake King blind? Can't you see the huge and powerful Li Xiaoyao? Do you have to control me? What do you think? She really wanted to hold the microphone to the Snake King's face for an interview, and even thought about opening its brain to take a look. Its body was so big, so its brain couldn't be only as big as Shinran's, right? It takes about 10 minutes. The Snake King died, a meaningless death. Its huge body completely became a target. It wanted to spit venom, but before it opened its mouth, it was sealed by some sinister villain. Directly interrupted its skills. Then he was beaten by a group of people, covered with wounds, and died without doing anything. No, it's just controlling one person. Well, forget it. It's the same as nothing. It collapsed to the ground. Its body turned into white light, and 3 balls of light burst out from its body, one of which emitted a brilliant purple light. Oh wow! A burst of character. Zhou Ling saw the dazzling purple light from a distance. After moving around for a while and finding that she could move, she immediately ran towards the light. The little hand scooped it up. The snake key is the key to open the snake nest instance. With this key, you can go to the ruins in the center of the snake cave and permanently open the snake nest instance. Players who clear the instance alone will receive a special reward. Great! Zhou Ling couldn't help but sigh. Fate is truly indescribable. She suddenly thought of something and was secretly delighted. I guess that group of players came here just to get the dungeon key. It's a pity that they never thought that they would get the upper hand. Zhou Ling rubbed her hands happily, put the snake key in her backpack, and then looked at the 2 balls of light on the ground. She picked them up and took a closer look and was greatly disappointed. It's not a good thing. Although they are 2 blue weapons, judging from the current game situation, blue equipment will only be attractive to ordinary players who are not good at it. But for advanced players, they simply don't bother to care. Forget it. This can be sold for a few $dozen. After I finish this dungeon, I will find a way to sell all these unused equipment to make up for the several $1,000s I was scammed yesterday. She made up her mind that the sooner she got the equipment, the more valuable it would be. After packing up, Zhou Ling was now suppressing a clearly visible smile as she patted the completely unrelated equipment on her body. Then he waved his hand. Guys, let's go. Target, the snake's nest. Chapter 29, Snake Nest. Since this map has a copy, there is a high chance that the invisible snake demon will appear in the copy. After all, this is the nature of most games. The crowd set out, leaving no grass where they passed, cutting through thorns and brambles, and taking away all the good things that could be sold. The deeper you go, the more precious things you can find inside. Just like the wildflower Zhou Ling picked on the roadside just now, it is the main material for making potions. Value 0. Great, today is another day to get rich. After killing several elite snake kings in succession, Zhou Ling finally arrived at the ruins in the center of the snake cave under the protection of Xiaoyao and others. It was a wall, and under the wall, there was a gate. It had been abandoned for a long time and was surrounded by rocks and weeds, with some bronze objects exposed in a corner. Li Xiaoyao set off and led his men to move away the rubble and clear everything around the gate. Finally, the full view of the ruins gate was revealed. The gate was made entirely of bronze and carved with a terrifying and ferocious giant snake. The snake's pupils were inlaid with emeralds, making it look extremely valuable. Zhou Ling swallowed and gestured casually. He is 3 feet taller than me. I can't reach him at all. There is no chance. She was too embarrassed to ask Xiaoyao to help her get it, as it would be embarrassing. After all, she was also a princess, albeit one from a poor family, but she couldn't abandon her status as a princess just because of 2 gems. Die for face and suffer. Move aside. Let me open the door. Zhou Ling cleared his throat, stopped looking at the 2 gems, and walked towards the door. She took out the snake key, and when she approached the door, a system message popped up in front of her. You have come to the snake cave ruins. Do you want to use the snake key to open the copy snake nest? This key is a one-time key. Once it is used, it will disappear. Snake nest will exist permanently. You will get special rewards for clearing it for the first time. Yes. Zhou Ling nodded. This was beyond discussion. If she didn't open it, would she keep it as a treasure? As Zhou Ling confirmed, the snake key in her hand burst into a brilliant green light and slowly floated above Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling frowned and took a step back. It was a beam of light, green enough to make people panic. Then the light rushed into the pupils of the snake on the door, and the snake on the door became more agile at this moment, as if it was about to come alive. Click! The long-sealed door slowly opened, and Zhou Ling could smell a musty smell. He immediately felt sick. Pa, is this a relic? Why does it stink so much? She said in disgust. She waited outside for a while, until the smell dissipated before she dared to go in. Before going in, she thought about it and decided that there were some things she needed to do. Then she raised one hand and shouted loudly with great force. Generals, form your formation. The soldiers looked at each other, trying to hold back their smiles. Why did His Highness's behavior seem so cute? However, despite laughing, everyone immediately formed the same military formation they had on the way here and created a light shield to protect Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling then nodded in satisfaction, feeling completely safe. Then she headed into the snake nest copy. The copy was a little dim, but there was a faint light. No one knew where it came from, but it allowed Zhou Ling to see the surrounding scene clearly. Zhou Ling had only been inside for a few minutes when he heard the sound of snakes. Judging from the number of them, there must be quite a few of them. Love met at a corner. 2 elite snake monsters appeared in front of Zhou Ling with hundreds of ordinary snakes blocking their way. Superior! Without saying a word, the 2 sides immediately started fighting. Although there were 2 elite monsters together, they still couldn't shake the power of Xiaoyao's army. The 2 sides fought for a while, and the 2 elite monsters ended up being cut into 2. Next, Zhou Ling continued on her way, and all the snake monsters became her dead souls. 10 minutes passed. Zhou Ling killed monsters along the way and headed towards the innermost part of the snake's nest. She glanced at the details of the copy. According to the copy prompt, if one passed the copy within a certain period of time, not only would one obtain the first reward for passing the copy, but one would also be able to unlock a unique hidden item. The first thing Zhou Ling thought of was the invisible snake demon. In her mind, this was the most likely thing. Everyone sped up, and with more than 30 people crushing their way forward, Zhou Ling arrived at the center of the copy in just over 10 minutes. A huge open space, and in the open space, there was a colorful giant snake coiled. Seeing the big snake, Zhou Ling quickly checked its information. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. However, since this instance is open for the first time, The information cannot be viewed. Please explore on your own. Is there such an operation? Zhou Ling was stunned, but there was nothing he could do. Kill it, she immediately gave the order. Even if there is no information, what does it matter? I have more than 30 battle-hardened warriors. Am I afraid that I can't defeat a mere snake like you? The battle started instantly, and Zhou Ling's group fighting style really made the monsters unable to resist. However, the one in front of him was not jealous. It could actually summon a large number of poison beaches, covering a very wide area. Zhou Ling was touched several times, but fortunately, she had a lot of antidotes with her, and her defense was amazing, so it could actually be completely ignored. Eventually, the ones in the snake nest died. To be honest, Zhou Ling didn't feel involved at all. She was either on the road to breakthrough or being rescued. Zhou Ling felt extremely aggrieved, but he could do nothing about it. He watched the people in the first copy being beaten to death by his own men. Death, a purple ball of light burst out from its body. Zhou Ling was delighted and hurried forward to check. The previous Snake King was able to explode a purple ball of light because the snake key itself had at least one item and one designated item. Apart from opening a copy, it has no other use. But the things that drop from the copy are definitely good things, and you can be 100% sure that they are prepared. Purple equipment is rare even at the current game level. Even the most advanced players only have 1 or 2 pieces. Baby, I'm here. Zhou Ling was overjoyed and started jogging, but numbers kept flashing above her head. Looking at the purple ball of light, Zhou Ling rubbed her hands, unable to control her excitement. Hopefully something good will come out. She prayed and then scooped up the purple light ball in front of her. It's a pair of shoes. Snakes can choose. Speed, skill, snake-like movement. I am a snake, moving in a coquettish manner, with only my knees touching the ground. The dodge value is maxed out, and I can dodge all one-way attacks. Chapter 30 Infinite Snake Demon. What a cunning move! Zhou Ling threw the weapon in his hand to the ground and started cursing. But then he quickly picked it up and brushed off the dust. She burst into tears. Wow, are all the good things I get so weird and strange? What is this snakeskin movement? Isn't this just forcing me to kneel down? Is this in line with my status as a princess? It's so disgusting. If you don't want to give it to me, just say so. Wait, could it be because of the cursed earrings? She quickly opened her attributes and searched for a long time, but couldn't find a column for the luck value. So, is my luck positive or negative? She couldn't help but feel confused. How can I play with equipment like this? Zhou Ling wanted to cry, but had no tears. In the end, he put the shoes away. Perhaps, I said maybe this equipment could play a vital role in the future. Of course, if possible, Zhou Ling would never use such a skill even if he was killed. Dead, bitten to death by a snake. I don't know how to use such a skill. Having made up her mind, Zhou Ling put on her shoes while sniffling and wiping her tears. Although the skill is rather tricky, the 10-speed increase forces Zhou Ling to ignore this skill and just use it as a blank piece of equipment. After putting on the shoes and equipment, Zhou Ling felt that her body was much lighter. Walking like the wind, always with me. After jumping on the spot, Zhou Ling suddenly thought of something. By the way, isn't there something hidden? She turned around, trying to look for the so-called hidden figure. Well, okay. The fight has already started. Zhou Ling was speechless. Li Xiaoyao rushed in from a secret door with a group of soldiers. When she thought of it, the sound of fighting could be heard from the secret door. Not playing by myself at all. You are a bunch of disrespectful guys. What do you think I am? I am your highness. Zhou Ling was very angry and ran towards the secret door while shouting. As soon as she entered the secret door, a transparent shadow attacked her. Zhou Ling was horrified. Xiaoyao, save me. Li Xiaoyao frowned, activated his skill, and the holy light burst out. His body disappeared like a shadow. He flashed in front of Zhou Ling in an instant, and the giant sword bursting with golden light slashed at the transparent shadow. The terrifying number appeared on the transparent shadow, and the shadow flickered, revealing a half-human, half-snake body. The invisible snake demon. This is Zhou Ling's ultimate goal in coming to the snake cave. Well, Zhou Ling smiled awkwardly, and his small body retreated slightly to the back. You guys play first. I'm going to go outside to wash my hands. Call me when you're ready. After saying that, she ran out. It's too scary, so I'd better not get involved to avoid getting in the way. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, looked around, and found a rock to sit on, waiting very ladylike and quietly. Elegance never goes out of style. How can a girl play with a boy? Such a game of fighting and killing is not suitable for her. As a princess, she should wait for the spoils to be collected. Fuck, I'm so unwilling to accept this. Zhou Ling clenched her fists. The battle inside was still going on, and Zhou Ling pricked up her ears. Although she couldn't participate, she could still listen. Time passed little by little, and her legs felt numb from the long posture. She turned over and lay on the big rock. There should be a bag of melon seeds at this time. Zhou Ling was extremely bored. Ding! You killed the invisible snake demon and cleared the dungeon Snake's Nest. Since you were the first player to clear Snake's Nest, you will get a chance to draw a special reward. Do you want to draw the lottery? Is the fight finally over? Zhou Ling stood up quickly, just in time to see a soldier walking out of the secret door. Your Highness, the battle is over. Do you want to go and take a look? Go, go, go. Zhou Ling couldn't resist the excitement of touching the corpse. Although no one competed with me for the things inside, taking all of them was like opening a treasure chest, full of unknown excitement and thrill. After entering the secret door, Zhou Ling saw the invisible snake demon that had just attacked him. At this time, it was lying on the ground, with scars all over its body from being chopped by swords. The invisible snake demon did not disappear into white light after its death. Instead, its body was fading away little by little, as if it would disappear from everyone in the next moment. Zhou Ling saw a purple light ball. Only one. But this light ball was much brighter than the one outside the door. Ba! Amen! Rubbing her hands again, Zhou Ling came to the invisible snake demon while praying. Looking at the purple ball of light in front of her, she was about to reach out to grab it. Just as she reached out her hand, she hesitated. With my weird luck, it won't be some weird equipment, right? She hesitated and lowered her head to think. After a moment, she looked up at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, can you see the ball of light in front of you? Xiao Yao nodded immediately. Why don't you open it yourself? Zhou Ling finally gave up the urge to open the treasure chest himself. What if it turns out to be another weird piece of equipment? Where can I go to cry? Without any hesitation, as soon as Zhou Ling finished speaking, Li Xiaorao reached out and picked up the ball of light. His movements were swift and decisive, leaving Zhou Ling no time to prepare mentally. Hey, why did you just fish it out? There's a skill to opening a box. Zhou Ling exclaimed, but before she could say anything, a small bough fell into her arms. She was too late to react and fell to the ground with a plop. Ouch! That's too much. I'm your princess. How can you be like this? It's really good. Zhou Ling's anger was rising, and her tone was weak. Her eyes were emitting little stars, and her pupils were full of the image of the bow in her hand. Invisible bow. Attack. Skill invisible arrow. Consumes mana to launch invisible arrows. The longer the charge is, the greater the attack damage. This is serious equipment, Zhou Ling exclaimed. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She praised without hesitation. Xiao Yao, I feel like you are my lucky star. Unfortunately, there was no response from Xiao Yao. Zhou Ling was not sad. This was Li Xiaoyao's current personality, with a cold look on his face. She couldn't let go of the invisible bow and then pulled the bowstring easily without having to exert any great strength. The mana was consumed instantly, and an invisible arrow that was invisible to the naked eye appeared on the bowstring. Zhou Ling became even happier and let go of her hands towards the distant wall. Whoosh! Nothing could be seen, but a hole appeared in the far wall. Good stuff! Zhou Ling was overjoyed. He shot several arrows at it as if it were a new toy, and then put it into his backpack. Chapter 31 Skills. Oh, mission materials. Only then did she remember her ultimate goal. Watching the invisible snake demon gradually disappearing, Zhou Ling hurried over and touched the body of the invisible snake demon with his palm. Ding! You obtain the body of the invisible snake demon, and the mission completion degree increases by 1. So, the remaining tasks for the 7 fairies are the colorless flowers and the eyes of the 7-eyed spider. Zhou Ling looked at the task information. The eyes of the 7-eyed spider, the spider's nest should be in this instance. There are still several days left, so there's no need to rush. Oh, by the way, I think I still have a chance to win a lottery. Just as she was about to leave, Zhou Ling almost forgot about the lottery. System. She quickly called out the system. Open the lottery. As she finished speaking, 10 bubbles floated in front of her eyes, each of which was shining with colorful sunlight. Although it was transparent, you couldn't see what was inside. How do we draw this lottery? She wondered. Just find the bubbles you want. I see, Zhou Ling thought. Suddenly her eyes rolled, and an idea flashed in her mind. Adults make choices, children want them all. Well, there is no such thing. The system doesn't even bother to pay attention to you. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Ling chose the bubble that floated the highest. With a light leap, he hugged the bubble down. Then, the rest of the bubbles burst. Zhou Ling took a look and found nothing, just like real bubbles. The bubbles in his hand began to burst at this time, but a piece of exquisite jade was revealed and fell into Zhou Ling's palm. Is this a skill? She was stunned. Then he burst into tears. Finally, I was able to make something decent. The skill Invisible Puppet can create an invisible and colorless puppet. It does not have any attributes and can use equipment. Amazing skills! Zhou Ling suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of the soldiers. Is our princess really stupid? Zhou Ling didn't notice their caring looks at all. All she had eyes for was the skills in her hands. Learn. Without hesitation, she clicked on the skill learning button. The jade piece turned into white light and rushed into Zhou Ling's body. Ding! You have learned the skill, Invisible Puppet. Invisible Puppet. After learning the skill, Zhou Ling used it immediately. Invisible. An invisible and colorless puppet appeared in front of Zhou Ling. It was invisible, but as the user of the skill, Zhou Ling could clearly feel that it was right in front of him. This is simply my clone, she murmured, reaching out to touch the invisible doll. Under the soldier's gaze, her own princess was just groping at the air like a fool, with a silly smile on her face. There is no hope. The future is bleak. The soldiers held their foreheads in their hands. Such a scene was unbearable to watch. They turned their heads away and kept reminding themselves, it's all an illusion, all an illusion. Just close your eyes, open them again, and everything will be fine. A beautiful dividing line. After leaving the snake nest instance, Zhou Ling saw a vortex covering the entire bronze gate at the gate. Once he approached the vortex, the system's voice would alert him. Do you want to enter the copy, snake nest? The current number of rewards is 0. As Zhou Ling walked out, the sound of a system announcement popped up for all the players in the current Juxia Town area, 3 times in a row, in an unforgettable way. The Snake's Nest dungeon has been successfully opened in Juxia Town. Players can participate in the dungeon and receive rewards once a day. Players were shocked that someone had opened a new copy after Spider's Nest. I had long suspected that there would be a copy in the Snake Cave. Damn it, if I had known, I should have searched for it in the Snake Cave. I don't know which expert player opened this new instance. Who else could it be? It must be Ling Tian, the president of Tai Guild. I keep seeing them going to the Snake Cave these past few days. Some people were amazed, some were speculating, but the most common voice was this one. Go, a new copy has appeared. How can we stop moving forward? Hurry up! The players in Juxia Town quickly gave up what they were doing and ran towards the Snake Cave as soon as possible. Go! I want to be the first one to pass the dungeon. Stupid, if the copy has appeared, it means that the first person to clear the level has appeared. Hateful. Outside the Snake Cave, Ling Tian and his group, who had just walked out, also heard the system announcement at this moment. Ling Tian punched the wall hard. Damn it, someone got there first. His face was filled with extreme anger and became a little distorted. No wonder we haven't been able to get it out after grinding for so long. It turns out it has been taken away by someone long ago. The assistant brother guessed. He immediately thought of the group of people he encountered deep in the Snake Cave. Could it be the same group we encountered? It's possible. The soldier nodded. Hearing his teammates' whispers, Ling Tian gritted his teeth, slowly calmed down, and returned to normal. He said calmly, it doesn't matter who opened the dungeon, as long as it's not those women. What should we do now? Jiangqi asked. Ling Tian smiled bitterly, somewhat unwillingly, and spread his hands. What else can we do? Everyone go back and equip yourself. We will gather here in half an hour. Although we are not the ones who opened the dungeon, we have the upper hand. At least we will be the second to clear it. Okay, everyone immediately seconded the motion. Afterwards, the team quickened their pace and left the Snake Cave without looking back, going back to prepare potions and start the development of a new copy. Half an hour later, Zhou Ling appeared at this place in a mighty manner and left the Snake Cave without stopping. As soon as he left, Ling Tian and the others arrived here. I just saw the little sister I met before, said the wizard. Oh my god, don't be impulsive. Didn't they fight? The teammates were startled and immediately asked the mage whether he had offended them. That's enough. Am I that kind of person? The mage was furious. He rubbed his hands into fireballs and glared at them. Do you believe I will send you back to the city right now? Chapter 32. After returning to the safe zone of Juxia Town, Zhou Ling first put those useless equipment on the exchange. After confirming that she had not forgotten anything, she chose to log off. Don't rush. After all, lunch will be here soon. Although he had meat every meal in the game, in reality, he didn't need a single drop of water. After leaving the room, Zhou Ling first quietly walked towards Zhou Yu's room. The little girl's door was not locked, so she pushed it open lightly. The room was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. It's a pity that the quilt on the bed was flat, and it looked like no one was in the room. Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel disappointed. Gone! He couldn't help but sigh, then went to the refrigerator, opened it, prepared to cook a meal, and continued playing games. Ale? Where are my food reserves? Zhou Ling stared at the empty refrigerator in disbelief. He reached out his hand and shook it inside the refrigerator. Nothing. Where is my big bag of food? Zhou Ling cried out. He ran to the kitchen immediately. Sure enough, I saw 2 dishes on the table and a sticky note on the corner of the table. Hey, I saw you were playing games, so I cooked 2 dishes for you. Please bear with me. After all, there are not many sisters as virtuous as me. Hiss. Zhou Ling took a breath of cold air and swallowed it hard. Putting down the sticky note in his hand, he looked at the 2 dishes on the table. This sight was so shocking that Zhou Ling almost left. A dish that was so dark that you couldn't tell what it looked like. There was also a bowl of something that looked like mud, colorful, with a piece of shit in the middle. Zhou Ling knew that this was the only sausage in the refrigerator. Zhou Yu! Zhou Ling gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He looked towards the kitchen. There was grease everywhere, as if a volcano had erupted and the mess was complete. The originally clean pot was now covered with a layer of black stuff that he didn't know what it was. No wonder he left so fast. Zhou Ling's eyes were filled with tears. She raised her head slightly, not wanting to let her tears of regret flow out. Calm down, calm down. Who doesn't have a sister whose cooking skills are negative? Zhou Ling suppressed his anger and started to clean up the kitchen. His anger kept rising as he cleaned up the kitchen. Take 1 step back and the sky will be wide open. Take another step back and you will have your backs to each other. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Damn! Zhou Ling threw away the wire ball in his hand. He had been scrubbing the black layer in the pot for half an hour, but couldn't get it off. He was furious and ran into the room and called Zhou Yu. Hello? The voice on the other end was the voice of another girl. Where's Zhou Yu? Ask Zhou Yu to come out and answer the phone. Zhou Ling tried hard to suppress his anger. Oh, Moo Moo hesitated for a moment, then reacted. After a while, Moo Moo's voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Zhou Yu, your brother is calling you. The call was repeated several times, and then fell into silence. Oh, sorry. Zhou Yu wanted to take a shower. Moo Moo said in an embarrassed tone, and hesitated for a moment before replying. How about? Wait until she's done, and ask her to call you. Zhou Ling's veins popped out. Okay, you play it quite skillfully. He knew it very well. The moment he heard it, he knew it was that damn girl Zhou Yu who was giving orders. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ling reluctantly went to the kitchen again. Looking at the pot that had been scrapped and could no longer be used, Zhou Ling felt distressed. The family, which was already not well off, was hit even harder. The pot is no longer usable, so I have to buy a new one. Moreover, Zhou Yu has used up half of the barrel of oil. I don't know how she used it. After cleaning up for half an hour, Zhou Ling dragged the kitchen garbage out of the room. On the way, Zhou Ling met Xiao Chong, who lived in the same community. He was holding a bag of apples and handed one to Zhou Ling. As a result, I smelled the stench of the plastic bags and couldn't help but take them back. Damn, are you in seclusion for cultivation? So much garbage. Brother Xiaoqiang quickly held his breath and leaned against the wall. Zhou Ling chuckled, not knowing how to answer. The two of them pressed against the wall, and a wide gap was squeezed out of the originally small road. After leaving the building, Zhou Ling went straight to the garbage dump outside the community and dumped the garbage into the trash can. What he didn't know was that he had to carry the bag of garbage weighing more than 60 kilograms all the way. It's finally over. After finding a place to wash his hands, Zhou Ling went to the fast food restaurant he often went to have a meal. He then bought some food for the next few days and a new iron pot. When he got home, he collapsed on the ground, exhausted, and fell into a deep sleep. It was not until the afternoon that he woke up faintly. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ling immediately entered the game. A white light flashed, and she appeared in the safe zone of Giant Canyon Town. This was another safe area, and because it was close to the Snake Cave, it was now full of players. People were coming and going. Although it was not a crowded scene, there was still an endless flow of people. From time to time, some players appeared beside Zhou Ling. Either he had just been resurrected, or he had just entered the game like Zhou Ling. It was the first time that Zhou Ling appeared next to so many players. He felt a little nervous and a little excited. That's right. This is what it feels like to play a game. Hey, look, little Loli. This game does not allow face modification, and all players appear in the game with their own faces. A rare blonde Loli like Zhou Ling is extremely rare. Don't watch it. You are a minor. There is no hope for you. Someone said. 3 years. Hearing this, the player who said he was underage was startled. He turned around and looked at Zhou Ling carefully. He patted the brother who had the idea and said in a deep voice, Xing, but this one is not as simple as 3 years. Zhou Ling glanced at the players around her and felt a chill. She even wanted to summon Li Xiaoyao to kill all of them. So, I don't want to be a girl. Resisting the urge, Zhou Ling walked out of the crowd under everyone's crooked gazes and sat down in a place with fewer players. She opened the exchange where the equipment was listed in the morning, and sure enough, all the equipment had been sold. Zhou Ling smiled, earning 2 gold coins in one go. It's equivalent to earning 2,000 yuan. I'm rich. Zhou Ling was so happy that his steps became lighter. After leaving the safe zone, she immediately summoned Li Xiaoyao, along with Li Xiaoyao's men. With the protection of these soldiers, Zhou Ling suddenly felt safe. Safer than the safe zone. Chapter 33, Killing Monsters by Yourself. Next, I have to go to the spider's nest dungeon to kill the 7-eyed spider. Zhou Ling remembered the news about the spider's nest. The spider in it was exactly the 7-eyed spider she needed. Now, most of her mission objectives have been completed. Moreover, there were still 4 days left until the end. She was not in a hurry at all, and could even take her time and leisurely. It's a good time to try out my invisible bow. Zhou Ling took out the small invisible bow, which was as small as a toy and did not arouse the slightest fear. If you don't know, you might think Zhou Ling is being childish and acting cute by holding a bow and arrow like Cupid. After searching in Juxia town for a while, and with the help of Li Xiaoyao, Zhou Ling found a monster that looked like a tiger. The tiger stood on the roof of a 10-story building, with its head held high and its chest puffed out, looking mighty and domineering. Just standing there, it was filled with the aura of the king of beasts. It has a pair of long horns on its head, shining with silver light, with traces of lightning spreading on the horns. Thunder Tiger. Grade. Skill. Lightning shoots out 2 lightning bolts at the same time, causing 2,000 damage to the target and also causing paralysis. Tiger Power. Reduces the damage of enemy attacks by half. Don't move, let me do it. Zhou Ling waved her hand, acting like a princess. She walked in front of everyone, made a gesture, pulled the bow with both hands. An invisible arrow appeared on the bowstring. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of golden light revealed. Whoosh! The invisible arrow left the body, invisible, but real, 100 meters away, seemingly far away, but in just a blink of an eye. Puff! Thunder Tiger was inexplicably hit by an arrow, and an ordinary value appeared on its head. But this also made Thunder Tiger very angry. Roar! It roared, the aura of a king emanating from its body, lightning spreading from the horns on its forehead. It looked around and finally locked onto Zhou Ling and the others. He glared and took a step forward. He took a step into empty air and fell straight to the ground. Huh, there are special effects? Zhou Ling's eyes lit up, expecting Lei Hu to throw him to death. It's a pity that the idea failed. When he was about to touch the ground, Lei Hu suddenly turned his body, used the surrounding walls to jump up, and then landed steadily. As soon as it landed, it roared and rushed towards Zhou Ling and others. Invisible Puppet! Zhou Ling became excited and immediately used his skills. An empty shell with equipment appeared in front of Zhou Ling. Kill! Zhou Ling roared and controlled the puppet to attack Lei Hu. Before the two collided, the invisible puppet knelt down. His knees rubbed against the ground so fast that sparks appeared on his armor. The snakeskin movement skill was activated, and the invisible puppet instantly changed direction, appeared on the side of Lei Hu, and then stabbed Lei Hu with a sword. Thunder Tiger was shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. But he reacted quickly, turned around and slapped with his tiger claws, knocking the invisible puppet's sword away with one palm. I knew that the invisible puppet is not suitable for close combat. Zhou Ling sighed. It's not that the invisible puppet is too useless, but Zhou Ling can't control the puppet's melee ability, but she just doesn't want to admit it. After thinking about it, while Lei Hu was still dealing with the puppet, Zhou Ling pulled the invisible bow and shot at Lei Hu. Lei was puzzled. The enemy in front of him clearly did not attack him. But why did he keep losing blood and a hole appeared inexplicably in his body? It was shocked and immediately distanced itself from the invisible puppet. At this moment, it saw out of the corner of its eye a human cub holding a weapon, pointing in its direction. It turned around suddenly and looked over with angry eyes. Being stared at like this, Zhou Ling felt her heart tremble. She could not help but put away the invisible bow that was gathering power. Well, you guys continue. As expected, I knew it was you, little brat. This made Lei, who's so angry that lightning flashed on his forehead and there were dense crackling sounds. Then a bolt of lightning shot towards Zhou Ling. Wow, I'm just a spectator. Zhou Ling's face turned pale with fear, and she looked around quickly, trying to find a shelter. However, even though she was in the city, she couldn't find a shelter to hide in. I couldn't help but be shocked and open my mouth instinctively. Xiaoyao, save me! A golden light shot out and appeared in front of Zhou Ling in a blink of an eye. Li Xiaoyao was covered in golden light, and the sword in his hand was raised high. A sword light turned into a sword over 30 meters long, then cut it off. With this sword, Lei Hu's attack was instantly annihilated, and not even a trace of electricity touched Zhou Ling. Okay, just pamper her. Hey. Zhou Ling poked her little head out from behind Xiaoyao and looked at Lei, who had a shocked and somewhat terrified look on his face. Unexpected, right? I have a bodyguard. Go. Hold it down for me. Following Zhou Ling's order, more than 30 soldiers immediately rushed forward. Oh my god! Lei Hu was still in a daze, but even if it reacted in time, it would be of no use. More than 30 soldiers, as fierce as wolves and tigers and experienced in battle, pinned Lei Hu to the ground in just a few seconds. Just one foot was grabbed by 4 soldiers, and even its tail was not spared. Its entire body was physically controlled by the soldiers, and only its eyes were rolling around in fear. If you can't afford it, don't play. Zhou Ling walked forward, looking at the Thunder Tiger, who had no ability to resist, and without hesitation, he shot at its forehead. You asked me to attack you. I told you I was just a bystander, and you still attacked me. Can't you just fight the puppet? After a series of attacks, Lei Hu finally died with his eyes open and turned into white light, giving Zhou Ling some experience points and some game coins. Zhou Lingxing was satisfied. She patted the invisible bow in her hand. Then she strode forward and led everyone towards the spider's nest. Along the way, with Xiaoyao and his team's help, all the monsters died in a very miserable way, with each of them looking as if they were unwilling to close their eyes in death. If I could come back. The spider's nest was quite remote, and with Zhou Ling being a burden, 3 hours had passed by the time the group reached the spider's nest. As time passed so quickly, Zhou Ling looked at it, feeling a little unsatisfied. Killing monsters yourself is the only way to get the real gaming experience. Strange, no way. We have no experience at all. System Dad, please collect this quickly. Chapter 34, Spider's Nest. Kill. In a place full of spider webs, a delicate cry was heard. Li Xiaoyao killed all the spiders with one sword. Unknowingly, Zhou Ling had arrived near the spider's nest and was close to the spider's nest copy. She hadn't played Spider's Nest yet, so she wasn't worried about not having enough rewards today. She drove straight in, sweeping all the way, killing and wounding all the spiders on the road. Let Xiaoyao and the others attack more efficiently, since we only have so much attack power. Alas, thinking too much will only bring tears. Zhou Ling looked disappointed. After killing some monsters by herself, she gave up the idea of doing it herself. It's a complete waste of time. Why was he foolish enough to fight the monsters alone when he could have fought them in groups? Moreover, if Li Xiaoyao and a group of soldiers hadn't held him down, he wouldn't have been able to kill even one monster. So sad. As Zhou Ling got closer to the spider's nest, he encountered more and more players. Gradually, Zhou Ling came to a crowded market. Here, players were everywhere. They set up small stalls outside the dungeon, selling equipment and potions needed to enter the dungeon. There are also some materials that exploded from the spider's nest. Zhou just took a look and found that there was nothing good, so he led Xiaoyao and the others to the spider's nest copy. Faced with so many bodyguards protecting him, even if the players wanted to do something evil, they didn't have the guts to do it. They watched Zhou Ling leave little by little with fiery eyes. What a Loli! Arriving at the door of the copy, Zhou Ling walked in without hesitation. With freedom in hand, the world is mine. It was the same massacre as usual. No accidents happened in the entire copy, and we killed all the way to the end. The mission target encountered is the seven-eyed spider with 7 huge eyes. Huh, I'll wait for you over there. After confirming with his eyes, I realized that I couldn't beat him. Oh, the kind that couldn't even stand. Zhou Ling looked bored. He couldn't beat him anyway, so he might as well leave it to Li Xiaoyao. He could only find a place to sit for a while. Come on, she shouted at Li Xiaoyao. Anyway, she has chosen to play badly. Zhou Ruoling is good in every way except that she is too strong. But the problem is that it is not me who is strong. However, Zhou Ling doesn't think that he will always be useless. After all, I'm a big shot. How can I not have any fighting ability? She believed that she would become stronger in the later or middle stages. Sitting on a huge rock, she just watched helplessly as Xiaoyao launched an attack. The seven-eyed spider looks very ferocious, and it can spit out silk and spray venom. Moreover, it is so fast that even experienced soldiers have to be 100% alert. But after all, I still couldn't defeat so many people. A copy like this only allows a team of 5 at most. The seven-eyed spider never understood until his death why there were so many enemies. Is this still a 5-man team? This is obviously 6 5-man teams with the strongest captain. That's fine. What's up with the kid eating sunflower seeds next to you? Do you bring mascots when you play dungeons? That's too much. I am the ultimate in the dungeon. Could you please give me some face? Complain. I want to complain. Officials, please come out. Don't you guys fix this? The seven-eyed spider died with its eyes open. Until its death, its 7 big eyeballs looked at Zhou Ling with resentment. I'm not even participating. How can I still attract hatred? She blinked, somewhat puzzled. What does your anger have to do with me? How old am I? It's not me who kills you. I'm just a little Loli who is of no use. The seven-eyed spider is dead. Because of the blessing of resentment, it didn't even burst out a ball of light to Zhou Ling. Not even one. Fuck, where's the stuff? Zhou Ling stood up in disbelief. She couldn't believe her eyes and wiped them several times, then ran towards the corpse of the seven-eyed spider. After searching everywhere, I didn't find a ball of light, not even a copper coin. Where's my huge booty? Wow! The African spirit fell to his knees and cried loudly, hammering one hand on the ground. Just 2 days ago, she mocked an African chief on a forum. I didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. At least I have a mandatory silver coin, but I don't even have a single coin. The one being beaten is a copy. Here. At this time, Li Xiaoyao walked over. Hearing the sound, Zhou Ling was overjoyed, thinking that the equipment had been picked up by Li Xiaoyao. Before she could raise her head, she saw 7 eyeballs rolling in front of Zhou Ling. As luck would have it, the pupils of 7 eyes were staring at her intently. This scene is so shocking. Wow! Zhou Ling turned pale with fright. Ding! You killed the seven-eyed spider. You obtained the seven-eyed spider's eyes, and the task completion degree increased by 1. If the system's information hadn't arrived in time, Zhou Ling would have probably fainted from fright. Li Xiaoyao. Zhou Ling was very angry. She first put away the task materials, and then looked at Xiaoyao fiercely. Don't you need this thing? Xiaoyao said lightly in the armor. Yes, but can't you give it to me normally? It will scare people to death if you throw it like this. Zhou Ling was very unhappy, pouting and very angry. However, Xiaoyao stopped talking again. Not only did he not show any sign of shame, but he sat on the stone with his arms and legs spread out. Zhou Ling was furious, but he had no idea where to vent his anger. The main reason was that he couldn't beat the other person, not even a finger. It's useless, it's useless. She could only feel sad secretly. The seven-eyed spider turned into white light and disappeared. Zhou Ling looked for it again and confirmed that there was nothing there. She could only collect the experience points rewarded by the dungeon and successfully reach level 17. I still clicked on defense, and now the defense value has reached 46 points. With such a high defense value, even the Thunder Tiger from the morning might not be able to hurt Zhou Ling without using any skills. It's a pity that the most important attack power is still the lowest, only a pitiful 16 points. If the attack bonus of the invisible bow is added, Zhou Ling can still barely have a trace of attack power. Next, it's the only colorless flower. So far, she has not encountered any information about colorless flowers. Wanting to find the colorless flower in the last few days, Zhou Ling thought that he had to wander around in the wild in the last few days to see if he could have a little luck. After leaving the spider's nest, Zhou Ling did not go to the safe zone, but went directly to the green forest area near the spider's nest. While killing monsters, look for colorless flowers. Chapter 35, The Little Girl Selling Flowers. For 2 days, Zhou Ling searched the entire Juxia town, but she did not find any trace of the colorless flowers. In the past 2 days, he had picked almost all the flowers with flowers in Town. But the strange thing was that this colorless flower was really as hard to find as the colorless one. Where is it? She was a little anxious and looked for information in the forum. In the afternoon, Zhou Ling entered the game again and went through the wild again, baptizing the entire wild monster area, but still did not find the mission target she needed. There's no hint for this mission. There's such a huge crowd of people. How can I find him? She made a bitter face and walked slowly towards the largest safe zone in Town. Maybe you can try your luck where there are the most. When she arrived at Town, her small figure immediately attracted the attention of many players. Their eyes were fiery, like wolves and tigers, and they wanted to drag their pants down. But I have the desire but not the courage to do it. After wandering around the city for a while, Zhou Ling sat down on a stone with a look of frustration. Where is it? Did I miss something? There is only 1 day left. If she can't find a colorless flower today, then after sunset tomorrow, her mission will be considered a failure. Brother, buy some flowers. Just then, a girl's voice caught Zhou Ling's attention. On the street, a little girl was holding a basket of flowers in her hands, holding up the flowers and begging others to buy them. Under Zhou Ling's gaze, she stopped the player. In a situation like this, the player must have a mission. The player immediately squatted down and asked questions, only to see the player's face change again, and finally left mumbling. Zhou Ling saw this scene clearly, and she couldn't help but wonder, could my colorless flower be related to this girl's mission? Seeing this, she immediately stood up and walked towards the little girl pretending to be a passerby. Brother, buy some flowers. The little girl asked everyone she met, but every time she had a conversation, she ended up failing. Zhou Ling's heart was beating fast, because every time the little girl asked, it meant that there was a high possibility that someone else had already completed the task. Sister, buy some flowers. Gradually, Zhou Ling got closer and closer to the little girl, and her mood became more and more excited. Brother, buy some flowers. Brother, do you want to buy flowers? Buy one. The little girl gradually came to Zhou Ling, and the two girls of almost the same height faced each other. However, the little girl, holding flowers in her hands, just glanced at Zhou Ling, then walked around Zhou Ling and asked the player next to her. Brother, buy some flowers. Zhou Ling's face froze, and his body stopped involuntarily. What? Is this discrimination? She lost her composure and stopped pretending. She turned around and walked towards the little girl. Hey, stop right there, she shouted and then stopped the little girl. What's wrong? The little girl tilted her head, looking confused. Zhou Ling asked directly, Aren't you going to sell flowers? Everyone asked, Why are you going around me? Ah! The little girl was a little dazed. She looked at Zhou Ling suspiciously. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and said, Because we are all the same. Zhou Ling was speechless. Yes, I'm a child too, but you can't discriminate based on age. No, the little girl shook her head. She was a little confused but too embarrassed to speak, so she could only keep shaking her head. What is that? If you don't tell me, I won't let you go. Zhou Ling said arrogantly and unreasonably. Yes, the little girl stammered and finally whispered very softly. We are all beggars. How can I have the nerve to sell flowers to you? Gah! Zhou Ling was stunned. She couldn't help but look up to see if there was a beggar's name above her head. How can you tell this? I was only a beggar for 7 days, but it seems like I've been a beggar for my whole life. She couldn't believe it. How did you know that? No, I'm not a beggar. I can feel that we are the same kind. The little girl said weakly. No, it's not. Zhou Ling quickly shook her head. Really, I'm not a beggar, not now. You made it ashore? The little girl's face immediately showed joy and a hint of envy. There was nothing wrong with what he said, and Zhou Ling had no way to refute it. She stroked her forehead and finally got the topic back on track. Yes, I'm not a beggar anymore. So can you sell the flowers to me? Okay. The little girl's eyes lit up with a glow of openness in her pupils. She lowered her head, picked the most colorful flower, and handed it to Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling reached out to take it, secretly delighted. This way, there was a good chance that he would be able to take on this task. How much? 3 gold coins. Zhou Ling was silent. What the hell? Did she hear it wrong? How many? 3 gold coins. The little girl responded very naturally. You are killing pigs here. Zhou Ling's face turned dark. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the flower in her hand fell to the ground. This fall frightened Zhou Ling greatly. She reacted quickly and caught the flower in a lightning speed. Damn, I almost lost all 3 gold coins. Girl, are you kidding me? This thing is worth 3 gold coins. The little girl looked disappointed. So you can't afford it? No, Zhou Ling explained. I'm asking, why are these flowers so expensive? Because it's alive, the little girl said innocently. I am a living flower, full of vitality and beauty. But the gold coin is dead. Even if it is made of gold, it is just a dead object. Why can't a lively flower like me be worth 3 gold coins? Well, Zhou Ling was speechless and almost didn't dare to believe her ears. She asked, who taught you to say that? It doesn't matter who taught me that. The little girl shook her head, looking calm. What matters is, can you afford it? You snob a little girl. Zhou Ling's eyes widened, and she almost pissed the little girl off to death. However, the little girl slowly stretched out her hand and said, if you don't want to buy it, can you give it back to me? I still have to wait for the next destined person. The destined person is a pig. To be honest, she really wanted to throw the flowers in the little girl's face and reply to her viciously, I don't want them anymore. But he thought about his mission again, and the flower in his hand was a completely new species. He didn't know if it was a colorless flower, but there was a 50% chance that the mission contained in it would be possible. Wait for me. Her tone was unnatural. Instead of returning the flowers to the little girl, she opened her backpack. 3 gold coins. Not too much, not too little, just right. Oh my God. Can you guys see the wealth in my backpack? Chapter 36 in NPC. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Ling finally bought the expensive flower. When the 3 gold coins fell into the little girl's hands, a smile spread across her face. Thank you, sister. May good people live a peaceful life. It's okay. Zhou Ling waved her hands. Although she felt a little distressed, money was just a thing outside of her body. She was a princess anyway, and she regarded money as dirt. Looking at the little girl jumping and skipping with joy, Zhou Ling couldn't help but smile, and at the same time, a huge rock was finally put down in her heart. I finally bought this flower. Now I don't have to worry about someone snatching the mission from me, right? As long as I complete the mission. Wait for the mission? Did I forget something? Zhou Ling's eyes flashed with confusion. She looked at the vibrant flowers in her hand, then raised her head to look at the little girl who had gone far away. She slapped her thigh suddenly. Wow, I didn't accept the mission. Miss, don't run. She reacted quickly and chased after her. She took 2 steps at a time. Although her speed was not high, it was still very easy for her to catch up with the little girl. But the little girl walked a little far, and when Zhou Ling caught up with her, they had already come to a deserted wilderness with a lush green forest in the distance. Stop! Zhou Ling shouted, and the little girl was so scared that she turned around quickly and looked at Zhou Ling fearfully. Seeing Zhou Ling getting closer, the little girl's body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but hug herself with a look of fear, stepped back, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. No, don't talk nonsense. I'm a woman too. How can I molest you? Before the little girl could finish her words, Zhou Ling interrupted her without hesitation. She now has sufficient intuition to penetrate the inner world of girls, and all she needs to do is put it into practice in the future. The little girl was speechless, as if something was stuck in her throat, unable to speak out her pain. Her usual method of repeatedly being unhappy was broken just like that. Is there anything else you want? She asked weakly. When Zhou Ling approached, she retreated fearfully, looking pitiful, as if Zhou Ling was trying to recharge her. Zhou Ling was speechless. Am I that scary? I'm just a harmless little girl. She didn't want to get tangled up in the matter, so she went straight to the point. It's not that I have something wrong. It's that you forgot something? As she spoke, she took out the flowers she had just bought and held them between their gazes. The little girl was at a loss. She looked at the flowers and Zhou Ling, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Finally, she seemed to think of something and clapped her hands. Oh, so that's what you meant? Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Zhou Ling was overjoyed and nodded quickly. The kid was really unreliable and almost forgot the most important task. She waited for a moment, expecting the system task prompt. The little girl looked around in the flower basket for a while, then took out a shower head and poured water on the flowers in front of Zhou Ling. Look at my memory. I totally forgot. Flowers need watering, otherwise they will wither. After watering, she showed it off. Look, it's more vibrant now. Zhou Ling, don't want to water the flowers? I want a mission. Take the task. It's none of my business whether the flowers wither or not. Hurry up and give me the task. The atmosphere became a little weird. Zhou Ling didn't say anything, just a little dazed. But the little girl felt at a loss. She didn't understand if she had watered too little. She couldn't help but water the flowers again, then looked at Zhou Ling's face weakly. The waxing and waning of the moon just fits Zhou Ling's current complexion. A bad thought emerged in her mind, and her face gradually became painful. Don't you have a mission? Zhou Ling went straight to the point without any more concealment. Mission? What mission? The little girl tilted her head blankly, not understanding. Zhou Ling immediately looked miserable. Look up to the sky. It's getting cold. It's not cold, the little girl said anxiously. She also looked up at the sky. It was clear and the sun was shining. There was no sign of rain at all. However, at this moment, the bright flower in Zhou Ling's hand began to fade slowly. Under the incredulous gaze of Zhou Ling and the little girl, the red paint flowed down. It flowed onto the back of Zhou Ling's hand, between her fingers, and finally dripped onto the ground. The little girl couldn't help swallowing. The bright red color was so eye-catching that Zhou Ling's eyes almost popped out. She couldn't imagine that something like this could be fake. There was a long silence, with the two little girls staring at each other. Finally, Zhou Ling broke the silence and murmured, "Your thing still fades?" "Maybe," the little girl stammered, spinning two fingers nervously. "It's a new variety, right?" Sorry, she couldn't make it up anymore, and she didn't know why it happened. After saying that, she started running so fast like a rabbit. Even a giant rabbit couldn't be faster than her. Looking at the little girls running back, no matter how stupid Zhou Ling was, she knew that she had been fooled. I shouldn't have believed in such things as miracles. Zhou Ling cursed, and then chased after the little girl. "Stop! Give me back my hard-earned money!" The two chased each other under the blazing sun, and it was the lost youth, not Zhou Ling's lost money. What Zhou Ling didn't expect was that this little brat was quite fast. He was slow, and the little girl was also slow. He quickened his pace, and the little girl's speed gradually became faster. As we all know, she didn't catch up with the little girl in front of her. Zhou Ling wanted to cry, but had no tears. When her strength was about to run out, she raised her head and yelled, "Li Xiaoyao, catch her for me!" The skill was activated, the summoning formation appeared, and Li Xiaoyao rushed out suddenly. Without any hesitation, nor any sympathy for the little girl, in his heart, there was only Zhou Ling, a little Loli, and there was no room for her. He kicked the little girl directly. Sensing the danger behind her, the little girl turned around with a trace of fear on her face. Subconsciously, she slapped Li Xiaoyao with her slender little hand. "No!" Zhou Ling screamed in shock. She never expected that Li Xiaoyao would move so quickly. A knight who has experienced many battles, a weak little girl. A hand, a leg. The two collided, and you can imagine the scene of broken bones and tendons that followed. She couldn't help but get scared and regretted summoning Li Xiaoyao. It was just 3 gold coins. Why did she do such a cruel thing? The next second, Li Xiaoyao's whole body burst into an extremely shining golden light. Zhou Ling was shocked. It was fine if you used your feet to deal with a little girl, but you even used your skills. She now wished she could take Li Xiaoyao back, and of course, she did so. But the next moment, she was dumbfounded. The golden light was not Li Xiaoyao's skill at all, but his damage value. The terrifying number has turned gold, which shows its terrifying attack power. Li Xiaoyao fainted on the spot. He didn't need Zhou Ling to send him back at all. He just left first. Gah! Zhou Ling's whole body stiffened. Her magic power was exhausted, making her body extremely weak. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why can't I play anymore? The little girl smiled slightly, changing her previous attitude. She twisted her fingers and turned from a little girl into a big girl. She looked at Zhou Ling indifferently and mockingly. Just then, Zhou Ling saw 3 golden question marks above the big girl's head. Gold! Oh my goodness! What a stroke of luck! Chapter 37. Immortal Ceremony. Well, I didn't mean it. Zhou Ling swallowed, feeling extremely nervous. That string of 9,999 numbers is amazing. Even her most powerful easy knight was killed in 1 move, so there was no chance for a fragile person like herself to survive. What? Are you trying to do it on purpose? Jinx laughed. No. How could I dare? Zhou Ling waved his hands quickly. The situation was not favorable, so he had to surrender when it was time to surrender. If I don't think you would dare. Jinx put his hands on his hips in annoyance. For a while, she looked up at the starry sky with a look of melancholy in her eyes. You must be curious about who I am? Hearing this, Zhou Ling nodded vigorously. That's right. Who wouldn't want to know about such an awesome golden color? Come, sit down. A chair appeared behind her, and she sat down and greeted Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling walked forward, took a look, and frowned. There is no chair at all. Should I sit on the floor? However, she thought about it and decided that it was not impossible. She bent down and looked around, and found a stone in the distance that was barely big enough for her to sit on. Just as she was about to move the stone over, "You girl," Jin's chuckled, and a ribbon flew out from her sleeve. He entangled Zhou Ling and pulled the little girl over. "Ah!" Zhou Ling cried out in panic, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes in fear, thinking that the boss was finally going to take action against her. The next moment, she only felt that she was sitting on a soft place, and her nostrils were filled with the fragrance of the fairy air. Ding! Experience points. Ding! Experience points. Hey, I am. Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment, then opened her eyes slightly and found herself sitting on Jin's lap. Just like that, I was held in someone's arms. Aye. Zhou Ling's face suddenly turned red. It was the first time for a grown man to get into a sedan chair. It was also the first time for him to be so close to a girl. Well, Zhou Yu doesn't count. Huh, so you can blush. Jin seemed to have discovered something interesting. She teased Zhou Ling. You didn't look like this when you were chasing me just now. You look just like those stinky men out there. So fierce and vicious. This one word revealed the secret, and Zhou Ling became even more frightened. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at her, silently counting the 500 experience points every few seconds. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Jin had no idea what Zhou Ling was thinking and thought the little girl was shy. She reached out and stroked Zhou Ling's golden hair, with a hint of doting on her face. Slowly said, "Do you remember your mission?" When it comes to the task, Zhou Ling immediately perked up. "Oh yeah, the task, you return my money." "No, you return my money." "Are you sure?" "Of course, that's possible." Zhou Ling blurted out subconsciously, but stopped halfway. She couldn't help but think of something and quickly held the faded flower in front of her. Colorless flowers, a crucial item for special hidden missions. The system cannot be fake, which means that what she has in her hand is the colorless flower she has been longing for. So, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Jin in shock. "You are the seventh fairy?" The seventh fairy smiled, nodded, and then shook her head. "Yes, but not really." "What does it mean?" Zhou Ling was confused. Do all big shots have the problem of speaking half understanding the truth? The seventh fairy faced the west, her eyes gazing far to the west, and said slowly, "I am not a fairy. I am just a divine thought she left here." It turns out that the seventh fairy is called Xiani. Zhou Ling thought for a moment, then looked up and asked obediently, "What about the real seven fairies?" She left, went to the end of the world, looking for a way to redeem herself. "Where have you been? Haven't you come back?" Zhou Ling asked. "She went Jedi. She once told me that if she came back, she would come to find her. But I don't think I'll be able to come back." Xiani explained calmly, with a sad look on her face, and she kept stroking Zhou Ling's golden hair with her hands, as if this could alleviate the pain in her heart. Zhou Ling remained silent and lowered her head quietly, just another tragic woman. Etc. Why should I say again? If she doesn't come to see you, you can go find her. There's no end to waiting here, she suggested. "Little guy, do you know where this is?" When asked this question, Zhou Ling shook his head, but had some ideas and guessed. "The land of destiny?" Xiani smiled faintly, then nodded slightly. "It is fate. I can't leave here. I am her or their last hope." Zhou Ling's face turned pale, and he was a little helpless. "So, what exactly is the land of destiny?" That old guy said so before. The land of destiny represents the place where the luck of this world gathers. Xiani once calculated that a powerful person who will subvert the world will be born here. Xiani explained. "Uh-huh. This routine looks familiar?" Zhou Ling's eyes lit up, emitting light. "What do you mean?" "I am the future great man who can reach the pinnacle of the world." "Silly girl." Xiani flicked her forehead unhappily. "Ouch!" Zhou Ling cried out in pain and looked at Xiani with dissatisfaction. "If it's not true, then it's not true. Why do you still have to hit me?" But Xiani looked at him seriously. "You have a very strong imperial aura. I've never seen this kind of aura before in my life. Even my father is not as good as you." "Really?" Zhou Ling's eyes lit up. She wanted to stand up and stretch her waist for a while. "Oh my, Zhou Ling is so awesome." "But," Xiani changed her tone again, "although you possess such a vast imperial aura, you have not used even a little bit of it. They are floating above you, just a decoration. If you meet someone with ulterior motives, they will definitely plot against you." "What? Is there such a thing?" Zhou Ling was shocked, and her face suddenly turned ugly. Seeing Zhou Ling so frightened, Xiani was somewhat silent. Why would the Imperial Aura choose such a host? You don't have to be too scared. Choose your master with the Emperor's way. Maintain your luck and avoid disasters and choose wealth. If it's not a powerful person who takes action, you will be fine. Zhou Ling looked extremely uncomfortable. This was not comfort at all. It was clearly a threat. Then what should I do? Zhou Ling grasped the last straw and asked quickly. Of course, we should use this Imperial Aura as soon as possible. Shinny said directly. But I can't. I can't even see what the Imperial Aura looks like, let alone how to use it. Zhou Ling said disappointedly. All her attack power came from Li Xiaoyao, so she didn't know how to use the Imperial Aura. Yes, as a fairy from heaven, I naturally have a way to help you use those royal auras. Are you willing to help me? Hearing Shinny's words, Zhou Ling looked at her expectantly. Chapter 38, Imperial Way. Shinny smiled softly, stroked her hair, and said softly, Isn't my appearance here just for you? That? Without waiting for Zhou Ling to be happy, Xianni continued, I can help you, and even follow you forever. But as a condition, I need you to do one thing for me. What's the matter? Zhou Ling asked. Find Shinny herself for me, and tell her I can't wait any longer. Shinny said directly. Without waiting for Zhou Ling to agree, she put Zhou Ling down from her legs and floated in the air like a fairy. Girl, are you willing to sign a contract with me? Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment, but then a system prompt message appeared in front of her. Xian Yi, Divine Mind, wants to become your guardian spirit. Do you agree? Becoming a guardian spirit, she will obey you in everything she does. As a price, she will lose all her memories and intelligence and become just a fighting puppet. Zhou Ling's breathing suddenly stagnated. She couldn't believe why there would be such a price. With a kind of pain in her heart, Zhou Ling couldn't help but look up at Shinny. Don't be sad. Shinny sighed, as if she could see what Zhou Ling was thinking. She had wanted to hide, but she didn't expect to be discovered. Her face was peaceful, without any sadness, and she said calmly, I am originally a divine thought. My memories and intelligence do not belong to me. Perhaps by becoming your guardian spirit, I can become the real me. Actually, you don't need to be sad. When you grow up, I will also regain my spiritual wisdom. It can be regarded as a way of rebirth. She smiled faintly, her eyes filled with loving light. She floated in the air, her fairy belt fluttering, her body tilted, stroking Zhou Ling's hair. Will we meet again? Zhou Ling asked hesitantly. Of course, Shinny replied, but there was actually a hint of a lie in it, but Zhou Ling didn't know it. Seeing this, Zhou Ling took a deep breath, looked serious, and nodded vigorously. I do. As the sun sets and dusk falls, light golden sand is scattered among them and falls on Zhou Ling's hair, further highlighting her dazzling destiny. In the sky above her head, no one could see a golden phoenix hovering in the air, flapping its wings and circling continuously. Gradually, a golden dragon emerged. The dragon and the phoenix bring good luck and prosperity. Driven by the dragon and the phoenix, strands of golden silk rise from the land of destiny in Juxia town. No one could see or know what was happening. Everyone just felt a sense of awe, and the whole world became fresher and brighter. Strands of golden threads rose up and turned into a spirit ball, sometimes falling into the claws of the golden dragon and sometimes into the beak of the golden phoenix. What a beautiful scene of a dragon and a phoenix playing with a pearl. Shinny looked up at the sky, and then the fairy silk floated, just like 7 fairies flying in the air. She stood between the golden dragon and the golden phoenix, holding high in one hand the spiritual bead condensed by the power of destiny. She performed a spell with her hand, and her immortal energy connected her own power with the spiritual bead. Linger, why don't you take out the items you collected? Shinny transmitted a divine thought into Zhou Ling's brain. Soon after, the system message also emerged. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the mission of the 7 fairies. Okay. Zhou Ling took a look at the task and immediately took out several task materials. The hair of the 7-pointed beast, the body of the invisible snake demon, the colorless flower, and the eyes of the 7-eyed spider. As soon as these things appeared, they immediately turned into balls of light before her eyes and merged together. Shinny smiled faintly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and then she looked towards the west. The sunset seems particularly beautiful. Goodbye, she murmured, and her body turned into dots of light at this moment. She used herself as a connection to simultaneously draw in the 3 kinds of luck, namely the golden phoenix, golden dragon, and spirit pearl, as well as the power of the imperial way. Then, the light spot led by herself slammed towards Zhou Ling. Clang! Ouch! Xiao Xiao is 90% complete. The phoenix is coming. Dragon is proud of the sky. The spirit pearl chooses its master. A beam of light fell from the sky and sank into Zhou Ling's body. In the sky, a crown and a throne appeared. Boom! In an instant, the heaven and earth were in a state of awe. The world was shaken, and the dragon and phoenix appeared, shocking the world. Everyone also saw this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. The world was in an uproar, and at the same time a force blocked the entire world. What is that? Someone was shocked, but suddenly found that his body could not move. Oh my God! I can't move! What's going on? Players were frantically posting messages on the World Channel. Someone speculated in the World Channel. This is probably the plot of the Tianyu game. It seems that someone has come into contact with the main plot. Awesome! Boss! It's been almost a month since the game was launched, and no one has discovered the main storyline yet. So what is the main storyline? Isn't the plot going on right now? From the looks of it, it should be someone's coronation ceremony. At this moment, above the sky, below the throne, a series of ladders emerged, continuously falling to the ground, and finally landed in front of Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling couldn't help swallowing. The scene was too grand, and she was a little overwhelmed to react. Are you asking me to ascend that throne? She looked up at the throne in the sky, her eyes revealing excitement. Then, she took a step forward and stepped onto the ladder. Look, someone appears. The players were all alarmed. Wow, it's a blonde Loli. My queen, please ravage me. Zhou Ling didn't know now that her figure had already appeared in everyone's sight. More than 3 billion players who were protecting the indigenous people were staring at her intently at this moment. Step by step, Zhou Ling walked towards the throne in the sky. With every step she took on the ladder, the royal aura and luck emanating from her became stronger. When she reached the 500th step of the ladder, her attire changed into the fengxiao robe that only an emperor should wear. He took another step forward, and the heaven and earth shook, and all the spiritual energy in the world rushed towards Zhou Ling. All living things bowed their heads and greeted the king's arrival. One step, then another, the crown vibrated, and its vast majesty spread to the world. An imperial power crushed all living beings in the world. The weak, the mentally feeble, and the ones who surrendered voluntarily knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to the girl in the sky. Even the powerful of this world had to bow in respect. The crown slowly flew up and then landed on Zhou Ling's head. The royal aura on her body was even more majestic, and she was just a thin back figure, but it made people tremble and feel in awe. Arriving in front of the throne, Zhou Ling turned around very domineeringly, revealing her true face in front of the world. I saw it very clearly, but I forgot it completely the next moment and could not imprint Zhou Ling's appearance in my mind. When Zhou Ling sat down, a system announcement came out. Player Zhou Ruoling successfully reached the top of one of the 9 paths. Heaven and Earth celebrated. All players will have double their experience points within 24 hours. Player Zhou Ruoling successfully reached the top of one of the 9 paths. Heaven and Earth celebrated. All players will have double their experience points within 24 hours. Player Zhou Ruoling successfully reached the top of one of the 9 paths. Heaven and Earth celebrated. All players will have double their experience points within 24 hours. Chapter 39, Goodbye, Zhou Ruoling. The scene of seeing Zhou Ruoling again is known to all living things in the world. In the distant mountains, a space crack was torn open with a crackling sound. A pale and yellowish corpse fell out from it. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The story mission has been completed. The corpse squirmed slightly and then climbed up. Is it finally done? He smiled faintly, then looked up at the girl sitting on the throne in the sky. A strange and terrifying smile appeared on his pale face. A mouth was torn open like this. What's the use of being a little faster? Sooner or later, one day, I'll pull you down from the throne. The scene changed, and it was again in the distant east on a mountain that towered into the clouds. A young man in white was sitting cross-legged on a stone, and on his knees was an ordinary sword. He looked at the girl on the throne and sighed slightly. Master, I'm late. His tone was very disappointed and a little unwilling. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in front of him vibrated slightly, and then floated in front of the young man, emitting waves of soul-stirring sword intent. An illusory, white-haired old man appeared. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, but his pupils were as bright and deep as the stars. The imperial path itself is marked by luck, so it is not an exaggeration to be the first to reach the top. The old man stroked his beard and spoke calmly. You don't have to be disappointed. All creatures in the world are not the first to emerge, which means they are the strongest. If I guess correctly, that little girl is not very powerful. What is powerful is only her luck and her royal aura. I understand, master. The young man in white bowed his head and accepted the instruction. Seeing this, the old man was very pleased and continued. You are born with a sword bone. You are a rare talent that is rare in millions of years. Don't let all things affect your sword heart. When you fully unleash the potential of the sword bone, then that's when you reach the top of one of the 9 paths. Yes, master. The young man still lowered his head, humbly accepting instruction, but he always felt something was wrong. At this moment, Zhou Ling was like a peerless empress sitting on the throne. She looks down upon all living beings. Everything in the world is under her gaze. This feeling is really great. Zhou Ling was so excited that he couldn't help but lean forward. Hello? Is this interesting? Suddenly, a voice came into my ears. What the hell? Zhou Ling was shocked and turned around quickly. It was at this moment that all the images began to change. High in the sky, the throne and the figures slowly faded away at this time. Everything is back on track. Zhou Ruoling, Zhou Ling exclaimed loudly. She returned to the hall after completing the plot mission. In the hall, there was a young girl, carrying a small stool, leaning her arms on the edge of the throne and looking at him in surprise. Are you my heir? She seemed to have no memory of their first meeting. He looked at Zhou Ling strangely. Why is he a pervert? She muttered with her head down. The voice was very soft and thin, but Zhou Ling heard it clearly. How can you tell that I'm a pervert? Zhou Ling roared in his heart. Zhou Ruoling blinked, tilted her head, and asked inexplicably, in this day and age, men wearing women's clothes are not considered abnormal, right? Then she pointed at the clothes on Zhou Ling and said, although it looks like a good fit, this is my old clothes. It feels so awkward when you wear them. Women's clothing. Zhou Ling was startled. He quickly stood up and looked down at himself. She was wearing a fengxia gown with gold thread trim, a long skirt that dragged on the ground, and a light gauze skirt draped over her body. What else could it be if not women's clothing? The key point is that at this moment, I somehow turned into a man. No, it's not like that. Let me explain. Zhou Ling was panicked. Don't come near me. Zhou Ruoling's face was full of disgust. Seeing this, Zhou Ling began to take off her clothes anxiously, but found that these clothes were tightly attached to her body. Why the hell can't I take it off? Zhou Ling felt anxious. Of course I can't take it off, Zhou Ruoling said as a matter of course. This is the Emperor Fengxia that is condensed from the imperial aura and the luck of the Golden Clan. You can't wear it or take it off whenever you want. What should we do then? Zhou Ling had a bitter face. He was shocked when he saw the golden hair hanging down on his shoulders. He opened his mouth in disbelief. It's okay. Zhou Ruoling stood on tiptoe, patted Zhou Ling, and comforted her. You are still you, so what if you were women's clothes? I believe that in your era, there must be like-minded people. Zhou Ling's face darkened. I don't want like-minded friends. I just want to return to normal. Then I can't do anything. Zhou Ruoling spread her hands, indicating that she had no idea either. You choose your own path. No matter how difficult it is, you have to walk on it. Come on. Then, she blinked playfully and made an encouraging gesture towards Zhou Ling. I don't want to be a cross-dresser. Zhou Ling wanted to cry, but had no tears. By the way, Zhou Ruoling seemed to have thought of something and said with a serious face. What's the matter? Zhou Ling came back to his senses and looked up, then saw a blonde head approaching quickly. Damn it, you two are the same. Zhou Ling was shocked, but before he could react, he was hit hard in the stomach and flew backwards. What are you doing? He asked angrily, throwing up his sleeves. The long skirt made him very uncomfortable. The strange thing is that this blow didn't hurt at all, and it even felt a little comfortable. But anyone would be unhappy if they were hit by someone for no reason. Zhou Ruoling snorted. Did I warn you? Told you not to do anything weird with my body. Zhou Ling was speechless, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Is there? No, definitely not. How could I, such a gentleman, do such a thing? I didn't, he retorted immediately. Zhou Ruoling rolled her eyes. Your heart has already betrayed you. Damn it, this damn mind reading. He stroked his hair subconsciously and argued unsteadily. Anyway, this is my role, and bumps and bruises are inevitable. However, Zhou Ruoling showed a resentful look on her face, like an abandoned young wife. Don't you want to be responsible for me? Damn you, you acting genius. Zhou Ruoling felt bored, so she put away her smile and said seriously, Congratulations, you have completely become me. The spirit of the Emperor and destiny are my foundation. With these, the divine power you inherited will also exert its true strength. There will be a place for you in the future. Chapter 40, Changes in Strength. Zhou Ling was speechless. A bad thought came to her mind, and her heart tightened. It's not the first time. Why are you acting like a woman? Zhou Ruoling rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and said, Do you think I'm pitiful? Are you pitying me? She looked very natural, without a trace of anger. She opened her arms and said half-jokingly, Before we part, how about you hug me, an orphan? However, Zhou Ling really hugged her, gently, without any overstepping. Zhou Ruoling was stunned, and her thoughts were pulled back to a memory from long, long ago. The next moment, her cheeks turned slightly red, and her face was full of anger. Shameless bastard, she said angrily, trying to push Zhou Ling away. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Zhou Ling's voice was a little hoarse and choked. Zhou Ruoling's body shook, and she suddenly forgot to push Zhou Ling's arms away. After a while, she finally pushed Zhou Ling away and broke free from his embrace. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she burst into laughter. I'll let you take advantage of me this time, but I won't let you do that again next time. Will there be a next time? Zhou Ling blurted out. Understanding what Zhou Ling meant, Zhou Ruoling shook her head. I don't know either. My memory stays at this moment. I don't know if we can meet next time. Even if we can, the next time I see you, it will still be a brand new Zhou Ruoling. The one who disappeared is gone long ago. Zhou Ling nodded disappointedly. After a while, Zhou Ruoling's body began to dissipate and turned into particles of golden light. She said, The power of God is not weaker than the power of the Emperor. Don't lose this power. Use it. From beginning to end, she was always thinking about Zhou Ling, even when she disappeared. It was not until Zhou Ruoling disappeared that Zhou Ling slowly nodded in the hall. Okay, I won't let you down. After staying in the empty hall for a while, Zhou Ling quit the game. After waking up in the room, he was in a daze. After an hour, he got up and went to the kitchen to make himself a meal. Go back to the room and turn on the computer. As expected, a large number of posts were refreshed crazily. The Little Empress's enthronement ceremony and the main story of the heavenly domain is about to begin. These two posts were pinned to the top by the official, and the number of comments reached hundreds of millions. Even the news headlines are about Tianyu games. Oh my god, I'm being watched by everyone, he exclaimed, then clicked on the Empress's coronation ceremony. A high-definition video came into view, which was the moment when the throne appeared, and the video of himself walking step by step to the top and then sitting on the throne. Fortunately, Zhou Ling breathed a sigh of relief. My face has been blurred. Anyway, with the speed of modern internet, I can't even go out to kill monsters. He flipped through the replies and found that most of them were meaningless. Some were begging for favors, while others wanted to lift the Empress up high and ride her on a horse. All kinds of unreasonable wishes. Zhou Ling raised her eyebrows, and after watching for a while, she closed the discussion. The sense of substitution was too strong. After all, the object of why was herself. There's double experience. Zhou Ling saw the message, and after confirming it was true, he didn't want to visit the forum anymore. Entering the game earlier will allow you to level up a few more levels during the double experience period. And your hidden mission has already been completed, so it's a good time to check out your rewards. Re-entering the game, Zhou Ling appeared at the place where he was chatting with Xianni. Unfortunately, the fairy also disappeared. It was as if everything was gone, and the flower basket she left behind also became empty. Another one left? Zhou Ling felt a little sad. Zhou Ling didn't have much contact with Xianni, even though she was just one, but she gave him the feeling of an older sister from childhood. It feels strange, yet familiar. Shaking his head, Zhou Ling opened his attribute panel. I haven't looked at it for a long time, and I don't know if there are any changes in my attribute panel. Zhou Ling. Occupation. Special role. Zhou Ruoling. Level 02 million. Health. 30,000. Mana. 30,000. Strength. 11. Defense. 40. Speed. 20. Authority belief. Skill immortal silk. Infinite immortal silk condensed by the power of the Emperor and the luck. invisible and untouchable. The effect of the skill can be explored by yourself. The stronger the skill belief, the stronger the strength will be. The effect of the skill can be explored by yourself. Exclusive skill. Lancelot Xiaoyao can summon your knight to fight for you. The knight consumes mana as his health decreases. When the mana reaches 0, the knight disappears. Cooldown time is 10 hours. Princess's Pressure. As one of the 9 paths, please explore all the effects yourself. Skill Guardian Spirit. Passive. She will protect you for life and appear when you need her most. The higher the favorability, the more often she will appear. There is an additional attribute column for authority, and in addition to the skill of summoning Li Xiaoyao, there is also a Guardian Spirit. The skill of the Princess's Pressure has also changed. There are certain setting conditions before, but now even everything needs to be explored by yourself. Zhou Ling blinked. This is not a bad thing. In other words, these 3 skills have very strong potential and are full of infinite possibilities. But when Zhou Ling saw the strength column, the corner of his mouth twitched. Fuck, why is the strength still 11 points? Not increased at all? Suddenly, Zhou Ling thought of something. That's right. I have the authority to try to increase my strength. Do it as soon as you think of it. Zhou Ling quickly clenched his little fist and stared at the fist as big as a sandbag. More power, more power. She kept screaming in her heart. As her faith grew stronger, a fist as big as a sandbag emitted a faint spiritual light. The strength column also started to change. It jumped from 11 to 12, then 13, 14, 15, and finally stopped at 20. After that, no matter how hard Zhou Ling tried, her strength remained at 20 points. Is it only possible to add 9 points? Zhou Ling was a little unwilling. After all, it was a thing called authority. Wouldn't it be too much to add this much? How about trying defense? After saying that, she focused her faith on defense. Then he looked up at the panel. Zhou Ling was stunned by this sight. With such a casual blessing, her defense value jumped directly from 40 points to 400. A whole digit was added. Is there any justice in the world? Zhou Ling was shocked. Is he going to become a coward? System? Can you explain it? She asked. The power and effect of authority is ultimately up to you. The stronger your belief is, the stronger it is. This shows that your desire for power is not high. Are you talking sensible words? I don't have a strong desire for power. Who would believe me if I told them? Isn't it that everyone who plays games desires great power and wants to be the best in seconds? Zhou Ling was speechless. Chapter 41. The Power of Immortal Silk. Complaining to no avail, the system simply didn't want to pay attention to what he meant. Zhou Ling turned his attention to the new skill he had just acquired. Fairy Silk. With a slight thought, a fairy thread emerged and floated in front of Zhou Ling's eyes, like a thin spider silk dancing in the wind. Invisible and colorless fairy silk, as if others can't see it. Zhou Ling looked at the skill introduction. But in her eyes, the fairy silk would change color according to her thoughts, and it was extremely obvious in the sun. Try its power. Zhou Ling then controlled the fairy silk to chop towards the stone in the distance. The speed is extremely fast. The speed of the fairy silk is as fast as her thoughts. But what made Zhou Ling speechless was that the fairy silk did not cut the stone at all, but instead stuck tightly to the surface of the stone. That's it. Zhou Ling was stunned. She thought it was like a fruit that could cut through everything, but she didn't expect it to have such an effect. Isn't this too bad? She was very disappointed. Just when Zhou Ling thought that this was the effect of her ability, following a subconscious thought, the entire boulder suddenly moved and was pulled directly over by Zhou Ling's fairy thread. This is an extremely huge stone, and its weight is estimated to be 1 or 2 tons. Me? I think I just thought about it for a moment. She couldn't believe it and tried again. The boulder began to move. Although it was a bit difficult, it was indeed pulled up by Zhou Ling. Hiss, if that's the case. A combination of tactics came to her mind. Tie up the enemy with magic silk, and then shoot at the monster with a bow and arrow. Wouldn't you be invincible? Zhou Ling smiled with a crooked mouth. She did it as she thought, and quickly ran towards the monster area. Li Xiaoyao is still in the cooldown period, so I can't be too reckless. I want to find a low-level monster to try my hand at. She glanced at the map and ran in the direction of the level 10 monster area. In the monster area, she immediately found a lone wind wolf. The wind wolf was still injured, with only half of its health remaining. It was a perfect target for her. Fairy silk binding. She immediately used the skill. Countless fairy threads emerged from thin air and tied the wind wolf into a ball. Oh, The wind wolf howled in shock, his eyes wide open. It didn't understand why it suddenly became like this. His body was completely unable to move, and his eyes looked around in horror, but he didn't find any enemy. Hey, there's a play. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ling rubbed his hands secretly, took out the invisible bow from his backpack, and without coming out, he hid in the bushes and started pulling the bow. Whoosh! An invisible arrow attacked the wind wolf. Awoof! The wind wolf began to feel frightened. He had never seen such a horrible thing in his life. His health dropped madly at a rate of 500, but he had no way to deal with it. Not to mention breaking free, he didn't even notice the enemy attacking him, and he didn't even know what the attack was. Zhou Ling hid in the bushes and secretly rejoiced. He drew his bow and arrow. There are only 400 points left. They will become my experience points in a magnificent way. She drew her bow, and an invisible arrow appeared, and just as she was about to attack, a scream was heard. Oh my God! Look what I found! A wind wolf with little health. It was a man who spoke, and then a fireball shot towards the wind wolf. Just right, one hit to kill. The wind wolf died with hatred, and its body turned into white light. The next moment, a purple light bulb burst out from its body. Wow! Some equipment exploded. And it's purple, the man exclaimed. Zhou Ling was even more dumbfounded. This is the monster I killed. She couldn't believe that the wind wolf monster in the level 10 area actually dropped purple equipment. What kind of luck was this? Wait, luck? Luck. The luck of Zhou Ling. So, this is her equipment. Zhou Ling started to lose his composure. Not only did you steal my monster, but you also took away my equipment. This is intolerable. It's mine. She crouched down and hid in the grass, not moving a single step. After a while, a man in a wizard's robe ran over happily. With an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal, he quickly picked up the equipment on the ground. Suddenly, his face was filled with shock and joy. Awesome! Good stuff! So cool! He shouted loudly, without noticing Zhou Ling in the grass in the distance. Zhou Ling gritted her teeth at his exclamations, which made her more determined to kill the mage player. Fairy silk binding. The next moment, countless silk threads emerged from the ground where the mage player was standing, piercing through the mage player's body and fixing him in place. He kept holding the equipment high, and the mysterious equipment slowly emerged in his hand. It is a golden holy grail, shining brightly under the sunlight. Zhou Ling became even more certain that this treasure was destined for me. What's going on? Why can't I move? The mage player also discovered the problem. His whole body was untied, and he couldn't move. But he couldn't see any skills manifesting, as if time had been frozen. His eyes were darting around wildly, his face full of panic. Witch Taoist friend, can you come out and see me? He shouted loudly, but there was no response. Phew! A bloody hole appeared on the player's body, and a damaged bar emerged from above his head. Wow! Fellow Taoist. Brothers, let's talk it out nicely. A gentleman should use his mouth, not his fists. Seeing the damage value on the system information, he hurriedly shouted. He subconsciously wanted to rub out a fireball, but found that his body was completely restrained, and he couldn't even move. Oomph! What a pity. I have nothing to say, and I'm not a gentleman. You should feel lucky that you didn't die at the hands of Li Xiaoyao. Zhou Ling smiled faintly, and the invisible bow in his hand began to accumulate power. Killing players in the game is the most normal thing. Zhou Ling does not feel any burden when killing a player, and even feels a little happy. Whoosh! The arrow was full of energy and shot straight into the mage player's forehead. A terrifying number popped up above the mage player's head. This mage player was only level 16, and his total health was only a little over 10,000. These 2,000 directly knocked off 1/5 of his health. Ah! The mage player screamed madly. He clearly didn't feel pain, but the scream was still extremely tragic. It was as if he was suffering inhumane abuse. You old bastard! You old bastard! If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Are you still a man? You are not a real man with such tricks. Zhou Ling raised her eyebrows. Oh, that's quite arrogant. Then she drew the bow to its full length, began to gather strength, and infused it with authority. You should feel honored to die under the bow of God. Whoosh! This arrow was extremely terrifying. The terrible damage value shocked not only the mage player, but even Zhou Ling herself. She seemed to have discovered a new way to play. Such damage frightened the mage player so much that he was stunned. He dared not to be arrogant anymore and begged for mercy quickly. Master, please talk nicely. Can't I just admit my mistake? Don't kill me. I'll lose a level if I die once. Chapter 42, Holy Grail of Mana. Zhou Ling ignored the other party's pleas for mercy. Instead, he was worried that his shouting would attract the attention of other players. She crouched down and hid in the bushes, not daring to make any sound, but the bow in her hand was already drawn. It charged up for a while, then shot towards the mage player. Another horrific critical hit. The player screamed miserably, and then his body turned into white light and disappeared. Not only that, he also exploded into a blue light ball. Zhou Ling bent down slightly and waited in the bushes for a long time. When she saw that no one came, she ran out happily. What good luck! She chuckled and grabbed 2 pieces of equipment, one in each hand. The previous blue sword was useless, but it could be bought for money. The current blue weapons can still be sold for at least several hundred real money. And purple, Mana Holy Grail, can store 5,000 points of mana. There wasn't much information, but the effect was incredible, at least for the early stages. Zhou Ling's current mana was only 30,000 points, which was equivalent to 1/6. No wonder that player could laugh like that. Zhou Ling couldn't help but think that what a mage lacks most is the blue bar. This holy grail of mana can be said to be the magician's artifact. Oh, how pitiful. I can only say that you have very bad luck. Zhou Ling shook his head slightly. Then she checked the time and decided to quit the game. Although she had double experience, her monster killing speed was too slow. At this speed, even with double experience, it is not as fast as Li Xiaoyao's group attack. After exiting the game, Zhou Ling watched TV for a while out of boredom. He also sent a message to Zhang Xiaoping, asking for his address. After reaching level 19, she is now one of the top 100 players in the level rankings. She also doesn't need to play games all day long, gain experience, or rack her brains to catch up with the main group. But at this time, Zhou Ling discovered something. Under normal circumstances, the ranking of the leaderboard would not change much. But at this time, except for Zhou Ruoling, a character who defied the heavens. She also discovered that there were several other players who suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, and their upgrade speed was very fast, even not slower than hers. One of them is a player named Jian Chun, and the other is a player named Suyin. These 2 players leveled up even faster than she did. A special role? Zhou Ling's expression slightly changed. If it was true, then the competition in the future would be extremely fierce. The 9 special characters correspond to one of the 9 paths, which means that these people's future achievements will not be worse than mine. This is difficult. Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel a little nervous and rubbed his face subconsciously. Suddenly, he was stunned. My hair seems to have grown longer? He was a little confused. Although he hadn't cut his hair for a month, it shouldn't have grown so much in just 1 month, right? Could it be that my testosterone has started to grow? A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly ran to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror on the sink. My hair has grown longer after I cut it off. I don't even have a beard anymore. Zhou Ling curled his lips, feeling very disappointed. After all, he's already 24 years old, but he still doesn't even have a beard. Isn't this very abnormal? Looking at himself in the mirror again, Zhou Ling's body suddenly shook. Oh my god! You've turned into a sissy. The hair is not very long, but it is long enough to reach his neck. Combined with his fair face, it actually gives him a campus-style, short-haired girl vibe. No, I have to cut it off. If Zhou Yu sees it, won't she force me to do something weird? He pulled his hair, then picked up his phone and walked outside. There is a barber shop outside the community called Brother Wang's Barbershop. Zhou Ling always gets her hair cut at Brother Wang's place. Brother Wang has good skills, but strangely, the business of this shop is very poor. There are many tenants in the community, as well as many young and beautiful girls. But they would rather walk a little further and go to another street to get a haircut than come to Brother Wang for a haircut. When Zhou Ling entered the barber shop, Brother Wang happened to be cutting the hair of a fat man. Zhou Ling couldn't help but take another look. Although it was rude, Zhou Ling couldn't restrain her curiosity. This fat man's figure is even more terrifying than Zhang Xiaoping. Xiaoping was only slightly chubby, but he was already extremely chubby. Moreover, the fat man also has a tattoo on his chest, which is 2 cross machetes. The plump face looks a bit cute, but with this tattoo, the whole person becomes fierce. When he heard someone entering the shop, Brother Wang, who was getting his hair cut, couldn't help but raise his head. Hey, little Lingzi, are you here to cut your hair? He asked, but the next moment he stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhou Ling in surprise. His expression turned into a smile with profound meaning. Oh wow, so you like this? But we don't do wig repair here, Brother Wang. Zhou Ling's face suddenly fell, and he looked embarrassed. Brother Wang, you are joking. This is true. Real? Brother Wang looked puzzled and couldn't believe it. He swept his hand over the fat man's head and subconsciously stabbed the scissors in his hand. Brother Wang? Zhou Ling's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Brother Wang stopped halfway, quickly put away the scissors, swept the fat man's forehead again, turned to look at Zhou Ling, hiding his smile. Brother Wang, I'm an experienced barber. How could I make such a low-level mistake? He then walked up to Zhou Ling and reached out to grab Zhou Ling's hair. After pulling it, I was shocked. It's real hair? Did you use hair growth toner? This stuff will rebound. Be careful not to become bald. I didn't apply that stuff, so I don't know why it grew so fast. Zhou Ling said. Seeing this, Brother Wang didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and went back behind the fat man. Okay, sit down for a while and let me cut your hair. Zhou Ling's mouth twitched as he made such a shocking statement. He instantly understood the ultimate reason why the store's business was so poor. After waiting for a while, Brother Wang finally trimmed the fat man's hair. He patted the fat man's chubby face and said, Hey, wake up. After a few slaps, the fat man finally woke up, and his whole body trembled with this movement. Ah, is it okay? Okay, Brother Wang said, pointing at the fat man in the mirror. How is it? Are you satisfied? The fat man didn't even look at it, and immediately replied, Satisfied. How much? I'll give you a discount, 2,000, he said. Then he picked up the briefcase from the fat man, took out a stack of money from it, and threw the briefcase back to the fat man. Okay, that's all. No need to look for it. Zhou Ling's eyes widened. Wow, this is robbery. But strangely, the fat man was not angry at all. Instead, he picked up the briefcase and smiled. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Wang. I'll be leaving first. Watching the fat man leave, Brother Wang looked at Zhou Ling, who was already dumbfounded, and said with a smile, Don't let your imagination run wild. This is my former little brother. Now that he's rich, he likes to come and take care of my business when he has nothing to do. Zhou Ling. No, this is more horrible than I thought. Chapter 43, heading to Tianhong City. Come sit down. You're the last one today. Brother Wang called out, tapping the hair on the chair. Then he looked at Zhou Ling and swung the scissors in his hand in a gorgeous way. Oh, okay. Zhou Ling was a little scared at the moment. Not because she was worried about Brother Wang's skills, but because she knew some things about Brother Wang. Would she be stabbed in the back? Seeing Brother Wang's threatening light gaze, Zhou Ling couldn't help but swallow and sat down on the chair tremblingly. Well, before Brother Wang started cutting, Zhou Ling said quickly, Just trim a little bit, don't cut too deep. Brother Wang, you are a skilled craftsman, so what are you afraid of? This is a century-old brand with ancestral craftsmanship. Your ancestors have been in this business for 18 generations. Brother Wang boasted to himself. He took a sip of water, then lifted Zhou Ling's hair from the back of her head, took a quick look and smiled. It's only been a month, right? It's grown this long. Zhou Ling nodded, feeling that she had seen Brother Wang's technique somewhere before. Brush. Brother Wang started to use the knife, and the scissors quickly cut past Zhou Ling's head. The hand flower that looked so awesome before now looked so scary. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and his hair was not too long, so it was trimmed in no time. Okay, not bad, right? Do you want me to dye your hair? Or perm it? Brother Wang said with a smile. No, I still like black hair more natural. Zhou Ling declined. After paying the money, Zhou Ling didn't stay in the barber shop for a moment longer. After eating something, he returned home. The day passed like this, peaceful and simple. It's just a pity. Hurley Xiaoyao still needs 4 hours to cool down. Once this person has a comfortable life, he doesn't want to work anymore. Just like now, I know that during these few hours of double experience time, there are still many players who are better than me. But when he thought about having to kill monsters himself, Zhou Ling became too lazy to enter the game. He was waiting for Li Xiaoyao's cooldown time to pass. As soon as it was over, she would rush into the game immediately. After lying in bed bored for a while, Zhou Ling's cell phone finally rang with a message reminder. I took a look and saw it was a reply from Zhang Xiaoping. I'm in Tianhong City now, and I was just gaining experience. Didn't you see it? Don't you want to play games? Today's experience is doubled. This little fat guy, probably never thought in his dreams that your double experience reward is all thanks to me. He secretly laughed in his heart and immediately replied, I have been there, and I know about the double experience, but I'm already level 19 now, so there is no need to work so hard. Level 19? Fat Zhang responded quickly, with a shocked expression on his face. You're not lying to me, are you? You were only level 11 a few days ago. Now you're level 19? You're almost on the leaderboard. Chuckling, there's an experience reward in the hidden mission, which will increase your level 4 times in a row. Fuck. European Emperor. Boss, please come and guide me quickly. I'm already level 17, and I still can't beat that dungeon. Fat Zhang made a sad expression. Poor pat on the head. Okay, send me the game again, and I'll contact you when I get to Tianhong City. Okay. Zhang Xiaopeng was overjoyed and immediately submitted his game to welcome Mr. Zhou Ling. Seeing this, Zhou Ling couldn't help but smile. The feeling of being praised and praised by others was really wonderful. Keeping Zhang Xiaopeng's game in mind, Zhou Ling checked the time. There's still 3 hours left. Let's go to Tianhong City and meet up with the fat guy first. Then Zhou Ling entered the game. In this game, there are teleportation arrays between cities, but you can't just teleport through the teleportation arrays. Players not only need to pay a certain teleportation fee, but also have to pass the teleportation trial. This trial does not have any benefits, no experience, no equipment, just gives you the qualification to teleport between large cities. Zhou Ling's night summoning skill is not yet ready. In other words, if she wanted to teleport now, she had to go to the teleportation trial alone and complete it. The level of the trial is not high. Even a player like Zhou Ling can pass it easily. In any case, she is already a high-level player at level 19. The teleportation trial level is only level 15. What the hell are you afraid of? Rush! Zhou Ling rushed towards the city formation with great momentum. If you didn't know, you would think she was going to challenge someone big. The teleportation array of Jusha Town is located in a temple. Inside the temple, there is a Buddha statue. But this Buddha statue is very strange. He doesn't sit cross-legged like other Buddhas but crosses his legs. And he is not bald, but has long black hair that reaches his waist. He had a smile on his face and lowered his head to look at all the living beings and believers passing by. Zhou Ling walked into the hall, and just as she came in front of the Buddha statue, she heard a prompt from the system. Oh, my devout believer, are you here to worship the Supreme Being again? Oh my God, is he so showy? Zhou Ling raised his head in surprise, looking at the giant Buddha statue in front of him in disbelief. She looked at the other players and saw that none of them had that RUF asterisk king kidding me expression. Before she could reply, the system's voice came again. My devout believer, now you can worship me. Come and kneel on the cushion. Zhou Ling, am I seeing a ghost? Zhou Ling frowned, looked at the cushion on the ground, and was hesitant to kneel down. In her mind, two little people seemed to appear. One of them urged her to kneel down. This was probably also a hidden task. Another villain tried to stop her, saying that as the emperor, I am the only one who is supreme in heaven and on earth. Two thoughts kept circling around her ears, chattering nonstop and making her feel irritated. She shook her head hard to get rid of all the thoughts, then looked at the giant Buddha in front of her and said, I want to take the teleportation array. Her voice made the other players feel strange. Teleportation array. Isn't it possible to get a trial notification as long as you get close to the Buddha statue? Why even speak? Ding! You are using the teleportation array. Since this is your first time using the teleportation array, you need to pass the teleportation test. Do you want to continue? Those strange system prompt sounds disappeared, and only such system sounds made Zhou Ling feel satisfied. Yes, she replied. Then her body disappeared in front of the Buddha statue. Only about 10 minutes later, she appeared in front of the Buddha statue again. Without any surprises, she passed perfectly. There was only one Wolf King of level 15 inside. Although its level was only level 15. After being controlled by Zhou Ling with the fairy silk, it died under Zhou Ling's gun with a suffocated look on its face. Go to Tianhong City, Zhou Ling said directly. The next moment, she disappeared in front of the Buddha statue again. This time, she really disappeared. I just don't know. After she disappeared, the Buddha statue faintly revealed its existence, with golden blood flowing from the corner of its mouth and a look of helplessness on its face. Chapter 44 Union Invitation. Tianhong City is a city that is even larger than the one in Jusha Town. Compared with Jusha Town, it is in ruins. This is a bustling and lively city with a large number of players gathered. Tianhong City is not an ancient city, but a prosperous city with modern industry and contemporary technology. Zhou Ling appeared in a conference hall full of technology. In the Great Hall, people were coming and going. Not only were there players walking around, but there were also the natives, extraordinary humans known as warriors. Both sides were having a great time, and there was no way to tell that these people were any different from the players. Oh, The only difference is that they are not as silly as the players. Whether it is the way they walk or the expressions on their faces, they are all very serious. Wow, found a little Loli. Zhou Ling's appearance was immediately noticed by the attentive players, who then lowered their heads and said nothing. However, the colorful expressions on their faces betrayed that they were chatting in the channel. These people are actually players in the guild. They specifically wait here for players from other cities to appear and then report to their guild. 10 minutes after Zhou Ling appeared, she just walked out of the conference hall. Several groups of people blocked Zhou Ling's way. Is there something wrong? Zhou Ling asked weakly. The little girl's tone, coupled with her deceptive little figure, instantly made everyone present fall in love with her. Even those who were not interested in Loli couldn't help but stop and watch. Our Babel guild wants this mascot. Before those people could speak, an extremely domineering voice came from behind them. The faces of the people who stopped Zhou Ling froze and they turned around. When they saw the person coming, their expressions instantly fell. I am Wang Tianba from the Hegemony Guild. Wang Tianba had a cigar in his mouth, looking like a gangster leader. His walking posture was normal, but he had an inexplicable dominance. Everyone looked disappointed and could only make way for Wang Tianba. However, Wang Tianba was still not satisfied and gestured to his men around him. Several younger brothers nodded quickly and started pushing the crowd around them. Get out of the way. Can't you see we are from the Tyrannical Guild? Who are you going to let pass such a small path? Our boss is an 18th level martial artist. Be careful. He'll punch you to death. Everyone looked unhappy, but no one dared to talk back. The people of the Tyrannical Guild were always overbearing and would ambush people at any time. They would never stop until the people who offended them were ambushed to level 0. Soon, a Yinkong Avenue appeared in front of Zhou Ling, and she also welcomed the president of the Tyrannical Guild, Wang Tianba. Little sister, please join my Overlord Guild. His tone was indeed overbearing. He said this directly without asking any questions, and then sent a guild invitation to Zhou Ling. Ding! Player Wang Tianba invites you to join the guild Babel. This, Zhou Ling subconsciously stepped back, a hint of timidity appearing on her little face. Wang Tianba thought the little girl was shy, so he pinched his fingers on the cigar to put it out and showed what he thought was a kind smile. Don't be afraid. As long as you join us, you will be our little princess, and no one will dare to bully you. What he said was sincere. From the first time he saw Zhou Ling, he fell in love with this little Lolita from the bottom of his heart. Don't think too much, I just simply like it. It's like raising a daughter, dressing her up beautifully, and then keeping her by your side. But in Zhou Ling's eyes, it was a completely different scene. Oh my God, the mafia is forcibly arresting people. She hesitated and didn't react for a moment. She was a level 19 player, but she was shocked by the intimidation of a level 18 player. The little girl hugged herself subconsciously with fear in her eyes. You tyrants are all a bunch of stinky men with bad intentions. How dare you invite a little girl? Just when Zhou Ling was hesitating and wondering what to do, another group of people appeared behind him. It's someone from 7 stars. That's good, the mascot is saved. Some people were shocked, some were relieved for Zhou Ling, and some stood aside and watched, looking forward to the next result. Wang Tianba turned around with a gloomy face as his good deeds were interrupted. He put the extinguished cigar in his mouth again. Ladybug, are you tired of living? The leader of the 7 Stars Guild was a young man, about 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, young people like this were full of vigor and vitality, and when they heard such a title, they immediately got angry. You are a 7-star Ladybug. I am the 7-star Sword Master. He was not afraid of Wang Tianba's momentum at all. He pointed at the top of his head with an extremely arrogant look on his face. Look carefully at the title on my head. This is Sword Saint. You scum. Zhou Ling looked up and saw that, sure enough, this person had a purple title on his head. Sword Master. Zhou Ling immediately thought of hidden professions when she had never heard of them. There are too many hidden professions in Tianyu. As long as you're willing to play, work hard, and have a little bit of luck, you can switch to a hidden profession. Moreover, hidden professions are also divided into strong and weak ones. The most common one is purple, followed by gold, and the highest level is red. It is said that when changing jobs, the red hidden professions may even change their race. This is the case with the Dragon God, who is currently ranked 2nd on the list. Zhou Ling had seen his attribute panel on the forum, and it turned out that he was from the Western Dragon clan. Haha, Wang Tianba said with disdain. You are a hidden profession and are not as good as an ordinary sword cultivator. Why are you so proud? The young man blushed and said angrily, What's the point of an early advantage? I am a 7-star sword master, who who can kill anyone in a second. The two of them seemed to be at loggerheads, born to be incompatible. They kept talking back and forth, seemingly forgetting about Zhou Ling. Go ahead and make a scene if you want. Just when the two were about to start fighting, another team appeared behind them. This time it was a girl with a nice figure and a perfect queen style. Behind her were 3 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and the women were pretty. She brought her own people and passed directly past Tyranny and Qi Xing's men and walked toward Zhou Ling. Little sister, do you want to join us, Lark? She bent down, and her plump breasts almost made Zhou Ling's eyes pop out. Wow, so spectacular. Zhou Ling's ego instantly took over. She had originally decided not to join any guild, but she immediately threw that decision out of her mind. Snort! But before Zhou Ling nodded in agreement, another team appeared behind him. This time a small, arrogant voice came out. When Zhou Ling heard the voice, the image of a proud and arrogant young lady emerged in her mind. A gathering of talents. Behind him appeared a group of eye-catching people. All of them were small, none of them were taller than 1.6 meters, and all of them were wearing beautiful little skirts. It's like lilies blooming and competing for beauty in all directions. The leader was a girl in a pink floral dress. Even her hair was pink and tied in 2 ponytails. She held a plastic stick in her hand, like a magical girl from an anime. However, there really were big red words magical girl on her head. This is a red-level hidden profession. Zhou Ling was extremely shocked. At this moment, she seemed to have found her organization. Look at this group of girls. Just standing there. Aren't they blending in perfectly and completely into the girl group? Chapter 45 Fairy Tale. My name is Qin Shiyao. Can I get to know you, little sister? Qin Shiyao stretched out her hand, with an orange headband on her wrist. Zhou Ling chuckled, with a certain smile on his face. Zhou Ruan. She was about to say the name of her game, but immediately stopped herself. Qin Shiyao tilted her head, looking confused and silly. My name is Zhou Ruan. Zhou Ling smiled and reached out to hold Qin Shiyao's hand. This hand was extremely smooth and tender, and it made people imagine a lot when they touched it. It was clearly a handshake between 2 girls, but the surrounding players were envious. They all swallowed their saliva and wished they could replace them. They would not lose out no matter who replaced them. Not only the male players around, but even the little Loli behind Qin Shiyao showed jealousy and looked at Zhou Ling with dissatisfaction. Hello, Zhou Ruan. I would like to invite you to join our union. Is that okay? Qin Shiyao's voice was extremely sweet, and there was a hint of spring breeze on her face. Okay. Zhou Ling agreed without hesitation, completely forgetting her previous experience as a lone wolf. Okay, I'll invite you. Qin Shiyao was delighted, and the smile on her face brought out a small dimple. Ding! Player Qin Shiyao invites you to join the guild Fairy Tale. Do you want to join? Join! Zhou Ling agreed to the invitation. Congratulations, player. You have joined the guild Fairy Tale. Since you are a special character, you can redefine your name. Do you want to use it? Oh wow, there's such a good thing? Zhou Ling was just worrying about the name, but she didn't expect the system to come so timely. It was like a pillow sent to someone when he was sleepy. Zhou Ling quickly renamed himself as Zhou Ruan. This name did not really change his name, it just hit his real name. Union Channel. Player Zhou Ruan joins the union. Welcome her arrival. Yimeo. There's a new person here? Lu Jingxi. Welcome, welcome. Another cute little baby. So sweet. When she just joined the union, many young sisters came out to greet her. Each name is beautiful and poetic. Every time I say a name, I imagine the young girl's youthful appearance. Oh my God! Zhou Ling wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. How is it? Are you satisfied with my union? Qin Shiyao was very happy and smiled at Zhou Ling. Okay. Zhou Ling nodded repeatedly and put away his expression that might have made him look like a pervert. As long as you like it. Come on, I'll take you to the union base. Qin Shiyao said as she took Zhou Ling's hand and walked outside, leaving the conference hall with a group of little cuties. Alas, the remaining players sighed. The mascot was taken away by a group of mascots. Now Zhou Ling was like a doll in a claw machine. There were beautiful dolls everywhere, but for the players, they could only look through the glass and try to grab a doll from inside. Don't even think about it. The Fairy Tale Union base is located in a castle. The buildings here are full of colors and fairy tale atmosphere. Lawns, gardens, playgrounds, and various entertainment scenes that are suitable for girls. How about it? As soon as she arrived at the Fairy Tale Union base, Qin Shiyao ran happily to the lawn. Then he turned around and looked at Zhou Ling with a smile on his face. This is a fairy tale castle that I spent a lot of money to build. In addition to what you see outside, there is also a tea party inside. Remember? Zhou Ling nodded blankly, stunned by the castle in front of him. A lot of money. These two words should be crossed out. Rich woman. Fan. Zhou Ling spoke subconsciously for some reason. Who can resist such a cute and rich little cutie? Qin Shiyao burst into laughter and hugged Zhou Ling. The two girls clung to each other tightly. Ah, you clever little devil. See? I will definitely keep you clean and fair. Hey. A fragrance came to her face, and Zhou Ling's heart was moved. She threw away her girlish reserve and hugged Qin Shiyao. Damn, no shore tools. Arriving at the gate of the fairy tale castle, Qin Shiyao pushed hard and opened the entrance to the fairy tale world. Sisters, look who I brought with me. The door was opened, and inside, there were flowers everywhere, bright flowers blooming everywhere. What Zhou Ling couldn't imagine was that this was actually an amusement park full of girlish atmosphere. There is a soft carpet under your feet, flowers all around you, and a huge chandelier with soft colors overhead. In the very center of the castle, there is a huge bird cage with a round table inside. At this time, there were several girls sitting at the round table. All of them were beautiful girls wearing Lolita clothes. One of the white-haired girls sat dignifiedly, holding a cup of black tea in her hand. Zhou Ling was shocked, not because of their appearance, but because these girls all had names with offensive meanings on their heads. The white-haired girl had a big red word on her head. Blood ancestor. Is it the hidden profession of the vampires? Zhou Ling couldn't help but think. Come, let me introduce it to you. Qin Shiyao pulled Zhou Ling and ran towards the golden birdcage in the middle. On the road, many little heads popped out and looked at the newcomers with curiosity. Qin Shiyao pulled Zhou Ling to the white-haired girl of the vampire clan and introduced her, Letitia de Cray. Her Chinese name is Wei Wei. She is a genuine Westerner. If you think her name is too long, you can call her Wei Wei. Oh wow! Zhou Ling blinked her eyes. She didn't expect to meet people from other countries in the Eastern gaming area. Wei Wei glanced at Qin Shiyao, then stood up, pulled up her skirt, and bowed to Zhou Ling. Hello. Welcome to the fairy tale. Hello. Zhou Ling was a little at a loss. She clumsily pulled up her skirt and returned the greeting. It's really a different way of saying hello. Wei Wei stared at Zhou Ling for a while, and the red eyes in her eyes made Zhou Ling particularly nervous. Fortunately, Wei Wei just looked for a while and then turned away. Would you like some black tea? Wei Wei asked, but she had already poured a cup for Qin Shiyao and Zhou Ling. A cup of black tea instantly relieved Zhou Ling's nervous mood. Almost. Did you think your perverted character had been exposed? Qin Shiyao took a sip of red tea, then pulled in a little girl who was about the same height as Zhou Ling from outside the birdcage. This girl is Yun Ming, and she is recognized as the strongest nanny in our union, she introduced. Hello, Zhou Ruo. Miss Yun Ming giggled and shook the lamp in her hand. If you need to play a dungeon or kill monsters in the future, you can call me. I'm really good, a veteran. Zhou Ling's eyes were blinking. Why did it feel so familiar? By the way, is Yun Ming reliable? Chapter 46, Level 20 Limit. After some understanding and Qin Shiyao's introduction, Zhou Ling also roughly understood the system of the Fairy Tale Guild, which was different from many game guilds. The members here are divided into two types. The first type prefers the lone wolf route, and usually goes out alone to kill monsters, level up, and complete tasks. The other is to form teams, which are mostly made up of cute kids of average strength and level who hug each other for warmth, play together, and play games. After all, fairy tales are full of cute little lolis, and these people are probably underage girls in real life. They are innocent by nature. If they meet a cute little rabbit, they will probably giggle even if they are beaten to death by the rabbit. In the fairy tale, Xiang Wei Wei, Qin Shiyao, and other high-level players are the big guys who hold up the banner of the fairy tale. Without their protection, this group of little cuties would have been coaxed away by people from other guilds long ago. By the way, Zhou Ruo, what level are you at? Wei Wei put the empty cup aside and asked softly. Me? Zhou Ruo felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at him indifferently. The red light in his eyes was deep, flashing with wisdom. It seemed that Zhou Ruo must be a mascot of low level. She comforted him. It's okay. It doesn't matter if your level is not high. The level is restricted in the heaven realm now. I can definitely help you upgrade when I have time. No. Zhou Ling quickly shook her head and said a little embarrassedly, actually, I'm already level 19. I see. I happen to be going to the blood territory to do a mission this afternoon. If you're not scared, huh? What level are you? Wei Wei didn't react for a moment, and she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. I didn't expect it. Such a weak-looking little girl is actually already level 19. This is a high-level player. Are you level 19? She asked. Yeah. Zhou Ling scratched his head. I just upgraded yesterday. I was a little lucky and completed a mission that gave me a lot of experience. Wow, Xiaoruo is so amazing. Qin Shiyao's eyes shone with intensity, and she leaned against Zhou Ling with admiration on her face. No, I just had better luck. Zhou Ling smiled. Luck is also a kind of strength. In this game, luck is a feature of the game. Wei Wei smiled and used her slender little hand to refill a cup of black tea for everyone. While you were stuck at a certain level, you'd better improve your strength. Once the second floor of the Tower of Babel is breached, you can catch up with the main force. Tower of Babel? Zhou Ling couldn't help but wonder, she asked. What is this? Facing such an ignorant Zhou Ling, Wei Wei patiently introduced. This is something you will only be informed of after you reach level 20. You still remember the level limit of 10, right? Yeah, I know. The dungeon that needs to be cleared to reach the level limit is the first floor of the Tower of Babel. However, the second floor is different. It does not require every player to participate. As long as one player clears the second floor alone, the 20-level limit will be lifted. So that's how it is? Zhou Ling seemed to understand, but wasn't quite sure. Doesn't this require the help of a big shot? Is the second level very powerful? She asked. Once she reaches level 20, wouldn't it be easy for her to defeat those in the second level in a one-on-one duel? Wei Wei nodded and said, that's a level 30 monster, and each player can only enter the second floor once. Even if you fail, you can't come back. Is there such a restriction? Zhou Ling exclaimed. This time, she didn't dare to act rashly. Ever since Li Xiaoyao was slapped to death by a little girl, she felt that this game was not easy. The big guys all like to be the boss and become the ones who are easy to bully, waiting for the players to take the bait. Then they will trick you into the woods and slap you 9,999 times and take you away. Seeing the tangled look on Zhou Ling's face, Wei Wei laughed. She flicked the little girl's forehead with one finger and said unhappily, you seem to be thinking about how to improve your strength. You are now level 19, and you still have millions of experience points to reach level 20. I guess by the time you reach level 20, the boss will have already cleared the second floor. Ahem, Zhou Ling said awkwardly, Sister Wei Wei. What level are you now? Wei Wei didn't hesitate and replied directly. She was already level 20 a day ago and is now ranked 30th on the list. Qin Shiyao next to her is also level 20 and is ranked 56th on the list. Oh my god, 2 top-level bosses. Hearing that Qin Shiyao was also a level 20 boss, Zhou Ling immediately approached her. Yao, you were so awesome. Hee, it's okay. Qin Shiyao's vanity was overflowing. She felt a little embarrassed, but most of the time she still looked arrogant. Instead, Wei Wei's red light flashed, and she attacked without hesitation. The level has caught up, but the strength is much weaker. Moreover, the current ranking list only includes our country, China. I've asked my friends in the West, and all the rankings there are level 20. One special character is now very close to level 20 and has full experience, and is working hard to reach the second level. Comparison is the culprit. It would be better if there was no comparison. Once compared, a huge gap was directly opened. Qin Shiyao's face suddenly became bitter. She hugged Zhou Ling and cried, Woo, Wei Wei bullied me. Good girl. Zhou Ling touched the girl's head, looking like an adult. Don't cry, Yao. When you become stronger, Duomi will be with you then. No need to Lulu. Qin Shiyao looked very girlish and cute and made a face at Zhou Ling. No regrets in life. This is what Zhou Ling is thinking at the moment. Such a lovely girl is simply heaven. After another round of kissing, Zhou Ling looked satisfied. She collected her thoughts and asked, what is the bloody area you mentioned before? Wei Wei seems like a wise man in a fairy tale, knowledgeable and experienced. No matter what you ask her, she always knows the answer. It's the area outside Tianhong City with high-level monsters. The Blood Zone is just one of them. In addition to the Blood Zone, there are 4 other areas with wild monsters of similar levels outside the city. She paused, picked up the black tea, and took a sip. Bloodland, Bones, Wicked Souls, Dark Forest, Goblin Mountain Range. When Zhou Ling heard the last Goblin Mountain Range, he was stunned and blurted out subconsciously, is the goblin serious? The conversation was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Ling's words. The 2 girls were silent, with a faint blush on their cheeks. Great! So you are this kind of little. Qin Shiryao went straight to her, grabbed her little face, and pulled it. It hurts? Chapter 47, Ghost. The girls played around for a while. After a while, Zhou Ling's night skill finally cooled down. In other words, she can now go kill monsters and level up. Zhou Ling couldn't wait to get to the new map. After asking Wei Wei for the wild monster map outside Tianong City, Zhou Ling rejected Qin Shiyao's idea of forming a team to help. He walked out of Tianong City alone. Walking in the wild area, Zhou Ling was thinking about where he was going. Among the 5 major wild monster areas, the wraiths are the most difficult to fight. Their spirit bodies are completely immune to physical attacks. The dark elves in the dark forest are also very difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, you may be kited to death by them. The blood zone is not easy to fight either. The monsters there have strong blood-sucking and blood-regenerating abilities. But she couldn't help but smile, her little face full of confidence. No matter how strong he is, I have Xiaoyao and can break him with one sword. What if one sword can't break it? Then prepare yourself for the most brutal tactics in the world. The stronger the strength, the more generous the corresponding rewards. Zhou Ling thought about it, and finally chose the most difficult ghost to fight. I don't know if my Li Xiaoyao can deal damage. Forget it. Let's go to the outer area of the ghost and try it first. She thought so in her heart. As he walked, Zhou Ling came to the outskirts of the wronged souls. A mass grave. There were graves everywhere, with stone tablets standing crookedly on the yellow earth, weathered by the wind and rain. Some graves didn't even have a stone tablet, just a dead branch. As soon as Zhou Ling stepped out of the mass grave, a ghost crawled out of the grave. It looked at Zhou Ling and immediately attacked Zhou Ling with its fangs and claws. Ghost. Level 19. Skills. Soul can ignore all physical attacks. Ghost Claw causes spiritual damage to the target, ignoring physical defense. Ghost Howl attacks the target's spirit, can temporarily stun the enemy. The so-called ignoring physical defense refers to the defense added by the equipment. At the same time, the defense of the players who practice physical training will also be greatly reduced. Zhou Ling took a look at the system introduction and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this system could ignore defense, wouldn't she become a useless little cutie again? It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Ling patted her chest. With a thought, a fairy thread instantly appeared on the body of the wronged soul. Countless silk threads bound the whole body of the originally ferocious ghost, locking him firmly in place. Then, Zhou Ling activated Li Xiaoyao's skill, raised his hand, and a summoning magic circle appeared in front of him. Xiaoyao, who was hiding in the darkness, I call you in the name of the princess. Please show your true self. Fight for my loveliness. Li Xiaoyao came out. In fact, he appeared faster than Zhou Ling could recite his lines. When Zhou Ling recited Xiaoyao, he had already appeared in front of Zhou Ling. It was just that Zhou Ling was so absorbed in thinking that she forgot to play, and he didn't feel comfortable disturbing her. He even looked at Zhou Ling with some amusement. When Zhou Ling finished reciting, he said quietly, "Your Highness, you don't know how to recite any spells. As long as I'm not dead, just call me. Life must always have a sense of ritual." Zhou Ling giggled, then pointed with her little hand at the wronged soul trapped by her. "Xiaoyao, he bullied me. Beat him. Wrong soul. Which eye of yours saw me bullying you? Do I look like someone who can bully you? Let me out if you dare." It's a pity that the wronged soul cannot speak and can only open its terrifying and ferocious eyes to meet the dazzling sword light of Li Xiaoyao. 6,000. The terrifying damage value instantly reduced him to low health. What an injustice! The wronged soul screamed and began to struggle vigorously. The taut silk thread was pulled by him and made a tinkling sound like the beautiful sound of a piano. But Li Xiaoyao's attack will not be just once, and he doesn't care whether you have the ability to resist or not. He struck the wronged soul with several consecutive sword strikes, and each sword was a dazzling sword light. When it hit the wronged soul, it caused a terrifying amount of damage. The wronged soul died with hatred in his heart. He did nothing wrong. He was beaten to death as soon as he came out of his own grave. Ding! You killed the wronged soul, and your experience points increased by 1,000. Seeing the system prompt sound, Zhou Ling did some calculations and immediately looked miserable. I have to kill at least 3,000 of these wronged souls to reach level 20. No, we have to speed up the monster killing process. I've made up my mind. Let's work all night. Zhou Ling worked harder, full of energy, and then walked into the mass grave. We were just outside just now, but this time we have truly stepped into the area of the ghosts. After taking a look at the place where the wrong soul died, Zhou Ling picked up a silver coin. Ding! Pay now. 100 yuan has been received. TSK. So poor. Zhou Ling smacked his lips, put away the silver coins, and then walked towards the inside of the wronged souls. After walking only a few meters, Zhou Ling arrived in front of a grave. Suddenly, a ghost suddenly jumped out of the grave, staring at Zhou Ling with a pale and terrifying face. Ha! Unexpected, right? Zhou Ling was so frightened that his hair stood on end and his pupils contracted. She didn't run because she was so frightened that she fainted and her face turned pale in an instant. Anyone would be scared if a ghost face suddenly popped up on the screen, even if they were watching a video. Not to mention Zhou Ling's current personal experience. However, the next second, a long sword emitting golden light pierced the head of the wronged soul. Ha! Unexpected, right? Critical hit. It must be a critical hit. This sword was mixed with Li Xiaoyao's anger, and golden light burst out. Coupled with the fatal blow, a red number emerged above the head of the wronged soul. 40,000. Such damage instantly killed the wronged soul. Its face remained the same as before, but its body had begun to turn into light, and 5 silver coins unexpectedly exploded. Your Highness, are you okay? Xiaoyao looked at Zhou Ling with concern. My impression is that Zhou Ruoling is a little princess who is very afraid of ghosts, and I don't know whether the prince in front of me has inherited this fear. Zhou Ling's mind was blank until the wronged ghost disappeared, and she could hear Li Xiaoyao's questions. Then she slowly came back to her senses. Ghost! She cried out in fear, and her small body erupted into a sharp scream. Under the blessing of authority, the area around her began to crumble. Stones shattered, stone tablets turned into ashes, and dead trees broke into pieces. Within 100 meters radius around her, a string of numerical values floated up from each grave mound. 1,000. 1,000. Powerful abilities are always used for strange purposes. Half an hour later, Zhou Ling sat on the tombstone of Wang Jelin's tomb, his face pale and with lingering fear. Around her were soldiers from the first knights, each holding a shovel and working in groups of 3 or 5 to dig graves on the mounds of earth. Pull out the wronged soul hiding inside, and then hack them to death with the sword. How dare you scare our princess? Chapter 48 New Discovery. The digging took 3 hours. The entire mass grave was turned upside down. All the graves were dug out, and the coffins were exposed. Not only were the wronged souls killed, but even the corpses for refreshment were taken out, and then piled together and burned to ashes by the flames. Zhou Ling has recovered now. Although she is still a little scared, she feels relieved after seeing the fire. In this way, no wronged souls will jump out, right? She thought, and stood up to worship the fire. May you rest in peace and no longer suffer as a wandering ghost. Ding! Player Zhou Ruoling physically cleansed the mass grave and was rewarded with 50,000 experience points. Is there an extra reward? Zhou Ling's eyes were filled with joy, and he really couldn't believe it. As the system voice ended, the mass grave in front of us began to undergo different changes. The withered graves disappeared, the coffins were blown away by the wind, and the turned-over land returned to the earth pit. The originally dim mass grave was illuminated by a ray of sunlight. Then, tender shoots sprouted from the soil and grew vigorously. Soon, this mass grave was transformed into a plain with blooming flowers and plants. But in the distance, there was a dark and dead forest where you couldn't see the scenery inside. That is the real center of the wronged souls. The mass grave where Zhou Ling was located was only the outer area of the wronged souls. Do you want to go in? Zhou Ling hesitated as she looked at the scenery over there. The mass grave alone was enough to scare her, not to mention the innermost area. As if sensing the princess's timidity, Li Xiaoyao stepped forward, patted Zhou Ling's head, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, there is no need to risk your life. Just wait here for a while. Let the future expand your territory for you. How can that be possible? Zhou Ling refused immediately, letting his men take risks while he waits for things to happen. What's the difference between him and the stupid son of a landlord? I don't agree. She refused. How can I give in just because of this little bit of fear? It's just a ghost, right? I watched ghost movies every day when I was a kid, and I was never scared. Li Xiaoyao looked up at the sky and asked, How come you don't have any self-awareness at all? Does this have anything to do with being afraid of ghosts? Well, it is somewhat related, but what matters in the end is your strength. Going and will only slow down our progress in killing monsters. In order not to undermine Zhou Ling's confidence, Li Xiaoyao reorganized his words and said, "Your Highness Princess is a royal figure, so you are naturally not afraid of these ghosts. But your Highness is a daughter of a rich family after all, and your status is delicate. How can you take risks? As an emperor, the most important thing is to protect yourself and boost the morale of the soldiers in the rear. Your Highness, have you seen a few emperors go to the battlefield in person?" Zhou Ling's mouth twitched. To be honest, she really knew quite a few, but now was not the time to argue. Li Xiaoyao's expression clearly meant that he didn't want to play with her. She pouted and looked unhappy and asked, "But even if I stay here, can you stay so far away from me?" In her impression, the summoner's skills are limited in range. It is impossible for a person to be in this map while his summoned beast is fighting monsters in another map, right? Etc. As soon as the words came out, Zhou Ling was stunned, and she quickly looked at her summoning knight skill. This sight made her gasp. Wow, there is no distance limit. What the hell is this concept? This shows that she can really do it. She can sit at home and experience comes to her at once. Isn't that awesome? Hiss. Zhou Ruoling. Okay, then you guys go quickly. I'll wait for you here. The earlier you go, the earlier you can come back. Zhou Ling just gave up. With such a knight in hand, Zhou Ling can fly with ease. After watching Li Xiaoyao and a group of soldiers leave, leaving only one behind, Zhou Ling found a flat grass patch to lie down on, quietly waiting for the experience to fall from the sky. After a while, ding! You killed a wrong soul. Experience points increased by 1,000. Here it comes. She opened her eyes with a hint of joy in her pupils. As Li Xiaoyao started killing, the system's voice recording experience points being credited kept ringing in Zhou Ling's ears. She just lay on the grass, looking up at the sky, counting the experience points that kept increasing on the system panel. This feeling, she didn't know how to describe it. Just one word. Cool. Ding. Your skill Knight Li Xiaoyao is too far away from you. You can turn on the remote command mode. Do you want to turn it on? Well, hearing the voice, Zhou Ling was stunned and subconsciously sat up straight. Is there such a function? She opened the details of the knight skills, and at the end of the skills, there was an additional line to enable remote command mode. Hey, you don't want to play with me? Zhou Ling smiled and immediately started the remote command mode. The next moment, her perspective began to change, and she appeared in a dark world with withered trees all around her. Zhou Ling appeared above Li Xiaoyao's head from a god's perspective, watching Li Xiaoyao expressionlessly kill the wrong souls approaching him with his sword. Wherever the sword flashed, the wronged souls turned to ashes. Awesome. Zhou Ling's eyes started to light up when he saw this scene. No wonder he doesn't bring me along to play. Without me, the efficiency of monster spawning has skyrocketed. Li Xiaoyao's body paused. After killing a wronged soul, he looked up at the sky and happened to meet Zhou Ling's eyes. Your Highness, you are here. His tone was calm, as if he had known that Zhou Ling would come. Discovered, Zhou Ling was so scared that she dared not make a sound, just like a little girl who had done something wrong and covered her mouth. Li Xiaoyao didn't get a response for a long while, so he shook his head helplessly and continued to kill monsters. He really wanted to tell His Highness that your unscrupulous gaze had already exposed your existence. Without Zhou Ling, the few of them killed monsters extremely quickly, and soon they encountered the first elite-level ghost. This is a general riding a war horse, and beside him are dozens of soldiers in armor. In the general's information, Zhou Ling saw that he had one more passive skill than other ordinary wronged souls. Memories of past lives, possessing previous life fighting instincts, skills, and martial arts. This skill directly increases the combat strength of this elite ghost several times. Kill! The general roared angrily and spoke in human language. He waved a long sword in his hand and led the soldiers to attack Li Xiaoyao and his men. The monster killing instantly turned into a war between two armies. Li Xiaoyao showed no fear at all. With his sword flashing with golden light, he attacked the wronged general head-on. However, Zhou Ling, who had been watching the show, had a little idea. Fairy silk binding. As soon as she thought of it, the fairy silk suddenly appeared on the battlefield, several thousand meters away from her real body. Countless fairy threads instantly bound the body of the ghost general, making him unable to move. He raised a long sword high up, but he couldn't cut it down. It actually works, she couldn't believe it. Although Lao Lu intervened, Li Xiaoyao did not have any complaints. Not only did he not reduce his attack, But he took this opportunity to increase his attack and slash the body of the ghost general with his sword. Chapter 49, My Stupid Sister. Roar. Despicable. General Yuan Hun didn't know what had happened, but he was sure that it must be the enemy in front of him who did it. He began to struggle, but Zhou Ling's fairy silk was not something he could easily break. Not only was he unable to break free, but under Zhou Ling's intentional control, the immortal silk was getting closer and closer, and the entire ghost of the ghost general was almost sticking to the horse under him. How could Li Xiaoyao give up such an advantage? He made a few quick moves and launched a combo, slashing at the ghost general's body. The attacks continued, and the wrongful general died with hatred. From the beginning to the end, he had never attacked once since he appeared. His whole body was bound by an invisible force, and he couldn't even defend himself. Unfortunately, this general was too poor. His body turned into white light, and only a few blue light balls burst out, not even a single purple one. It's so damn poor. Zhou Ling was very angry. After a while, this team of wronged souls could not hold out even for a cup of tea, and all turned into Zhou Ling's experience points. The speed of monster spawning is continuing, and the progress is constantly moving towards the inside of the wronged souls. The further he went inside, the more elite monsters there were, and the more frequent they appeared. In addition to the ghosts of the soldiers he encountered at the beginning, Zhou Ling also saw many hanged ghosts, starving ghosts, dead ghosts, and countless other ghosts. But when they meet Li Xiaoyao, it is like a mouse meeting a cat. Some ghosts and monsters are no match for Xiaoyao's sword. After looking a few more times, Zhou Ling felt bored. There were hideous and terrifying ghosts everywhere. Every time Zhou Ling looked at them, he felt creepy. She withdrew her consciousness and descended, returning to the peaceful and tranquil prairie. The spring breeze blew by, ruffling Zhou Ling's hair, which was cold and made her feel very uncomfortable. Seeing the crazy increase in experience points, Zhou Ling smiled even more happily. Brush! However, the next moment, the soldier who had been guarding her suddenly stood up and looked outside the prairie with sharp eyes. What's wrong? Zhou Ling sensed the movement and asked. Someone is coming, the soldier said in a low voice. He had already drawn his sword, which was shining with a sharp light that could kill people. Gradually, a boy's voice was heard from far away. Strange? How about such a large mass grave? Zhou Ling was speechless. Mass grave? Wasn't that already physically purified by myself? After a while, a team came from a distance. 5 girls and 1 boy, with more yin than yang. Fortunately, the boy had an ordinary face and was even a little fat. With such a face value, it was impossible for him to have a harem, so he could not become rich. Wow, I found a little Loli. Is it wild? 2 girls made voices, one of which made Zhou Ling frown. Because she was so familiar, she didn't even need to look to guess who the girl was. Zhou Yu, my sister. Then the girl next to her should be the Moo that Zhou Yu mentioned, right? Zhou Ling looked at the girl holding the red sword next to Zhou Yu. She is tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Although her chest is not very full, the size is just right. Wait, why did I think of this? Zhou Ling shook his head and watched Zhou Yu and Moo approaching him. Little sister, why are you here? Zhou Yu asked gently and elegantly, her fingers lightly touching her hair, with an indescribable flavor. Pack! Zhou Ling rolled her eyes, not giving Zhou Yu any face. You stole my food and destroyed my furniture. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Of course, we are here to show off our status. Zhou Ling answered in a mature and arrogant manner. Xiao Yu. Moo pulled Zhou Yu, then nodded at the soldiers beside Zhou Ling. She might be a big shot, so don't offend her. Boss. Zhou Yu was a little bit unbelievable. She looked at Zhou Ling's current little lowly figure. Then her eyes lit up and she covered her mouth. 9 out of 10 Lolis are rich, and 1 is super rich. Could this be a walking money printing machine? Did she go out with her bodyguards to kill monsters? However, she didn't dare to do anything beyond the limit. This was a game, and some people would beat people to death just because they didn't like them, as if they were vengeful for killing their father or stealing their wife. If I say something wrong, the bodyguard might kill me with a sword. Zhou Ling's eyes were always on Zhou Yu. When he saw the little girl showing a hint of nervousness, Zhou Ling smiled with great satisfaction. That's right, it's this expression, fear me, worship me. Little sister, do you know why the mass grave here is gone? Moo pulled Zhou Yu aside, squatted down, and asked. It's Moo. Zhou Yu's expression changed. There was definitely no chance for her sister herself, But the closer her sister's best friend was, the greater her chances would be. How about sneaking into my sister's small group first and understanding Moo Moo's life preferences? Zhou Ling's mind turned, and he felt that he was a talented person. The originally indifferent little face suddenly became joyful. Hello, sister. Ah, why do you treat me like this? Did I provoke you? Zhou Yu was dumbfounded, her eyes wide open. Now even little Lolis like this know how to be treated differently? Zhou Yu turned her head, her little face instantly became calm, and she glanced at her. How come you have no idea what you did? Oh, Moo Moo was so happy that she actually took the initiative to hug a wolf in her arms. It's a jasmine-scented shampoo, really good. Zhou Ling was distracted. She has even thought about their future children. After thinking for a while, she replied to Moo Moo and said, just now, there was a mass grave here, but I was lucky and accepted a purification mission. Then I purified all the mass graves here. You, Zhou Yu almost revealed her true nature, and she quickly covered her mouth. Huh, you can't pretend anymore? That's right, the entire mass grave has cleared me out. Zhou Ling raised his proud little nose. Moo Moo looked at his teammates, but they were actually discussing something in the teammates' channel. She said she purified the entire mass grave. Do you believe her? You found that I don't believe it. That's not necessarily true. You can't judge a person by appearance. There are people like him in Tianhong City. Then could she be someone from a fairy tale? Speaking of which, isn't this the main point? Without the mass grave, where should we go to spawn monsters? After a discussion, Moo Moo asked, does the little sister have a union? Which union is she from? Fairy tale. Zhou Ling answered directly. It's actually someone from the fairy tale. He actually showed an expression that said, so that's it. As we all know, fairy tales recruit such cute little Loli. Although most of them are mascots, there are many big guys among them. And with their petite and cute appearance, they are even more popular among the natives. Unexpectedly, they met the boss of fairy tale here. Chapter 50 Boss, Zhou Ling. Hey, the big boss in the fairy tale. Several people couldn't help but yearn for him. TSK. Fairy tales are all lies. Zhou Yu curled her lips and said sourly. Is the boss's sister resting here? Moo Moo asked. No, I'm trying to gain experience and level up. Facing Moo Moo, who was right next to him and would have a chance in the future if he worked hard, Zhou Ling replied without any concealment. Upgrade? Gain experience? Several people looked puzzled. They saw Zhou Ling lying here to rest. How could this be the case of gaining experience? Is it possible that your experience will come to you on its own? Faced with everyone's doubts, Zhou Ling just smiled and didn't intend to answer. What should we do? The mass graves are gone. I'm afraid those low-level wronged souls won't spawn again, right? A busted girl in their team asked. This? Several girls couldn't help but hesitate. How about we go to the depths of the ghosts? The only fat man among the teammates suggested that he was the team's healer. Otherwise, he would not have teamed up with a group of girls. No! Moo Moo directly rejected his proposal. Most of the monsters in the depths of Wrathful Souls are level 20 elite monsters, and they appear in groups of 3 or 5 each time. Even if it's an ordinary ghost monster, since it ignores physical attacks, it will take us a lot of time to deal with it. Now everyone is leveling up, and we can't let anyone die for this reason. Well, several people sighed, the girls looked worried, and the girl with big breasts was so heartbroken that she was about to cry. Zhou Ling couldn't help but raise his hand and asked, what mission are you going to do? Come to think of it, the disappearance of the mass grave had something to do with me. And there were 2 people I knew in this team. Zhou Ling felt that she should help if she could. It's not a mission. It's to capture 5 ghosts for Qin Lian to learn skills. Zhou Yu said. Zhou Ling knew without guessing that Qin Lian that Zhou Yu mentioned was the girl with big breasts. What skills? She asked curiously. Some skills require prior recommendations, but those are purple level or even higher skills. Just like her fairy silk, not only does it require the collection of so many materials, but it also requires a specific time and specific conditions to be completed. The girls looked at each other and finally looked at Qin Lian. After all, this was her skill, and it was up to her to decide whether to tell her or not. Qin Lian bit her lip, hesitant, but finally made up her mind and stepped forward and said, it's the 5 ghosts wealth-bringing technique. I have completed the previous tasks, and I only need 5 ghosts to practice. When she took this step, her whole body was shaking, and Zhou Ling's eyes almost popped out. Zhou Ling quickly shook her head to get rid of her impure thoughts and blinked her eyes with a silly look on her face. Is it the skill of stealing money? Her knowledge of this skill was still stuck on the scene in the TV series White Snake, where Xiaoqing summoned 5 ghosts to steal money from the government warehouse. By the way, Su Xian was almost tricked to death later on. No. Qin Lian waved her hands quickly, then shook her head and said, "This is a skill that focuses on control and secondary attack. It can summon 5 ghosts to capture the enemy or attack." So that's it, Zhou Ling suddenly realized. She looked up at Mu Mu, then at Zhou Yu beside her. Alas, she is my sister after all. By the way, have all 5 of you learned it? Zhou Ling asked suddenly. This question was hard to guard against, and the girls' faces froze subconsciously. Zhou Lingxin is sharper than a ghost, and she can't tell what they look like. As long as this skill is not unique, they will probably learn it. Stare. Then Zhou Ling just stared at them like that. The girls dodged the stares they were given, but Zhou Yu finally stepped forward and said, "If you want to learn, we can tell you where to get the quest. But as a condition, I need you to help catch ghosts." In fact, they don't want others to know, at least not now. After all, you discovered it yourself first. Good skills are often learned by yourself, and only after you have used them almost completely will you spread the news. But now, they don't have the strength to fight in the depths of the wrong souls. If Zhou Ling might not be the big boss in the fairy tale, they would not have put forward such conditions. It's a pity that Zhou Ling didn't care at all about the 5 ghosts fortune-bringing spell they were talking about. Control? How could it be as powerful as my own fairy silk? Still have attacks? Li Xiaoyao kills 1 with 1 sword. Learning such skills would be a great disrespect to Li Xiaoyao. Okay, I'll help you catch ghosts and you tell me how to connect your skills. Zhou Ling stood up and patted her skirt. Seems to be very interested. In fact, it was just to help Zhou Yu and Mu Mu. As for the others, they were just incidental. Especially the little fat boy, who looked at him with a lewd expression. He was obviously a Lolita complex. Snort. Let's go. I've rested enough. Before I leave, I'll take you guys out to play and let you see how powerful I am. Zhou Ling looked very proud. He truly took the lead and had the temperament of a big boss. Your Highness. Before he had taken a few steps, the soldier who was ordered to protect him hesitated for a moment before speaking. What's wrong? Zhou Ling turned around and asked lightly. Now that there are people around, she doesn't know how to act like a mascot, so she can only act like a big boss. The soldier rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten why the general didn't play with you? It's because you are too weak. Now that the general is not around, you are still thinking of sneaking away? Your Highness, are you planning a rebellion? Zhou Ling could see what the soldiers were thinking. They were worried about their own safety. She patted the soldier's back of the hand and gave him a look that said, "Don't worry." He whispered softly, "Don't worry, I'll just wander around the periphery and come back after catching a few ghosts." The soldier's eyes were almost open in blood sacrifice. Outskirts? Is there an outskirts here? We have dug up all the graves and cleared them out. Your Highness, don't you have any idea? Going further inside, you will find yourself in the depths of the wrong souls. Have you forgotten the scene when you were scared out of your wits by ghosts? However, Zhou Ling had no mind-reading ability and didn't know what the soldiers were thinking. She was almost reaching the depths of the wrong souls. From a distance, she spotted 1 or 2 newly refreshed hanged ghosts. Fortunately, apart from their longer tongues and a look of "I'm so miserable" on their faces, they weren't too scary. Ah, Your Highness. Seeing this, the soldiers had no choice but to follow. Alas, it is not easy to be a soldier these days. I wonder if His Highness wants a pay raise. It's so tiring. Chapter 51. The boss is so scary. Zhou Ling led Zhou Yu and the other 5 people and gradually approached the depths of the wronged souls. Those hanged ghosts naturally became Zhou Ling's primary target. How about these 2? She asked, turning around. I'll listen to you. Qin Lian replied. She didn't have high requirements for the quality of ghosts. As long as she could learn some skills, she would be very happy. Okay, these 2 are it. How do we catch them? Zhou Ling nodded. After confirming the target, she asked again. Just beat him until his health is only 5%. Then we can use our skills to catch him. Qin Lian said it directly, without any hesitation. She was already very excited. Okay, leave it to me next. The little girl stretched her waist and stretched her muscles. However, before starting, Zhou Ling couldn't help but look at his soldiers. How could Han Li not understand what his prince meant? It was obvious that he was worried that he was not capable enough and wanted to ask for his help. He nodded helplessly as a response to His Highness. Seeing this, Zhou Ling's confidence increased greatly. He took a step forward and was right within the farthest range of the invisible bow. Fairy silk binding. She used her skill, and at the same time used a control skill on the two hanged ghosts in the distance, hanging them on the tree. The two ghosts stared with eyes wide open in disbelief, and their memories once again brought back the fear before death. We're just used to being hung, but we really don't want to be hung. We. Zhou Ling smiled slightly, then drew his bow and arrow under the gaze of the girls. From the perspective of Zhou Yu and Mu Mu, Zhou Ling seemed to be posing. What is she doing? Zhou Yu asked her best friend quietly. Shuh, don't talk. Kiss me. Whoosh. Zhou Ling gathered his strength for a while, then shot out an invisible arrow. There was no need to aim. With the blessing of faith, the arrow would hit the hanged ghost without error. The wind is whistling and the Ishui River is cold. The dead ghost hanging on the tree is destroyed by the wind, leaving only the ghost in a daze. Pong! With a loud bang, a huge hole instantly appeared in the chest of the hanged ghost. The hole was so big that a bowl couldn't cover it. At the same time, a damage value floated above the hanged ghost's head. In one fell swoop, 1/10 of her health was reduced. Ah! Ghost is not stupid. She knew she was being attacked. Immediately, a shrill scream broke out. She was still a female ghost. This kind of scream could be said to be shocking to all ghosts and gods. Even the system couldn't determine whether she had a mental attack. The female ghost struggled wildly, playing like a swing on the big tree, having a great time. Boss! So awesome! The eyes of the girls behind Zhou Ling were stunned. Just now I just watched Zhou Ling put up a posture, and then the ghost in the distance was attacked. This kind of attack is really hard to guard against. No! She was clearly under attack. Why didn't she rush over? While the girls were still surprised, Zhou Yu immediately noticed something was wrong. Oh, has your IQ developed? Zhou Ling glanced at his sister in surprise. You are good at nothing but playing games. If you use your IQ for studying, you won't fail to get into university. Oh, this seems to be me. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Ling retracted his gaze, pulled the bowstring again, and continued to accumulate strength for the next round. This time I'll keep it up for a while, so you guys can drop your jaws. Zhou Ling thought secretly, and at the same time, she looked at Han Li and signaled her soldiers to get rid of the other hanged ghost. Yes, Han Li nodded, not in a hurry, and walked slowly over step by step. Little sister, what's he doing? Mu Mu asked. These are my soldiers. It's too slow for one person to fight. I asked my soldiers to help me. This way we can win faster. Zhou Ling explained without turning his head. I secretly gave myself a thumbs up, but I don't know how I would rate this for being so pretentious. In the next moment, she felt that the bow and arrow in her hand was almost charged. Then she released the bowstring. Whoosh! Pong! The hanged ghost's body, which had not yet fully recovered, was blasted open again. This time the damage was several times more severe than before. Such a terrifying value instantly reduced the health of the idiot to just over half. And up to now, she has not been able to struggle down from the tree. Little sister, you are so awesome. Mu Mu couldn't help but praise. Being able to reach an attack value of 10,000 has already surpassed the level of most advanced players. Even in a guild like Fairy Tail, there are only a handful of such people. Mu Mu couldn't help but feel a little envious. He had been playing until now, working hard to upgrade every day, but his strongest attack could only deal 7,000 points of damage. It's no big deal, Zhou Ling said with a humble smile. At the same time, Han Li also came under another hanged ghost. Because of the previous experience of another hanged ghost of the same kind, the hanged ghost was already trembling with fear. Because of his perspective, he couldn't see Zhou Ling's figure. He could only see a big hole suddenly appearing in her body and her inhumane and shocking scream. His body was unable to move, but his little intelligence made him realize that as long as the hanged man in front of him died, he would be the next to have the big hole dug. Hanged ghost. My friend, you go ahead, I'll be there soon. But the next moment, he saw a soldier in armor appear under him, looking up at him coldly and mercilessly. I might be the first one to leave. After taking a look, Han Li drew out his sword, and golden light suddenly burst out from the sword. Then he stabbed the hanged ghost's lower body with his sword. Oh! The hanged man screamed, and a terrifying number floated above his head. Suddenly, 6/10 of his health points were lost. Ah, this! Several people in the distance were stunned. Have you ever seen a soldier more powerful than his master? Anyway, we have seen it. This value of 30,000 should not be a sticky note, right? Oh my God! Zhou Ling opened her mouth with a dazed look on her face. There is no harm without comparison. Zhou Ling seemed to have suffered a severe blow. When did my soldiers become so powerful? On weekdays, I see them fighting in groups all day long, but I never expected that these soldiers could be so powerful individually. What should I, Your Highness the Princess, do if you do this? Chapter 52, Jiyo. Ahem. Zhou Ling coughed lightly and quickly explained, well, actually I'm a summoner. Oh. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the summoner. That made sense. The strength of the summoned creature was stronger than the summoner. Isn't that normal? With Han Li's joining, the male hanged ghost was the first to be beaten down to only 5 health points. If Zhou Ling had not given instructions in advance, Han Li would have killed the hanged ghost with just a slight touch. Okay, you can arrest him now, Zhou Ling said. Thank you. Qin Lian thanked him and ran towards the hanged ghost with a few sisters excitedly. Zhou Ling followed behind him, pulling the bowstring as he walked, and shot the female ghost. Without accumulated power and the blessing of authority, Zhou Ling's attack power is extremely low. It will take some time to kill him. Forget it, just take your time. Anyway, his identity as a summoner has been exposed, so there is no need to show off just for the sake of showing off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah! When Zhou Ling arrived, the hanged woman was no longer breathing, her shawl hanging in the air, her body still hanging on the tree. It looks like it's been completely ruined. At this time, under the watchful eyes of several young sisters, Qin Lian had already captured the hanged ghost and put it into her backpack. He was turning around and looking at the hanged woman. Wow, that's so miserable. Zhou Yu sighed. Will catching this kind of ghost affect the power of the skill? That shouldn't be the case. There's no description of the skill. Qin Lian didn't dare to guarantee it and could only guess. Okay, it's good enough that we can catch the ghost. Stop complaining about this and that. Moo clapped his hands and changed the topic between the two girls. People are kind enough to help you catch ghosts, but you are complaining about this and that. How will the boss think of you? Fortunately, Zhou Ling didn't hear their conversation. She raised her bow and arrow and shot several times, finally killing the hanged ghost and leaving only 6 health points. Hurry up and catch it. After you catch it, we will quickly go find the next one. It's almost time for dinner. Zhou Ling urged. Nothing can disturb my meal time. Okay. The girls nodded quickly. Several people set out to look for the wrong souls wandering around. Zhou Ling did not participate in any of the battles that followed. She directly used the fairy silk binding technique to tie up these wrong souls, then packed them up and threw them to Zhou Yu and the others. Although Han Li would help out a bit, most of the time it was Zhou Yu and Moo who surrounded an immobile ghost and beat and kicked it. The scene is so horrific that it is unbearable to watch. The girls' fight demonstrates the pure aesthetics of violence. It's unfair. The wronged souls screamed and howled, all crying out for injustice, as if they had experienced the most inhumane torture. Another half an hour passed. Zhou Ling clapped his hands and threw a wronged soul in front of Zhou Yu. Is this the last one? Catch it quickly. I need to log off to eat. Thank you, Sister Zhou Ruo. Can I join your game? Zhou Yu's face was filled with joy. She really wanted to have such a powerful, cute, and adorable little Lolita. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. Add you? That's too much. I might have to appear in front of you as your brother in the future. If I add you to the game, wouldn't that be a direct exposure? Forget it. I'm very busy. She shook her little head and rejected Zhou Yu's ill-intentioned request. Okay. Zhou Yu looked regretful, but then she cheered up again and asked with stars in her eyes. Are you still accepting people in Fairy Tale? Can you ask the president to bring me in as well? Good guy. Do you want to break into the Lolita Club too? I don't know about joining the guild. You can ask the president. Zhou Ling shook her head and pushed the matter to Qin Shiyao. Okay, I should go now. After seeing his sister capture the wrong soul, Zhou Ling had already thought about leaving. The girl was nice, but the game was the most important thing, and she hadn't had dinner yet. Man is made of iron, and rice is made of steel. No matter what, you can't let yourself go hungry. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yu, Zhou Ling returned to the prairie where he had been before. His mind moved, and his thoughts appeared on Li Xiaoyao's side. As soon as she appeared, Zhou Ling's little face was instantly shocked. Did I get this? She muttered to herself. Right before my eyes, there is a wronged soul made up of 9 heads. Each head has a different face. Men, women, young and old, with different expressions, happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. 9 Netherworld. Level 20. Ghost Howl, mental attack can cause magic damage to the enemy. Ghost Shadow, mental attack. Release 9 ghost shadows to penetrate the enemy, causing magic damage and dizziness. Ghost, Increase your own attack and reduce the enemy's attack and defense. Each of the 3 skills is a mental attack skill. This attack completely ignores the player's physical defense, which shows how perverted it is. But it was still resisting desperately, facing the powerful Li Xiaoyao and his group of soldiers. No matter how abnormal this Jiuyo was, it could not be their opponent in a group fight. Even if it summoned a large number of wronged souls, they were no match for Li Xiaoyao's sword. When Zhou Ling appeared, Jiuyo only had 1/10 of its health left. At this moment, it also entered a violent state. This is also the reason why it didn't die immediately. But its health kept dropping. Zhou Ling estimated that it would die at the hands of Li Xiaoyao and his men within 5 minutes. After thinking about it, Zhou Ling decided to join the battle. Fairy silk binding. Countless immortal threads suddenly emerged and pierced towards Jiuyo. The moment they appeared, they instantly trapped it and blocked all its movements. It's the princess who's here. Li Xiaoyao noticed the abnormality at the first moment. Seeing Jiuyo's movements were restricted, he rushed forward with his sword and slashed at him. The numbers are terrifying. With one sword, the sky gate was opened and the last bit of health was instantly taken away. Pong! With a loud bang, Jiuyo exploded and 2 purple balls of light burst out from its body. The equipment has been released. Xiaoyao, bring it here for me to see. Zhou Ling was overjoyed. She was still wearing a few pieces of purple equipment. This would greatly diminish the existence of her special role. Hearing the voice, Li Xiaoyao nodded slightly and picked up the 2 purple light balls. Zhou Ling looked at them with his consciousness and immediately saw the properties of the 2 equipment. It was a pair of phoenix feathers, one on the left and one on the right. They had no substance and looked like 2 pale blue rays of light. If you wear this, you will feel like there is smoke coming out of your head. Chapter 53 Daily Life. 9 Nether Feather. Left. When attacking, additional mental attack is added to the enemy. Mental defense bonus 20. 9 Nether Feathers, right? When defending, additional mental attacks are applied to the enemy. Mental defense bonus is 20. These are 2 pieces of accessories that can be worn together, and after wearing them, the skill effects will be superimposed. I seem to be moving further and further in the direction of defense. Zhou Ling blinked, unable to figure it out for a while. Are you dissatisfied with my mental defense being too low? Zhou Ruoling. How worried are you that I might die? Zhou Ling looked up at the sky, as if she could feel Zhou Ruoling's full love. With this equipment, she would never believe that there was no imperial luck at work. Why can't I be happy? Zhou Ling wanted to cry. It's good that my defense is getting higher and higher. At least I don't have to worry about being killed instantly. After instructing Li Xiaoyao to put away his equipment, Zhou Ling waited for Li Xiaoyao to return on the prairie. Anyway, she has already accepted the direction of defense, so it is good to have an extra mental defense. There was no need to kill monsters. Li Xiaoyao traveled very quickly. After a while, he returned to Zhou Ling from the depths of the wronged souls. Hand the 2 pieces of equipment to Zhou Ling. When Zhou Ling put it on, a pair of fluttering phoenix feathers immediately appeared on her little head. But this long appearance, coupled with a light blue light, seems extremely out of place with her long golden hair. This won't do. It completely lowers the beauty of my royal highness the princess. Zhou Ling frowned, her cheeks puffy, looking a little unhappy. Feeling the princess' dissatisfaction, Li Xiaoyao calmly walked forward and stood in front of Zhou Ling. The distance was very close, and Zhou Ling could feel the faint fluctuation of Li Xiaoyao's spiritual energy. Zhou Ling was confused and didn't know what Li Xiaoyao was trying to do. Don't move, Li Xiaoyao suddenly said, his tone unquestionable, as if he was a domineering president. However, his next action completely dispelled that kind of temperament. Li Xiaoyao rubbed his hands together, and under Zhou Ling's gaze, his hands glowed with golden light. Then he raised his hands and stretched them above Zhou Ling's head. He grabbed the 2 phoenix feathers on Zhou Ling's head with each hand and pulled them out. Bow! Zhou Ling. This is out of the question. Can this thing be pulled off? Zhou Ling couldn't believe it. The moment the phoenix feather was plucked off, she quickly looked at her equipment bar and found that the effects of the 2 equipment were still there. How did you do that? Zhou Ling asked quickly, with a big puzzle in her little head. This is simply a system, right? However, Li Xiaoyao did not answer her. He called a soldier. The soldier stepped forward, and as if they were in sync, the 2 did not exchange any words. The soldier took out an ancient jade comb from his arms and gently combed Zhou Ling's long hair. Wait, where did a soldier like you get this jade comb? Zhou Ling had an incredible expression. Although Zhou Ling was shocked, he he did not stop their behavior. He was essentially a boy who didn't even take care of his own hair, let alone girls' hair. Since she became a teenager, she has never taken care of her hair, leaving it to grow freely. The soldier's movements were gentle and skillful, and he didn't hurt Zhou Ling. Although the hair quality determined most of it, the soldier's technique made Zhou Ling squint. After thinking for a while, Zhou Ling smiled and said, "You must be a family man, right?" After he finished speaking, the soldier paused and was silent for a long time. He continued to comb Zhou Ling's hair very carefully. "Your Highness is right. This is a token of love between my wife and me." The soldier said slowly, "My family is poor, and my wife is the daughter of a famous family in town. We are obviously not a good match, but my wife fell in love with me. When we parted, my wife gave me this jade comb, but I could only make a hairpin for her with a dead tree. Then you guys..." Zhou Ling hesitated to speak. The soldier smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are worrying too much. My wife and I are married. Although my memory is vague, I can still feel the happiness when we got married." "Oh, so that's it." Zhou Ling laughed happily. Fortunately, there was no knife. After a while, Zhou Ling's golden hair was combed straight and smooth, and she looked much more energetic. "Don't move," Li Xiaoyao spoke again, and his words and tone made Zhou Ling dare not move. Under Li Xiaoyao's control, 2 strands of blue light were tied to Zhou Ling's hair like a headband. "I've learned a lot. I didn't expect that equipment could be played this way," Zhou Ling said jokingly. The soldier took out a bronze mirror and handed it to Zhou Ling. "You have this thing in your armor?" Zhou Ling asked in surprise, looking at the soldier's armor with his small eyes in amazement. The soldier touched his helmet and said with a smile, "This is also a token of love my wife gave me." "Okay," Zhou Ling muttered to himself, raising the bronze mirror and looking at himself. It's not a pair of ponytails, but some long hair that was tied up and fixed with 2 strands of blue light to form a nice hairstyle. It really looks like Her Royal Highness the Princess. Zhou Ling was delighted and looked at herself a few more times. So exquisite. Zhou Ling fell in love with herself at once. "I didn't expect that girls can show their beauty more after dressing up." She shook her head and shook her long hair. She could feel the soft hair fluttering behind her. After returning the bronze mirror to the soldier, Zhou Ling chose to log off. Although it was still broad daylight in the game, the real time was already past 7 in the evening. Zhou Ling's main body hasn't eaten yet. After quitting the game, Zhou Ling simply cooked a bowl of noodles. While eating, Zhou Ling always felt like he had forgotten something. But for a moment, he couldn't remember it. Helplessly, he ate noodles noisily, thinking about what he would do tomorrow. After finishing her meal, Zhou Ling watched some videos and read some gaming forums to learn about recent events in the game. Then she went back to bed and went to sleep. In his words, this is called a combination of work and rest, and it cannot be played with games. In the game, at the entrance of Tianhong City, a slightly overweight man stood at the door facing the cold wind with a long sword hanging behind him. He was a sword cultivator, but his figure was out of place. "Look, this fat guy seems to have been standing there for 4 hours? Some players glanced sideways and pointed at him. "Maybe he's on guard duty? Why don't we go ask?" "Forget it. Why do I feel a little bit stupid?" Chapter 54, Hidden Identity. The morning sun was shining brightly, and bits of golden sand were sprinkled on Zhou Ling's face, patting her, as if trying to wake her up. Zhou Ling scratched her face in dissatisfaction and made a soft sound like a kitten. He turned over, facing the sunlight outside the window, and pulled up the quilt to bury himself. A while later, the screen of the phone on the bedside table lit up, and then a familiar ringtone rang in the room. "Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel." The ringing continued, and after each song, it failed to wake Zhou Ling up. But the ringing did not give up, and after each song, it played again several times. Then it went on, circling the room. Zhou Ling frowned. In a dream, he was wearing tattered clothes and a ragged cloak, whimpering and roaring in the dark city, gambling his fate with a pistol, and looking into the eyes of someone who loves him. Even though he was defeated, Zhou Ling stood up straight and remained unyielding. He opened his mouth and spoke out his lofty ambitions before his death. Fight? Fight? With the humblest dream, the scene immediately changed, and Zhou Ling appeared on a stage. The area below the stage was crowded with people waving fluorescent lights in their hands. And Zhou Ling was dancing with her body. She looked confused. "Wait, aren't I running freely in the fields with Zhou Ruoling? What's going on with this song? That's not right. I seem to be sleeping." Zhou Ling suddenly opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling in front of her. In her ears, she heard the song still playing on her cell phone. I was so scared. It turned out to be a dream. Zhou Ling turned over and held the phone in front of her. Huh? Fatty Zhang? Why is he calling me so early in the morning? He made 48 calls at once. What happened? Zhou Ling was still sleepy and pressed the answer button. Hello? Zhou Ling murmured. Hey, you big-headed ghost. What were you doing last night? From the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaopeng's hysterical roar was instantly heard. The sound was like thunder, and it immediately woke Zhou Ling from her drowsiness. Wow, I promised Fatty Zhang yesterday that I would go to Tianhong City to find him. It's over. Fatty Zhang is here to call for justice. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling felt full of apology and embarrassed and whispered, Well, Fatty, don't call me brother. I don't have a brother like you. Zhang Xiaopeng replied angrily. Let's talk about something practical. I waited for you for 5 hours yesterday. Based on my current hourly wage of $50, you now owe me a favor of $250. Tell me, how do you return it? Zhou Ling was unhappy. Brother, talking about money hurts our feelings. Let's not talk about money, okay? Talking about feelings only takes 5 hours, right? How about I spend the whole day with you today? What do you think? Zhou Ling asked in a low voice. But the next moment, Zhang Xiaopeng rejected it outright. Forget it. You want to eat my food and live in my house? That's a nice thought, isn't it? Then, Zhang Xiaopeng continued. My current mission has not yet been completed. Have you completed your hidden mission? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Help me pass it. Passed. Zhou Ling said immediately. As long as they didn't talk about money, everything would be fine. It's just a game with a copy. This princess can just stand there and output casually. Okay, let's go online right away. I don't have much time left to complete the mission. Fat Zhang said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhou Ling couldn't help but ask, Isn't your mission unlimited in time? Not on the surface, but you know how high the intelligence of this game is. Many of my fellow apprentices are urging me now. I see. Zhou Ling nodded to show that she understood. Okay, I'll go online now. Okay, I'll wait for you at the gate of Tianhong City. If you stand me up again, I'll end our friendship. Yes. Zhou Ling nodded in response. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ling went to have breakfast first, then returned home, turned on the computer, and thought for a while. He had to hide himself and couldn't appear in front of Zhang Xiaopeng as Zhou Ruoling, otherwise he would be called a she-male. The identity can be replaced by an invisible puppet, but Zhou Ruoling herself needs to make some adjustments. Zhou Ling thought and opened the trading platform in the game on the computer. After searching for a while, Zhou Ling found a girl's mask that could hide her name. Next, he bought a few sets of girlish clothes in the game. Damn, women's clothes are more expensive than equipment and props. Is there any humanity left? Zhou Ling scratched his head in distress. 2 sets of clothes cost him 1,000 real currency, plus the mask equipment. He spent a total of 1,200. Fuck. If I had known, I should have just treated Zhang Xiaopeng to a 250 yuan meal. Zhou Ling felt distressed, and her heart was bleeding. But she had to spend this money, and hiding Zhou Ruoling's identity was something she had to do. After the purchase was completed, Zhou Ling logged into the game. He has many. A white light flashed, and the scene changed, and Zhou Ling appeared in a garden in the fairy tale castle. This is the benefit of joining a guild. No matter where you are offline, as long as you log in, you will appear in the guild. It is morning now, and the girls are still sleeping soundly. Only some hardcore players are still swinging on the swings in the castle. Are you the new lady? A chubby little girl came over with a curious look on her face. Zhou Ling turned around and looked, and was immediately overwhelmed by the cuteness. Loli is so cool. Yes. Hello, my name is Zhou Ruo. What's your name? How old are you? Zhou Ling giggled and took the little girl's hand. My name is Lingling, and I'm 9 years old. Lingling said with a happy smile. Puff. Wow, he's a beast in jail. Zhou Ling subconsciously let go of Lingling's hand and kept a certain distance from her. She patted the little girl's head and smiled. Lingling is so good. Sister has something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay, take care, sister. Zhou Ling jumped up and down. Fairy tales are good, but each one needs time to develop. Zhou Ling does not want to get lost in the world of Loli. Arriving at the room specially provided for the staff to rest in the fairy tale, Zhou Ling hid inside and took out the mask and some girl's clothes that she had bought before. First she put on the mask, then she changed into a cute little girl's dress. As for the details, the holy light was preventing him, so Zhou Ling was powerless even if he wanted to. After a while, she changed her clothes. Then, she used her invisible puppet skill to summon a human figure that was similar in size to herself in real life. Then he can't be seen, but if he puts on a set of armor, he can be seen as a human being. Everything is ready, except for the fat man. Zhou Ling opened her friend list and found only Qin Shiyao, Wei Wei, and Yun Meng as her friends. After entering Zhang Xiaopeng's name, Zhou Ling sent a friend request. Seconds passed. After a while, Zhang Xiaopeng sent a message. Life is lonely and cold. Miss, do you have anything important to do with me? If not, I would like to invite you to walk with me and watch the world change. Zhou Ling. Okay. The girl flirted with me. Chapter 55, Meeting Zhang Xiaopeng. Zhou Ling dry heaved. Even through the text, she could feel Zhang Xiaopeng's cocky look. When will the cycle of revenge end? This time, she finally understood Zhou Yu's psychological state. She almost wanted to delete it. Isn't it disgusting? I'm your father, Zhou. Zhou Ling replied. Zhou Ling. Zhang Xiaopao replied immediately, full of doubts. Aren't you Zhou Ling? Why is your name Zhou Ruo? Zhou Ling replied. The name Zhou Ling is too conspicuous, so I changed it. What's so ostentatious about that? Is there any difference between your name and Zhou Ling's? Aren't they both female names? Is it your business? After a moment of silence, Zhou Ling asked, Where are you? I'm ready to come over now. Didn't I tell you? At the gate of Tianong City. Can you hurry up? I've been waiting for more than half an hour. Why are you dawdling like a woman now? My head hurts, brother. Got it. I'll be right there. Zhou Ling's pretty face looked extremely uncomfortable. Every word from this fat guy hurt her heart. It really touched her heart. After closing the chat interface, Zhou Ling stopped looking at Zhang Xiaopeng's message bombardment. The little hand held the invisible doll's hand and was led to the gate of Tianong City. Today is Saturday, and there are a lot of players in the city. Some places are almost crowded. With more people, there are also more troubles. From time to time, a hand would reach out from the crowd to touch Zhou Ling's little head. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ling arrived at the gate of Tianong City. He looked around, and just as he saw Zhang Xiaopeng's figure, he heard the whispers of the surrounding players. This fat guy has also started standing guard. He stood for 7 or 8 hours yesterday, right? Why do I feel like he is being discriminated against like a husband-waiting rock? What? Zhou Ling was stunned and looked at Zhang Xiaopeng. I saw Zhang Xiaopeng's slightly swollen body leaning against the wall, looking up at the sky with a sad look on his face and sighing from time to time. It feels like the husband is in the army and the wife is waiting at home, standing at the door every day, gazing into the distance, looking forward to her husband's return. In fact, this feeling is not obvious, but it is different when someone mentions it. Zhou Ling frowned and didn't even want to go over to say hello. But in the end, Zhou Ling still went over. After all, the man had waited for him for so long, and he had betrayed her once, so Zhou Ling felt a little guilty. Fatty. Zhou Ling greeted and walked over. But Fat Zhang seemed not to hear it and just stared at the sky. Why is it a boy's name? Such a nice one. Zhou Ling. My little fist was itching slightly, and it seemed like it was unbearable if I couldn't get rid of the anger. Fatty. The next second, a slap came over, and the iron tool hit Zhang Xiaopeng's forehead with a bang. Which bastard dares to hit me? Zhang Xiaopeng roared and turned around with an angry face. When he saw the invisible puppet's intimidating armor, his momentum weakened. Who are you? The invisible puppet pointed at himself and said, I am Zhou Ling. Zhang Xiaopeng was startled, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. So you're a warrior? Then who is this? His eyes were always on Zhou Ling Benling, and even when he spoke to Zhou Ling, he spoke in a sideways manner. I'm not a warrior. I'm a puppeteer. Zhou Ling explained, This is my puppet. Zhou Ling controlled the invisible puppet and raised the two people's hands that were holding each other. Puppet master? Is this a hidden profession? Zhang Xiaoping looked puzzled, as he had no impression of such a common profession as puppeteer. Yeah, the purple hidden profession. Zhang Xiaoping was curious and couldn't help but bend down to look at Zhou Ling. What are you doing? Zhou Ling looked so nervous that she almost uttered her own female voice. You have a nice figure. Why are you wearing a mask? Fat Zhang rubbed his chin. Without waiting for Zhou Ling to answer, he immediately understood and smiled. Oh, is it because it's too ugly and you're embarrassed to show it to others? You! Zhou Ling's eyelids twitched under the mask, and he forced himself to suppress the urge to beat up the fat man. Seeing that Zhou Ling didn't answer, Zhang Xiaopeng directly grabbed Zhou Ling's arm. You, what are you doing? Zhou Ling exclaimed, not reacting for a moment. Oh wow, The touch is so smooth and tender. The skin is white with a rosy glow, just like solidified fat, so delicate and fragile. There is absolutely no difference from a real person. Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes were shining with golden light, and he kept exclaiming, using both hands to stroke Zhou Ling's slender arm. I didn't expect it. Zhou Ling, you're actually good at it. He even wanted to put his face close to hers to feel the girl's skin. Come on, police. There's a pervert here. Arrest him. Bang! Zhou Ling was so frightened that goosebumps appeared on her skin. She quickly controlled the invisible puppet and slapped it. It hit Zhang Xiaopeng directly on the forehead without any intention of holding back. The force was so powerful that Zhang Xiaopeng flew backwards instantly and crashed into the wall of Tianhong City. Ding! You are attacked by player Zhou Ruo. You can choose to fight back, and the red name will not be recorded. Zhang Xiaopeng took a look at his own health and was immediately shocked. Oh my god! I'm completely out of health. You deserve it. You did such a perverted thing in public. I'm lucky enough that I didn't send you back to the city. Zhou Ling snorted coldly. She was very angry and quickly wiped the arm that was touched by Zhang Xiaopeng with her dress. If Li Xiaorao was here, he would kill you without my order. It's just a puppet. Is it that serious? Fat Zhang turned over, stood up again, and quickly drank a few bottles of blood medicine. Even puppets are not allowed, Zhou Ling said in a firm tone. After thinking for a while, she carefully lied to Zhang Xiaopeng. Don't do such weird things next time. This doll has a protection mechanism. If it is triggered, she can really kill you with a slap. Is this true? Fat Zhang looked at Zhou Ling in disbelief. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Don't blame me if you die. Zhou Ling was too lazy to explain. Okay. Fat Zhang shrank his neck and turned his gaze to Zhou Ling's previous attack. Your damage is pretty good. You knocked off 50,000 of my health with just one slap. Although I don't use defense, this attack is already more than many players. He looked at his recovering blood volume with lingering fear. I only have a total of more than 50,000 health points. If Zhou Ling's slap had been a little harder, I would have really gone back to the city directly. That's it. Zhou Ling curled her nose and finally found the sense of superiority of a master player in Zhang Xiaopeng. Okay, isn't your mission about to expire? What is it? Hurry up and help you finish it. I need to level up. By the way, what level are you now? Level 18, Zhang Xiaopeng answered Zhou Ling without thinking. Zhou Ling frowned. I remember you were already level 17 5 days ago, right? Why did it take you so long to level up? Chapter 56, Zhang Xiaopeng on the brink of death. When asked this question, Zhang Xiaopeng scratched his head in embarrassment and actually pushed all the responsibility onto Zhou Ling. It's all because of you. In order to wait for you to take me, I didn't even take on other tasks. Huh? Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. Do you still have any shame? What does it have to do with me? Can't you just postpone the task and upgrade first? Zhou Ling was so angry that she almost stomped her feet, but luckily she held back. I can't give up. Zhang Xiaopeng curled his lips and explained. This is a task given by my sect master. If I give up, my favorability will drop. Oh wow. Hearing this, Zhou Ling narrowed his eyes instantly and asked, Is your uncle a woman? Fatty Zhang smiled and gave a thumbs up. The one who knows me best is Sister Ling. Get lost. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. Tell me, what is your mission? She asked. However, Zhang Xiaopeng looked around mysteriously, and when he saw that there was no one around, he took the hand of the infinite doll and walked out of the city. There are too many people here, let's go to another place. Then, Zhou Ling was left with a confused look on her face. You told a lie yourself, so you can't be angry. Zhou Ling held his forehead with his hand, and when he saw the two figures walking away, he quickly followed them. The two came to a patch of grass. Zhang Xiaopeng did not take the usual path. He pulled Zhou Ling's invisible puppet and squatted in the grass, leaving only two heads exposed. Zhou Ling stood outside the bushes and watched them quietly. How should I put it? It feels like watching someone pull. Weird. This is what happened. Zhang Xiaopeng whispered. To keep it secret, he whispered into the infinite doll's ear. Zhou Ling. Damn it. Did you figure it out? You were teasing me on purpose? Speak louder. I can't hear you because I'm wearing a helmet. There's no one here. What are you afraid of? Zhou Ling said angrily while controlling the infinite dolls. Oh, Fat Zhang was speechless, a little bit unbelieving. He reached out and knocked on the helmet, but saw that Zhou Ling didn't react. Helplessly, I raised my voice. In the bone region, there is 100 bone flour, which was discovered by my uncle Ning Shuichin 100 years ago. She calculated the time, and it will be mature in the next few days, so she sent me a task to pick it. Zhou Ling stood behind and nodded. The bone domain is actually the name of a region deep in the bones. This area is the same as the Wrath of the Wrath, and the monsters in it are all level 20. Although there is no difficulty without the Wrath of the Wrath, the bones are extremely difficult to deal with, and they will be resurrected 10 minutes after being killed. If you don't clean up the bones within 10 minutes after killing them, you will be surrounded by bones in no time. What is the reward for the mission? Zhou Ling asked. A sword ball. You should know that if a sword cultivator is equipped with a sword pill, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. This is why I don't want to give up, Zhang Xiaopeng said. Then you form a team. Zhou Ling raised his eyebrows. Although Bai Gu is thick, his damage and counter defense are low. If you form a team, won't it be safe? However, Zhang Xiaopeng showed a bitter look. I want it too, but that 100-bone flower is not a quest item. Everyone can use it. Even if they don't use it, they can sell it for more than 2,000 gold coins. Converted into real currency, that's 20,000. Zhou Ling's mouth twitched, and she stamped her feet angrily. Are you using me as a tool? This scene was naturally discovered by Zhang Xiaopeng. He looked at Zhou Ling with some surprise and said casually, Your puppet is quite interesting. It can also make movements suitable for a girl according to the tone of voice. An idea came to his mind, and he whispered, Why don't you hide your identity and turn the doll into yourself? Maybe you can get into the girls' group this way. And with this figure, you can join the Tenghua Guild. Oh shit. Zhou Ling was so scared that his hair stood on end. This fat guy was exactly the same kind of person as him. He had figured out everything he had done. No, he can't continue. You've already revealed the whole story. Zhou Ling quickly put on a serious face and said angrily, Let's talk about business. Don't talk about this nonsense. All right. Zhang Xiaopeng shrank his neck with a playful look on his face. Aren't you just trying to rely on the boss's style? I'll treat you to a meal after this. Just a meal? This thing of yours is worth 20,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaopeng's mouth twitched, and after thinking for a while, he said, My mother has 2 free meal coupons in her cabinet. I'll get them for you after I'm done. Is this all right? That's better. Zhou Ling nodded, then controlled the invisible puppet to stand up. Let's go. Let's set off now. All right. You're awesome, boss. After that, the two set off towards the bones. Along the way, Zhang Xiaopeng volunteered to help Zhou Ling overcome obstacles. The only bad thing is that those 2 eyes are always staring at me with lustful eyes. Until the 2 of them were on the edge of bones, Zhou Ling could no longer bear it. Can you please stop staring at my doll? Are you pervert? However, Zhang Xiaopeng raised a finger and shook his head while saying, You don't understand this. Your doll is so exquisite, it's almost a 1-to-1 replica. You know what? If this gets out in the industry, many people will be jealous. Zhang Xiaopeng thought for a moment and said something surprising. Do you have this doll all the time? How about lending it to me for a few days? Hiss. Zhou Ling took a deep breath and took several steps back along with the invisible puppet. What's wrong with you? Zhang Xiaopeng felt puzzled. What he didn't know was that a magic circle automatically appeared above his head, and then a sword blade with golden light was pressing down firmly. If it weren't for the existence of the system rules, this sword would probably have pierced Zhang Xiaopeng from head to toe. Good job. Li Xiaoyao can't help wanting to stab you to death with his sword. Zhang Xiaopeng was completely unaware. He curled his lips and said, What's the big deal? If you don't want to lend it to me, then don't lend it to me. Why are you hiding so far away? Stop. If you don't want to die, don't say anything. Zhou Ling hurriedly stopped Zhang Xiaopeng from seeking his own death. After that, Zhou Ling kept a distance of several meters from Zhang Xiaopeng at all times, not for anything else, but to protect Zhang Xiaopeng's life. Walking into the bone area, the two immediately felt relieved by a leisurely and free-flowing bone soldier. He was wearing tattered armor and holding a long sword with a rolled blade. Are you going to stand here and wait? Or are you going together? Zhou Ling asked. The invisible puppet stood in the middle, blocking Zhang Xiaopeng from seeing his own figure. Let's come together. You can help me level up. Fat Zhang said after hesitating for a while. You really don't miss any bargain? 2 people join the team. In this case, the experience gain will be divided equally between the 2 people. Afterwards, Zhou Lingbenling drew his bow and shot an arrow, killing the bones. Fat Zhang was also behind him, controlling the flying sword and attacking the bones. He would occasionally fly the sword and do a gorgeous Thomas spin. Chapter 57, Zhang Xiaopeng's Luck. The 2 skeleton monsters died gloriously after being hit by Zhou Ling's arrows, and a pile of coins exploded. Zhou Ling picked them all up, without any intention of giving them to Zhang Xiaoping, although he also lost a lot. Zhang Xiaoping didn't care. At least he was a little surprised by Zhou Ling's attack. He was known as the sword cultivator with the strongest attack power, but with one sword, he was not even 1/5 of the others. How the hell can a random arrow have 10,000 attacks? The boss is so scary. Fat Zhang started cheering behind him. By the way, he is also responsible for cleaning the ashes after death. The two gradually went deeper. Zhou Ling was attacking in the front, while Zhang Xiaoping accompanied the invisible puppet and watched, occasionally shouting a few words of Big Boss 666. Zhou Ling, your puppet is too powerful, isn't it? Fat Zhang exclaimed. Along the way, Zhou Ling killed gods and Buddhas. All the skeletons he met were so scared that they dared not move, and then were shot to death by Zhou Ling one by one. The invisible puppet didn't speak. He just made gestures and moved his fingers wildly, making Zhang Xiaoping look like he thought he was controlling the puppet. Why? Zhou Ling took great pains to hide her identity. Several people were getting closer and closer to the bone area. Quietly, Zhang Xiaoping and Yang Guhui's speed could no longer keep up with Zhou Ling's killing speed. The surroundings were littered with bones of people killed by Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling slowed down. I can't keep up, Fat Zhang said anxiously. What are you talking about, Yang's ashes? Come and help quickly. After Zhou Ling killed a skeleton, he took advantage of the gap and shouted. But the little fat man looked around, hesitated, but finally listened to the boss. Seeing Zhang Xiaoping join the battle, Zhou Ling immediately ordered, go and kill those bone monsters that I have imprisoned. So he was controlled. Boss, you're awesome, 666. Zhang Xiaoping seemed to be thinking about something. Then he raised his sword and attacked the bones. After being controlled, Bai Gu was like a target, allowing Zhang Xiaoping to attack him at will. At first, Zhang Xiaoping was worried that the control skill would end suddenly, but he became more and more frightened as the fight went on. He was almost killed, but this white bone didn't even seem to fight back. Only the upper and lower jaws were clacking. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoping felt relieved. He flicked his sleeves, took out 2 swords, and started slashing at the bones. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Only I, the sword cultivator Zhang Xiaoping. After a few random hacks, the skeleton monster died. Fat Zhang flicked his hair in a coquettish manner, then attacked another skeleton monster. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. She really wanted to remove the fairy silk binding skill and let Zhang Xiaoping experience what cruelty was. Now we are deep in the bones, surrounded by level 20 monsters. For a level 17 rookie like Zhang Xiaoping, as long as Zhou Ling uses his skills, Zhang Xiaoping will be instantly buried in bones. As they advanced along the way, the two finally encountered a general-level skeleton, which was an elite-level monster. Kill! Zhang Xiaoping's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward without saying a word. Hey, I haven't used any control skills yet, Zhou Ling said quickly. Actually, it was intentional. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fat Zhang's face changed drastically, and he slammed on the brakes. Unfortunately, it was too late. A tall skeleton general wearing exquisite armor attacked Zhang Xiaoping with a knife. Oh my god! Zhang Xiaoping screamed and tried to dodge, but found himself already within the attack range of the skeleton general, and it was too late. Is my virginity going to fall into the hands of the skeleton general today? The thought couldn't help but come to his mind. Looking at the cleaver-like big knife chopping down at him, Zhang Xiaoping felt as if he was a death row prisoner waiting to die in the execution ground. He closed his eyes nervously. Only a few seconds passed, and Zhang Xiaoping did not hear the system notification sound of "You are dead." I'm okay. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was an extremely sharp machete. The knife was only 0 centimeters away from me at the time, but the next second, the owner of the knife stopped completely. I could feel his eyes full of love and anger, because next, I would have a life and death farewell with it that would last for several minutes. Punk, why are you still standing there? Why don't you attack quickly? After Zhou Ling shot an arrow, he said to Zhang Xiaoping, who was in a daze. He dared to lose his concentration when fighting elite monsters. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaoping quickly came to his senses and looked at the skeleton general with ghost lights dancing in front of him. I'm sorry. Let me save your soul. He changed to a huge sword and swung it with both hands. A few minutes later, General Bai Gu was liberated. He didn't even have a chance to resist, as if he had done it willingly. With a bang, the skeleton shattered and a ball of purple light exploded. Oh shit! The equipment exploded. Zhang Xiaoping almost yelled. In his life, he had only seen purple equipment on other people or in the exchange. This was the first time he had gotten equipment by luck. What's the big deal? Zhou Ling rolled his eyes. Isn't it normal for equipment to explode? Purple equipment. Fat Zhang has not yet recovered from his excitement. He paced back and forth around the purple light ball, turned on the camera function in the system, and took a few pictures of the purple light ball. Oh heaven! Oh earth! God has opened his eyes. I, Zhang Xiaoping, also have my moments of great luck. Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. He knelt down with a plop and worshipped the purple ball of light. Hey, don't be so exaggerated. Zhou Ling couldn't help but want to complain now. By the way, how do you feel that you were so lucky? Are the dragon and phoenix on my head just for show? Thousands of words can finally be summed up in 2 words. Ill. Zhou Ling glanced at him with undisguised contempt. She controlled the invisible puppet and walked to the purple light ball, wanting to see what equipment had exploded. Stop! As soon as he stretched out his hand, he was scolded by Zhang Xiaoping. What's wrong? Zhou Ling asked. Zhang Xiaoping looked serious, raised his hands to the sky, and said solemnly, God has mercy on me. This is a treasure sent from heaven. How can I treat it as a joke when opening the box? Is it that serious? Zhou Lingbenling, who was still fighting, was dumbfounded. Okay, then I'll let you open it. The puppet spread his hands and took a few steps back. There is a technique to opening the box. Fat Zhang walked forward mysteriously. We must maintain a reverent heart. Before opening the box, we must burn incense and bathe to reach the peak of our luck. Then he took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit a few, and then took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it on his head. A simple incense bath is complete. With a thud, he knelt down again, his face solemn, as if he was the host of a grand ceremony to worship the heaven. From Tsinghua University to the underworld, God has blessed me, Zhang Xiaoping, with blessings and luck. I will remember this great grace from God in my heart. From now on, I will never break the bridge when crossing the river, and I will never forget my original intention. This will enlighten my mind. 1 bao, 2 kowtows, 3 kowtows. Zhou Ling's eyes almost popped out of her head. Isn't this too exaggerated? She really wants to ask you how long it has been since you last got equipment? After completing a series of operations, Zhang Xiaoping stood up, rubbed his hands nervously, and walked towards the purple light ball. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Chapter 58 Bone Ring. Purple rose, and the light scattered everywhere. Even Zhou Ling, who was used to seeing purple equipment, was shocked by this scene. Could it be that Fatty's metaphysics really works? Zhou Ling was so shocked that she couldn't speak. My heart was beating fast, and I was extremely nervous. This feeling was just as exciting as strengthening my equipment before. It's out! It's out! Zhang Xiaoping jumped up excitedly at this moment. When the light faded, a piece of equipment that looked like a bone ring was revealed. What is this? Zhou Ling walked over curiously and even forgot to fight the monster. Let me see, Zhang Xiaoping said, not noticing that it was Zhou Lingbenling who had spoken just now. Skull bone ring. Magic instruments. Gender requirement. Female. Attack power. Skill suppression. The bone ring becomes larger, causing 3 damage to the range, and the mana consumption is based on the mana. Bone domain. Summons bone hands within the range. Flywheel. Remote attack based on control. Bones appear. Summons a huge skeleton, and all attributes are tripled. Oh my! Why is there a gender restriction? Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes were burning with anger. But the hotter he got, the angrier he became. This magic weapon level weapon has essentially surpassed ordinary purple weapons. The skills on the weapons are simply magical. Ah! Fat Zhang wailed. That sound was heart-wrenching, sad to hear, and tearful to listen to. Only Zhou Ling remained silent and did not dare to speak. Why is there a gender restriction? Is there even a need to explain this? Zhou Ling. It's a female character. This bone ring was made for her. I guess this gender restriction was 100% blessed by the imperial luck. If there were no gender restrictions, there is a high possibility that this bone ring would be taken by Zhang Xiaoping. Although Zhang Xiaoping is a sword cultivator, no one stipulates that sword cultivators must use a sword. Everything is visible. It's not true if you play with a knife and try to call it a sword. Ah! Fat Zhang was already rolling on the ground, crying and snotting. Zhou Ling felt that it was time to put the equipment away. It's so painful to see something. It would be strange if I wasn't sad if I got a top-quality equipment that I can't use. Etc. When Zhou Ling reached out her hand, Zhang Xiaoping quickly stopped her. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes turned red as he stared at the bone ring, gritting his teeth and saying, I don't think gender needs to be so rigid. I can actually compromise a little. Wait, bro, what are you doing? In the end, Zhou Ling was dumbfounded and couldn't believe that Zhang Xiaoping had such awareness. Let me ask and see if I can change my gender. Fat Zhang said with difficulty. Oh my god! Fatty, why are you so cruel to yourself? Zhou Ling quickly stopped the fat man's behavior. This is the heaven realm. Your account and character are linked to it. It is absolutely impossible to change your gender. Unless, in real life. Forget it then. Fat Zhang looked at the bone ring unwillingly, unable to take his eyes off it. Stop looking at it. The more you look at it, the more you can't help it. I don't want to be your male best friend. Zhou Ling said, reaching out to pick up the bone ring, looking at it carefully, and then immediately equipped it. Seeing the bone ring rotating around Zhou Ling's body, Fat Zhang blinked and didn't react for a moment. How can you use it? Shouldn't the gender column also block you? He asked stupidly. Here! Zhou Ling controlled the puppet and pointed at herself. My puppet is a female one, so you can use it naturally. ABA. Zhang Xiaoping was stunned, opening his mouth, not knowing what to say. Dolls can also carry equipment? Zhou Ling looked at Zhang Xiaoping with pity. Poor child, he had become stupid. I don't know if other people's dolls work, but mine is okay, she said. Men and women are killed together? Zhang Xiaoping said enviously. Suddenly, he felt that being a swordsman was not so good at all. All right, let's go kill the monsters. With this equipment in hand, our speed can be much faster. This is all thanks to you, the European emperor. Zhou Ling said with a smile. No way. After being praised like this, Zhang Xiaoping suddenly became energetic. The two continued to kill monsters. With the output of the bone ring weapon, their speed was indeed several times faster. Countless bone hands cleared the way, and the white bones imprisoned by Zhou Ling had no power to fight back and all died at the hands of their own people. Unconsciously, the two have arrived at the bone realm. Zhang Xiaoping performed the sword-controlling technique, and flying swords surrounded him, already showing a little bit of the temperament of a sword immortal. The scene in the bone domain is exactly as its name suggests, with white bones everywhere. At first glance, nothing else could be seen. All the bones on the ground were scattered one by one, and some were piled up into big mountains. We have arrived at the bone region. Does Fatty have a map? Zhou Ling asked. Let me take a look. Zhang Xiaoping said in a low voice, looking at the system map. This way. After a while, he pointed in a direction. The two of them immediately walked towards that direction. The white bones here were much stronger. Facing Zhou Ling's immortal silk restraints, they already had the strength to struggle. This surprised Zhou Ling secretly, and at the same time he realized that his fairy silk binding was not invincible. As long as you are strong enough, you can still break free from her control. In response to this, Zhou Ling became more cautious. After walking for a while in the bone domain, the two finally saw Zhang Xiaopeng's mission target. Centipede. It looked like a bone hand on top of a pile of bones. It was like a great man who was unwilling to die, stretched out a hand, trying to climb out again. I finally found it. Fat Zhang's heart was pounding, and he walked towards the bone mountain with his big, thick legs. Zhou Ling frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. She said, Be careful, Fatty. Wherever there is a spiritual flower, there must be a monster guarding it. You'd better come back, or you will be eaten by the monster. Zhang Xiaoping had already climbed halfway up the bone mountain. Hearing Zhou Ling's reminder, he turned around and smiled at her. Don't worry, I know this kind of plot, it's fine. I'll treat you to a meal when I come back. He gestured and continued to climb up. Zhou Ling blinked and wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Forget it. I'll go up with you. Zhou Ling hurriedly set off and walked towards the bone mountain. But in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the bone mountain, and then several bony hands stretched out. In less than a second, he grabbed Zhang Xiaopeng's fat body. Then there was a crunching sound of chewing. Fat Zhang screamed like he had been caught before, and there was silence throughout the rest of the process. Probably died a long time ago. Watch, your teammate Zhang Xiaoping is dead. After a while, Zhang Xiaoping sent a message. Yeah, I'm dead. When you see this message, I will already be in Tianhong City. I thought it was a story of heroic fighting, but I never expected that I would forget about the story of teammates sacrificing themselves to death. Life is unpredictable. Only after death did I realize how precious life is. It's up to you now. I'm watching over you from the bottom of my grave. Chapter 59, Bone Mountain. It's quite artistic. Zhou Ling blinked curiously. Needless to say, the fat man must have copied this from somewhere. After thinking for a while, she replied in a friendly manner. Are you ill? Zhang Xiaopeng replied immediately. I dropped 2 levels. Is that right? This is the fatty style, but it's really tragic. Normal players would only lose 1 level when they die, but he actually lost 2 levels. Why did I level up today in vain and even dropped a level? Zhou Ling smacked his lips, feeling a little sorry for the experience. If he had known earlier, he would not have teamed up with him. Without the presence of outsiders, Zhou Ling no longer concealed himself. He directly retracted the skills of the invisible puppet and planned to play group stocks. She raised her hands, opened her eyes wide, and acted like she was second to none. Even her small body couldn't hide her arrogance. Teammates' sacrifices to the heavens. Infinite mana. Come out, Li Xin. Before the magic circle appeared, a golden sword rushed out and shot directly at the bone mountain that ate Zhang Xiaopeng. With a loud bang, the long sword pierced into Gu Xin's body, dealing a critical hit of 50,000. Immediately afterwards, Li Xiaoyao rushed out. His eyes were cold, and his golden pupils shot out, like 2 golden lines that cut out half of the sky. 30 formations immediately appeared, and murderous soldiers jumped out. Gu Xin never expected that he would be suddenly surrounded. In the time it was distracted, it lost 1/5 of its health. The ant-like little men hacked and chopped at it crazily. Roar! It was angry, and its body struggled out from the bones. However, it felt like it was stuck in a small pit the size of a basin, and it couldn't even stand up. Could it be that my legs will become numb if I sit for too long? This point it can't figure out, but the attack of this group of ants is still going on, and its health has dropped to half. If it doesn't fight back, it will be killed by this group of people. Roar! Gu Xin roared and activated his skill. Ghost hands stabbed out from the ground and rushed towards the group of ungrateful ants. The soldiers were well prepared. Having experienced many battles, they were ready the moment the bony hand attacked. He rolled lazily and easily dodged the attack of Bone Hand, while not forgetting to give Bone Mountain a blow. The health has dropped to 40. Gu Xin was extremely shocked. He had no brain and couldn't understand why his health was dropping so quickly. But it said it was not to panic, as it still had a blood-bursting skill. As long as its blood volume dropped to 20, all its attributes would increase tenfold. By then, won't this scum be easily crushed to death? Come on! Zhou Ling hid behind a huge rock. She had found a good position when she summoned Li Xiaorao. With Li Xiaorao around, she had gotten used to the state of watching the show without noticing. Without Li Xiaoyao's instructions, she hid away tacitly. Why does my head hurt a little? Zhou Ling muttered, touched his head, and continued watching the show. Bone Mountain's health has dropped to 30. It can now vaguely feel that there is a force stirring within its body, ready to explode at any time. Oh, it's coming! It's coming! It kept roaring, and it felt that its attack speed had increased a lot. Countless bone hands attacked the soldiers, making them embarrassed and dodging back and forth. Before the explosion, I will consume you. Come on! Zhou Ling is no longer useful. She now takes on the task of cheerleading, cheering for the soldiers and boosting their morale. Encouraged by Zhou Ling, the soldiers attacked even harder. Gu Xin's health was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Faintly, Zhou Ling seemed to have found the feeling of being a princess. So this is what Li Xiaoyao meant by Her Royal Highness the Princess? Zhou Ling thought. Although it felt wrong, it was now in line with what Li Xiaoyao said. Come on! Zhou Ling shouted. Why does my head hurt more and more? Zhou Ling was puzzled and looked behind her subconsciously. Behind him, 3 skeleton soldiers were swinging their machetes, chopping at Zhou Ling's head again and again. Playing? What's going on? Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. She was a little scared at first, but when she found that these 3 couldn't even break her defense, she couldn't help but relax. She neither dodged nor evaded, just letting the 3 skeleton soldiers attack her. The blade of the sword in his hand was bent, but he failed to reduce Zhou Ling one's health. The defensive power is so terrifying. But Zhou Ling was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Li Xiaoyao, you dare to bully me? Zhou Ling shouted with a hint of tears in her tone. She looked as if she had really been bullied, so pitiful. Clang! The golden swords rang out, and 31 sword lights attacked at the same time. One of the sword lights was extremely terrifying, far exceeding the others by several meters. The first to attack, It brushed past Zhou Ling's cheek and attacked 3 skeleton soldiers at the same time. It also had a knockback effect, sending them flying more than 10 meters away. While repelling, 3 skeleton soldiers were killed instantly. Before it turned into white light and disappeared, the other 30 sword beams caught up in an instant. Boom! There was a loud bang, and bones were crushed to ashes, and the system had no time to recover them. Snort! Zhou Ling's face curled up, full of pride. After a small episode, she lay on the boulder again, watching the mountain and the tigers fighting, shouting from time to cheer for the soldiers. Roar! Bone Mountain's health finally dropped to 20. It had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and the energy in its body was stirring. It wanted to go crazy, vent its anger, and kill this group of ants right here. But why hasn't the numbness in my legs healed yet? Oh no, it's going into a violent state, Zhou Ling warned loudly. Powerful monsters, especially, will go into a berserk state when their health drops to 20. When Zhou Ling was in the early stages of the game, every time the team was destroyed, it was like this. When he saw that he was only a few % away from being resurrected, he could not be resurrected and had to start over. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Xiaoyao, kill it in seconds, Zhou Ling shouted. Considering the power output of Li Xiaoyao when he exploded, this might really be possible. Come on, Zhou Ling encouraged herself secretly, and the power of her passive skill, Authority, began to operate without her knowing. A force of faith rushed out from Zhou Ling's forehead. Then it sank into Li Xiaoyao's body. Familiar feeling, Li Xiaoyao's body trembled. This feeling was really too familiar. Hold it, Li Xiaoyao commanded. Then he stopped attacking and stood aside with a serious face, holding the sword in both hands. The sword glowed with golden light and soared into the sky, reaching a length of 100 meters. Are you going to use your ultimate move? Zhou Ling frowned with joy and had already moved the bench. Victory Golden Sword, Chapter 60, Killing Bone Mountain. The 100-meter-long golden sword slashed down and instantly split Gushin's body. Its power was so terrifying that it looked down upon everything. The huge body of the Bone Mountain was cut smoothly, like tofu. Its power did not decrease, and it cut a bottomless crack in the bone ground under it. Moreover, a damage value so terrifying that it shocked the sky appeared above Bone Mountain's head. 10,000. Huh. Gushin was stunned, looking at his blood volume, which had been emptied, in disbelief. Where's my health bar? I still have 20 health bars left. Its low IQ made it unable to imagine the horror of the previous attack, but its health bar could not be faked. It's dead. Ah! A tragic scream rang out from the mountain of bones, so heartbreaking that it frightened the surrounding skeleton soldiers so much that they instantly fell apart and merged with the bones on the ground with a snap. It was angry, shocked, and at the same time incomprehensible. I have waited for this moment with great difficulty, and all my attributes have been enhanced tenfold. So why would I be killed by the ants in front of me? Moreover, he was killed instantly with just one sword. With a bang, the Bone Mountain exploded, and the 100 bone flowers used as bait above the head exploded along with 2 balls of purple light. Xiaoyao. Zhou Ling quickly spoke up. The 100 bone flower was Zhang Xiaopan's mission item, and it couldn't be damaged by the explosion of the Bone Mountain. Bump! Li Xiaoyao put away his sword, took a step forward, and soared into the sky. Under Zhou Ling's expectant gaze, he passed the 100 bone flower and grabbed the 2 purple light balls. Well? Zhou Ling looked dumbfounded. I meant to ask you to catch the 100 bone flower. Do you think I look like someone who lacks equipment? But now that things have come to this, Zhou Ling hurriedly stepped forward and chased after the place where the 100 bone flower fell. It was right on the edge of the cliff where Li Xiaoyao was going to kill him. If it had gone a little further, Zhang Xiaopang would probably have given up the mission. The cliff was bottomless and pitch black inside. It was obvious that Li Xiaoyao's sword had cut through the underground cave. Bone flower. Required materials for foundation building pills can be refined through alchemy techniques. Zhou Ling took a look at it and put the bone flower into her backpack. Although it was a mission item, it could still be traded freely. No wonder Zhang Xiaopang didn't dare to bring his teammates along. Now the foundation building pill is very likely to be an item that bypasses the system and breaks through the level 20 limit ahead of time. A foundation building pill, which was worthless after the level 20 limit was lifted. But now it's being hyped up to a whopping million real-world coins on the forum. Zhou Ling could be said to be extremely envious. $1 million, if she took it out, would instantly blind her sister's eyes and leave an indelible impression in her sister's heart. It's just a pity that Zhou Ling doesn't know how to make pills. After putting away the 100 bone flower, she slowly walked towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao has already obtained the 2 purple light balls. A bone sword and a piece of jade bone. Confused bone sword. Attack power. Skill level 2 reversal. 50% chance of all attributes increasing tenfold. 50% chance of all attributes decreasing tenfold. Introduction. I am confused. I was so angry. Why did I die? Good fellow, are you just going to die with your eyes open? Zhou Ling's eyes widened, staring at the attributes of the sword in disbelief. This skill is very tricky. If you are lucky, your strength will be increased tenfold. If you are unlucky, you know the consequences very well. Zhou Ling could imagine that Zhang Xiaoping wanted to kill everyone with this sword, but ended up with the opposite effect. Zhou Ling took a breath of cold air. As for why I used Zhang Xiaoping as an analogy, it was because when Zhou Ling saw the bone sword, he was ready to give it to him. First, she doesn't play with swords, and second, the sword is just too ugly. He put the sword into his backpack and would give Zhang Xiaoping another wake-up call when he got back. Zhou Ling then looked at the piece of jade bone, which was quite good-looking. Bone jade. Defense. Skill hunting. Wearing this jade, killing monsters of lower levels than yourself will double your experience points. Stand still like a mountain, your body will not move, and your defense will be tripled. Very good. My defense has become stronger again. Zhou Ling's mouth twitched. I do want some defense, but you don't have to add it to death, right? As for the skill of increasing experience, Zhou Ling simply ignored it. Is this a skill? Is it purely an extra line added by the system to increase the word count? After looking at the time, Zhou Ling did not go back immediately. She had come to the bone domain with great difficulty, and she didn't want to leave just like that. A lot of monsters were killed along the way, but half of them were taken away by the fat man. It would be fine if they shared it, but the key is that you can't stand this experience. After killing monsters for several hours, her experience points only increased by 5. My experience points are only 45 now, so I must hurry up. I want to upgrade to level 20 as soon as possible and complete the level 20 restricted tasks. Zhou Ling made up his mind. Time is running out, as the group of players on the leaderboard are already approaching the level 20 limit. Li Xiaoyao left quickly. Just like last time, he left one person to look after the baby, while the rest of them rushed into the pile of bones and chopped monsters frantically. Among them, Zhou Ling felt that there was no need for this. Her current defense was so terrifying that if she lay on the stone, no one in the bone realm could hit her. No protection is needed at all. Zhou Ling wanted to refuse, but every time she heard Li Xiaoyao's extremely domineering and unquestionable words, she chose to keep silent. Quietly being a good girl, experience points were increasing rapidly, and Zhou Ling was getting bored to death. With nothing to do, she finally opened the chat panel and found Zhang Xiaopeng's message. Sister Linger, how was the fight? Sister Linger, are you fighting? I can see that your health hasn't dropped at all. Sister Linger, do you need me to come over and help you? Sister Linger. The above are all messages that Zhang Xiaopeng would send every few minutes. There were some very meaningless and dirty words in them, which Zhou Ling actively blocked. After thinking about it, Zhou Ling chuckled, her little face filled with smiles. He replied, I passed. Not only did I get the 100 bone flower, but I also got a piece of purple equipment. 66,666. Big brother, you are awesome. You are simply the goddess in my mind, and the man in my eyes. Let me see what's out there. Zhang Xiaopeng replied immediately, bombarding the message with several messages within a few seconds. Zhou Ling's mouth curled up slightly. She liked to see the fat man's inexperienced look. One piece of equipment? This princess got 2. If you say one thing, that's it. What about 2 things? Aren't you coming to me directly, as if you were going to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures? It's a sword. Zhou Ling replied with a smile. What made Zhou Ling strange was that Zhang Xiaopeng didn't reply immediately. Shouldn't it be? Zhou Ling couldn't help but look puzzled. But in the next second, Zhang Xiaopeng's message came out like a bombardment of Xiaori. Zhou Ling looked over. Wow, he just started to swipe the screen, right? Zhou Ling was speechless, but it was also expected. How do you manage to make every sentence different when you scroll through the screen? This is nothing. Brother Ling, Father Ling, Grandpa Ling, Grandma Ling, please, let me see the properties of that sword. Chapter 61 Bone Sword. I'll tell you when I get back. Zhou Ling kept it a secret, and then she ignored Zhang Xiaopeng's constant swiping of the screen and directly blocked it. For the next period of time, Zhou Ling lay on the boulder and fell into a deep sleep in this world full of bones. It was not until the evening in the game world that Zhou Ling opened his eyes in a daze. Calculating the time, it's time to go back. Zhou Ling took a look and didn't expect that he had been idle for 2 hours. Take off from Wuhu, and the experience value directly reaches 70. Li Xiaoyao. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up. There is still 30 left. If I grind for a while tomorrow, I can upgrade to level 20. Zhou Ling did some calculations, and a smile immediately appeared on her little face. After calling Li Xiaoyao back, Zhou Ling walked out of the bone domain in a mighty manner. Zhang Xiaopeng squatted under the Tianhong city gate, looking depressed, lonely, and isolated. He held flowers in his hands, which were torn into pieces in his hands. Under his feet were all the broken flowers and willows that had been torn by him. So cruel. He'll give it to me. He won't give it to me. He'll give it to me. He doesn't know how to do that? This one doesn't count. Let's try again. When Zhou Ling came over, Zhang Xiaopeng was already surrounded by colorful petals, which looked very ceremonial, as if he was going to confess his love. Zhou Ling paused. If she went any further, she would probably become the heroine to be confessed to. Fatty! Zhou Ling shouted from far away. Zhang Xiaopeng looked up, and when he saw the 2 figures of Zhou Ling, one big and one small, his eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Sister Ling, oh no, Brother Ling. Zhang Xiaopeng quickly changed the way he addressed him and ran towards Zhou Ling with a happy look on his face. As the sun sets, in this season of love, lovers finally get married. A fat figure runs towards a father and daughter with a heart-shaking pace. Such scenes are so rare that I can't bear to watch them. I have already vomited. Author, dead. Scene dividing line. Brother Linger, you're finally back. Fat Zhang put his hands in his pockets, looked at Zhou Ling nervously, and said in an extremely gentle voice, not to mention it really smells like that. Vomit. Stop. Zhou Ling quickly stopped Zhang Xiaopeng from being a jerk. Could you please tone down your coquettish voice? Zhou Ling controlled the puppet to block Zhang Xiaopeng, and hid behind the puppet, unable to bear to look. You, a puppet, can be shy? Zhou Ling rolled her eyes and really didn't want to complain about this guy. You call this shyness? Don't you have any idea? From beginning to end, Zhou Ling did not appear from behind the puppet. He controlled the invisible puppet to hand the 100-bone flower to Zhang Xiaopeng. Thank you, big shot. I knew you could do it. Fat Zhang said with a smile. Strangely, he wasn't too shocked. He put away the white bone flower and looked at Zhou Ling with anticipation. Although she was not under Zhang Xiaopeng's gaze, Zhou Ling could still feel a creepy feeling and goosebumps. After a while, Zhou Ling had no choice but to take out the bone sword. Ah! When he saw the bone sword, Zhang Xiaopeng shouted loudly, his face full of joy, but then his face fell silent. So ugly. Clang! The bone sword made a mournful sound. Is it ugly? Then I take it back. Zhou Ling raised her eyebrows, very dissatisfied. Zhou Ling behind him subconsciously puffed her lips angrily. No, no, no. Brother Ling, I was wrong. Fat Zhang quickly apologized and snatched the bone sword with a shameless fat face. Let me see the properties of this sword. There was excitement on his face, and he stroked the sword like a dirty pig, unable to let it go. Then he opened the properties of the bone sword. Seeing the attack power of the bone sword, if it weren't for the limitations of the bones on his face, the corners of his mouth would have been bent up to his eyes. Wow! A 50% chance of improving all attributes. Zhang Xiaopeng exclaimed. With the corners of his mouth raised, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Oh my God! He screamed in shock, but perhaps he didn't react, and after being stunned for a long while, his face fell. What the hell is this? He complained. Clang! The sword rang out, and the blade cut Zhang Xiaopeng's arm, and blood immediately flowed out. It was very dissatisfied and unhappy, and those who slandered it would pay the price of blood. The flying sword was of the highest quality and had spirit. The bone sword swallowed up Zhang Xiaopeng's blood, and then purple air rose from the sword body, gradually turning purple-red. It seems like we've advanced, Zhou Ling said in surprise. Ordinary weapons, after being given spirits, will be upgraded to spirit swords. Purple equipment like this is the easiest to upgrade to spirit weapons. The bone sword was formed out of resentment, so it naturally had a hint of spirit. Now, it happened to be disliked by Zhou Ling and Zhang Xiaopeng, and it exploded with a word and was completely upgraded to a spirit sword. It seems like I really advanced. Fat Zhang couldn't believe it, with a red light flashing above his head. See if there are any new skills. Zhou Ling urged. Okay, let me take a look. Fat Zhang clicked on the bone sword attributes again and went straight to the skill column. Grass. Another phrase about grass by Wang Wei. What's wrong? Zhou Ling poked out a little head, full of confusion. What a great skill. Fat Zhang stretched his lips, crying and laughing at the same time, making it hard to understand. The red light above my head became brighter and brighter. Don't spoil my appetite? Okay. Zhou Ling frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and without waiting for Zhang Xiaopeng to introduce it, she controlled the puppet to snatch the bone sword. Click on the attributes and scroll to the end. After a while, you will find the additional skills that the bone sword gains after upgrading. Master Devourer. Use the skill. Health drops by 1 per second. For every 1 health lost, attack power increases by 0 times. This skill does not distinguish between friend and foe. The worse you are, the more I kill you. Hit our teammates with their magic weapons. Zhou Ling took a breath of cold air. Why were all the equipment he got so strange? Do you want more? Zhou Ling asked subconsciously, but as soon as she came out, she regretted it. If I give this to Zhang Xiaopeng, then I will be his teammate, right? Yes. Of course I want it. This is already a divine weapon. Fat Zhang snatched it away without giving Zhou Ling a chance to refuse. Okay. Zhou Ling has already made up her mind that she would never team up with Zhang Xiaopeng. By the way, are you losing blood? Zhang Xiaopeng was stunned. He clicked on his attributes and found that his health was only 10 after a short while. Shit, I almost sacrificed my life on this sword. Zhang Xiaopeng exclaimed, quickly turned off the skill, and drank the blood potion immediately. Chapter 62, Living Expenses. Zhang Xiaopeng laughed loudly, flew on his sword, and flew into the air with his feet on the flying sword. This matter is over, and there is no regret in life. Sister Linger, the mountains remain green and the water flows on forever. See you another day. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, the fat man flew away with a hearty laugh at a slightly faster speed, without taking away a single cloud. Zhou Ling watched Zhang Xiaopeng leave, feeling a little surprised. It was not until she could no longer see Zhang Xiaopeng that she reacted. Oh my god, you got a bone sword for free. How come you run so fast? Fatty, Zhou Ling screamed, but there was no sign of Zhang Xiaopeng. He had disappeared long ago. Forget it, forget it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, you'd better wish you good luck, Fatty. Zhou Ling nodded helplessly, and then walked into the fairy tale. After briefly chatting with Wei Wei, Zhou Ling chose to log off. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening outside before Zhou Ling knew it, which made Zhou Ling feel uncomfortable for a while. It's only dusk in the game, but it's already so late in reality. After taking a quick shower, Zhou Ling fell asleep. A silent night. The next day, Zhou Ling slept until she woke up naturally, brushed her teeth, and washed her face, then opened the refrigerator at home. Forehead, empty. The landlord has no more food? Helplessly, Zhou Ling had to go out again to buy food and prepare meals for the next few days. Looking at the balance on his phone, Zhou Ling frowned. Isn't there enough money? After thinking about the expenses in the past few days, he said, that's right. Last time, I spent several $1,000s on a meal. Well, it seems I have to find a way to get money again. It's almost the end of the month, so I should ask my mom for some money. If you want something, just do it. Zhou Ling immediately called her stepmother. Hello? Is this Xiaoling? No money. No one knows a child better than his mother. With just one phone call, the old mother knew what Zhou Ling wanted. Nice. Zhou Ling couldn't wait to give her mother a thumbs up. Yes, Mom. Zhou Ling smiled and said, Yue has grown up and her needs have increased. It happened to be your birthday 2 days ago. I spent a lot of money and bought her a lot of clothes. This damn girl doesn't know how to save and spends money lavishly. My mother scolded angrily on the other end of the phone. Oh, Mom, don't say that. It's normal for girls to love beauty. This also shows that Yue has grown up and has her own ideas. This is a good thing. That too. It's really hard for you. Your father and I are abroad and can't spare any time, so we can only let you take care of such a big child. I hope it doesn't cause you any trouble. No. Zhou Ling said with a smile. Cause trouble? No way. Such an easy-to-take child is what I want. After chatting with her mother for a while and reporting some of her sister's daily affairs, Zhou Ling hung up the phone. I can't afford to make international calls. Ding! 30,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account. Just a few minutes after I hung up the phone, my mother transferred my sister's living expenses for next month. Wow! It's 20,000 more! Zhou Ling took a breath of cold air. This living expense is more than his previous salary when he was working. Is this how a rich woman lives her life? After hesitating for a while, Zhou Ling sent Zhou Yu 10,000 yuan. Zhou Yu replied immediately. Did you get rich? Or did you sell yourself? Zhou Ling raised her eyebrows, feeling that she had given too much. This is the living expenses my mother sent me. So much. You should thank me for this. I spent a lot of time talking to my mom to get this for you. Is this true? Zhou Yu still didn't quite believe it. Shall I go and ask? Uh-huh. Does this girl have someone outside? Zhou Ling frowned. This was too much. If his mother found out, wouldn't he be scolded to death? My mom is so busy right now that I called her more than a dozen times before she answered. I think you're getting carried away. I've given you so much extra living expenses. But why do you have so many questions? If not, give me the money and I'll keep it for you. Zhou Ling quickly changed the subject. Hey, naughty. Seeing that Zhou Yu didn't reply, Zhou Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried that Zhou Yu would really call. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity from the very beginning. Moreover, her parents still have the impression that Zhou Yu is in high school. At that time, Zhou Yu was still in her rebellious period and went against her parents all day long. The two old men were very distressed, so they left Zhou Yu to Zhou Ling to take care of her. After browsing the game forum in the room for a while, Zhou Ling went out to buy groceries. With such a huge sum of money coming to him all of a sudden, Zhou Ling planned to reward himself. I bought fresh meat, several pieces of beef, lots of vegetables and fruits, but not a single instant noodle. After shopping, Zhou Ling returned home carrying bags weighing several kilograms. After tidying up and putting everything in the refrigerator, Zhou Ling started cooking. Snap! The door handle turned. Huh! Zhou Ling looked up in surprise. She had just tied the apron on her hands. Zhou Yu walked in carrying 2 bottles of Coke. This also? Why are you here? Zhou Ling asked. I remember you should have class today, right? Oui. Zhou Yu giggled, put the Coke on the table, and walked straight to the refrigerator. He opened the refrigerator with ease and took out all his favorite foods. Brother, you really don't learn your lesson. Every time mom gives you living expenses, you buy a lot of food. Zhou Yu. Damn it, forgot about that. Okay, that's all. I'll play the game for a while, call me when you're done. Zhou Yu placed a large amount of food on the table. Zhou Ling opened her eyes wide. The ingredients in front of her weighed about 5 or 6 kilograms in total, right? You are a pig. Can you finish it? Zhou Ling asked. Besides, I bought all of this. How can you be so embarrassed? Zhou Yu rolled her eyes, gave him a look that said you know what I am talking about, and said with a smile, if I don't have half of the things here, I will take your last name. Besides, didn't I bring 2 bottles of Coke? Zhou Ling was shocked and didn't know how to refute for a moment. Well, I thought I had a sure win, but it turns out I was being schemed by others. But my silly sister, you could never have imagined that mom gave out a huge sum of 30,000 yuan this time, right? This time, I stand firm. Zhou Yu ignored Zhou Ling's days, walked to the sofa in the living room with a smug look on his face, took out a gaming helmet, and lay down on the sofa. Brother, call me when you're done. Got it? Zhou Ling replied with a dissatisfied tone and looked up. TSK. Forget it. He shook his head and started washing vegetables and cooking. What was originally a simple meal suddenly became sumptuous because of Zhou Yu's joining. Zhou Yu is a carnivore who loves meat at every meal. She also likes to drink Coke while eating. But the strange thing is this guy just doesn't get fat. Still a bit thin. It took Zhou Ling more than an hour to prepare the meal. He cooked all 5 kilograms of meat, 6 large plates, and a lot of vegetables. The total weight of this meal is almost 7 kilograms. Well, we may have to eat leftovers tonight. Zhou Ling shook her head helplessly. Hey, it's time to eat. Zhou Ling kicked Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, who was lying on the sofa, was petite and well-proportioned. Her arms were slender, her fingers were long, and her skin was white and tender. Her legs were also like this, wearing white silk. Just like Snow White in the fairy tale, lying on the sofa, waiting for the prince to kiss her awake. Seeing that Zhou Yu showed no signs of waking up, Zhou Ling couldn't help but swallow, became a little bolder, and slowly stretched out his hand. It's time to eat. Chapter 63 Zhou Yu is different. Whoa! Zhou Yu cried out in pain and slowly exited the game. What are you doing? She asked unhappily. Zhou Ling's face darkened. Just playing a game and still feeling grumpy when waking up? It's time to eat. Didn't you say so? Zhou Ling put her hands on her hips, looking unhappy. Oh, I forgot. Hey! Zhou Yu giggled and stuck out her tongue. I really admire you. Zhou Ling was speechless and felt like an old mother. Don't try to get away with it. Wash your hands right now. Okay, brother. Zhou Yueting stood up and ran into the bathroom. Ah! Zhou Ling stroked his forehead. I am really sorry to have a sister like you. Forget it. I've already paid. The lunch was very sumptuous, and Zhou Ling originally just wanted to simply fry a steak. Unfortunately, with the addition of a younger sister, she picked out 3 days' worth of ingredients in one go. I simply ate a small bowl of rice and only a little bit of the food. However, Zhou Ling felt a sense of fullness in her stomach. Ah! He blinked a little dazed. The food on the table was delicious, and each dish was carefully prepared by him. But I'm full before I've even taken a few bites? Condemn the creature. He was furious. The pigs have ruined it all. Feeling Zhou Ling's gaze, Zhou Yu raised her head slightly and chewed a piece of chicken in her mouth. After swallowing it, she said unhappily, I feel like you're scolding me? Zhou Ling rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk to a pig. Seeing Zhou Yu eating with gusto, he felt tortured. The chopsticks in his hand are not good for picking up the food, and it is not good for not picking up the food, because if he picks up the food, it may be wasted. Brother, why don't you eat? Zhou Yu asked puzzledly. In just a short while, she had already eaten 2 chicken legs. The little mouth never stopped chattering. Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. She was chewing slowly, but her stomach was like a bottomless pit and was very dissatisfied. Are you really okay with eating like this? Zhou Ling hesitated and finally asked. It's not that Zhou Yu can eat so much, but can your body handle eating like this? It's okay. Zhou Yu replied disapprovingly. Before she knew it, she had finished 2 kilograms of meat and even had a bowl of rice in between. Is this okay? You don't even weigh 90 kilograms, and you've already lost 40 grams. Zhou Ling couldn't bear it, so she put down her chopsticks and said, Sister, you don't have to work so hard. Although I'm poor, I won't let you eat for 3 days with just 1 meal. Zhou Yu blinked in confusion and swallowed the food in her mouth. Brother, what are you talking about? Isn't it normal for me to eat more while I'm growing? Whose parents eat like you? Zhou Yu touched her flat belly, giggled, and said with narrowed eyes, Being able to eat is a blessing, and I'm not fat. Isn't this good? You might be seriously ill. Zhou Ling was silent for a while and couldn't help asking, When did it start? Zhou Yu thought for a while and replied uncertainly, It was after we went to the hotel last time. It's only about 10 days. It's okay. There's still a chance for rescue. Zhou Ling thought for a while. This may be a disease and needs to be treated. Zhou Yu, how about I take you to the hospital? The little girl changed her expression immediately and went crazy. I think you're the one who's sick. You eat so little and you still have the nerve to criticize me? You should be the one who should see a doctor. That's right. Zhou Ling felt the same way and thought it made sense. So he followed Zhou Yu's words and suggested, How about we go for a physical examination together this afternoon? How about it? Zhou Yu. Roll! Unable to argue anymore, Zhou Yu chose to take action and threw the half-eaten chicken feet in her hand at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling was quick and grabbed the chicken claw that Zhou Yu threw to him, looking a little surprised. He chuckled. These are chicken feet. They are very expensive, several dozen dollars. Don't waste them. As he said this, he put the chicken feet into his mouth. Although he is very full now, he can still eat a chicken foot. Snort! Zhou Yu was furious, her head covered in anger, and she picked up the food and stuffed it into her mouth. He would chug down a bowl of Coke from time to time, which made Zhou Ling's eyes pop out. If you eat like this, something bad will happen. The meal was finished quickly, and Zhou Ling was dumbfounded when she saw the empty plate in front of her. I looked at Zhou Yu, who was lying comfortably on the sofa, and couldn't believe it. He came to the sofa and reached out to touch Zhou Yu's flat belly. It's smooth and has no excess fat or bulging feeling after eating too much. I give in. He looked at Zhou Yu, who raised his eyebrows. Don't envy me. I have the kind of physique that won't make me fat no matter how much I eat. No, this is not a problem of physical fitness anymore. Are you using cheats? Zhou Ling said in disbelief. No, you have to go to the hospital with me this afternoon. After thinking for a moment, he added, Is this money for my trip? Okay, this time. Zhou Yu agreed without any hesitation. In fact, she was also a little curious about how much she had eaten. In addition to feeling full of energy, she did not feel full at all. After confirming, Zhou Ling started washing the dishes. For Zhou Yu's health, Zhou Ling pushed the daily experience earning activities in the afternoon to the evening. The two of them tidied themselves up and walked out to the people's hospital. This time it was mainly for Zhou Yu's health. Zhou Ling herself was just a byproduct. A small appetite can only mean that the last meal has not been digested. The series of examinations was extremely tedious. The two of them ran around, carrying medical records and test reports, and had to endure Zhou Yu's nagging. In the end, Zhou Yu came back in good health, even in excellent condition. Generally speaking, a healthy one can kill a cow. Isn't this possible? Zhou Ling frowned, feeling that the report in her hand looked fake. Ah! Feeling a pain in his waist, Zhou Ling screamed and quickly jumped away. What are you doing? Twisting waist is something that couples should do. Don't you think it's too much? Zhou Ling said angrily. Huh? You also know that it's too much? Haven't you done enough excessive things to me? Zhou Yu retorted directly. Her words were shocking and attracted many people's attention. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm just concerned about you. Zhou Ling's face turned red and his tone became weaker. Isn't it clearly written in the report? Healthy. Excellent. Why do I feel like you're hoping something bad will happen to me? Zhou Ling was speechless and finally nodded awkwardly. Snort. Zhou Yu was so happy that she finally got the upper hand in the argument. She put her hands on her waist for a while, with a proud look on her face. After a while, she pointed to the milk tea shop in the distance. I want milk tea. A big cup. Are you still not full? I don't care. I want it. Okay. The wool comes from the sheep anyway. Chapter 60, For the Emperor's Way arrives. Zhou Ling regretted that he shouldn't have agreed to buy milk tea for Zhou Yu. There was a braised food shop next to them, and during his free time buying milk tea, the girl pestered him to buy a lot of food. Eat. I'll make you fat to death. Zhou Ling cursed and retreated a few meters away, keeping a certain distance from Zhou Yu. Because not far away was another delicious food store with a fragrant aroma. Looking at Zhou Yu's watery eyes, Zhou Ling turned her head away and cruelly rejected Zhou Yu's request. Humph, bad brother. Zhou Yu pouted, looking unhappy. But the next second, her little face immediately became bright again because the milk tea was ready. After taking the milk tea, the two walked towards home together. The little girl was eating happily. She kept munching on the chicken wings and sipping milk tea. She was so happy. Only Zhou Ling was still confused. This shouldn't be. He looked at Zhou Yu's belly, then looked at Zhou Yu again, with thousands of question marks flashing in his mind. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow attracted their attention. The two looked and saw two kittens poking their heads out of a cardboard box in a remote corner of an alley. That adorable look instantly melted Zhou Yu's girlish heart. Even Zhou Ling's heart was moved for a moment. What a cute little kitten. Zhou Yu ran over with a happy look on her face. Silver tabby. Walking. Zhou Ling was overjoyed and followed. The two people have different purposes but the same goal. The two silver tabby kittens are very cute, with a light gray veil on their white fur and sparkling blue-green eyes. It looks absolutely pure. I didn't expect that I, Zhou Ling, would have the luck to pick up a cat when I go out. Zhou Ling was very happy, and all his previous depression was swept away. According to the market price, a good quality silver tabby cat can be sold for 1 or 2,000 yuan. 2 silver tabby cats would be rounded up to 4,000 yuan. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up when she thought of the 40 red bills. Oh guys, we caught a pretty good one. Suddenly, a scornful voice came from behind. Zhou Ling and Zhou Yu were startled and turned around quickly. 5 or 6 hoodlums appeared in the alley and stood in front of the two of them, blocking Zhou Ling's way. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ling understood everything. These 2 silver gradients were obviously bait, specially designed to catch ignorant boys and girls like them. I'm afraid I was worried that ordinary kittens would not be attractive, so I specially replaced them with valuable breed cats. Longer memory. Zhou Ling was filled with regret. Brother, Zhou Yu hid behind Zhou Ling with a look of fear. Hey little sister, you're so shy. A few gangsters joked. His tone and eyes were full of naked greed. Hey brothers, is this your cat? The situation was not as good as others, so Zhou Ling could only put on a shy face. Oh, aren't you talking nonsense? The gangster leader's face turned pale. He directly stretched out his hand and said, I won't talk nonsense to you. Money is tight lately, so hand over the money you have. While he was talking, several gangsters were pressing closer and closer, looking vicious, as if they were going to hit someone if they didn't give in. Zhou Ling couldn't help but clench his fists. If there was only one person, he would never hand over the money even if he was beaten to death. But I still have a younger sister behind me. What should I do? Zhou Ling's mind was full of thoughts and countermeasures kept flashing in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of Brother Wang, the boss of the barber shop. From a series of contacts, he knew that Brother Wang must be a notorious big brother in the underworld. After thinking about it, in order to prevent the loss of money, Zhou Ling decided to report Wang Ji's banner. Brothers, although I am not involved in society, Brother Wong and I are brothers. Bullying me is the same as bullying my brother Wong. Seeing the dazed looks on the faces of the thugs, Zhou Ling felt relieved and felt that there was hope. For today's matter, let's each take a step back and go our separate ways. Bang! But before Zhou Ling could finish, a slap came over her face, hitting her directly on the cheek, with such force that she staggered. Brother Wong, you are not strong enough. Zhou Ling was stunned, but luckily the slap didn't seem to hurt at all, so Zhou Ling still had the mind to complain. The leading thug smiled cruelly. Brother Wong, right? I've heard of Brother Long and Brother Hu, but I've never heard of Brother Wong. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Hit me. Several thugs immediately attacked and started punching and kicking Zhou Ling. Faced with the attack, Zhou Ling did not fight back because he didn't know how to fight back. He had never fought with others since he was a child. But it doesn't hurt at all. Elder brother. Seeing Zhou Ling being beaten, Zhou Yu screamed, tears in her eyes, and her face was full of anxiety. She wanted to step forward but was grabbed by the gangster leader by the wrist. Wow, this girl is really pretty. Hearing this, Zhou Ling's heart instantly flashed with anger. A powerful force burst out from his body, and he pushed away the gangsters surrounding him. You son of a bitch! Don't touch my sister! He roared and pounced towards the gang leader. You fucking bastard! The gangster showed anger and kicked him. With a bang, the kick landed on Zhou Ling's stomach. Although it didn't hurt, the powerful force made Zhou Ling retreat several steps. Several thugs immediately rushed up and pinned Zhou Ling down. Damn, you're pretty capable, huh? Zhou Ling was beaten and kicked repeatedly. Let my sister go. Zhou Ling stared at the gang leader, his eyes full of anger. You said to let go? I let go. How embarrassing. The gangster glanced at him with disdain. I changed my mind. This girl is so pretty. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't take advantage of her? He smiled evilly, looking at Zhou Yu, evil desires rising in his heart. Seeing the gang leader stretching out his evil hand, Zhou Ling's anger had reached its peak at this moment. Let go of my sister. He kept making noises, allowing the attacks from the other thugs to hit him. However, the gang leader continued to do as he pleased, with one hand gradually approaching Zhou Yu. Elder brother. Zhou Yu cried, tears streaming from her eyes. This was the first time Zhou Ling had seen Zhou Yu cry in the past 3 years. The anger could no longer be suppressed at this moment. You're looking for death. Just when the gangster's hand was about to touch Zhou Yu, a strong golden light suddenly burst out from Zhou Ling's eyes. In the shining golden light, there were dragon roars and phoenix cries. The world seems to have stopped. Everyone stopped moving. There was total silence in their ears. They could not hear any sound, let alone feel the slightest movement. This scene lasted for a short time, as if in the next second, the next instant, the world returned to its original state. Thump, thump. However, this group of thugs collapsed to the ground one by one at the same time, unconscious. Elder brother. Zhou Yu was in a daze with a hint of tears in her voice. Even Zhou Ling herself was surprised, but now was not the time to discuss this. Let's go. He quickly got up and pulled Zhou Yu home. A drop of blood slowly flowed down the forehead and then solidified. Chapter 65 Doubt. The two of them ran home at lightning speed, not daring to stop along the way. It was not until they entered the house and closed the doors and windows that the brother and sister collapsed to the ground with lingering fear. Wah wah! Zhou Yu burst into tears, crying very miserably. Tears as big as beans flowed down her cheeks and fell on her messy dress. Whoosh! Zhou Ling was breathing heavily. Although she didn't cry like Zhou Yu, she was also very scared. Her little heart was still beating fast. Until Zhou Yu stopped crying. Zhou Ling asked with concern, Are you okay? Woo woo woo. Brother, I'm hungry. This child is hopeless. With a helpless sigh, Zhou Ling slowly stood up, only to find that his legs were trembling and sore. And his lips tasted slightly of rust, and liquid flowed into his mouth. He reached out to wipe it, and his pupils shrank slightly. Nosebleed. He was surprised because he had always been in good health, and nosebleeds had never happened to him since he was a child. Is it because you were too tired? Zhou Ling glanced at Zhou Yu secretly. The silly girl was sniffling and sitting on the floor tiles, playing with her short skirt out of boredom. Her skirt was lifted up all of a sudden, exposing her private parts, but she quickly covered her skirt again. A silly smile. Mom and Dad, the small size is useless. Let's get a big size. Seeing that Zhou Yu didn't notice her nosebleed at all, Zhou Ling didn't say much and walked into the bathroom. The nosebleed was not serious, and it stopped after a while in the bathroom. Zhou Ling washed his face again, and after confirming that there was no blood, he walked out of the bathroom. Zhou Yu had changed her position and was squatting on the sofa, hugging herself and staring at herself on TV in a daze. Hearing the noise behind her, Zhou Yu turned around quickly. There were no traces of tears on her face, but her eyes were red and her smile was a little forced. It seems like this incident has dealt a heavy blow. Zhou Ling was a little worried, but a smile appeared on her face. She said, "Do you want to take a shower first? I'll go cook." "Yeah." Zhou Yu nodded, got up, and went to the room to get clothes. Zhou Ling began to prepare the ingredients and prepared to start cooking. "Elder brother." At this time, Zhou Yu poked her little head out from the bathroom. Zhou Lin turned his head and looked, his eyes narrowed slightly, like a supreme saint with a blank expression. "What?" Zhou Yu rolled her eyes, smiled, and said playfully, "Brother, I want to eat sweet and sour spare ribs, braised Christian carp, deep-fried chicken fillet, pork elbow, and stir-fried shallots." "Eat celery." Without waiting for Zhou Yu to finish, Zhou Ling picked up a handful of celery and threw it over. "Why are you asking for so much? You should eat whatever I cook." "Okay, bro." Zhou Yu stuck out her tongue, then picked up the celery on the ground and took it into the bathroom. "Give me back my celery." Unfortunately, the celery had already taken a bath with the beautiful girl. After a while, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The corner of Zhou Ling's mouth twitched slightly. He actually forgot that this damn girl hated celery the most. An hour later, the two sat at the dining table. Just like at noon, Zhou Ling only ate a few bites and couldn't eat anymore. It was Zhou Yu who ate heartily and enjoyed it very much. "Looks like I have to ask Mom for more money. 30,000 is not enough to raise this pig." Zhou Ling picked at the food in his hand. After dinner, Zhou Ling forced Zhou Yu to wash the dishes because she ate the most. Zhou Yu was helpless and unable to refute Zhou Ling's brutality. She pouted and started washing dishes under coercion and inducement. Zhou Ling returned to his room. He hadn't played any games the whole day and didn't have the heart to play them. He now had several questions running through his mind. The first question is why my appetite has become so small. The second one is Zhou Yu, a little girl, whose appetite suddenly became so amazing. Third, why did those thugs suddenly fall down? He didn't think about the first two questions very thoroughly, which might be related to his mood. Sometimes when he is in a good mood, his appetite will increase. Sometimes I am in a bad mood and can't eat. So, I'm depressed. Zhou Ling looked at the ceiling in disbelief. I couldn't help but think of a middle-aged man with a protruding face. Chua. No, this is impossible. I am such a cheerful little boy. Zhou Ling quickly shook his head. As for the third question, Zhou Ling had no answer. It's great to have a buzzing mind. Could it be that my conqueror's haki has awakened? Think about your situation at that time. Wasn't it similar to that man? But after a moment, he burst out laughing. What are you thinking? This is reality. I was almost brainwashed by anime. I can't figure it out. Zhou Ling could only regard it as his lucky incarnation. After all, he was the man chosen among more than 3 billion players. With such luck, I have to buy lottery tickets. Yeah, I haven't bought a lottery ticket yet. How about trying it tomorrow? Zhou Ling's eyes lit up when he thought of his luck and the huge amount in the lottery. It seems to be off topic, but Zhou Ling has been immersed in the luxurious life after winning the lottery. Gradually, he fell into a beautiful dream. Crunch! The door was opened and a ray of light seeped in, instantly waking up the drowsy Zhou Ling. Zhou Yu appeared at the door holding a life-size pillow of a popular female star. This pillow was bought by Zhou Ling, but it was snatched away by Zhou Yu before it was even unboxed. Those who understand will understand. What are you doing here? Zhou Ling asked in a daze. What's wrong? Are you addicted to night raids? I was scared like that last time by you. Do you really think there will be a second time? Brother, I want to sleep with you, the little girl said weakly. But the words were so shocking that Zhou Ling was frightened and started to stop. Small dark room. Nonsense, Zhou Ling said coldly and immediately rejected Zhou Yu's request. Men and women should not be intimate with each other. You're already a sophomore, so you should keep your distance from boys. When you were just born, my dad took me to jump into the river several times. If the firefighters hadn't fished me out quickly, the grass on my dad's grave would be 3 meters high. Zhou Ling spoke sternly. I thought this girl would give up, but unexpectedly Zhou Yu came straight towards me. You're not dead yet? Besides, do you think I'm discussing this with you? I even brought your favorite pillow. Zhou Yu walked to the bed and shook the pillow in her hand. AI-chan's smile is still so beautiful. Zhou Ling immediately shook her head with a stern face and refused mercilessly. No, leave the pillow here, and you go. Just one night. I'm willing to give in, and you dare to refuse. Zhou Yu's face changed, no longer the weak look she had just now. She picked up Aizheng and threw it at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling was quick-witted and caught the pillow immediately, but she was no match for Zhou Yu. After all, she's my own sister. Favored. Okay, let's use the pillow as a dividing line. I'll sleep inside, and you sleep outside. As Zhou Ling spoke, she moved her body inside, leaving a large space for Zhou Yu. Thank you, brother. So Zhou Yu showed a happy expression and got into bed. It was warm, and the fatigue in my heart disappeared all of a sudden, and I felt full of security. Brother, can you please stop touching my hand? What? This isn't AI-chan. Brother, can you squeeze in a little bit? Brother, your legs are turned over. Brother, are you asleep? Can you please stop snoring? Brother, why do you still have a woman's scent on you, a milky scent? Brother, did you cheat me out of money again? Don't talk, go to sleep. SHH. As night gradually fell, the room fell into darkness, and the sound of Zhou Ling's gentle breathing could be heard faintly. Brother, what do you think is the meaning of girls living in this world? Zhou Ling suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 66. This should be a daily routine. What do you mean? Zhou Ling asked. This is not a joke. Some things can't be said casually. They will scare people to death. Nothing. But Zhou Yu simply shook her head, turned her back, and left Zhou Ling with a blurry silhouette in the dark. Oh my God, Annie, please speak in full. Zhou Ling asked quickly. This is inexplicable. Could it be that he was frightened by these hooligans in the afternoon and became mentally ill? Just when Zhou Ling was about to continue asking questions, the girl actually fell asleep. The gentle voice reached Zhou Ling's ears, leaving him speechless. You fell asleep so quickly. Helpless. Zhou Ling could only lie there in a daze. Yes, he couldn't sleep because of Zhou Yu's inexplicable words. Although it was intentional, Zhou Ling remembered it deeply. There was no conversation that night. Zhou Ling opened her eyes wide, counted several little stars, and then slowly fell asleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Ling got up early. The beautiful figure on the bed had left, leaving behind only the pillow stained with Zhou Ling's saliva and the fragrance left by Zhou Yu in the air. Have you left? When did this girl get up so early? She never got up before noon before. Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel puzzled, but after thinking about it, she felt relieved. A little girl? She was just a girl. She was just hot-headed. Now she is sober. She probably knows how to be shy, right? Zhou Ling twisted her body and looked satisfied. It's still more comfortable to occupy a big bed by myself. He smiled slightly, and after lying on the bed for a while, he slowly got up. I didn't play games all day yesterday. I must gain back the experience. Zhou Ling was extremely excited and immediately full of energy. After moving a little, Zhou Ling prepared to get up and make breakfast. But before he got out of bed, his pupils suddenly shrank like needles. The hairs on his heart stood up, and he sat stiff in bed, not daring to move. Because under the bed, there was a beautiful figure lying. Her hair was messy, and so was her pajamas, which could not hide her beauty. It's like a crime scene. Hiss. Zhou Ling took a breath of cold air. Is it necessary to think about this? It must be because I slept so badly last night that I kicked Zhou Yu off the bed without realizing it. I'm going to get cold, but if I wait for the girl to wake up, won't she peel off my skin? The more Zhou Ling thought about it, the more frightened she became, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. It doesn't work, we have to make amends. Zhou Ling gritted her teeth and carefully got out of bed, not daring to disturb Zhou Yu in the slightest. The little girl was still sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes causing her eyelids to tremble from time to time. Her little body curled up, and I didn't know if she was cold or having a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ling, with the determination to die, slowly picked up Zhou Yu. The little girl was so light as a feather, and she felt weightless when I held her in my arms. I'm speechless. I eat more than a pig, but I'm not as heavy as a pig. Fortunately, I sleep worse than a pig. Otherwise, I would be miserable. Zhou Ling put Zhou Yu on the bed while chattering nonstop. He covered the little girl with a quilt considerately and was about to pinch her little face. He saw Zhou Yu looking at him with her big, Caroline eyes. Zhou Ling, what are you looking at? Zhou Ling said. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu didn't respond to his suggestion at all. Instead, he asked with cold eyes and a cold tone. What are you doing? What am I doing? Zhou Ling blinked and looked at her hand. The hand that was about to pinch the little girl's face, just now, was just hovering above Zhou Yu's chest. It is undoubtedly taking advantage of someone's misfortune. He quickly took his hand back, put on a resentful look, and replied unhappily, "What else can I do? You kicked me off the bed, and you still have the nerve to say that? Kick you out of bed?" Zhou Yu hadn't woken up yet, and her head was buzzing when she heard Zhou Ling's words. She was very quiet when she slept, and she would wake up in the same position as before going to bed. How could he kick someone? Isn't it? Zhou Ling struck while the iron was hot and confirmed the victim's identity. "Look at you. You don't know how to eat or sit properly. You even sleep on someone else's bed. You don't behave like a lady at all." He said that in order to provide evidence, he pulled open the quilt that he had just covered Zhou Yu with. Pointing at Zhou Yu's disheveled pajamas, he said, "Did you see that? Do you want me to help you cover the quilt? You've been seen naked by everyone. You kicked me." As he spoke, Zhou Ling rubbed his waist, his eyes showing pain, and gave a psychological hint. The little girl began to doubt her life. Am I really that bad at sleeping? Zhou Yu blushed as she looked at her clothes that did not cover her private parts. She shyly covered herself with the quilt. "I understand. You can go out now. Apologize? It's impossible to apologize. The fairy is always right." "Oh, okay." Zhou Ling smiled and responded, "It's good enough to escape this disaster. If you push it too far, you will be punched." Zhou Ling left quickly. After walking out of his room, he said considerately, "Go to sleep. I'll make breakfast for you first." Zhou Yu didn't reply, but she was still sleepy. Zhou Ling didn't care, and after hinting, she closed the room and prepared to cook. Do you think he cares? Actually not. When people fall asleep while their sleepiness has not yet dissipated, and when they wake up, everything that happened in between seems like a dream and is not so real. In fact, the lie he just told does not stand up to scrutiny, because Zhou Ling was lying inside and Zhou Yu was lying outside. Kicking Zhou Ling off the bed was simply nonsense. Unless Zhou Ling is a ball that can bounce back if kicked against the wall. Breakfast is simple and can be prepared in half an hour. When Zhou Ling went to call Zhou Yu, the little girl had indeed fallen asleep. She didn't seem to wake up even after being called several times. Zhou Ling was very satisfied. After breakfast, he put Zhou Yu's portion in the incubator and then excitedly lay on the sofa with his gaming helmet. Today is holiday. The fairy tale is full of cute little babies. You can grab a handful of them, laughing and playing, chasing each other in the park, looking so happy. Zhou Ling just happened to appear in the rotating teacup, sitting with Qin Shiyao and Wei Wei. "Zhou Ruo, come online. Why didn't I see you yesterday?" Qin Shiyao was chatting with Wei Wei. When she saw Zhou Ling appear, she hurriedly greeted her. "I had a physical examination yesterday, so I took a break." Zhou Ling explained. "Oh, is everything okay?" Wei Wei said with a smile and poured Zhou Ling a cup of black tea. "It's okay. The doctor said I'm healthy." Zhou Ling nodded. Seeing this, the two girls smiled slightly and continued the topic they were talking about before Zhou Ling came. "It seems that old man Han Yun has some new plans. I don't know what he is thinking. Now that the stock market has plummeted, isn't he afraid of losing everything? That old man is very shrewd. He probably wants to transfer assets. If he does this, Han Yun will definitely be seriously injured. However, given his personality, he may have some big tricks up his sleeve. There's a lot of unrest in the UK right now, and a lot of bigwigs are trying to get involved. I think they might have to shift their position." "That's true. The water there is deep now. I haven't taken root yet. It's okay. I know some acquaintances in England. I have already prepared the road. I'm just waiting for the big storm to come." Zhou Ling. What the hell? How come I don't understand any of this? Chapter 67, Killing Goblins. After rubbing his ears, Zhou Ling came back online and listened attentively. The topic of the two women also changed. "Is there any progress on the chip?" "A little, but not much." "Okay, name a price." 120, but I require a backup of the research data. Friends are friends, and business is business. No problem. A deal that sounded impressive was completed right before Zhou Ling's eyes. She blinked, confused. "Are you sure this is a topic that 11 or 12-year-olds should be able to talk about?" Zhou Ling is very confused now. She's like a Ruggiamo sandwich between two big guys, extremely humble. She shrank her neck, minimized her presence, trying not to be noticed by the boss, and then left stealthily. "Go outside and be your own little princess. By the way, Zhou Ruo, how old are you now?" Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The two big guys talked about Zhou Ling. The tall topic suddenly became an everyday topic. Zhou Ling felt very uncomfortable and didn't know how to answer. If I say I'm 23 or 24, wouldn't that scare them? If I say I'm in my 80s or 90s, isn't that just pretending to be young? He's about 10 years old, right? Wei Wei asked. Judging from Zhou Ling's body shape, he seemed to be about the same age. Well, that's about right. Zhou Ling felt like he should follow Wei Wei's meaning and nodded in agreement. Wow! Qin Shiyao covered her mouth. Doesn't that mean she is 5 years younger than me? 5? Zhou Ling looked at Qin Shiyao in surprise. The little girl's body shape was similar to his, yet she was actually 150 years old? Qin Shiyao puffed out her chest proudly when she noticed Zhou Ling's gaze. The pink girlish princess dress reveals her snow-white skin below the neck. 2 white ropes are tied around the neck with a beautiful bow. As for the snow-white skin, it was a flat scene. As if insulted, Zhou Ling actually felt a sense of competitiveness. Fortunately, Zhou Ling suppressed it. Oh my god, I'm actually upset about this. Her heart was in turmoil. If I play female characters too much, will my personality become feminine? How terrible! Zhou Ling didn't even dare to look at Qin Shiyao now. What a pity to waste this moment of spring. Xiao Ruo, call me sister. Sister will help you gain experience. Qin Shiyao had nothing to do today and happened to meet Zhou Ling. Don't want. Zhou Ling pouted and turned her head away from Qin Shiyao's gaze. You should take care of them. I can reach level 20 by myself. She pointed to a group of little girls playing. Qin Shiyao looked at it and her face immediately fell. I can't carry it with me, she said, her tone full of helplessness. Why? Qin Shiyao explained. They are all just children of 7 or 8 years old, and the wild monsters outside Tianong City are all horrible and hideous monsters. Don't even mention killing monsters. Just letting them see me would make them cry. Is that so? Zhou Ling took a look and could only shake his head helplessly. Although the fairy tales are powerful, most of their members are just small children, so innocent that they can't bear to kill even a rabbit monster. Those who can support the fairy tale are big guys like Qin Shiyao and Wei Wei who have both money and time. Zhou Ling thought about it and realized that even with Qin Shiyao's help, his monster-killing speed was still much faster. But if you think about it carefully, you shouldn't try it at all. Her speed in killing monsters was not slow, but if she teamed up with Qin Shiyao, she would have to split the experience with her in half. By this calculation, how could it be Qin Shiyao taking me? It's clearly to help her upgrade. Moreover, Qin Shiyao is already level 20 now. She is stuck at level 20 and will not gain any experience no matter how many monsters she kills. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Ling chose to refuse. I don't need to bring it. If I work hard today, I can reach level 20. The 2 girls blinked and understood the logic behind it. Qin Shiyao sighed, feeling disappointed that she couldn't team up with Zhou Ling. The next second, Zhou Ling stood up and said goodbye to the 2 of them. If nothing else, I'm going to go and gain experience. I can probably reach level 20 today. The 2 watched Zhou Ling leave and walked out of the influence of fairy tale. Goblin. This is a lush forest. Although it is called the Goblin Forest, there are quite a few wild monsters in this forest. All the way forward, Li Xiaoyao took the lead in charging into battle, and wherever his sword swept, there were broken limbs and flesh. Zhou Ling killed people indiscriminately, like a pack of wolves entering the forest and running rampant in the forest. After all, Li Xiaoyao was finally willing to play with her. As if her nature was released, Zhou Ling would bite any wild monster she saw. Suddenly the forest was in chaos, and all the goblin tribes were wiped out by Zhou Ling. There were even several player teams that were accidentally killed by Zhou Ling. She was too slow to keep up with Li Xiaoyao's team, so she had to be carried on Li Xiaoyao's shoulders. This would indeed affect Li Xiaoyao's output, but fortunately Zhou Ling was able to effectively exert the power of authority. With the power of authority, Li Xiaoyao could easily kill the goblin with just one hand. An ordinary one can just use a random strike, while an elite one only needs 2 or 3 strikes. So far, no goblin-level monsters have been encountered. Kill! At this moment, Zhou Ling was filled with heroic spirit and wanted to let out a loud roar. 30 soldiers rushed out and faced the goblin tribe of more than 300 people with unstoppable force, as if they were cutting melons and vegetables with ease. It only took a few minutes to destroy a goblin tribe, and the harvest was fruitful. Zhou Ling got down from Li Xiaoyao's shoulders. Her joy was evident on her face, not for anything else, but because of the sight of coins scattered all over the ground. These goblins don't drop much equipment, but the coins are several times more than other wild monsters. Zhou Ling loves money the most. For this reason, she personally participated in the task of picking up money. Even though she was exhausted and out of breath, she had no complaints. Only hard work can bring the most joyful results. Looking at the 21 gold coins in the backpack, Zhou Ling is about to smile. A wild monster copper coin is $1, a silver coin is $100, and a gold coin is $1,000. I have 21 of them now, so that's $21,000. Hey, I didn't expect that I'm now a millionaire. This money is earned, just like picking it up. Zhou Ling's mouth was chattering, and the smile on her face never stopped. After collecting the coins on the ground, Zhou Ling and others continued to move forward. Singing all the way, they suddenly walked into an area densely populated by goblins. This is a tribe of thousands of people, and every goblin inside is very strong compared to those goblins outside. It's like one is domesticated and the other is wild. Kill! The sound of fighting broke the peace here and set off an extremely brutal battle. 30 men fought against 1,000 goblins. With such evenly matched numbers, the result of the battle was quite surprising. Li Xiaoyao and others were like meat grinders on the battlefield. Any goblin that came within 2 meters would be chopped to death by the sword light. Zhou Ling hid in the middle of the military formation and was still well protected. She personally felt that it was an exaggeration. With her current defensive strength, let alone these ordinary goblin monsters, even if they came, they could only inflict a few attacks on her. Chapter 68, Level 20. The goblin tribe of 1,000 people could only hold out for less than an hour in front of Li Xiaoyao and others before they were completely slaughtered. Money! Money! Zhou Ling walked happily across the battlefield, picking up beautiful and noble coins. Li Xiaoyao and the others acted like they were taking a child to work, and after seeing that Zhou Ling was not in any danger, they let her act alone. He led his soldiers into the tribe, looking for the goblin leader. Roar! Human! After a while, the earth began to tremble, and then a terrifying battle broke out deep in the tribe. Zhou Ling paused for a moment and looked up. Did you find out? Never mind. But then she shook her head and continued her mission of picking up money. More than 1,000 pieces of money scattered on the ground were enough for her to pick up for a long time. I didn't expect that there would be times when I would get tired of picking up money. Zhou Ling chuckled. Boom. No, human, the Taser royal family will not let you go. The battle in the distance was coming to an end, with the screams of a certain creature and the curses before death. The creature that Zhou Ling had never seen before died in the beating of Li Xiaoyao. Ding! You killed the goblin leader thrall, and your experience points increased by 70,000. Ding! Congratulations, your level has been raised by 20. Due to the level limit, you will not be able to gain experience from all the following tasks and killing monsters. Please complete the tasks restricted to this level as soon as possible. Is he dead? Then it's time for me to go take a look. Zhou Ling frowned, first glanced at the system information, then stood up and walked towards death. Li Xiaoyao and a group of soldiers formed a circle around a tall, green goblin, as if in a moment of silence. What are you doing? Zhou Ling walked over and asked curiously. Li Xiaoyao then turned around and threw a black object at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling blinked and raised her hand to take it. Oops! With a bang, the black thing hit Zhou Ling on the head. The latter cried out in pain and was very unhappy. What are you doing? She said with a slight anger, bending down to pick up the things Li Xiaoyao threw at her. Li Xiaoyao, who was hiding in the helmet, was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Ling couldn't catch it at a distance of 3 meters. Will Her Royal Highness the Princess be ruined by her own efforts? Taser Royal Token. Bound by Zhou Ruoling. This is a token of identity, but due to the death of its owner, it has become a curse. The person who binds it will be on the kill list of the Taser Royal family. But don't worry, it will suppress the blood of ordinary goblins, making them dare not approach you and stay away from you. Silence is better than words here, and Zhou Ling doesn't know how he should feel. Why is it another weird thing? What use are these two effects to me? Do I need the goblins to stay away from me? Besides, what does killing you, Li Xiaoyao, have to do with me? How much meat do I have? As Zhou Ling thought about it, she became more and more angry. The token in her hand was still bound and could not be thrown away. She kicked the goblin leader fiercely, turning the goblin leader into white light and disappearing from the world. Huh? There's another purple ball? Until the white light dissipated, Zhou Lingchong discovered that there was a purple equipment in the middle. It was a huge sword inserted into the ground with the hilt a full meter higher than Zhou Ling. It's another weapon I can't use. She muttered something, then looked at Li Xiaoyao and the others and asked, Do you want weapons? This sword. Everyone shook their heads immediately, and a soldier stepped forward and said, Your Highness, Our weapons and equipment are exclusive to you and will improve as your strength increases. Is that so? Zhou Ling felt very disappointed. She couldn't even do such a small thing as rewarding the soldiers. After thinking for a while, Zhou Ling said, "Then I will sell this sword. If you want anything in the future, tell me. There's no other way. She's the only princess who can do this." "Okay, thank you, Your Highness." Several soldiers nodded with a smile. After thinking about it, Zhou Ling found a place nearby and opened the auction house. There were a lot of things and equipment she didn't need right now, so she took this opportunity to clean out her backpack. There is a waiting time for the auction. After the item is put up for bidding, it will take an hour before bidding can begin. After throwing everything up, Zhou Ling opened his task list. In addition to 1 or 2 daily tasks that have not been completed, there is also a level-restricted task with a gold frame. Level 20 Breakthrough Mission. Pass the second level of the Tower of Babel. Mission reward. Unlock the level limit of 20 or above for all servers. Obtain the title of Pioneer. Mysterious reward. It's very concise, but the 1 second it exists means that no one in the server has completed the task. Zhou Ling blinked and thought for a moment, and decided not to enter the Tower of Babel immediately. Let's go back and ask Qin Shiyao and Wei Wei first. I wonder if they have any information on this level of strategy. After thinking about it, Zhou Ling left the Goblin Forest without any reluctance. Fairy tale. It was still so lively, and the group of children played for a whole morning without feeling tired. They ran happily in the grassland and played house with one-to-one props. Here, all children's fun is satisfied. When Zhou Ling walked in, a little girl accidentally bumped into her. The little girl giggled and said, "Sister, do you want to play with us?" Zhou Ling shook her head. "Sister, you haven't finished your homework yet. You have to go to school tomorrow. If you don't finish your homework, Mom will be angry. The consequences will be serious." Hearing this, the happy little girl suddenly became unhappy. "Homework? I haven't done my homework yet." The little girl had a bitter face until Zhou Ling left. Then she immediately chose to log off. In the fairy tale castle, Wei Wei sat in a golden cage, holding a tablet in her hand. I don't know what she was looking at, but her expression was very serious. Even when Zhou Ling approached, she didn't notice anything unusual. "What's going on? Are you looking at it so seriously?" Zhou Ling was curious and walked behind Wei Wei in small steps. After just one look, his brows immediately knitted together, and his mind was in a mess. The tablet computer displayed undulating lines of different colors, surrounded by dense English letters. "Amazing! Is this a stock?" My heart was in turmoil. Are all kids nowadays so introverted? When I was this young, I was still digging mud in the fields, right? "Ah, Zhou Ruo, you're back." Wei Wei turned her head. "Yeah, I just got back." Zhou Ling nodded, then pointed at the tablet in Wei Wei's hand. "Is this your stock?" "No, this is the report sent to me by the regional director." Wei Wei replied casually. "Excuse me, boss. I'd better quit the group. I really can't fit in. The two of us are totally from different classes." Chapter 69 Qin Shiyao's Tower of Babel. After chatting with Wei Wei for a few minutes, it was basically Wei Wei who was talking, and Zhou Ling could only reply with her eyes wide open. Oh. After a while, Zhou Ling felt a headache and decided to interrupt this lofty and grand topic. There are some people whose circles you can't even get into. Zhou Ling went straight to the point and asked about the Tower of Babel. "Sister Wei Wei, do you know anything about the second floor of the Tower of Babel? For example, strategies or something like that?" Wei Wei was silent for a while, then said, "This kind of news was originally only circulated among a small number of people. But you have already reached level 20, so you have the right to know this information." "Oh." Zhou Ling's eyes lit up, and she looked at Wei Wei expectantly, waiting for her next words. Wei Wei took a sip of tea and said slowly, "The second level of the Tower of Babel is different for everyone. However, after careful calculations, based on the experience of 10 level 20 players who failed, the second level of the Tower of Babel is designed to target players' weaknesses. For example, if your attack power is low, it must be a monster with a lot of health. If your defense is low, it must be a monster with a very high attack power." Wei Wei said carefully, "Such a mechanism will completely break some players who only focus on one attribute." Zhou Ling listened very carefully and wrote down his words in a notebook. She asked curiously, "So, Sister Wei Wei, did you use your Tower of Babel for the first time?" The girl smiled slightly, took another sip of tea, and shook her head. "Not yet. I know my strength. The Blood Clan profession is strong in all aspects and follows an all-round system. But as a Blood Clan, there is a fatal weakness. What weakness? Wei Wei pursed her lips, feeling unhappy about her own weakness. I'm afraid of sunlight. To be more precise, I'm afraid of attacks from the light system, such as paladins, light mages, and judges. The only light-related profession that I'm not afraid of is the priest. She smiled bitterly and said, if the second floor really distributes monsters according to their weaknesses, then I will definitely be greeted by a paladin or something like that. I hate paladin the most. This skill is disgusting. Zhou Ling stood up for Wei Wei, waving her fists and looking very fierce. Okay, then sister will ask Ro to protect her. Wei Wei smiled, so beautiful that her two little fangs were exposed. Don't worry, Sister Wei Wei. Zhou Ling held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked like he was doing great. Wei Wei covered her mouth and smiled. The red light in her eyes was full of charm, which made Zhou Ling stunned as she watched. By the way, Wei Wei said at this time, pulling Zhou Ling's perverted gaze back. Speaking of the Tower of Babel, Qin Shiyao is in the Tower of Babel now. For hours have passed, and I don't know if she has passed it. Qin Shiyao, that monkey girl, she actually went to the Tower of Babel first? Zhou Ling showed a hint of nervousness. Qin Shiyao could become the principal of Fairy Tale Kindergarten, so her strength must not be underestimated. She's a little worried now. If she is really allowed to pass, wouldn't her idea of getting first place be ruined? Wei Wei didn't notice Zhou Ling's little thoughts. She lowered her head and thought for a while. 4 or 5 hours have passed. Calculating the time, even if Xiao Shiyao doesn't pass, there is only less than an hour left. What do you mean? Zhou Ling asked puzzledly. The Tower of Babel has a time limit. If you don't pass it within 6 hours, it will be considered a failure. So that's what Zhou Ling kept this in mind and also wrote it down in her little notebook. As soon as the words were spoken, as if to verify Wei Wei's words, a magic circle opened in front of the two of them, and then a beautiful girl fell to the ground with a plop. He landed face first, which made everyone shudder with fear. Qin Shiyao, our kindergarten principal, burst into tears as soon as she came out. She didn't care about her girlish image at all and rolled on the ground. How abominable! How abominable! This Tower of Babel has no humanity at all. She cried, rolled over and wailed. That look smelled sad, sounded like tears. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yunming couldn't bear it and ran over with great heartache. Wow, Yunming, please hug me. Qin Shiyao was heartbroken, and when she saw a baby coming over, she threw herself into Yunming's arms for comfort. Half a while, Wei Wei brought Zhou Ling over. What exactly did you encounter in the Tower of Babel? Wei Wei asked. After hearing these words, Qin Shiyao shuddered again, looking uncomfortable. I encountered a tentacle. It's one of those slimy, dangling tentacle monsters with suction cups. What the hell is this Tower of Babel? Woo woo woo. Zhou Ling couldn't help but take a breath. Even the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who was always lively, active, well-mannered, and never swore, started to speak in a foul language. This Tower of Babel is really notorious. I feel sorry for little Shiyao. Wei Wei's eyes showed pity, and she squatted down and gave Qin Shiyao a warm hug. Zhou Ling hesitated for a while, feeling that she shouldn't take advantage of someone's misfortune at this time. But then she thought that she was also a girl, and maybe the other person would be easygoing, so neither of them would suffer any loss. After thinking about it, she stepped forward and hugged Qin Shiyao. For girls hugged each other, and the scent of lilies was everywhere. Wah wah. Okay. Qin Shiyao started crying again. This trip to the Tower of Babel must have been quite a blow to her. Her little face was so wet from crying that even the folds on the edge of her cuffs were soaked. Half an hour later, Qin Shiyao chose to log off without chatting with them about the details. She probably didn't know how to chat, and now Qin Shiyao wanted to wash her mind immediately. The three girls were silent for a while. Wei Wei suddenly asked, Roro, do you still want to go to the Tower of Babel? Zhou Ling shuddered and subconsciously shook her head. She had not yet recovered from Qin Shiyao's miserable appearance. The image of the tentacle monster was still vivid in her mind, and the thought had not yet been erased. Forget it, I want to think about it. No, I think I should go back and take a shower too. Zhou Ling murmured. After saying goodbye to the two women, Zhou Ling chose to log off. The familiar ceiling, Zhou Ling blinked, somewhat confused. What am I afraid of? Isn't this exciting? He tossed and turned for a while. The image in his mind could not be dispelled for a long time, and the more he thought about it, the more excited and stimulating it became. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and skillfully entered the learning website. After clicking to enter, Zhou Ling began to select learning materials. Elder brother. Suddenly, the door of the room opened, and Zhou Yu jumped out of her room. Ah! Zhou Ling screamed and was so frightened that he quickly turned off his phone, turning the screen black. You're in such a hurry. How can you be so unruly? Why didn't you knock on the door? He scolded. Who knocks on the door before leaving a room? Zhou Yu rolled her eyes. By the way, what are you doing? Why are you so startled? If a child doesn't understand, don't ask nonsense questions. Chapter 70, Entering the Tower of Babel. Zhou Yu walked over suspiciously. The more people said she couldn't watch, the more curious she became. What a pity, it's out of sight now. Zhou Ling turned off her cell phone the moment she appeared. TSK. Who cares? She turned up her nose, then looked at the dining table and then the kitchen. Brother? Where's the food? Eat. Eat, eat. All you do is eat. What time is it now? Zhou Ling put away his phone, looking very dissatisfied. Wait, I'll go cook now. There's nothing I can do about it. She's my own sister. After the meal, Zhou Yu was very satisfied. She patted her butt and walked towards her room. Zhou Ling was reduced to washing dishes. It was just when Zhou Ling had just finished washing the dishes and was about to lie down on the sofa to rest. Zhou Yu ran out in a hurry, with her clothes not tidied up. Although her clothes were not big, they revealed a piece of Snow White. What's up? Zhou Ling asked, knowing everything tacitly, and wanted to remind her, but seeing the girl's panic, he decided to just take a look. Look! Zhou Yu put her cell phone on the table. Zhou Ling looked at him in confusion, and suddenly stood up with a look of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? The phone was playing the news. This morning, 7 bodies were found in an alley in the Fondo Street area. The bodies were in strange shapes, and their foreheads seemed to have been pierced with thread. So far, no murder weapon has been found. The forensic doctor confirmed that the deceased had been dead for 11 hours. What is strange is that at the time of the crime, all the surrounding surveillance equipment was disconnected. Zhou Ling was so thirsty that his mouth was dry. If he guessed correctly, the 7 dead were those thugs from yesterday? Elder brother. The little girl was very nervous and worried. In her mind, the cause of death of these people was closely related to her brother. Brother, how about you turn yourself in? I'll keep the money for you, she said after hesitating for a while. Zhou Ling glared at her fiercely and said, You are really my good sister. It's not even a matter of time yet. Who knows if I killed these people? I see you want to inherit my inheritance? Zhou Yu's purpose was discovered, but she managed to get away with it by smiling. Then, what should we do? Zhou Yu asked worriedly, returning to the topic. Zhou Ling gave her a sidelong look. What should we do? Just figure it out. What does it have to do with us? Didn't the news say it? The surveillance cameras are broken. Oh. Zhou Yu nodded quickly. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes and said, It really was me who did it. Ding dong. Zhou Yu received a message on her phone. It seemed quite urgent and was sent several times in a row. Moo. Where are you? Come here quickly. My period has come, and I forgot to bring my baby with me. Come and save me quickly. Sister. Oh no. Zhou Ling was in a good mood. Good sister, she must help with something. It was a good opportunity to have a chance encounter with Moo. He was about to pick up the phone, but Zhou Yu snatched it away. Apparently, she had also seen the message. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she yelled angrily. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is a matter between girls. What do you want to do as a grown man? No, Zhou Ling said with a shy face. Look, I've been single for a long time, and this opportunity is rare. Why don't you give it to me? Get lost. Zhou Yu cursed angrily, not wanting to pay any attention to this pervert. With red cheeks, she walked into the room with her cell phone in hand. Don't even think about peeking. Zhou Ling rubbed her nose helplessly. This most important event in her life was gone just like that. Zhou Yu left, holding a black bag before leaving. She also glared at Zhou Ling fiercely, with a murderous look in her eyes. Judging from this, Zhou Ling will definitely not be allowed to catch up. Zhou Ling was hesitant. After watching Zhou Yu leave, he opened the previous news again. He played this news in a row for a long time. Even though Zhou Ling could recite it by heart, he still stared at it intently. Is this just my doing? My heart was pounding, and I couldn't hide my fear. Forget it. Let's play games first. After thinking about it, he decided to play the game to dispel his fear. At noon, most people are taking a nap. Many people are playing games online, but they also sleep in a different environment. When Zhou Ling appeared, the surroundings were very quiet. Some little cuties were hugging each other and lying among their furry dolls. Zhou Ling looked around, but didn't see any familiar faces. The only one, Yun Ming, was sleeping with her arms around Furry and giggling foolishly. Enter the second floor of the Tower of Babel. Zhou Ling chose the Tower of Babel mission and wanted to complete it today. Ding! Do you want to enter the second floor of the Tower of Babel? The difficulty of the mission is determined by the player's occupation and strength. Ding! Since you are one of the 9 paths, the Imperial Path, when you enter the Tower of Babel, a server-wide announcement will be made. There is such a plan? Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. She had originally wanted to keep a low profile and survive until the end. In this case, my idea would probably go down the drain. Okay, I wanted to hide away from the world, but unfortunately, my strength doesn't allow it. Zhou Ling took a deep breath and clicked to confirm. Agree. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhou Ruoling for entering the second floor of the Tower of Babel. Your information will be announced to the entire server. Zhou Ling disappeared in a quiet noon. But her disappearance was not peaceful. At this moment, all online players received a server-wide notification. One of the 9 paths, Zhou Ruoling has reached the second floor of the Tower of Babel. What is her strength? Let us look forward to it. The system's nature is still to fire 3 shots in a row, filling the minds of all players with the sound. Unreasonable. This time, the players went crazy. Is there finally a big guy who wants to take action against the Tower of Babel? Even entering the Tower of Babel can cause the system to notify the entire server. This current Zhou Ruoling is the system's biological daughter, right? That makes sense. I was still fighting monsters when this system voice suddenly appeared. I got so scared that I was killed by the monster. The sounds of commotion rang out in the channel, one after another. But Zhou Ruo didn't know anything about this. She appeared in a sacred palace dominated by white, with the sunlight shining down, casting a faint golden glow. The sky around the holy palace was like shattered glass, and in the middle was a huge statue. The statue is wearing a robe, holding a golden staff in one hand and an open golden book in the other. The golden light shines on the statue, sacred and inviolable. The world respects me. It looks up to me, loves me, hates me, and envies me. I don't care. Chapter 71, Imperial Master. As Zhou Ling walked in, the statue in front of him began to crack and pieces of stone walls fell off. Finally, an old man in a long robe appeared. He had white hair and only a few wrinkles on his face, but his beard was so long that it almost dragged on the ground. Here we come. Show up. Zhou Ling was on full alert and immediately summoned Li Xiaoyao and other soldiers, while he retreated behind them. Kill. Beat this old guy for me. Zhou Ling yelled, his tone so aggressive that even he wanted to give a thumbs up. Crash. After receiving the order, Li Xiaoyao and his group immediately rushed forward. Just when Zhou Ling thought that a group fight was about to begin, Li Xiaoyao brought a group of soldiers to the old man in long robe and performed a knight's salute to him. Hello, Master Imperial Master. I didn't expect to see you here, Li Xiaoyao said with great respect. The group of soldiers behind him knelt on one knee, with such a powerful momentum that Zhou Ling behind him was shocked. What's going on? What happened? Zhou Ling's eyes were blank, and she didn't react for a while. Thank you for your hard work these days, Xiaoyao. Is the princess okay? The Imperial Master had a kind face and looked at Li Xiaoyao as if he were a child. Li Xiaoyao remained calm and said, Master Imperial Master, Her Royal Highness the Princess is doing well. I'm just a little useless, a little lazy, and a little timid. No one can lie in front of the Grand Master. When facing him, everyone will tell the truth. Li Xiaoyao is a quiet person by nature. He doesn't talk much and doesn't know how to talk very well. Facing the national teacher, he immediately told all of Zhou Ling's secrets. It's okay. The national teacher smiled faintly. Her Highness has just awakened. Although she is the ruler of a country, she does not have the bearing of a monarch. After all, she is still just a child. Xiaoyao, you've done a great job. As a general with the rank of knight, you should be fighting on the battlefield. I'm sorry to ask you to take care of a baby. I dare not. I'm just doing what a subject should do. I am honored to escort Her Royal Highness the Princess, Li Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. The Imperial Master waved his hand and said, Okay, I won't say any more unnecessary words. Now that I'm back, let me take care of Her Royal Highness the Princess's education from now on. The Imperial Master looked at Zhou Ling from afar with a deep gaze. This glance made Zhou Ling's hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a teacher in class at school. She didn't know what happened, but it was obvious that Li Xiaoyao and his group had been controlled. They even took the initiative to make way for them. It's going to be cool. Zhou Ling couldn't imagine what was happening before her eyes. Even a powerful being like Li Xiaoyao was controlled. What else could a little rookie like her do? The Imperial Master gradually approached and finally came in front of Zhou Ling. He slowly lowered his body, his old face full of kindness, and his eyes were level with Zhou Ling. My dear princess, I, your old servant Goldoff, have been waiting here for a long time. I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. His tone was extremely vicissitudes, as if he had experienced countless years and seen through all kinds of things in the world. But what is more is love and hope for Zhou Ling's future. Who are you? Zhou Ling opened her mouth in disbelief, her eyes flickering. Are there still people from our great golden dynasty living abroad? That's right. I, Goldoff, am the imperial teacher of the golden dynasty, and also your highness the princess's master. Goldoff said softly. Great. Zhou Ling was overjoyed. Then can I clear the second level of the Tower of Babel immediately? No. The imperial master interrupted Zhou Ling's wild thoughts without any hesitation. Zhou Ling's face suddenly fell. Why? She asked. System consciousness is supreme. Our transaction with him has been signed in the contract. No one may violate it. The national teacher said, without explaining too much, just giving some superficial information. He looked at Zhou Ling and said, this is the second floor of the Tower of Babel, and I am on the second floor of the Tower of Babel. As a condition for passing, you must defeat me. Zhou Ling looked at her own arms and legs. Then she turned her gaze towards Li Xiaoyao and asked hesitantly, can I ask them to help me? The imperial master smiled and shook his head. No, you are the princess. You must charge into battle. Shouldn't your highness the princess be cheering in the back? Nonsense. The national teacher scolded and taught Zhou Ling like a strict teacher. As the emperor of the golden dynasty, you are the spiritual pillar of everyone in the dynasty. You must master both civil and military skills. Who told you to hide behind others and be a vase? Oh. Zhou Ling nodded and looked at Li Xiaoyao. The imperial master turned and looked in the direction she was looking. Li Xiaoyao, who received the gaze, turned his gaze to a soldier nearby. The soldier blinked and pointed a finger at himself. Okay, it doesn't matter who taught you. Now that I'm here, your highness will learn from me from now on. The imperial master slowly stood up, and the golden book in his hand moved without wind, and then stopped at a page. Then a long sword emerged from the golden book. The national teacher held a long sword in his hand. The sword body shone with rainbow light, and the sword energy was overwhelming. Your highness, now, please pick up the weapon in your hand and defeat me. Let me see how strong you are now. The wizard used his sword, which obviously added unknown times of water to Zhou Ling. Is this really necessary? Zhou Ling asked, taking out the invisible bow from his backpack. Hi, Your Highness Princess. Are you so confident? I am very pleased. Although I don't use magic, I am still not comparable to ordinary swordsmen. Come on, Princess. Attack with confidence, use all your strength, and don't hold back. The national teacher swung his sword, and a sword sound burst out instantly. Then, Master, be careful. Zhou Ling reminded, and immediately pulled the invisible bow in his hand, and an invisible arrow shot towards the national teacher. Result, the national teacher cut it off with a sword, his face gloomy. Your Highness, are you kidding me? You're fighting me with a toy like this? You've lost the title of one of the 9 paths. Me? Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. This was the only means of attack she had. If I don't use this to fight you, what can I use? Zhou Ling's panic made the imperial master shake his head. Your Highness, I am so disappointed by you. He rushed over and hit Zhou Ling in the chest with a sword. Zhou Ling cried out in pain and flew backwards. Although a person flew out of his body, the pain almost made Zhou Ling faint. Your imperial dragon energy, the power of authority, the imperial might, and phoenix glow. Which one of them is not capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and filling the seas? Have you forgotten all these things? As the imperial master spoke, he continued to attack, hitting Zhou Ling with his sword one after another. He deliberately controlled the damage he did to Zhou Ling, making sure that the blows only caused pain but no injury. As a result, Zhou Ling was beaten so hard that he screamed in agony. But the blood volume on the body did not drop at all. Even though she begged for mercy several times, the imperial master did not stop his attacks. He only gave her a break between each attack. She looked at Li Xiaoyao and became even more furious. A group of people were sitting in a row, just waiting to eat melon seeds. There is no love anymore. There is no love anymore. Li Xiaoyao will never warm me up again. Chapter 72, Imperial Dragon Qi. What are you looking at? Are you still expecting Li Xiaoyao to come and help you? Wake up, Your Highness. The national teacher was also a strict teacher. The long sword in his hand seemed like a ruler, hitting Zhou Ling again and again. However, the blow hits His Highness, and the pain is felt in the heart of the Imperial Master. Your Highness, there will come a day when we will no longer be able to protect you. You are the only empress of the Golden Dynasty. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings. Sooner or later, Li Xiaoyao will stop behind you and will not be able to provide you with the slightest help. Everything in the Golden Dynasty is a help to your starting point, but it will also be a burden to you as you grow. The Imperial Master burst into tears, his expression full of regret. Your Highness, it is because of our incompetence that you have to bear all the burdens of the dynasty. The long sword in the national teacher's hand slapped down. But this time, it was grabbed by a tender little hand, and the 5 tiny fingers were not even as big as half the length of the sword. There was a huge difference in size between the two, but Zhou Ling's little hand took it. You don't have to do this, teacher. Life is a choice. Once you've made your decision, no matter what the outcome is, I'll do better. The young voice is extremely stubborn. Zhou Ling raised his head slightly and stared at the Imperial Master, his eyes bursting with the aura of an emperor. Even though the little hand holding the sword was shaken and in great pain, Zhou Ling did not let go. His eyes were solemn and full of pride. Well said. This is how we can be like the Empress back then. The Imperial Master cried with joy and waved the sword in his hand again, with strong winds blowing. He was as happy as a child. Your Highness, let's take advantage of this momentum. Let's continue the game. Well, Zhou Ling was stunned. It had become so sentimental. Shouldn't the grandfather and grandson hug each other and cry bitterly next? Ah, it hurts. It hurts. In the sacred and solemn holy court, there was a scream of a girl that shouldn't have appeared. The Imperial Master swung his sword and attacked Zhou Ling, causing Zhou Ling to flee in panic. Each of his attacks was just right, and he deliberately created loopholes to give Zhou Ling the opportunity to defend or counterattack. Your Highness, take up your power and fight back against me, the Imperial Master said loudly and struck Zhou Ling on the butt with a sword. How do I use it? Zhou Ling cried out in pain, jumping up and down with a burning pain on his butt. Why is this specifically spanking me? The Imperial Dragon Energy, the power of authority, the might of heaven, and the Phoenix Glow, these 3 things are actually your innate abilities. Just like eating and drinking, it's as simple as that for ordinary people, but you haven't discovered it yet. While giving instructions, the Imperial Master swung his sword and attacked Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling's face was covered with sweat, and he was panting. You mean I can do it as soon as I open my mouth? Your Highness may understand this as well. Zhou Ling opened her mouth. When did I become so awesome? Those 3 things sound really awesome. Why do you make them sound so simple when you say that? So far, he has barely mastered the power of authority, the kind that doubles the defense. Teacher, what you said is too simple. Give me a hint. Zhou Ling quickly squatted down and dodged the sword of the national teacher. How would I know? This is your own ability, Your Highness. Your Highness told me personally at the beginning. The Imperial Master opened his mouth to reply, but his attacks did not slow down, and he continued to strike Zhou Ling with his sword. Oh my God! Zhou Ling, you left me such a trap. Zhou Ling cursed inwardly. I began to think about what the national teacher said. Just like eating and drinking, it definitely won't be too difficult. I must have forgotten something. Zhou Ling was full of thoughts and started thinking continuously. Not only that, she also needs to avoid attacks from the national teacher. Zhou Ling had asked him to stop, but the Imperial Master still went his own way and attacked her with his sword. Seeing this, Zhou Ling guessed that it was the contract that restricted him. Faced with the national teacher's swordsmanship that was like that of a sword saint, Zhou Ling could only passively take the beating. Even the fairy silk that she was so proud of could not do anything to the national teacher. Damn it, you're a good wizard. Why do you have such amazing swordsmanship? The Imperial Master smiled slightly. Your Highness, I once also had the dream of becoming a sword master. Zhou Ling smiled bitterly. Sure enough, a mage who can't fight in close combat is not a good mage. But in this way, the difficulty for her increased a lot, and this was after the national teacher let her off as a swordsman. What kind of power is the Imperial Dragon Chi? It is an ability I was born with, but how can I stimulate it? Zhou Ling frowned tightly. She thought a lot for a moment, wondering what connection she had with the Imperial Dragon energy. She thought back to her childhood when a fortune teller told her that she had an extremely high destiny and that her destiny was blessed with a bright future. In ancient times, this meant wearing a yellow robe. When he was 7 years old, he started with a bone. With his good fortune, he was followed by the local dogs in the village. When one person leaves the village, hundreds of dogs run around. As he was thinking, Zhou Ling suddenly remembered what happened in the alley yesterday. She couldn't help but put her thoughts back to the situation at that time. She clenched her fists and was filled with anger. The national teacher's eyebrows flickered, and he was immediately overjoyed. "That's right, Your Highness." He slowed down his attack, waiting for Zhou Ling to regain control of her own abilities. At this moment, Zhou Ling's body was also filled with a faint dragon roar. As time passed, a miniature golden dragon emerged and hovered around Zhou Ling. "Ha! That's it!" The national teacher cried with joy, wiped away his tears, raised his sword, and attacked Zhou Ling. Feeling the attack, Zhou Ling suddenly opened his eyes, and a vast power emanated from his body. "Bowl!" Zhou Ling roared, as if the mighty power of heaven was coming, and the Empress herself was present, and her every move and gesture exuded the majesty of an emperor. Facing the attack from the Imperial Master, she remained calm and slowly raised her jade hand. "Town!" It was just a soft word, but countless syllables reached everyone's ears. Li Xiaoyao's body shook, and his whole body began to tremble involuntarily. He was extremely excited. That prince is finally back. Countless immortal threads burst out from all directions, piercing through the void and sealing off this area of space. The Imperial Master's sword was stuck in midair, unable to move forward or be pulled back, as if it was fixed in this space. Not only that, the fairy silk penetrated his palm and fixed it together with the sword. "I'm sorry, Imperial Master." Zhou Ling spoke softly, and 2 little golden dragons lingered on her arms. Following her words, they moved forward along with her palms. "Ah!" 2 little golden dragons roared, flew out, galloped left and right, and attacked the national teacher who had been controlled. "Ha, it's all right, Your Highness. Just go for it with all your strength." The Imperial Master laughed, a laugh from the bottom of his heart. His chest rose and fell violently, and he felt extremely happy. He did not dodge nor cast any defensive spells. Looking at the 2 attacking little golden dragons, the Imperial Master felt very relieved. He smiled and slowly closed his eyes to prepare for Zhou Ling's attack. Boom! Zhou Ling's attack hit the national teacher directly. A dragon roared into the sky and golden light burst out, instantly submerging him. Chapter 73, Clearing the Tower of Babel. National Master, thank you for all you have done for me. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind. Zhou Ling's eyes were filled with sadness. He lowered his head in silence, mourning for the National Master. When the light faded, the Imperial Master stood there intact. Above his head, only the health damage appeared. Unfortunately, it's still a little lacking in power. The National Master shook his head slightly. He was already very satisfied with this. Zhou Ling's mouth twitched. "Good guy, there is smoke but no harm." It seems that her little universe just exploded out of loneliness. "We still have some time. I'd like to take this opportunity to familiarize you with this ability." The Imperial Master took a stance. "Your Highness, let's continue." "Okay." Zhou Ling nodded solemnly. Then she took the initiative to attack, controlling the invisible fairy silk to penetrate the national teacher. The national teacher was like a sword god. Facing Zhou Ling's attack, he countered every move and even had the strength to fight back and pointed out Zhou Ling's shortcomings. Zhou Ling nodded and asked humbly. In fact, she only half understood what she was saying, and sometimes she made the same mistake 4 or 5 times. In this regard, the Imperial Master was not impatient, and he would point out every mistake to Zhou Ling. However, his attacks doubled with the number of mistakes Zhou Ling made. It was fine at the beginning. Zhou Ling, with his explosive cosmic energy, was able to fight back and forth with the National Master. But gradually, Zhou Ling realized that he was totally overthinking. In front of the Imperial Master, she was a complete rookie. The pain from being beaten was unbearable, but Zhou Ling endured it and didn't make a sound. Time passed little by little, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 3 hours have passed. Your Highness, it is time to end your study. The Imperial Master put away his sword, and with just a light tap, Zhou Ling was fixed in place. No matter how the imperial dragon energy around him struggled, it was of no avail, and even the little golden dragon was trapped in it. Only then did Zhou Ling realize the gap between himself and the national teacher. The gap between heaven and earth. One is heaven and the other is earth. I am the firefly in the night, and the national teacher is the bright moon in the sky. There is absolutely no comparison. Is it over? Zhou Ling withdrew his attack, looking somewhat reluctant. It is difficult to find a good teacher or helpful friend. It is not easy to meet a teacher like the national master who cares about you wholeheartedly. Zhou Ling felt extremely anxious. Yes, the imperial master nodded. This is the second floor of the Tower of Babel. Your Highness should have known something about the mechanism here before coming here, right? I know, but didn't it say it was 6 hours? Only 3 hours have passed now. Zhou Ling said. In her opinion, it was still early, and she should take advantage of this time to get the true teachings of the national teacher and the things he left behind. Silly child. The national teacher scolded with a smile. From the moment you stepped into the Tower of Babel, many geniuses have followed in your footsteps and entered the Tower of Babel. So what? Zhou Ling disagreed. She had already seen the difficulty of the Tower of Babel. If everyone was as powerful as the imperial master, this group of people has no chance of getting through to the second floor of the Tower of Babel. The imperial master smiled. How could he not know Zhou Ling's thoughts? He touched Zhou Ling's head. You're still too young. I'm just an exception. The other participants' Tower of Babel is not mine. I heard that among them, there are more than 5 geniuses who can open the Tower of Babel within 4 hours. Hearing the words of the national teacher, Zhou Ling suddenly became anxious because she came here aiming for the first place. What should we do then? Zhou Ling asked the imperial master nervously. Isn't this me? The imperial master raised his head and stroked his long beard, full of confidence. Looking at the appearance of the national teacher, Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he thought of something. His eyes are very bright. You mean? She paused for a moment and quickly lowered her voice. We will work together inside and outside to deceive them and replace the original with a new one. The imperial master smiled, neither nodding nor shaking his head, but the meaning was almost the same. Isn't that cheating? Zhou Ling was a little worried. Nonsense. The imperial master glared at her. How can this be cheating? This is a good strategy. In the words of you players, this is called a favorability strategy. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. This is the first time I've heard of someone increasing their favorability. It is probably the only one in Tianyu. Zhou Ling quickly agreed. The imperial master is right. I have learned from your teachings. But what should we do next? Zhou Ling asked, but she had no idea at all. Come on, your highness, hit me. Zhou Ling looked puzzled, not knowing what the imperial master wanted to do. But she still did it, walked up to the national teacher, raised her little fist, and hit the national teacher. I will hit you with my little fist. But the next second, Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. A terrifying number burst out from above the national teacher's head. 30 million. Fuck. Zhou Ling exclaimed, looked down at his small fists as big as sandbags, and was shocked. Ding! Congratulations on killing Goldhoff on the second floor of the Tower of Babel. You are given the title, Pioneer. You gain 1 experience point. You receive a special reward, Goldhoff Summons. Ding! Goldhoff has applied to be your teacher. Do you accept? Ding! You chose to accept, and you became his apprentice. Gain passive skill, Teacher Goldhoff. This Babel Tower trial is over. You can go now. This? Zhou Ling opened her eyes wide, unable to recover for a moment. What was the last system prompt about? Is there some personal resentment involved? Where's my reward? Zhou Ling asked for such a big creature. Why is the experience point only 1? Also, why was it automatically approved when I didn't choose anything about the application? How did you clear the level? Don't you have any idea? And you still have the nerve to ask for a reward? Oh my god, are systems so user-friendly nowadays? Zhou Ling immediately shut up and didn't dare to say a word more about the rewards. Angry. The system is angry. The consequences are serious. Do you want to exit the Tower of Babel? Zhou Ling immediately chose yes. This was not a notice, but an order to evict him. As Zhou Ling withdrew, the system sound appeared in the server-wide announcement, announcing the arrival of a new era. Ding! Player Zhou Ruoling successfully cleared the second floor of the Tower of Babel. The level 20 limit has been lifted, and the non-stop update will start in 10 minutes. The updated content is self-exploration. Same behavior, 1 click for 3 consecutive hits. But this time, All the players were looking forward to it. They stopped what they were doing and ran back to the safe zone, waiting for the new version to come. Only a small number of players were furious. Damn it, I was almost there. Zhou Ruoling. I'll remember you. Clearing the level in 3 hours. What kind of strength does this require? Such a high level of play must be from our country. Baga. Manhwa is dead. Chapter 74 new map updated. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the server was updated nonstop. During these 10 minutes, not only did no one go offline, but even more people came online. The Tianyu system is very tricky. It won't even remind you of updated content. Players need to explore everything on their own. Although the content of the update has not been announced, players can more or less guess the general content. The lifting of the level restriction is a stable thing, and in addition, it must be a new map outside. A week ago, some idle players kept walking in one direction. I thought a new map would be opened, but an air wall appeared at the end, and I got a system prompt. The player is not strong enough. For your safety, you are prohibited from entering the front area. When thinking about the level 20 limit, players also understand the reason. And now, with the game update, the level 20 limit has been lifted, so naturally new maps will be open for players to fight monsters and level up. Thinking of this, the players no longer waited and ran towards the previous air wall. Opening up new land and cultivating new maps are the most active and exciting things for players, no matter which game it is. They rush there just to be the first to step into the new map and the new world. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was 9.5 minutes. Most of the people were already standing in the air wall waiting. At that time, the place was packed with people. Gongs and drums were beating, firecrackers were going off, and some players were squeezed directly against the air wall by the crowd, with their faces deformed. But the smile on his face could not be suppressed. 10 minutes later, the exciting moment was about to arrive, and the system prompt sound appeared in everyone's ears at this moment. Ding! This update has ended, and a new era is coming. Please enjoy it. Ha! I'm your dad's first one. The air wall disappeared, and the player who was squeezed and deformed by the air wall was directly launched. Great land force. My King Luffy is finally here. In midair, Wang Luffy opened his arms, ready to wash the ground with his face and kiss the land of the new world. Just when Wang Luffy was about to kiss the ground beneath him loosened slightly. Then, a sharp spike emitting metallic luster suddenly stretched out from the ground. King Luffy. Wow! Don't come over here! With a puff, Wang Luffy's face was buried in the spikes, and he was stabbed all over his brain. At the same time, a terrifying number appeared on his head. 10,000. This damage value exceeded King Luffy's health bar. He died on the spot, turned into white light, and was forcibly sent back to the city. Dig a hole! Dig a hole! What the hell is this? All the players were terrified because in front of them, there was not just one spike, but thousands of metal spikes. No! There's danger ahead. You don't need to come over. The players in the front row wanted to stop, but how could those in the back row believe it, and they squeezed forward frantically. Then, a group of players were squeezed into the spikes like dumplings. They were stabbed to the bone and followed in the footsteps of King Luffy. One hit can deal 100,000 damage, which is simply not something these fragile players can match. Even if some tank players have health points exceeding 100,000. But they tragically discovered that this thing was actually poisonous, and then they were sent back to the city with faces looking up at the sky. Such a scene not only happened here, but also happened all over the world. The same thing happened wherever there were players. The players died horribly and wailed continuously. Rainbow City. When Zhou Ling emerged from the fairy tale, he found a very spectacular scene. Groups of players were silent, some sitting on the side of the road, and some squatting at the foot of the wall. Those who had cigarettes were smoking, while those who didn't have cigarettes or didn't smoke were drawing circles on the ground. Everyone looked depressed. How many levels did you drop? 2 levels. Then I'm better than you. I only dropped a level. Why are you so happy? Everyone has been demoted. What's there to be happy about? Well, everyone sighed and silently drew circles on the ground. Zhou Ling was extremely surprised. Isn't it time for the game to be updated? Shouldn't everyone be happy? Why are they showing such expressions? She walked over to a group of players drawing circles. What's wrong with you guys? Hearing the question, several people looked up slightly and found that it was a little Lolita who looked like a porcelain doll. The eyes of the group of people suddenly lit up, and those who were smoking immediately put out the cigarettes in their hands. A new map has been opened. Shouldn't I be happy? Zhou Ling became even more confused. Several people rolled their eyes, really not wanting to dampen the little girl's confidence. However, for the little girl's safety, they wanted to prevent her from being overshadowed by the new world. They still reminded him, the monsters in the new map are too powerful. My brother and I were both level 20, but we died before we even saw the monsters. Girl, if you were not level 20, don't go to the new map. If you were level 20, it's best to go there in a team. Zhou Ling blinked, somewhat puzzled, but she still nodded obediently. I see. Thank you, big brother. You are such a good person. At this time, there was a noise coming from a distance. Look, the tyrannical guild has appeared. Are they going to the new world to expand the map? That's right. Only large guilds like this can survive in that new world. Hearing the voice, Zhou Ling and the few young men who had been chatting just now turned around to look. Wang Tianba was seen leading a group of high-level players from the guild onto the city streets, heading out of the city. How to describe them? Except for Wang Tianba, who was relatively normal, the others were as flamboyant as the originator of non-mainstream. It gathered all kinds of talents from the 5,000 years since the founding of China. But we have to admit that these people do have what it takes to be a high-level player. They all radiate purple light, and every weapon or equipment is of purple level. Especially Wang Tianba himself, with a huge broadsword behind him emitting a faint reddish glow. Are we going to open up the wasteland? Are you in such a hurry? Zhou Ling's pretty face was lost in thought. What about the fairy tale side? She thought for a moment, then opened the guild channel in the fairy tale. Qin Xiao, Luhin. All level 20 players. Hurry up and log in to open up the new map. Zhangyi, Bukexin, Fuyuan, Xingziye. Those whose names are called, hurry up and gather in the fairy tale to see if their friends are online. If they are not online, call them immediately to let them know. Chapter 75, Land Reclamation. Yunmeng. The nurses have gathered. There are 23 nurses in total. They are ready in the guild. Shiyao, how are your output preparations? Qin Shiyao, we are gathering. Wei, how about you? Wei, there are only 3 little tank sisters, but it doesn't matter. I am enough. In the fairy tale guild channel, things are happening at a very fast speed at this moment. As the president, Qin Shiyao personally leads everything, and every member is assigned in an orderly manner. Zhou Ling took a look at the list sent by Qin Shiyao, and her name appeared on the list and was assigned to the output list. It looks like there will be a big move this time. Zhou Ling sighed and didn't pay any attention to the tyrannical union. He stood up and walked towards the fairy tale union. I just came out, and I didn't expect to have to go back so soon. In the fairy tale, lots of little cuties are ready. These are not little dolls that can be manipulated at will. Each one of them is a cat that can open its little fangs and bite people. Very fierce and aggressive. Zhou Ling was placed in the front row for output, but was not in the team that charged into battle. Although Qin Shiyao felt that Zhou Ling should be very powerful, she was still worried because she had not seen Zhou Ling's strength. He placed her in the back of the front row, firstly for Zhou Ling's safety, and secondly to see if Zhou Ling's strength was truly that of a top player. In this regard, Zhou Ling had no objection. It seemed as if a war was about to break out, and a group of girl soldiers stood on the fairy tale lawn like soldiers. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Qin Shiyao did not have any pre-war remarks. Set off. With a wave of his little hand, he led a group of little cuties out of the fairy tale and headed towards the new map. Are you nervous? Yunmeng looked at Zhou Ling's dazed expression and asked. No, it's just... Zhou Ling shook her head and pointed at the group of people lining up to set off. She couldn't help but smile. Why do I feel like I'm on a kindergarten outing? This. Yunmeng was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to respond to Zhou Ling's words. She looked up and glanced at the group of little cuties. After being reminded by Zhou Ling, she suddenly had the same feeling. No, I'm about to laugh. Yunmeng forced herself to suppress her laughter, stamped her feet, glared at Zhou Ling, and quickly ran away. A group of teams appeared in the city, instantly attracting a large number of players. The little Loli is well-behaved and cute, and her adorable little face appeals to both men and women of all ages. They blinked their big eyes, as if they were looking at everything with curiosity. So cute. Is the fairy tale boss going to take action too? I can't imagine these little cuties fighting a monster like that. No, I have to protect them. Wake up. They are stronger than you. After leaving Tianhong City, Qin Shiyao randomly chose a direction to move forward. There are 5 roads in Tianhong City that lead to the new world. Each road corresponds to a different area of the new world, and the monsters and dangers encountered are different. I hope it's not a tentacle. Qin Shiyao shuddered and prayed. Don't talk nonsense. You are probably a bad person. Wei Wei glared at her. Don't panic. If that really happens, I will immediately retreat and change the route. Qin Shiyao stuck out her tongue. The journey to the new world is very long, and since these people have short legs, their speed is much slower. When they arrived at the air wall, they found a lot of people sitting on the road to rest. And they also saw Qin Shiyao and others, and they were immediately very excited and stood up one by one. It's Qin Shiyao from the Fairy Tale Union. Wei Wei is here too. Are all the top warriors in the entire fairy tale dispatched? Great! This way, the monsters blocking the door to the new world will definitely be killed by the bosses. Qin Shiyao looked straight ahead, glanced at them briefly, and then ignored them. Roar! At this time, in the map of the new world, a member of a union was fighting with a huge lion-tiger beast. Players are being slaughtered by behemoths every moment. It was a completely one-sided battle. What a huge monster, and the damage is so high. Any hit can cause 100,000 damage. My current HP is only over 100,000, which means I can only withstand one attack from it at most. Zhou Ling was shocked. Is this the wild monster outside the novice village? What to play? Shouldn't such a terrifying creature be in the outside area? Roar! A roar of an animal disrupted Zhou Ling's thoughts, and everyone looked over. The giant lion-tiger jumped and rushed to the ground in a tiger-pouncing posture. Boom! Like waves, sand and stones rose up, dust filled the sky, and the terrifying shock wave rushed to Zhou Ling and other little cuties. Everyone's dress was flying, and their eyes were blinded by the wind and sand. When everything was over, the aftermath dissipated and the dust slowly settled. Only then did everyone see clearly the scene in the new world. Roar! The giant lion and tiger stood in the middle, roaring to the sky. The roar startled the surroundings, uprooted the weeds, and bent the trees. As for the guild members who were fighting it, they had already turned into white light and were teleported back to the city. Goo! Everyone swallowed their saliva, terrified. Isn't this going to cost someone's life? Should we continue? Asked the little girl. In this way, they can be taken away with just one strike. Moreover, this is not a dungeon. If you die, you will drop a level. It will take at least several days to level up again. Qin Shiyao looked at the giant lion and tiger in the distance with a serious look. She shook her head first, then looked at Wei Wei. Are you sure? It's a big problem. Wei Wei smiled softly. A hint of red light flashed in her eyes, a little bloodthirsty. Shall we form a team of 4? Qin Shiyao suggested. It is true that there is strength in numbers, but sometimes numbers can also be a burden. The Sky Realm limits the horror of the 4th calamity, and although players can be resurrected after death, the punishment they receive is horrific. Qin Shiyao also didn't want a member of her fairy tale to be beaten to death by someone else's claws. Good. Wei Wei nodded and agreed to Qin Shiyao's proposal. The 4-member team is naturally Qin Shiyao, Wei Wei, and Yunming. In the past, when playing the game, the 3 of them would just bring a little cutie to form a team. But now it's different. This is a new area of exploration and map clearing. Qin Shiyao cannot guarantee that she can win, so the last member must be a strong teammate. Qin Shiyao and Wei Wei both have special professions that change races. Although Yunming does not have that, a nanny is indispensable. After thinking about it, the 2 turned their eyes to Zhou Ruo. I was able to go to the level 20 area alone to gain experience, and reach level 20 in just a few days. In their hearts, Zhou Ruo's strength is definitely stronger than weaker. After thinking about it, Qin Shiyao called Zhou Ling over and told her thoughts. Chapter 76 Lion and Tiger. Zhou Ling naturally agreed, and then formed a team of 4 with Qin Shiyao, Wei Wei, and Yunming. It happened suddenly, so the plan changed. The monsters are too strong, so a group attack won't have much effect. Qin Shiyao instantly entered a serious state, and Zhou Ling seemed to see the female president of the company when she used to work there. How about this? Wei Wei and I will form a 4-person team, and you guys will wait for support on the side. Qin Shiyao gave the order and disbanded the team, allowing them to act on their own. Let's go! After saying that, she and Wei Wei headed towards the giant lion-tiger, followed closely by Zhou Ling and Yunming. The moment the battle began, a pair of stunningly beautiful wings of light immediately grew out from behind Qin Shiyao's waist. With a flash of wings, the magical girl Qin Shiyao waved her magic wand and shot a magical light wave at the lion and tiger. 10,000. Zhou Ling looked calm, having seen Li Xiaoyao's high damage. Now let's look at Qin Shiyao's 10,000 damage output. feeling so low. Roar! The fight began. The lion and tiger became furious when they saw that there were some blind reptiles that dared to disturb them. The moment he stood up, he unleashed the most powerful attack skill. Countless balls of light condensed and attacked Qin Shiyao like tracking missiles. Group attack with tracking skills. Yunming, watch my blood volume. Qin Shiyao's face condensed and then reminded Yunming. Next, she flapped her wings and flew back and forth around the lion and tiger, dodging their skills. The tiny figure seems like a happy mosquito, a beautiful elf. The wings fluttered, and it looked like a butterfly, and the green jade on the lion and tiger's body shone beautifully. While dodging, the magic wand in his hand waved, launching magic attacks one after another. Such a battle is extremely gorgeous, like a fairy tale, and it is pleasing to the eyes. Blood Shadow Clone. The next moment, Wei Wei made her move. Several streams of blood rushed out of Wei Wei's body and fell on all sides of the lion and tiger, forming bloody Wei Wei's. There are a total of 10 bloody clones, and each one looks exactly like Wei Wei. Immediately afterwards, 10 Vivi rushed towards the giant lion and tiger. Their arms turned into bloody claws, tearing the skin of the giant lion and tiger. Roar! The lion and tiger cried out in pain, and lines of damage data appeared above their heads. It swung its body and slapped a blood-red Vivi with one claw, killing it instantly. The attack continued unabated, and after killing a Wei Wei, it immediately rushed towards Wei Wei herself. Boom! At this moment, something suddenly exploded on the lion's head, and a damage value of 70,000 appeared. This is Wei Wei, who was already prepared for the fight, was stunned. She turned around and looked at Zhou Ling. The latter was holding the infinite bow and was preparing to charge it again when she saw Wei Wei looking at her, and Zhou Ling smiled at her. Seeing this, Wei Wei had a rough idea of Zhou Ling's strength and felt more confident in the battle. Wei Wei is a warrior-like vampire, best suited for close combat. Without any worries, Wei Wei rushed towards the lion and tiger alone, attacking it, making the giant lion and tiger roar with anger in its eyes. It can be said that the hatred value is full. Good job, Wei Wei. Hold it for me. Yunming, control Wei Wei's health. Qin Shiyao's pressure was immediately reduced. After withstanding several attacks from light balls, Qin Shiyao began to use her magic skills. As a magical girl, Qin Shiyao can fight in close combat, but her most powerful attack is still her magic skills. Beams of light and waves of light hit the lions and tigers madly, as if they were free. When she ran out of mana, she immediately drank a bottle of top-level blue potion, and her mana was instantly restored to full value. 20,000, 50,000, 40,000. The lion's health dropped by tens of thousands. In the blink of an eye, it dropped by 80. Roar! It was angry. Just like when they wiped out the guild team before, the lion and tiger jumped high and attacked like a tiger pounced. Group damage. The four girls frowned. Wei Wei reacted quickly. A pair of blood wings immediately grew out of her back. With a flash of her wings, she soared into the sky. It's a pity for the two girls who can't fly yet. However, each of the 8 immortals has his own unique way of saving his life. The power of protection. Yunming waved the lantern in her hand, and bits of bright light immediately emanated from her body, as if she were a firefly dancing around her. Bone ring. Zhou Ling summoned a bone ring. Withered bones spread, bony hands danced, and skulls made wailing sounds. In an instant, the area around her became extremely gloomy, like a hell of bones. This was not something a naive girl should have. Compared with Yunming, it is a world of difference. Well, boom. The lion's attack also came at this moment. It only took a few seconds from the leap to now. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and powerful shock waves spread in all directions. The first to be affected were Wei Wei and Qin Shiyao. Fuck, you can't hide from this thing once it flies. The two people's faces changed instantly, and Qin Shiyao even cursed. Then, the two little men in the air were directly blown away by the strong wind. 100,000, 150,000, 90,000. 1. Horrifying numbers appeared above the heads of the four girls, and their health dropped to the bottom in an instant. Yunming was lucky. As a nurse, she had a lot of health, and she had activated protection in advance, so the damage she received was only reduced by 2/3. Then Qin Shiyao and Wei Wei were in trouble. One had only 5 HP left, and the other had 0 HP left. If it weren't for the magical girl's passive HP locking skill, she would have died and returned home. Oh my god! I almost died. In the ruins, Qin Shiyao jumped out from the rubble. Her body was covered in lime, a horrible sight. She quickly took out blood medicine from her backpack and poured it into her mouth. She drank several bottles in a row before her blood volume was restored to a safe level. Isn't this monster too strong? This is only the skill it has when it reaches level 80. The skills it has later on will be even more incredible. Qin Shiyao had an unpleasant expression on her face. She was in a miserable state with low HP and low defense. She thought she could take advantage of the wings to gain an advantage in the air, but she didn't expect that this monster's skills could even hit those in the air. Being a magical girl is indeed a high-risk profession. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Qin Shiyao looked at the two girls on the ground. After seeing that there was no death, Qin Shiyao cheered up again. We must kill this monster today. These were Qin Shiyao's angry words. After saying that, she stomped her foot in the air like an angry bird. With a bang, she rushed towards the lion and tiger like a cannonball. The battle begins again. After the health value dropped to 80, the lion's damage output was 3 times higher than before. This time, Wei Wei and Qin Shiyao didn't dare to resist. If they were hit, they would lose half of their blood. Who could bear it? The following battle was extremely intense, and no one dared to be distracted. In a team of 4, if just one person died, it would be no different from the entire team being wiped out. This made Miss Yunming very tired. Not only does she have to take care of Wei Wei, but she also has to protect the safety of herself and Zhou Ling. The key is, Qin Shiyao is actually hiding from her breasts. Chapter 77 Critical Attack. Qin Shiyao, if you keep hiding from me, I'll hit you to death with a lamp. Yunming was so angry that her face was puffed up like a ball. She waved the little lantern in her hand, feeling extremely angry. I don't want to either. This thing is chasing me and hitting me. I can't do anything about it. Qin Shiyao had a bitter face. As he was speaking, a ball of light with tracking function attacked him. You take care of Wei Wei first. I can show off. She dodged quickly, not daring to distract herself from chatting with Yunming. It was better to hide from the milk than to be beaten to death by the lion or tiger. Now that I have lost my famous sword, the next time I die, I will be really dead. The battle became one-sided. Because they were worried that the lion and tiger's damage would be too high and they could easily be beaten to death. Neither of them dared to be too reckless and could only carry out the scraping attack bit by bit. So slow. Zhou Ling's hands were sore from fighting. If she wasn't worried that Zhou Ruoling's identity would be discovered, she would have rushed over and killed the lion and tiger. The health of this lion-tiger is about 5 million. If we were to fight it at the same speed as before, it would be better. But with this method, it will take at least several hours. Zhou Ling couldn't help but sigh. Well, is this the vision that only the strong can possess? With Zhou Ling's current strength, he can burst out with the Imperial Dragon energy, which can enable him to fight against lions and tigers head-on and smash them to death. By the way, why are they so obsessed with opening up a new world? They can just wait until their level is higher before opening up a new world. Zhou Ling was a little confused. She looked at Wei Wei and Qin Shiyao, who were fighting enthusiastically, with a puzzled look on her face. But in this situation, she didn't have time to ask. After thinking for a while, she began to accumulate strength, while adding the power of authority to the invisible bow and arrow. 2 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As she accumulated energy for longer and longer, the small hand that pulled the bowstring began to emit energy light, and a powerful force gathered in her hand. Mana is decreasing rapidly. When his mana dropped to 10, Zhou Ling let go of the bowstring. Come and meet the arrows of God. Invisible and colorless, but there was a terrifying aura that locked onto the giant lion and tiger. Zhou Ling didn't need to aim. The lion and tiger's huge size alone made it impossible to dodge. Roar! It couldn't be seen, but as a wild beast, the lion and tiger instinctively felt the danger coming towards it. Suddenly, its hair stood up, its whole body tensed up, and it immediately took a defensive posture. What's wrong with it? Qin Shiyao was slightly stunned, a little confused. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded from the lion's huge head. Boom! The extreme attack power not only exploded on the lion's head, but also blew away the lion's entire body, causing its center of gravity to lose stability and fall headfirst. A terrifying numérical explosion. 10,000. Oh my god! When did I become so powerful? Zhou Ling was shocked that she could actually burst out 500,000 attacks. Although it took more than 10 minutes to accumulate power, the damage was absolutely unprecedented. Good opportunity. Qin Shiyao was shocked, but she reacted immediately. Opportunity is fleeting, so take advantage of it. A card appeared between Qin Shiyao's fingers. With a slight movement of her fingers, the card rotated and floated in front of Qin Shiyao. Holy Spirit who died for justice. The sword you displayed is sealed here. Now, at this moment, Qin Shiyao, who inherited the magical girl, summons you. The seal is lifted. The staff struck the card, and cracks appeared on the card. Wisps of sword energy emanated from the cracks. With a bang, the card shattered. Behind Qin Shiyao, a golden holy spirit appeared. He moved his body and raised his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. Swish! The spear shot out like a strike from the sky, with the power to destroy the world. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden spear pierced through the body of the giant lion and tiger, nailing it to the ground. 10,000! Such a terrifying blow surpassed Zhou Ling's attack, and the two together directly knocked away 1.3 million of the lion's and tiger's health points. HP dropped to 55. Roar! The lion and tiger roared loudly in extreme anger. Their bodies squirmed, and their limbs flew around. They tried to struggle to get up, but found themselves being stared at by a spear. I didn't expect it. I can actually control it. Wei, my attack can only hold it back for half a minute. Hurry up and use your ultimate move. Qin Shiyao shouted. How could she miss such an opportunity? So she naturally had to inflict the best damage. Learn. The two have been good friends since childhood. They are not only playmates, but also allies in the business world. They have worked together for many years and have become close partners. Wei then activated the vampire's strongest skill, raised her hands, and a ball of blood gathered above her head. Blood attack! She rushed over and appeared in front of the lion and tiger like a flash. The big blood ball on her head suddenly swung out and hit the lion and tiger's body. Roar! The lion and tiger screamed continuously. Their entire bodies were shaking violently, and from time to time their skin was broken, and blood could be seen bubbling inside. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. The damage of this move is not a one-time thing. The damage value keeps jumping on the lion, and the blood bar above its head is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a minute passed in a flash, and the lion tiger only had 42 HP left. And on the giant lion tiger, the spear that was holding it in place also slowly dissipated at this moment. Roar! As soon as the restraints disappeared, the lion tiger jumped up instantly and opened its bloody mouth towards Wei at an extremely terrifying speed. What a pity! Wei was unwilling to give up, but for the sake of her own life, she immediately ended the continuous skill in her hand. And at the moment the lion and tiger bit her, she turned into dozens of bats and jumped away. The lion and tiger must be angry. When the attack failed, he immediately raised his head, opened his mouth again, and then a beam of light rushed towards Qin Shiyao in the sky. Boom! Are you kidding me? Qin Shiyao almost didn't react. The speed at which hatred was transformed was too fast. A card shattered, and a magic shield immediately appeared around her. Then, the next second she was submerged by the beam of light. In the team column, you can see that Qin Shiyao's health is rapidly decreasing. Shiyao receives the milk. Yun Meng didn't even think about it. The life connection rushed towards Qin Shiyao like a chain. This time Qin Shiyao didn't dodge and received Yun Meng's milk. Moreover, the amount of healing is sufficient. Qin Shiyao's health volume is like audio, fluctuating left and right. It wasn't until the beam of light disappeared that her blood volume stabilized. Zhou Ling was a little dumbfounded. Wow! He finished 5 blue bottles directly. A bottle cost 2,000 yuan, and I drank 10,000 yuan in one go. She really couldn't understand the worldview of the Krypton Gold boss. Give me this money. Even if I reveal my identity, I will take you flying. Chapter 78, Lion and Tiger Shock. Blood Thorns. Seeing the lion and tiger's actions, Wei immediately changed her body shape and raised her hand to shoot bloody thorns to attack the lion and tiger. In this situation, Zhou Ling did not dare to rest. He dodged the long-range attacks from the lions and tigers while charging up power to attack them. After the lion's health drops to 50, the damage value and range are greatly enhanced. The 4 parties work together and cooperate with each other. Yun Meng is no longer just a healer. From time to time, she will release control skills to hinder the actions of the lion and tiger. In fact, Zhou Ling's fairy silk binding control is even more powerful, but she didn't dare to use it too hard. After controlling the lion and tiger for 5 or 6 seconds, she would give up and let them move. Even with this alone, Wei Wei and the others regarded it as a magical skill. Because the cooling time is so fast, according to their observation, such control can be released within 1 minute. And it is mandatory control, which is simply awesome. 5 or 6 seconds were enough for them to inflict hundreds of thousands of damage on the lions and tigers. Time passed by little, and the lion's health was being depleted, and in the blink of an eye it dropped to 20. After seeing Zhou Ling's control, the following battle unconsciously evolved into one dominated by Zhou Ling. When the lion and tiger were unable to move, everyone concentrated their attacks. Then I focused on dodging and flew the kite little by little. Even Zhou Ling herself was a little embarrassed by this style of play. Her immortal silk was almost unlimited, and there was no way to control it. As the beating went on, the taste started to change. It seemed as if Zhou Ling was letting the dog bite people, and he pretended to be a good person, pulling the dog leash from time to give Wei Wei and the others a chance to catch their breath. Fortunately, Wei Wei and the others didn't know about this, and they couldn't believe that Zhou Ling's skills were so abnormal. The battle gradually became fierce. When the lion's health dropped to 15, its attack range almost filled the entire screen, leaving no room for anyone to dodge. However, there is always a way out. The farther the distance, the less damage you will suffer from the attack. Wei Wei and Qin Shiyao didn't dare to let their blood volume drop to 95. Once it dropped to this line, if Yunming didn't come back to nurse them, they would drink a bottle of blood potion without hesitation to replenish it. Zhou Ling felt so distressed when seeing this. Although it is not the blood potion that can instantly fill up your health, it is still a bottle of $100 worth of money. She really couldn't understand the world of the Krypton Gold Boss. Gradually, the lion's health dropped to 10. Everyone be careful. It's going berserk. Qin Shiyao quickly reminded them that everyone who plays games knows that when the blood volume reaches a certain level, the character will go berserk. Some will directly unleash an unstoppable skill, directly wiping out all the players. When the blood volume reached 10, several people suppressed their excitement and made the best preparations to meet the ferocity of the lions and tigers. Roar! Sure enough, with a loud roar, the lion and tiger went wild. The speed reached an extremely terrifying level. He ran with an afterimage and appeared in front of Zhou Ling at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye. That's right, it's our little cutie. Zhou Ling, I'll kill you. The lion and tiger roared, raised their giant paws, and slapped down at extreme speed. In the afterimage, one could see the storm caused by the huge force. Roro! Qin Shiyao was shocked. No matter how much blood Zhou Ruo had, she couldn't withstand this blow. Zhuobidis. This is everyone, including the group of players watching the show outside. Boom! With one palm, the earth trembled, as if a violent sandstorm had been set off, and countless sand and dust spread around. The dust filled the air, instantly covering the huge figures of Zhou Ling and the lion. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and the only thing they could see was the damage value when the dust first rose. 10,000. Roro, you died so miserably. Qin Shiyao was heartbroken. Who could withstand this 200,000 yuan loss? Zhou Ling must be dead. He must be on his way to resurrection now. And then he appeared in the fairy tale Guild in a Daze, right? Roro, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Qin Shiyao stood up straight, her eyes firm, and prepared to attack before the dust cleared. Now that Zhou Ling was gone, and her domineering control skills were gone, she had to rely on herself for the next battle. Cards were flying around him. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Her teammates were offering sacrifices to the gods, and their magic power was boundless. She could faintly feel a constant flow of magic power in her body. If one more died, she believed she would be able to kill the lion tiger in seconds. Countless cards gathered in front of the little star on the magic wand and turned it to a ball full of light. Immediately afterwards, white feathers spread out on both sides of the light ball, and magic power poured out at this moment. Super Magic Sky Strike! Qin Shiyao shouted loudly, and the next moment she waved her magic wand to cast a spell. It was like an eagle without a body. Its 10-meter-long wings flapped fiercely. With just the flapping of the wings, the smoke and dust on the ground instantly dissipated, revealing the body of the lion and tiger. Ale! When Qin Shiyao saw that the lion and tiger only had 7 HP left, she was slightly stunned. She remembered that the lion and tiger still had 10 HP when they were furious. Could it be that the 200,000 belongs to lion and tiger? She was a little bit unbelieving and looked towards the team column. Wow, Zhou Ling is full of health. Faith collapsed, and the teammate was not dead. Qin Shi Yao seemed to be drained, and the source of magic power disappeared instantly. And the sky strike that was shot out was like an ordinary, small bubble. It shattered with a puff. Qin Shi Yao was embarrassed for a moment. She rubbed her nose and looked down as if nothing had happened. In the battlefield, two blue, braid-like light bands penetrated the lion's giant paw and floated on the back of the paw. Seeing this scene, not only the onlookers around, but even the lions and tigers themselves were dumbfounded. I was the one who attacked. How come I was also the one who got hurt? It couldn't believe it because there was no pain. If it hadn't felt its blood volume drop by 200,000, it would have almost thought it was hallucinating. The lion-tiger raised his paw in bewilderment, revealing Zhou Ling, who also looked bewildered. At the moment the lion and tiger attacked, she had no time to react. Fortunately, her defense was so strong that she was slapped into the ground by the lion and tiger. As for why the lion-tiger attacked, but it was itself that was injured, it was entirely because of the feather she had obtained from Jiyo before, which had the effect of counterattacking with mental attacks when defending. But she is not feeling well now either. He was knocked into the dirt by the lion and tiger, and his mouth was full of sand. I raised my head slightly and saw the lion's lantern-sized eyes, with a confused look on his face. One beast and one person. You looked at me, and I looked at you, with eyes wide open, both of us confused. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Want to try another one? Just try it, and it will pass away. Boom! The lion-tiger was so angry that he slapped Zhou Ling hard while he was stuck on the ground. It was loud, and there was smoke and injuries. This time, Liger gathered all his strength and put all his power into his palm. With one palm strike, a sonic boom sounded. The horrific damage value was so shocking that even Zhou Ling was surprised and shocked. She actually lost 3,000 health points from this blow. So powerful. Her health dropped to 99 in an instant. Unprecedented and unique. This is the highest damage Zhou Ling has dealt since he inherited this role. Before that, it was always between two. I respect you as a ruthless person. Oh no, a ruthless beast. Chapter 79 Teammates Sacrifice to the Heavens, Boundless Mana. The lion and tiger died on a sunny afternoon, without any pain or struggle before death. But the confusion in their eyes was unbearable to look at. It died under its own claws with its eyes open. Zhou Ling had a calm expression. She had seen this kind of expression many times. Almost all the monsters that died at her hands had this expression. The lion and tiger did not die in vain, as a large number of purple items were dropped. Unfortunately, there was no equipment. Moreover, they were all items for awakening after level 20 and had nothing to do with Zhou Ling. Helplessly, unable to resist Qin Shi Yao's enthusiasm, Zhou Ling symbolically accepted 1,000 gold coins. 100,000 yuan in hand. Shoo, even robbing money is not as fast as this. Zhou Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Wei Wei and Qin Shi Yao with a fiery face. Rich lady's meal. I didn't expect Yunming to be the daughter of some tycoon. The way back was peaceful. Qin Shi Yao was carried by someone. Zhou Ling and Wei Wei each held a little cutie in one hand. The latter struggled continuously, but could not break free from the two men's restraints. Maybe Vivi was annoyed and irritated. She directly used her blood to condense several tentacle-like things, controlled them, and climbed up Qin Shi Yao's thigh. The sticky feeling scared Qin Shi Yao so much that she immediately became well-behaved and didn't dare to move. I have a method of punishment, but I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Zhou Ling lowered her head and dared not speak. Back in the fairy tale guild, Qin Shi Yao was thrown onto a large pink cotton bed by Wei Wei and Zhou Ling. Tell me, what's the matter with your skill? Wei Wei said coldly. Bull, bull, bull. Qin Shi Yao had a sad face. She hugged the doll beside her and curled up in the corner, looking frightened and pitiful. Will you tell me? Seeing that Qin Shi Yao was still pretending, Wei Wei's face suddenly turned cold, and a ball of blood in her hand squirmed like slime. Still not telling me? I can't say it. If I say it, it won't work. Qin Shi Yao still wanted to resist, but when she saw the blood falling and instantly swallowing up the items on the bed, she screamed in surprise, stepped back repeatedly, looked at Yunming not far away, and called for help. Yunming, save me. They are bullying me. Whoa, that kind of sound is as pitiful as it can be. However, Yunming turned her back upon hearing the voice, leaving Qin Shiyao with only her fair and tender shoulders. The reinforcements are gone, and the crisis is approaching. Okay. I'm telling you. Take this disgusting thing away quickly. Qin Shiyao shouted, her tone tearful, and she looked extremely aggrieved. Okay. Wei Wei nodded contentedly, put away the blood, brought a small stool, sat in front of Qin Shiyao, and waited for her answer. Qin Shiyao felt bitter. This was her first time using this skill, but she was caught red-handed. The key point was that she had not yet successfully used such an amazing skill. Tell me, what happened? Seeing that Qin Shiyao was still pretending, Wei Wei asked. Devil. Qin Shiyao shrank her neck in fear and could only begin to explain. The profession I inherited is magical girl. You also know that being a magical girl is a high-risk profession nowadays. You've seen anime, right? In those passionate anime, whenever there's a fight and teammates are killed or injured, the protagonist will burst out with energy and turn the tide. The more tragically the teammates die, the stronger the protagonist will be. Next, Qin Shiyao didn't dare to say anything. She raised her head slightly and was suddenly startled. The two women's faces were extremely gloomy, especially Wei Wei, who was bleeding. Even Yunming looked at them with an unfriendly expression. Cuckoo. Qin Shiyao swallowed her saliva, curled up in a corner, not daring to speak, and looked at Wei Wei nervously. Half a while, Zhou Ling said calmly, teammates sacrificed to the heaven, boundless manna? She didn't know about this at the time, and if Wei Wei hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have believed that such a nonsensical skill actually existed. It's more than just offering sacrifices to the heavens. One also has to go through torture and death before one can gain boundless magical powers. Wei Wei said while gritting her teeth. This bestie is no longer available. Let's break up. If this continues, she, the undead, will be killed by Qin Shiyao. By the way, I heard that you had already used all your skills, so how come they suddenly disappeared? Zhou Ling thought for a moment and asked. Qin Shiyao smiled brightly. You are not dead yet. Zhou Ling, my true self is alive and affecting your output. Zhou Ling was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to describe his current inner thoughts. It was as if tens of thousands of alpacas were galloping. At this moment, Yunming suddenly thought of a crucial point, and she said, according to what you said before, do you think that only when your teammates die can you unleash your powerful strength? Ah, yes. Qin Shiyao understood only half of what she heard and nodded. Hearing this, Wei Wei also fell into deep thought. She guessed, if that's the case, then during the battle, if I cast an illusion on you and let you see our death, would it still be able to unleash your strength? Ah, theoretically, it should be possible. After all, I didn't die at that time. This means that as long as I die within her cognition, I can still unleash powerful power. Ah, Wei Wei nodded, agreeing with Zhou Ling's point of view. As a vampire, I happen to have a skill to create illusions. I will learn it later, and then I will know after experimenting. Ah, Qin Shiyao was confused, but there was one thing she was sure of. She was arranged by her best sister. No. Did you get the person's consent? She quickly spoke out to stop him. Do you know how much psychological barrier the death of a good friend can cause in someone's heart? This awakened them, and they instantly understood the consequences. Well, Zhou Ling sighed, turned, and left. Wei Wei also shook her head in disappointment, patted Qin Shiyao's shoulder, covered her private parts considerately, then turned and left. Qin Shiyao was anxious. Hey, what do you mean? Can you please give me some clear words? She looked at Yunming, who had not left yet, and quickly criticized the two for their inaction. Yunming, look, how could these two people do this? That's too much. The friendship boat can capsize at any time. Yunming smiled faintly, which made Qin Shiyao very happy, thinking that she had a good sister. But Yunming snorted coldly and walked out with the lantern on her shoulder. However, unlike the other two, Yunming left a message for Qin Shiyao when he walked to the door. You deserve to hide from my breasts. Good luck to you. After saying that, she left without even bothering to close the door. Well, what's the meaning? It doesn't matter if you don't say it, but leaving such a sentence, Qin Shiyao's hair stood on end, and goosebumps stood up. She just felt that a bloody word of danger was written on her head. It's over, it's over. Fairy tales are no longer fairy tales. Chapter 80 Practice. Zhou Ling chose to log off. Because of the time difference, it was already night outside. Fortunately, Zhou Yu was not at home, so Zhou Ling made a simple dish and ate a little. Looking at the refrigerator, Zhou Ling's mouth twitched. Half a month's worth of food was finished in just 2 or 3 days. It's totally off the mark. Zhou Ling couldn't believe her eyes. Standing in front of the empty refrigerator, Zhou Ling looked at it for a long time. Sighed slightly. I can't afford to raise this baby anymore. Hurry up and find a boyfriend. After dinner, Zhou Ling fell silent again. He looked at the half-eaten noodles in front of him and fell into deep thought. When did my appetite become so small? If I keep going like this, won't I turn into a fairy boy who can grow up by drinking dew? Zhou Ling smacked his lips, thought about it, and suddenly felt that this was a good idea. Not eating or drinking can save a lot of money. After lowering his head and touching his stomach to confirm that he was full, Zhou Ling no longer wanted to know more about this matter. Maybe it's because I stay at home and do nothing? Sleep? Go back to your room and sleep. There are still time-limited tasks to be completed every day. A night of silence. The next day, Your Highness, you are late, Goldoff said calmly with a blank expression. Zhou Ling scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed, and tried to get away with it. Hey, you head. Goldoff was so disappointed with Zhou Ling that he hit her on the head with a hammer. After failing in his attempt to fool around, Zhou Ling had no choice but to lower his head and wait for the teacher's punishment. You are 3 minutes late, but I am not an ungrateful person. Kill 3 wild animals for me with your own strength. No problem. This was so easy that Zhou Ling agreed without even thinking about it. The teacher smiled softly. A hint of cunning appeared on his old face. Really? I'm talking about the wild monsters in the new map. Zhou Ling paused, lowered his head to think for a while, then nodded and agreed. Okay, a new map is a new map. She was not just bragging. With the strength of lions and tigers, it seemed that Zhou Ling had no pressure facing these wild animals. That's what you said. Seeing Zhou Ling readily agree, Goldoff smiled. In that case, let's set off now, Goldoff said, and then walked towards the new map. Zhou Ling nodded obediently and followed Goldoff. When the two arrived at the border, the first thing they saw was an extremely huge giant turtle. The turtle shell was covered with sharp spikes, one after another, and there was still a lot of blood on it that had not yet disappeared. So hardcore right away? Zhou Ling swallowed her saliva, looked up at the teacher, and said pitifully, How about we change one? This turtle shell is hard. It's not easy to hit. The teacher smiled and said, If it's hard to fight, can you just give up? All right. She didn't dare to respond to Zhou Ling's question, but she did what she felt. Go! The teacher pushed Zhou Ling and launched a magic attack towards the black thorn turtle. 0. The damage control was extremely low, and there was no intention to help Zhou Ling at all. And the hatred value of the black thorn turtle was pulled to Zhou Ling. Not a human being at all. Zhou Ling almost wanted to curse loudly. She had originally planned to gather her strength for half an hour so that she could give this bastard a powerful blow. As a result, all the plans were disrupted by the teacher. Roar! The black-spined turtle suddenly poked its head out, and its huge head slammed into Zhou Ling like a cannon. The momentum is huge, but Zhou Ling was not panicked, and even showed a hint of sneer. What a joke! Is this princess's defense white? Come on, let's hurt each other. The counterattack can kill you. After thinking about it, Zhou Ling decided to take out the 9 nether feather first, which would be safer. Exclamation point. Wait, where's my Yu Ling? She opened her eyes wide. How come her feathers disappeared at the critical moment? Where are my 2 beautiful feathers that flutter around? Looking at the black-spined turtle's head rushing towards him, Zhou Ling quickly spoke out to stop it. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Pong! The powerful force hit Zhou Ling's body directly, leaving her no chance to resist. Zhou Ling was like an angry bird, being knocked away, breaking dozens of large trees on the road. 600. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Ah! Zhou Ling screamed and cried until she finally stopped after a long while. It doesn't seem to hurt at all. Zhou Ling reacted and touched himself, finding that he was intact. But she had never suffered such a terrible blow. The lion and tiger ones don't count. The main thing was that the gradually growing glands looked hideous and terrifying in Zhou Ling's eyes. Your Highness, you are too slow, your reaction is slow, and your combat experience is too low. The teacher slowly floated over. It doesn't count this time. I'm not ready yet, Zhou Ling said dishonestly. Strange? Where's my anti-injury feather? I clearly put it on. Your Highness, are you looking for this? The teacher said, and 2 blue light bands appeared in his hands. They were the anti-injury feathers that Zhou Ling was looking for. Why are you here? Zhou Ling asked in surprise. In fact, she had a bad idea. As expected, the teacher had no intention of returning the feather to Zhou Ling and simply put it away. Beautiful name. This kind of equipment will greatly hinder the growth of Her Royal Highness the Princess. I'll keep it for you first. I will return it to Her Royal Highness the Princess when you are able to stand on your own. Zhou Ling didn't dare to refute and could only nod bitterly, feeling extremely miserable. Low-level items are not very useful after they are 10 levels higher. Besides, when Zhou Ling can really stand on her own, will she still need this kind of thing? The answer is that it is not necessary at all, and it even looks ugly when worn. Okay, go ahead. The teacher said that there was no time to give Zhou Ling a rest, and considerately increased Zhou Ling's hatred value. Your mom buys coins. The blackthorn turtle rushed over, not giving Zhou Ling time to react. Another cannonball hit the turtle's head. If a tiger doesn't show off its power, I'm just a wild cat too. Meow. As one of the 9 geniuses, Zhou Ling also has his own temper. How can you fail twice on the same skill? In an instant, the dragon and the phoenix appeared auspiciously, and their majesty shocked all around. Zhou Ling was like a tyrant possessed, and he clenched his fists and hit the glands. With a loud bang, the residual force spread out like a flat circle in the impact. With the blessing of the imperial dragon energy, Zhou Ling felt that his body was filled with unparalleled power. She believed that this would definitely be an earth-shattering blow. 2,000. 2,000. The two sides were evenly matched and dealt the same level of damage. Bah! The teacher, who was watching from the side, covered his face with his hands, too embarrassed to look. Such a powerful imperial dragon energy was turned into a special effect by you, and the power of both fists has all turned into residual power. He was convinced that this must be the worst disciple he had ever taught in his life. Chapter 81. Battle against the Blackthorn Turtle. The battle continues. Because of the teacher's inhuman presence, both sides became really angry and neither was willing to give in. You punch me, I punch you, we attack each other. Today, one of us must die. Pong, pong. The Imperial Master was speechless and could only stand in midair, watching the two noobs pecking at each other on the ground. After thinking for a while, he shouted to Zhou Ling on the ground, "Princess, stop playing. If you can't kill it within half an hour, add another monster like this if you exceed 1 minute." What? Zhou Ling, who was fighting to the death, was suddenly startled. Half an hour? 1 more minute means another monster? Can I give you my life? Zhou Ling really wanted to curse loudly. If she couldn't beat him, she would have flipped the table. Are you a princess? Am I a princess? This princess is just a child. Should I bear pressure that I shouldn't bear at such a young age? Is the world finally going to make me take action? Zhou Ling's face was full of bitterness. Roar! At this time, the black-spined turtle seized the opportunity and took advantage of Zhou Ling's distraction to charge towards him. It's all your fault. Looking at the attacking blackthorn tortoise, Zhou Ling immediately directed his anger at it. Teacher, I can't beat you? I can't beat you, a bastard? Zhou Ling was burning with rage. A trace of dragon energy spread from his fists, and he slammed into the black thorn turtle's huge glands with a dragon's roar. Ha! This attack. The national teacher in the sky saw the difference and suddenly discovered a blind spot. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the two sides remained in a stalemate. However, this time, Zhou Lin's attack was obviously several times more damaging than before. 10,000. The black-spined turtle felt a pain in his head and retracted his neck in disbelief. Is this girl on drugs? How could the damage be so high all of a sudden? Hey! Seeing that he had hit so high, he suddenly had the upper hand. Zhou Ling couldn't help but look at his little fist. I didn't expect that such a small fist could burst out with such powerful force. You little bastard. Zhou Ling took advantage of the victory and rushed towards the black-spined tortoise with his short legs. He waved his fists and looked fierce and aggressive. She recalled the battle between her and the Imperial Master at the Tower of Babel. The Imperial Dragon energy blessed his body. The sound of dragon roars continued, and a small golden dragon was wandering around his body. On drugs. Definitely on drugs. Even though the blackthorn turtle has lived for so many years, it has never seen such a brave Loli. Boom! This punch shook the earth. It was impossible to imagine that this was the strength that a little girl who looked only 10 years old should have. However, the black spiny tortoise is not stupid, and it retracted its neck into its shell early on. He became a dark turtle. Black spiny tortoise. I would like to state in advance that turtle is not a derogatory term for turtles. With a loud bang, the black-spined turtle was blasted 2 meters away. 40,000. The black spiny turtle hid in its shell with its big, Cazalan eyes open in disbelief. In order to confirm the damage, it stretched its neck and looked at the blood bar on its back. It really dropped to 0. Roar! The black spined turtle roared. Anger. Extremely angry. We are all noobs. Why can your output increase so much? Not pretending anymore. The black spiny tortoise immediately retracted its neck and pulled its limbs into its shell. The rage should be activated when the health is at 80 in advance. Okay, you cheat. I'll drive too. Death spin. The huge turtle shell was spinning at this moment, as if a 24-cylinder motor was installed, starting at 120 yards. In the blink of an eye, the black spiny turtle turned into a huge gyroscope spinning at high speed. Ah! Zhou Ling showed a hint of fear. Anyone who encountered such an attack would first think of retreating. She thought so too. The mountains remain green. The water flows forever. Goodbye. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is a virtue. Zhou Ling no longer hesitated. If she didn't run, she would have no chance. I know that as long as they are turtles, none of them are easy to deal with. Pong. As a result, Zhou Ling just took a step back and hit a wall from behind. Zhou Ling turned around and was a little surprised to find that it was a wall of air. Aren't all new maps unlocked? Where does the air wall come from? Although he said so, Zhou Ling had a bad idea. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the Imperial Master in midair. The latter smiled, nodded at Zhou Ling, and gave her a look of encouragement. Fuck it, you old bastard. Zhou Ling couldn't hold it in any longer and started to curse. It's a matter of life and death now. And you want to build a wall for me? A cold look made Zhou Ling's hair stand on end at a glance, and she immediately changed her mind. Teacher, you are awesome. Helplessly, Zhou Ling had to turn around and face such a terrifying skill alone. The size of the giant black Euro turtle is completely different from Zhou Ling's. It was as if a good-looking Loli was about to be sent into a meat grinder. And the instigator was the national master in the sky. Umph. Just wait. The resentment of some people will definitely kill you. Seeing the Euro turtle starting to attack him, Zhou Ling naturally couldn't just sit there and wait to die. Bone ring. Her face was solemn, and when she raised her hand, a bone ring emerged. With the blessing of authority, the bone ring summoned countless bone hands that stretched out from the ground and grabbed the Euro turtle. It seems as if he wants to force the gyroscope to stop. Click. However, how could a gyroscope turtle traveling at high speed stop so easily? When the bony hands touched the gyroscope turtle, they instantly disintegrated and shattered. Broken bones were scattered everywhere, creating a tragic scene on the ground. Ha! Go to hell! Although the blackthorn turtle was very dizzy now, it could feel that something was being smashed into pieces by it. The aura locked onto Zhou Ling and attacked him while spinning. I just don't believe it. Imperial Dragon Chi. Bless me. Zhou Ling gritted his teeth and added the Imperial Dragon energy to the bone ring, summoning a large number of golden bone hands. This time, the speed of the Euro turtle dropped significantly. Zhou Ling summoned the fairy silk to block in front of him. For a high-speed rotating skill like this, Shinsi loses its compulsory control. This also made Zhou Ling realize that fairy silk is not omnipotent. With a loud bang, the blackthorn tortoise, which almost changed its name because of this, rushed over with its body spinning. But just when he was about to attack Zhou Ling and turn him into a bloody mud. In between, the fairy silk exudes colorful luster and interweaves into a giant net, blocking the attack of the black thorn turtle. Zhou Ling's mind moved, and the giant net expanded and became an even bigger net, trapping the blackthorn turtle inside like a prison net. This time, no matter how the blackthorn tortoise sped up or how hard it hit the net, it was of no avail. It could not break through the giant net and was firmly trapped in it. A bad thought flashed through the black-spined turtle's mind. I think I'm going to die? Chapter 82, I Surrender. After trying to break free, the blackthorn tortoise found that it was impossible for it to break free from the huge net. It really can't figure it out. Have the players become so inward-looking now? No, what's wrong? Do you guys take it for granted to use cheats? The blackthorn tortoise only feels that its intelligence has been greatly enhanced by your anger. Can you guys who just reached level 20 really possess such an unstoppable skill? It's so terrifying. How can we deal with wild monsters? After stamping its feet, the blackthorn tortoise spun its huge body again and crashed into the giant fairy silk net. Boom! However, the fairy silk did not move at all. Zhou Ling chuckled. Unexpected. My ability is so strong. She clenched her palms and controlled the fairy net to shrink its range little by little. Gradually, the blackthorn turtle was trapped in a very small area. Its spinning skill also stopped passively at this moment. The lantern-sized eyes looked at Zhou Ling viciously. Boy, you are not a human being. It's a pity that it can't speak. If it could speak, it would definitely talk endlessly. But the next second, a hint of panic flashed in its eyes. Zhou Ling took out the invisible bow, looked at the huge body of the black thorn turtle, and showed a cruel smile. Today's black spiny tortoise is like a bird in a cage or a turtle in a tank. Although it can move, it can only move in a small space. Even turning around seems so difficult. Woohoo! It's going to get cold. The black thorn turtle showed a trace of despair. It didn't think it could withstand Zhou Ling's attack by being a turtle. After all, it had tried it once before. Master System, did you see everything? Shouldn't you show some appreciation for Lao Lu? The black-spined tortoise looked anxious. It was now like meat on the chopping board, and death was only a matter of time. However, how could the system possibly pay attention to such a small wild monster? Left to fend for themselves and perish on their own. This is the fate of all wild monsters. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the blackthorn turtle felt no pain, but the damage was real. All right, if you don't care about the lives of the wild monsters at the bottom, don't blame me for ignoring the laws of wild monsters. Looking at the 100,000 damage lost on its body, the blackthorn turtle knew that it had to make a choice, life or death, as it depended on this to save its life. Roar! With a roar, the black-thorned turtle raised its head and howled, scaring Zhou Ling into a daze. What's going on? Ding! The black-spined turtle surrenders to you and is willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. Since you can't beat them, just choose to join. This is how the blackthorn tortoise saves its life. Forehead. Zhou Ling frowned, somewhat incredulous. Logically, most wild monsters would only surrender when their health dropped to a low level. However, the black thorn tortoise in front of him has almost full health. Do you have the nerve to choose to surrender? Where's the face? Seeing Zhou Ling's hesitation, the black-spined turtle became anxious. Don't worry about whether you are shameless or not. I am such a big turtle. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Once again, it utters surrender. Ding! The black-spined turtle surrenders to you and wants to sign a master-servant contract with you. Hurry! Master, please take my turtle. The black, spiny tortoise made friendly sounds and spun in the cage, showing off its majestic shell. Ding! The black-spined turtle surrenders to you and begs to sign a master-servant contract with you. Zhou Ling blinked her eyes. How cowardly was this black-spined turtle? It sent her a message of surrender 3 times in a row. Agree or disagree? Thinking of this, Zhou Ling showed a hint of hesitation. Teacher means to ask me to kill 3 wild monsters. If I tame it, will it be counted? In any case, taming is often much more difficult than killing it. But what if it doesn't count? Looking at the blackthorn tortoise that was still showing its strength, Zhou Ling raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of a plan. If I tame it and lead it to kill other monsters, will it be faster? Besides, the turtle's defense is too high. Killing a turtle like this is enough for me to kill 2 ordinary wild monsters. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Accept. She accepted the blackthorn tortoise's submission and signed a master-servant contract with it. Ding! You have captured the blackthorn turtle and obtained a pet. Oh yeah, master? Master? As soon as the system's sound prompt sounded, a mean voice appeared in Zhou Ling's mind. It's you. She pointed at the black-spined turtle in front of her in disbelief. The blackthorn turtle nodded vigorously. Yes, that's me. Oh my God. How come such a mighty and majestic giant turtle speaks in such a despicable voice? In just a moment, Zhou Ling felt regretful. I want to return the product. How can this be? Honesty is the only way to deal with this. No returns. The blackthorn turtle understood Zhou Ling's expression. It said anxiously, Master, I am very strong. Don't look at me like this now. My future evolutionary path is to have a level 100 black, Zay, Earth Shin 2 Supreme, Vast World Supreme Turtle. Speak human language. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. She never expected that this turtle was such a chatterbox. Black Earth Turtle. This is not even as good as the blackthorn turtle you are now. Zhou Ling almost spit out tears when he heard this name. There's nothing I can do about it. This is the name in the inherited memory. The blackthorn turtle replied bitterly. In order to restore his turtle image, the blackthorn turtle said, "Don't be fooled by the name. Black represents the extreme, and earth represents the earth. The legendary Weiyang turtle, Jaime turtle, Yuengwalu, and the black earth turtle of my lineage are collectively known as the four great turtles in the world. Come on, don't lower the image of the turtle." Zhou Ling couldn't help but curse. This turtle is too shameless. Your Highness, what are you doing? At this time, the national teacher flew over. The more he looked up at the sky, the more he felt something was wrong. How could they be chatting while fighting? Hey, Zhou Ling said happily. Teacher, this turtle was conquered by my charm and took the initiative to surrender to me and is willing to be my battle pet. The Imperial Master's face looked as if he was constipated. It's only been a short while since the fight began, and you, the turtle, have only lost a small amount of health. Will you die if you hold on a little longer? It said it also has the bloodline of the black turtle, one of the four largest turtles in the world. Oh. Hearing this, the Imperial Master narrowed his eyes slightly. If there really was the bloodline of the black earth turtle, this could be considered a treasure. As the national teacher, he naturally knows more than Zhou Ling, and even more than the inherited memories in the blackthorn turtle. The black earth turtle, also known as the world turtle, has an immeasurable size when it grows up and can carry a world and walk in the universe. If you build a dynasty on the world turtle, you can attack or defend in future wars, and you can even run away with the dynasty. It can be said to be the foundation of the establishment of the dynasty. Chapter 83, Obtaining the World Turtle. National Master? Princess. The black spine turtle's brain was spinning rapidly, spiraling upward. Even a fool can understand the meaning of these two names. So, am I holding on to someone powerful? This is Her Royal Highness the Princess. I never thought that I, Lao He, would have such a day. This is the rhythm of woo-hoo taking off. Never mind. Lick. Just do it when you think of it. The black-spined turtle quickly ran over. Master, believe me. This turtle is 100% sure that I am the only owner of the black earth turtle's bloodline. The future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. The next second, the national teacher stopped the black-spined turtle and extended his hand to it. Whether or not you have the blood of the world turtle, we will know after a test. My dynasty does not want to keep useless people. How is it? The black-spined turtle was stunned and asked stupidly, "Give me a drop of blood essence." The national teacher replied calmly. To be honest, he was also a little bit looking forward to it. If it was really a black earth turtle, it would be a big profit. Only Zhou Ling was staring at it all in a daze. She hadn't yet recovered from the black turtle. Such a tacky name? And he's actually one of the four largest turtles in the world. Don't you have any dignity? Blood! Are you trying to kill me? The blackthorn turtle shouted and stopped. One drop of blood, but it gathers the essence of the sun and the moon, working day and night. After 300 years, it condensed into 2 drops. You're fine? Just ask for it? Don't I have any face? Impossible. It was about to politely refuse, but unexpectedly, the Imperial Master did not give it a chance to speak. He immediately started to fight, slashing the blackthorn turtle's neck with his hand blade. Puff! There was a sound of flesh cracking, a burst of pain, and blood splattered everywhere. But the blood was all collected into a small bottle by the national teacher's magic. Why don't you just tell me if you want blood? I'll give it to you. Why did you cut my neck? Do you want to kill me? The black-spined turtle screamed so loudly that it shook the earth. At the same time, the blood from its neck gushed out like a fountain and then gathered into the small bottle in the hands of the national teacher. It's too troublesome. I can just do it myself, the Imperial Master said calmly. In his heart, apart from Princess Zhou Ling, the only thing he cared about was the country and people of the dynasty. Besides, you have thick skin and flesh, so losing a little blood is not a big deal. Just ask Her Royal Highness the Princess to give you treatment later. The Imperial Master spoke absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the small bottle in his hand. A little blood? The black-spined turtle was immediately furious. He had never seen a turtle being bullied like this before. He pointed a claw at the half-remaining health bar on his head and roared. You call this a little blood? This is clearly half a tube of blood. You directly took half of my life. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. You! The blackthorn tortoise's eyes widened, but it couldn't beat the other person at all. Its life and death depended on the other person's thoughts. With nothing else to do, the blackthorn tortoise turned his gaze to Zhou Ling. He immediately started crying for his parents. Master, you have to make the decision for me. Your national master is too crazy. Little Turtle has lost half his life. Ugh, seeing the miserable state of the black-spined turtle, blood spurting from its neck, Zhou Ling felt a little sorry for it. But in the end, she spread her hands and shook her head. Do you think I can handle him? Even a clay Buddha can't save myself when crossing a river. You don't have to worry about it. Look, isn't it still full of energy? If it is really a black earth turtle, it has the blood of the world turtle. It can naturally restore its blood volume through the power of the earth. The national teacher explained on the side. Jie, the black thorny turtle was suddenly speechless. Was it because he was too active? After a while, the blood that the imperial teacher needed was enough. He said to Zhou Ling, I need to go back and study it. You give the turtle some treatment. After you're done, go pick 3 wild monsters yourself. I'll come back to check. The imperial master acted swiftly and decisively. After he finished speaking, he disappeared without waiting for Zhou Ling to react. Hey! Zhou Ling wanted to say something, but the next second, the huge body of the black thorn turtle blocked Zhou Ling's way. It raised its glands, revealing the hideous and terrifying bloodstains. What are you doing? Zhou Ling frowned slightly. Master, please treat me? Look at this big wound. I will die if I don't get treatment. The black thorny turtle said pitifully. But I don't know how to treat it. Zhou Ling answered without hesitation. Black spiny turtle. Are you two kidding me? If you want me to die, just tell me. The black-spined tortoise is now eager to fight Zhou Ling. Each one is more pitiful than the other. But it didn't dare. After signing the master-servant contract, its life was now in Zhou Ling's hands. Life and death was only a matter of thought. What should I do? It could only compromise and looked at Zhou Ling with pitiful eyes. You see, my health is dropping rapidly. You are my master, so you have to think of a solution for me, okay? Don't you have the blood of the black turtle? Absorb the power of the earth. Zhou Ling said, if I had awakened the bloodline of the black earth turtle, I wouldn't be here as the guard turtle of the new map. The blackthorn turtle made a bitter face. It thought for a while and asked Zhou Ling, Master, don't you humans have a bottle of medicine that can restore blood by drinking it? After hearing the black-spined turtle's reminder, Zhou Ling subconsciously looked at his backpack. There are actually more than a dozen ordinary blood bottles. Give. She did not hesitate. After all, it was her pet. If it really died, it would be a loss. Thank you, Master. The black thorny turtle was overjoyed. It licked its tongue and rolled the entire blood bottle into its mouth. It didn't even spit out the bottle, but directly crushed it and swallowed it. With a flash of light, the blackthorn turtle successfully restored its health to 0. It looked at the blood bar above its head, then looked at its owner, its eyes full of tears and longing. Don't think about it, that's all. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. How could she not understand the meaning in the blackthorn tortoise's eyes? But the landlord had no surplus food, so there was nothing she could do. Of course, the blackthorn turtle didn't believe it. How could you, a princess, only have so few blood bottles on you? It must be that I have not yet demonstrated my beneficial value. It immediately licked its face and said, Master, aren't you going to kill monsters later? Look at my low health right now. How can I help you clear the thorns and give you a helping hand? Don't you still have half a tube of blood? Zhou Ling bent her head, looking silly and cute. Don't try to get away with it. The black-spined tortoise was suddenly speechless and felt heartbroken. So you want me to die on purpose, right? Don't worry, I won't let you get into danger. Zhou Ling said with a smile. He wanted to pat the blackthorn turtle on the head, but seeing the size of both sides, he decided to give up. Chapter 84 Golden Eagle. A man and a turtle began to look for new wild monsters. The blackthorn turtle had only half of its health bar left, but fortunately there was no sign of further blood loss. Zhou Ling made a simple bandage on the wound on its neck using fairy silk. It was a bit out of place. I want to go there myself. The new map is extremely peaceful. Now that the new version has just been updated, many players are unable to kill the wild monsters blocking the entrance to the new map. The new map now is like a girl's land, which has not been developed at all. Master this way. The blackthorn turtle leads the way to find trouble with the neighbor next door, while telling the neighbor's skills and weaknesses along the way. Basically, everything from preferences, sexual orientation, various habits, and the big parts of the dick were revealed by the black spiny turtle. Master, are you sure you can handle it? The blackthorn turtle stopped and asked, Can you break free from my fairy silk? Zhou Ling did not answer, but asked it back. The blackthorn turtle nodded, feeling much more relieved. The giant net that trapped him was not something that any ordinary monster could withstand. Then I feel relieved. By the way, master, it has already rushed over. Right over there, the blackthorn turtle said, looking towards the southeast. What? Zhou Ling was shocked and glared at it fiercely. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? You're in a good mood to chat with me. Chirp. At this moment, there was a beep, and a large bird came flying in the sky. Seeing the huge figure of the black-thorn turtle, it swooped down without saying anything. Do you have a grudge against it? Why do you start fighting as soon as you meet? Zhou Ling asked anxiously, and quickly spread a giant fairy silk net in the air. The law of the jungle, ecological superiority and inferiority. How come you make me sound like a vicious turtle? Although he said that, the black spiny tortoise immediately evolved into a cowardly turtle. Only a turtle shell covered with black thorns was left exposed. Zhou Ling suddenly became anxious. In such a disaster, how could you leave your master outside and become a coward? Do you still have the intention to be a battle pet? Hurry up and make room for me. I want to come in. Being a coward or not is two different matters. Zhou Ling just wanted to find a safe place to hide himself. After all, it's become a habit. No, my shell is made of skin, and there is no room for me to move. The black thorny turtle groaned. Bah! Coward! Zhou Ling cursed. This is not cowardice. This is the instinct of the turtle, and it is also an innate magical power. Besides, master, your defense is stronger than my turtle shell. Why are you looking for cover? Just fight it. This turtle! Zhou Ling was so angry that she clenched her fists. This guy didn't even let her go when he started scolding her. That's a ruthless turtle. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. With my defense, I am not afraid of it. And there is also a giant net made of fairy silk. If you dare to come, I will make you a bird in a cage and a turtle in a jar. Chirp! Gradually, a giant bird attacked. It was actually a golden feathered eagle, with feathers shining with golden light, like a sharp blade. His eyes were sharp and chilling, and seemed to have the power to take people's hearts away. Its pair of giant claws are even more terrifying, emitting a metallic luster. The dark claws are like the black silk of a royal sister, making it impossible to look away. Sharp eyes, sharp claws. The golden-winged eagle felt good about herself, especially since this old bastard dared to appear in her territory. Very good. I haven't sharpened my claws for a long time. Even if I can't do anything to you, I will use your turtle shell as a bird's scratching board. Huh. When his gaze moved, the golden-winged eagle instantly discovered Zhou Ling, who was standing next to the black-spined turtle, and he was immediately overjoyed. This old bastard is so sensible that he even brought me appetizers? Then I will respectfully obey your orders and eat an appetizer first, and then I will sharpen my claws. The next moment, the golden-winged eagle switched its target and locked onto Zhou Ling with murderous intent. Zhou Ling's eyes were calm. She naturally sensed the killing intent of the golden-winged eagle. But she was not panicked at all. Watching the golden-winged eagle getting closer and closer, she felt a hint of anticipation. This feeling is just like when I was a kid, catching sparrows with a net and feeling the tension of watching the sparrows get closer and closer to the trap. Wrong! However, the next second, just when the golden-winged eagle was about to hit the invisible fairy net he had set up, the golden-winged eagle suddenly braked and stopped steadily in midair. I give full marks to the braking power. There's an explosion. The golden eagle was alarmed. How could this old bastard be so kind as to bring him an appetizer? He must be trying to use this human cub as bait to trick me. Hide for a while and try it out. As it spoke, the golden eagle flapped its wings, and dozens of golden feathers flew down like flying knives, attacking Zhou Ling with precision and clear targets. Oh my God! Is he so smart? Zhou Ling was shocked. Needless to say, this arrest was bound to fail. Seeing the golden feathers piercing towards him, Zhou Ling imitated the abilities of a certain boss. He opened his 5 fingers and controlled the fairy silk to cut towards the feathers. Clang! 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 There was a sound of metal clashing against each other, and the golden feather seemed to hit something and was bounced away by a powerful force. Inuit. Golden Eagle was indignant when he saw this scene. How abominable! I didn't expect that an old bastard like you would start playing tricks. Seeing this, the Golden Eagle would not be stupid enough to engage in close combat with the Blackthorn Turtle. She was the overlord of the sky, and she would be crazy not to use such a good advantage in the sky. Then, the golden-winged eagle fluttered its wings wildly in the sky, and a series of flying blades attacked crazily. At the same time, its mouth was not idle, and it fired air cannons one by one. Boom! The battle was extremely brutal, The large trees on the ground were cut into countless pieces by the wind blades, and some were blown to pieces by the air cannons. Smoke and dust rose up, blurring Zhou Ling's vision. There was flying ash everywhere, and she couldn't see anything around her at all. Xiaohei, think of a way. Zhou Ling covered her mouth and nose to prevent the sand and dust from entering her mouth. Master, you are the human being. I'm just a turtle. Do you think I am smart? The black-spined turtle replied comfortably while hiding in its shell. The wind blade attack was neither painful nor itchy. It gave a sense of comfort when it entered the body. The blackthorn turtle even narrowed its eyes. Zhou Ling was unable to refute this sentence, and she could only stand back when he made fun of her to such an extent. You scumbag turtle! Zhou Ling cursed angrily. Didn't you promise to help me clear the way for me before? What about now? You've become such a coward. When the smoke cleared, the man and the turtle had not lost a single drop of health. Their defense was amazing, proving the law that smoke does not hurt. When he saw the golden-winged eagle in the sky, Zhou Ling cut out countless fairy silks without hesitation. Even if there is no harm, as long as she can be held back, her wings can be trapped and her ability to fly can be restricted. When the golden-winged eagle falls from the sky, it will still be a bird in a cage. Go me down. Zhou Ling roared and swung his hands violently. Half a while. Why is there no movement at all? Said the blackthorn turtle quietly. Shut up. Chapter 85 Flying Mount. Zhou Ling frowned. Because the distance was too high, the golden-winged eagle she saw looked like just a small bird. This made it much more difficult to capture the golden-winged eagle. We have to find a way to get it down lower. Zhou Ling frowned and thought, then finally looked at the black-spined turtle and kicked it hard on its shrunken head. Hey, turtle, shoot that bird down for me. Oh well. The black-spined turtle knew that life would always take action against it, sooner or later. If it continued to be timid, it would be killed by Zhou Ling sooner or later. With this thought, the idea became clear. The black, spiny tortoise stretched its head out of its shell. I didn't expect that my level 50 rage skill would be used on wild monsters. Its eyes were deep, and its glans was erected straight. Next, it was time to show off. Dragon King Cannon. The fong-like jaw opened, and the energy in the body gathered in the mouth. In an instant, an energy ball emitting a terrifying aura was produced. Snort! Eagle strikes the sky. The golden-winged eagle was not willing to be outdone. It spun its body in the air. Suddenly, a long eagle cry was heard, and a golden shadow of a golden-winged eagle was summoned out. It is lifelike and looks exactly like the golden-winged eagle. Boom! The black thorn turtle's Dragon King cannon was fired immediately, like a hot weapon on the ground, rushing into the sky and hitting the golden-winged eagle straight. With an eagle's cry, the golden-winged eagle summoned 3 phantoms in one breath, let out a long roar, and then flapped its wings and rushed towards the blackthorn turtle. The battle with wild monsters is so simple and crude, without any intrigue. With a loud bang, the 2 attacks collided. Obviously, the blackthorn turtle's Dragon King cannon was more powerful. Facing the phantom of the golden feather eagle, it only took a few seconds of skills to defeat it. Oh my god! You old six, actually secretly strengthened yourself. The golden eagle was shocked and flapped its wings in a hurry to avoid the attack of the black-spined tortoise. It never expected that the black-spined tortoise, which was usually so powerful, would attack so fiercely. The black-thorned turtle sneered, feeling secretly pleased with himself. Awesome, right? I paid for it with half my life. Take advantage of now. Pursue the victory and defeat the defeated enemy. The blackthorn turtle immediately opened its mouth and fired another 1982-year-old Dragon King cannon, impacting the golden-winged eagle. The golden-winged eagle dodged hastily. It was weak, and no matter how stupid it was impossible for it to take on the attack from the blackthorn tortoise. But how could the blackthorn tortoise let it go? Now was the time to show its bravery, power, dominance, and ferocity in front of its master. He kept calling Cousin and Dragon King Cannon, as if Dragon King Cannon didn't need any blue, and he just kept calling out. This time, the golden-winged eagle was in a terrible situation. No matter how fast she couldn't avoid such a dense energy attack. Chirp! With a long cry, the golden eagle was unable to defend itself and was hit on the wing. It fell from the sky like a crashed plane. Well done! Zhou Ling was overjoyed. This old turtle was finally useful and could be kept. After that, she quickly gave the black thorn tortoise an order. Quick, kill it while it's sick. Hit it again. The blackthorn turtle looked bitter. Well, master, I don't have any magic power anymore. The so-called demon power is equivalent to the blue bar mentioned by players. So you had spit it all out in one breath? Zhou Ling's mouth twitched. You were so bold. In a battle of the same level, you used up all the blue first. I'm so pissed off. Zhou Ling stamped his feet, ignored the blackthorn turtle, and immediately ran towards the direction where the golden-winged eagle fell. The black spiny tortoise followed behind, never stopping its mouth. Master, how about giving me something from the blue bottle? Roll! Boom! In the distant forest, there was a loud noise. It was the sound of the golden-winged eagle falling to the ground. The man and the turtle were overjoyed and quickly quickened their pace. When Zhou Ling saw the huge body of the golden-winged eagle, he cast out the fairy silk net without hesitation. The large net instantly trapped the golden-winged eagle. Zhou Ling pulled with her hand. The fairy silk became tight, and in a thought she tied the golden-winged eagle into a dumpling. This time, the golden-winged eagle was stable. Chirp! The golden eagle kept chirping, but its body could not move, and its eyes showed a look of fear. When it knew that it could not break free, it meant that it was finished. Master is awesome. Master has boundless magical powers. Master has unparalleled achievements. The blackthorned turtle immediately flattered the master. Then he walked in front of the golden-winged eagle, stretched out his claws, and kicked it hard. I'll let you offend my master. I'll let you dare to attack my master. The golden-winged eagle was burning with rage, staring at the blackthorn tortoise with its eyes fixed. If looks could kill, the golden-winged eagle would have wanted to evolve a pair of laser eyes to shoot this bastard turtle to death. Ouch! How dare you glare at me? The blackthorn turtle narrowed its eyes. With its master present, it was not afraid even if the devil came, and it started to attack the golden-winged eagle. After this attack, the golden-winged eagle's health dropped by 50 points, and it was still decreasing. My life is over. I didn't expect to end up here. The golden-winged eagle showed a look of despair. A single misstep led to eternal regret. She looked at Zhou Ling. Was it this human cub in front of her that controlled her? Then she saw the fairy silk wrapped around the blackthorn turtle's neck and could faintly smell blood. I see. A man who knows the current situation is a wise man, right? She was unwilling but helpless, and finally, she slowly closed her eyes, as if waiting for death. Ding! The golden eagle submits to you and is willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. Do you agree? Zhou Ling, who was waiting for the golden-winged eagle to be killed by the black-spined turtle, was suddenly stunned. The system prompt suddenly appeared in her mind. Submission again? She couldn't help but look at the golden-winged eagle, whose eyes were calm. Although he looked a little unwilling, he was indeed willing to surrender. To accept or not? Zhou Ling was in a dilemma. She was more inclined to accept it because it was a bird. If she accepted it, she would also have the ability to fly. Agree. Zhou Ling chose to agree. As the princess of the Golden Dynasty, she could not only summon knights, but also collect endless monsters as her war pets. However, Zhou Ling did not plan to collect them endlessly. 2 were enough for now. Unless he encountered a rare beast in the future, Zhou Ling would not collect those monsters with little potential. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully captured the golden feather eagle. Stop hitting me! Now that she has tamed the golden-winged eagle, she is one of them. Zhou Ling naturally doesn't want to see her own people fighting against each other. The black-spined tortoise was fighting vigorously and didn't understand what Zhou Ling meant at all, and its hands continued to move. Forget it, just solve it yourselves. Zhou Ling also knew that the two of them probably had a lot of resentment, so it would be good for them to vent their anger on each other. After all, they would be in the same camp from now on. She immediately untied the golden-winged eagle's restraints and ran away. Screech! As expected, a long cry filled the air, and the golden-feathered eagle instantly soared up. She saw what her master meant, and naturally would not miss the opportunity to beat up the turtle. Alas! Alas! The black-spined tortoise was horrified. Master! Oh no! She broke free. Chapter 85, Second Level Monster. The black-spined turtle, without blue, naturally could not beat the golden-winged eagle with blue. After just one encounter, the black-spined turtle was overwhelmed. Fortunately, the golden eagle knew its limits and did not attack the blackthorn turtle's weak points. But the grinding of its claws on the turtle's shell was more painful than death. Ah! Sistering, I was wrong. I was wrong. Master, help me. The blackthorn tortoise screamed in pain. Although it was not hurt, the sound and feeling of its claws being sharpened were extremely uncomfortable. It was no exaggeration to say that it was worse than death. After a while, seeing that the fight was almost over, Zhou Ling slowly walked over and stopped the fight between the two beasts. Okay, stop messing around. Time is running out. I still have to kill 3 monsters. Okay, master. The golden-winged eagle replied. Zhou Ling was slightly surprised that Jin Lingying's voice was actually full of charm and elegance. Huh? How can I understand your voice? The black-spined turtle realized it slowly and only reacted after a while. He looked at Zhou Ling in surprise. Master, did you take her in too? Well, we are short of a flying monster. Zhou Ling nodded and stated his purpose directly without any ambiguity. I fell out of favor as soon as I entered the beast palace. The black spiny tortoise opened its mouth with a look of grief, looking as miserable as it could be. Zhou Ling had no idea what the blackthorn turtle was thinking. If he knew, he would just kill it. Can you fly now? She looked at the golden-winged eagle. It's okay, master. These are just minor injuries. The golden-winged eagle nodded and spread its wings. Except for a place where a feather was missing, there was nothing serious. Then take me to heaven. Since it can fly, how can Zhou Ling follow the black-spined turtle while it is clearly walking on the ground? After saying that, she quickly climbed onto the back of the golden-winged eagle, abandoned the black-spined tortoise, and flew away. Master, what should I do? The black thorny turtle asked while chasing on the ground. Just follow me and run over here. Damn it. The black-spined turtle now feels like he has a swear word and doesn't know whether he should say it or not. He was speechless. I've heard of the race between the tortoise and the hare, but I've never heard of the race between the tortoise and the eagle. Is this a volume level? It's so cool to have a flying mount. The sky is high and the birds fly freely. Zhou Ling breathed the clear air in the sky. This was her first time flying. Although not relying on her own direction, Zhou Ling believed that one day she would be able to fly into the sky with her own ability, and it would not take too long. Little eagle, can you find the wild monsters around? The golden-winged eagle rolled his eyes. Little eagle, do you think I'm small? With your size, I can call you a hawk. She nodded. Of course, the new map is full of monsters like us, and there are countless monsters that are stronger than us. How powerful are you looking for, master? It's about the same as you guys. Zhou Ling said that people should not be too arrogant. Even if they have the strength, they should at least hide for a while. So first look for some wild monsters that can be easily defeated, and then look for those powerful wild monsters when you are stronger. Okay, the golden eagle understood, flapped its wings, and flew towards a valley, which made life difficult for the black-spined tortoise that was still running madly behind it. Wow, master, please wait for me. The golden-winged eagle hovered above the valley, scanning with its eagle eyes, and soon discovered a giant snake hiding in the darkness. This snake is huge, hundreds of meters long, and most importantly, it has several heads. Two-headed black snake. Level, second-order monster. Just to name a level? Zhou Ling frowned slightly. It seems that after the version update, the information about wild monsters has become vague. The skills and attributes of wild monsters are not introduced at all. In this second-level monster, does it represent the name of wild monsters after level 20? After confirming some information, Zhou Ling immediately launched an attack on the two-headed black snake. Kitty, charge! Yes, master. The next moment, a cold light flashed in the golden-winged eagle's eyes, and murderous intent was revealed. She had already locked onto the two-headed black snake, waiting for the moment when her master gave the order. Then it flapped its wings and dived down. Ah! Zhou Ling screamed suddenly. She was still on the back of the golden eagle and had not gotten down yet. I'm sorry, master. This is my first time as a combat pet, and I have no experience. The golden-winged eagle said awkwardly. The battle begins again. The golden-winged eagle first let Zhou Ling down, then flew back into the sky and immediately swooped down to kill the two-headed black snake. There were no surprises this time, but the two-headed black snake was extremely alert. When the golden feather eagle was halfway through its charge, it immediately discovered the golden feather eagle's presence. The two snake heads instantly stood up, opened their heads, and two streams of black venom sprayed towards the golden-winged eagle. Cry! The golden-winged eagle let out a long roar, showing no fear of the venom, and did not even try to dodge, but attacked directly. Eagles are naturally resistant to snakes, and the snake's venom cannot penetrate the eagle's body at all. It is blocked outside by its feathers. The golden eagle only moved its wings and turned its body, easily spreading the venom all around. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound all around, and the venom corroded the earth and trees. Boom! One hit. The golden-winged eagle's claws directly pierced through the body of the two-headed black snake. Roar! The two-headed black snake roared, and its two heads bit directly at the weak points of the golden-winged eagle. The golden-feathered eagle was extremely brave, and her golden feathers turned into flying knives to slash. At the same time, her claws moved and fiercely grabbed the vital part of the two-headed black snake. This is the snake's vital point, so how could it allow the golden-winged eagle to attack it? It gave up the attack immediately, twisted its body, and avoided the golden-winged eagle's claws. The battle between the eagle and the snake broke out before Zhou Ling's eyes. However, how could Zhou Ling just stand there and watch? While the two were fighting, she dodged the venom that had been spilled and quietly approached the center of the battle. When the range was almost the same, Zhou Ling immediately used the immortal mountain binding skill, wrapping several strands around the two-headed black snake. Not good! The two-headed black snake was shocked, but it was too late. Countless fairy threads had already been controlled by Zhou Ling, and were controlling the two-headed black snake unknowingly. At this moment, the body was restrained and the two-headed black snake was doomed to die. It was impossible for Zhou Ling to keep a snake as his war pet, so he stood in the distance and watched coldly until the two-headed black snake was killed. Ding! You killed the second-level monster two-headed black snake. Gained 100,000 experience points. Ding! Due to version update, you have the following options. The corpse of a two-headed black snake does not disappear. It can be stored in the space equipment, but cannot be stored in the system backpack. 2. Decompose the two-headed black snake corpse. The decomposed materials can be stored in the system backpack. Breakdown. Zhou Ling took a look and finally had no choice but to decompose them. She didn't have the space equipment to store these corpses. She is too poor. If you are poor, all you have left is the title of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Chapter 86 World Turtle. Yoshi, let's take advantage of this enthusiasm and kill a few more. After decomposing the body of the two-headed black snake, Zhou Ling became very enthusiastic and quickly led his younger brother, the golden-winged eagle, to fly in other directions. Master, Yarikome. At this moment, the black-spined tortoise also came over with its short legs. Well, when he saw Zhou Ling sitting on the back of the golden-winged eagle and flying away again, his turtle face instantly withered. Are you kidding me? Can't you take care of me, an old turtle? Why are you in such a hurry? He yelled and cursed, but after that, he could only run in the direction of the master-servant contract. But the turtle was exhausted. Boom! Fairy silk binding. Zhou Ling roared loudly, fell from the back of the golden-winged eagle, and waved his hands. Countless fairy threads were woven into a giant net between Zhou Ling's dexterous fingers. On the ground was an evolved thunder tiger with two horns on its head, flashing with lightning. When it turned towards Zhou Ling, it was basically dead. The colorless and invisible fairy silk instantly enveloped it and tied it into a rice dumpling. This skill is almost unstoppable. Lei Hu struggled for a long time, but couldn't get out. He couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. Ha! In my palm, everything is a prisoner. Zhou Ling was like a king, laughing wildly in the sky. Then, she greeted the earth with her little face. Boom! There was a loud noise like a missile hitting the ground. The ground could not withstand the blow and broke into pieces. When the dust cleared, a huge hole was left on the ground. Ouch! Zhou Ling climbed out of the pit, with smoke but no injuries. She brushed the dust off her pretty little skirt, raised her little fists, and rushed towards the restrained level 2 Thunder Tiger. Beat you! Boom! 10,000. With the blessing of the Imperial Dragon energy, Zhou Ling's punch was equivalent to the damage of the Golden Dynasty's attack. As for her own weak attack, I won't mention it again in the future. Ah! Lei Hu cried out in pain. The punch hit his abdomen, causing his entire body to twitch. Then, the golden eagle in the sky also launched an attack at this moment, with several flying feathers coming over, instantly beating the Thunder Tiger all over. A brutal fight broke out unilaterally. Lei Hu's huge body was controlled, and he could only be beaten unilaterally. After a few minutes, only blood was left on Lei Hu. My life is over. Knowing that he was going to die, Lei Hu saw the situation and acted as a hero. He lowered his proud head and expressed his submission to Zhou Ling. Ding! Thunder Tiger surrenders to you and is willing to be your battle pet. Do you accept? Get lost. I don't want it. Zhou Ling ignored the system prompt and punched Lei, who with the force of a dragon's roar, ending Lei Hu's tragic life. Break down. After killing Lei Hu, Zhou Ling directly chose to decompose without waiting for the system prompt. The corpse turned into white light and dropped 5 pieces of purple tiger materials. Why are they all materials? Zhou Ling frowned. Logically, these monsters were much stronger than the previous wild monsters. Why were the materials from their corpses the only ones that dropped after he killed 2 of them? System, won't you explain? Zhou Ling asked. Updated version. All monsters and non-humans will no longer produce finished equipment, only materials. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhou Ling couldn't help but ask, but how do we get the equipment in the later stages? You can obtain it through the secondary profession of a refiner, or by refining, or by buying it. This game is getting more and more realistic. One day, even levels and experience points may disappear. Zhou Ling smacked his lips. The equipment could not be exploded, and his amazing luck had lost a big highlight. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I only need 1 more monster to complete the homework assigned by the teacher. After putting away the materials of the Thunder Tiger, Zhou Ling sat on the back of the golden-winged eagle again and began to look for trouble with other monsters. At this time, the black spiny tortoise also chased after it. Master, here I come again. Ouch! Can't you consider my feelings? The black spiny turtle wanted to quit the group and cursed, saying that you can't play with turtles like this. 1, 2, 3. After completing the task assigned by the teacher, Zhou Ling did not stop, but continued to kill the surrounding monsters. For a time, this new map, which had not yet been cultivated, was in chaos with monsters and beasts doing terrible things and animals living in misery. The monsters hid in their nests in fear, their hearts trembling with anxiety. It was not until 4 hours later that the Imperial Master emerged from the summoning space that Zhou Ling stopped killing monsters. Forehead. The moment the national teacher came out, he was dumbfounded. What's the matter with these 5 exotic beasts? During the time I was back doing research, you collected for exotic beasts for me at once? Do you run a zoo? Wherever you go, you receive it. Teacher, you're back. How is it? Does this turtle really have the blood of the black turtle? Zhou Ling jumped down from the back of the firebird. This firebird was covered in flames, and it was obviously a rare species. That was why Zhou Ling took it in. There's also a thunder elf and a bird that looks like a phoenix. The Imperial Master nodded, somewhat unbelievingly, and said in shock, This turtle does have the blood of the world turtle. Ha! Aha! Hearing this, the black-spined tortoise came over immediately, with its nose raised to the sky. I told you that I have the potential to become a great emperor, but you refuse to believe me. Do you believe me now? Come on, praise me. The black-spined tortoise was in high spirits, with its head raised high, and its eyes narrowed as it looked at Zhou Ling. The words praise me were written on its face. Look at you, you ugly face, Zhou Ling said with disdain. Don't be too happy too soon. The national teacher changed the subject and took out a transparent bottle filled with crimson blood. Although you have the blood of the world turtle, it is too mixed. I haven't even purified a single drop of the world turtle's blood from half of it. As he spoke, the national teacher wanted to curse the turtle. After taking a ton of blood, not even a drop of the world turtle's bloodline was extracted. This shows that the blood of the blackthorn turtle is pitifully low. Even the blood in his hand is mixed to 1,000th. The blackthorn tortoise was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. The arrogant look he had before instantly became wilted. Zhou Ling smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, even though your bloodline is mixed and useless, and you're a little ugly and your brain is not very bright. Wait, are you comforting me? The black-spined turtle widened his eyes. Just listen to me. Zhou Ling waved her hand and encouraged. Since the Imperial Master has said so, there is no doubt that you have the bloodline of the black earth turtle. As long as you work hard to upgrade, with our help, you will definitely become a real black earth turtle. Although the name is a bit earthy. Master, the blackthorn turtle's eyes suddenly filled with tears. It's just that the last sentence is a bit redundant. Chapter 88, Zhou Ling's Awakening Mission. After solving the problem of the blackthorn turtle, the imperial teacher turned his attention to Zhou Ling. He frowned and looked at the rare and precious animals around Zhou Ling, then looked at Zhou Ling with a kind face. My princess, have you finished the homework I assigned to you? Of course it's done. Zhou Ling was very confident and with a wave of his hand, he took out the monster materials he had killed in the past few hours. He pointed at these materials with his little hand, looking very dignified. Not only did I complete the assignment you assigned, I exceeded it. Look, I killed 11 monsters in total and also collected 4 battle pets. Zhou Ling was excited, as if showing off in front of an elder, and took out the materials one by one and introduced them. Then he waited expectantly for the imperial teacher's praise. Haha, Her Royal Highness the Princess is worthy of being a hero of her generation. She can kill so many monsters at the level of just entering the second level. The national teacher laughed heartily. Naturally, he would not lose face for Zhou Ling and praised him. That's it. After praising him, the imperial master prepared to leave. His appearance was limited in time, and he couldn't stay by Zhou Ling's side all the time. Moreover, Zhou Ling had a mission to complete, so naturally he couldn't study with the national teacher. Today's study is over. Since you can kill monsters of the same level, you must have mastered the imperial dragon energy. As long as you practice diligently, your future achievements will be unimaginable. Before leaving, the imperial master did not forget to give Zhou Ling some instructions, and then his figure slowly disappeared in front of Zhou Ling. Farewell, teacher. Zhou Ling saw the national teacher off, and after watching for a while, he walked towards the direction of the Firebird. Judging from this action, he naturally wants to ride on the Firebird to travel. Wait a moment. Before Zhou Ling could climb onto the bird, a large gland blocked her way and stopped her from moving. Zhou Ling looked at it in confusion. Don't you have any sympathy for your subordinates? I've already run for several kilometers. You don't expect me to run back? The black-spined tortoise opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What should we do then? Zhou Ling asked naturally. Or, why don't you ask them if they are willing to give you a ride? She pointed at the remaining 2 flying monsters. The black-spined tortoise couldn't help but look over. The golden-winged eagle and the phoenix immediately retreated, shaking their heads as they retreated. Impossible, master. With his tonnage, even the 2 of us combined can't drag it. Did you hear that? After hearing what the 2 birds said, Zhou Ling could only spread his hands helplessly. You saw it too, didn't you? You're a turtle. I was born by my father and raised by my mother. What can I do? I don't care. You are the master. You have to find a way for me. I don't want to run away. The black-spined tortoise started to act like a rogue, with its limbs limp on the ground, refusing to move at all costs. Seeing this situation, Zhou Ling suddenly felt a headache and was in trouble. Master, the Thunder Elf said slowly at this time, Master, you can put it in the special space of the battle pet. Zhou Ling suddenly realized that she had almost forgotten about this matter. She then looked at the blackthorn turtle and said, I will put you in the battle pet space now. Are you willing? Exclamation point. The black-spined turtle naturally agreed. Although it was dark inside the battle pet space, it was better than running around outside and getting exhausted. Zhou Ling opened the master servant contract, and a magic circle appeared under the feet of the black thorn turtle, instantly taking it into the combat pet space. Then she looked at the other 3 monsters. Do you want to come in too? Of the 3 monsters, except for the injured golden-winged eagle, which needed to come back to recover and enter the battle pet space, the other 2 did not want to go in. Zhou Ling didn't force it. He climbed onto the back of the Firebird and flew in the direction of the mission with the Phoenix and the Thunder Elf, the lord that was killed in the Goblin Forest. Zhou Ling got a pit token and thought it was useless. Unexpectedly, after the level 20 limit was lifted, there was a hidden task inside. The Goblin royal family is hunting us down. Mission details. Because of the death of Tsar, the Taser royal family was dissatisfied. His Majesty Tsar would not allow his brother to die at the hands of a human. He sent a goblin general and 5,000 goblin soldiers to Tianhong City. The mission requires you to kill this army. Note, this army will arrive at Tianhong City tomorrow morning. If the player fails to stop it in advance, it will lead to a siege. All the experience points rewarded by the mission will be obtained by you alone, and you will also receive the Human Race Medal of Honor. Zhou Ling looked at the task information carefully and scoffed at the reward. I killed them all by myself, so the experience is mine. As for this so-called Medal of Honor, there's not even any information about it. What's the point of taking it? Having said that, Zhou Ling is still prepared to do this task. Ever since the level limit of 20 was lifted, everyone has been busy collecting materials and completing the level 20 awakening quest. As one of the emperors, Zhou Ling also has her own awakening mission. Unlike others, Zhou Ling does not need to farm for materials, and her awakening mission was also issued to her by the national master. Not only is it necessary to initially master Zhou Ruoling's 3 basic abilities, but there is also a targeted requirement. Kill a king. At the same time, he used the fortune of his dynasty to establish his own Golden Dynasty, thereby announcing to the world the arrival of the Golden Dynasty. One dynasty, one empress. If it is not known to the world and is not between heaven and earth, how can there be talk of revival of the dynasty? Zhou Ling was worried about this matter, but he didn't expect the goblin to be so generous and help him. How could Zhou Ling not be moved? If it weren't for the imperial master, she would have killed him long ago. But it's not too late. If Zhou Ling leads the team to attack now, it will be just in time. Flame and cold. These are 2 mountain ranges, one cold and one hot, consisting of 2 towering mountains. One side is like a volcano, with a lot of magma flowing and pillars of fire erupting at every moment. On the other side, there is a snowy mountain covered with snow and biting cold wind. But what is incredible is, the junction of these 2 mountains is a place of spring breeze, green shade, singing birds and fragrant flowers. It remains green all year round. But at this moment, this warm spring land welcomed an uninvited guest. Goblin soldiers wearing exquisite armor and steel helmets trampled on the grass wantonly. Each of the leading soldiers rode a tall and ferocious wild boar. This is one of the most powerful legions of the Taser royal family, the Wild Boar Legion. Under the wild boar, no grass can grow. They came for killing, live for killing, bathe in the blood of their enemies, eating their flesh and blood, eating everything they had. Like army ants, they eat wherever they go. Like locusts, they eat everything, leaving no flowers, grass, or trees behind. Chapter 89. Destroy the Goblin Army. I actually met him here. Luckily, I caught up with him. If I were any later, we would have entered the territory of Tianhong City. In the distant valley, Zhou Ling was crouching on the grass, with Li Xiaoyao and other soldiers beside her. Oh, you can't call soldiers now. After clearing the Tower of Babel, Li Xiaoyao and his subordinates, except Zhou Ling, were upgraded. According to Li Xiaoyao, these people have already reached the status of captains of 1,000 men. Although they are still just a 1,000-man army, their strength has been greatly improved. They are no longer fighting in groups with weapons, but have differentiated into various abilities. Some are sword cultivators, some are mages, archers, and Taoist priests. They have a wide variety of abilities, and group fights are even more powerful. As for Li Xiaoyao, his armor also changed, appearing with golden patterns. He looked extremely noble, like a real knight. Xiaoyao, are you sure? Zhou Ling asked. These are 5,000 elite soldiers. Minus ourselves, there are only 31 people left on our side, and there are 5 monsters. For 5,000. Li Xiaoyao looked deeply at the army below. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, should probably, possibly, perhaps, barely sure. Ah, this. What's with your uncertain tone? Zhou Ling blinked, feeling a little suspicious, and her heart began to tense up. Your Highness, the captain means that he can fight alone. Li Er, who was standing next to him, explained that he was wearing a Taoist robe, and if he hadn't been lying in the grass, he would have looked like an immortal. You scared me. Zhou Ling breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Li Xiaoyao. You're still kidding me at this time. Forget about the one-on-one duel. We should proceed step by step. After saying this, the girl began to deploy the battle with an air of giving orders. Divide the mages into 2 teams. One team will go to the volcano, and the other team will go to the snowy mountain. We will give them some natural disasters. Then prepare the archers and launch a surprise attack when they are in a panic. As for the warriors and others, after they have consumed a wave of enemies, we will rush out and take them down in one fell swoop. As he spoke, Zhou Ling raised his head and couldn't help feeling proud. This tactic was something I came up with on the spur of the moment, and it feels flawless. If it happened in ancient times, it would have been recorded in history books. However, a group of centurions looked at Zhou Ling strangely. Why does your highness want to seize power by making a fuss? Then they looked at Li Xiaoyao, who nodded, obviously agreeing with Zhou Ling's nonsense. You should just pamper her. The 6 mages curled their lips, and after receiving the order, they immediately started to act, dividing into 2 teams and rushing towards the volcano and snow mountain. Zhou Ling's method was indeed good, but she overlooked one point. The natural disaster could not only cause damage to the goblin army, but also cause fatal damage to the mages, and they were the first to bear the brunt. Are you playing with their lives? War is a serious matter. How can we treat it so lightly? But after thinking about it carefully, they felt relieved. I'm not really going to die, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If the princess likes it, then let's play. I guess Li Xiaoyao had already thought of this, which is why he allowed his highness to do whatever he wanted. Pet, your own little princess. You must pamper her. After a while, everyone was ready, and Zhou Ling held his breath at this moment, waiting for the war to begin. Next second, Zhou Ling saw with her own eyes the red and blue magic circles flashing from the direction of the volcano and the snow mountain. Then there was a terrifying roar, and a deafening explosion erupted on the two mountains. Boom! The magma erupted, and the mountainside seemed to be cut by a knife, and a large amount of magma mixed with flames gushed out. The snow mountain was even more terrifying, and the entire snow mountain was shaken, and an avalanche collapsed at this moment. Such a natural disaster frightened the goblin army below and threw them into chaos. Fortunately, the goblin general remained calm and commanded the magicians to form a defensive magic circle. A magic circle composed of hundreds of magicians immediately rose up, like half an eggshell floating in the valley. Boom! At this moment, natural disaster struck on both sides at the same time. In an instant, the valley was plunged into a realm of ice and fire. One side was covered with snow, and the other side was flowing with magma. The goblins were immediately plunged into extreme weather conditions of dire straits. Because of the haste, the magic circle formed by the goblin army could only block the attacks from both sides, but could not block the temperature and climate caused by it. However, the range of this magic circle was limited, and it could not protect all the goblins. Some goblins were directly exposed to the magma and buried by the snow. There were constant screams and countless casualties. Seeing this situation, Zhou Ling was overjoyed and immediately issued the next order. Shoot! A captain stood up, drew his bow, took aim, and released the arrow. Wait, why are you the only archer? Zhou Ling looked at him in disbelief, and the latter rolled his eyes. You just know this now? He was speechless. There was nothing he could do. There was only one princess like her, so he had to pamper her. Then he continued to draw his bow and began to shoot arrows. Each arrow could take away a goblin soldier. Kill! Zhou Ling also knew that he had made a big mistake, so he skipped this step and entered the final attack. Have to. The so-called strategy has become a mess, and in the end it still depends on personal force. Li Xiaoyao was the first to charge out, his body shaking like a tiger, and he charged straight into the enemy's base camp, his whole body emitting a dazzling golden aura. Victory over the golden sword. The huge golden sword slashed down, instantly splitting the magic circle cast by the goblin magician. Then the sword came out like a dragon, and Li Xiaoyao was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, killing the goblin soldiers and leaving them with broken limbs. Enemy attack! The goblin general roared loudly, then drew his weapon and rode his pig towards Li Xiaoyao, obviously wanting to personally capture this ignorant boy. Give me your life! The huge sword in his hand was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, like a large iron sheet, shocking. With such a horrific weapon, Li Xiaoyao seemed extremely calm. His target was also the goblin general. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Both sides are fighting for the same purpose. At this moment, the two sides fought together. At this moment, the goblin general died under Li Xiaoyao's sword. I was a bit caught off guard and thought it was going to be a big battle. That's the result? Even Li Xiaoyao's sword was not able to resist, and the goblin general and the weapon in his hand were split into two at the same time, and then fell in a pool of blood. The general is dead. Once their leader died, the remaining goblins immediately became confused and dared not continue fighting. They threw away their weapons and armor, fearing that they would be killed by the enemy's sword. 5,000 against 31, and they were killed in return? Do you know how to play? Zhou Ling in the distance couldn't help but complain. She now understood that her strategy just now was just bullshit. A strong attack is better than her method. Chapter 90, The Fourth Disaster. 31 people chasing 5,000 elite soldiers was already a miracle. But if these 31 people were using cheats, it would be self-evident. The upgraded centurion is simply a godlike figure. Heir cast beans, and they turned into soldiers. He instantly summoned a large number of golden armored giants. They kicked the goblin soldiers one by one. No goblin soldier could survive under their feet. 6 mages were also resurrected with the help of Li Xiaoyao. The skills they released were all group damage attacks. With one skill, hundreds of goblins died. One archer can fight against 10,000 people. One arrow can split into thousands of arrows. It's like a rain of arrows from the sky, instantly turning the goblins into hedgehogs. 5,000 goblins were completely annihilated in less than half an hour. If it weren't for Zhou Ling's previous blind command that affected the terrain, this time could have been much faster. When the last goblin soldier was shot dead by Zhou Ling, the system voice followed. Ding! Successfully blocked the Goblin Legion. Mission completed, gained 20 million experience points, and obtained the Human Race Medal of Honor. Congratulations, you have successfully stopped this siege. Due to your good performance, you can choose the following 2 follow-up options. 1 actively starts a national war with the Goblin Dynasty. The second mission is over, waiting for the plot to evolve automatically. I choose 1. Zhou Ling chose the first option without thinking. Her goal was to conquer the entire Goblin Dynasty, so how could she miss this opportunity? But I only have 31 soldiers? System, shouldn't you strengthen my forces? Zhou Ling asked. Using 31 people to fight against 5,000 people is already a fantasy. Now using 31 people to fight against a country is a bit of a pipe dream, isn't it? A general is at level 25. The king, the national teacher, and their hidden strength should probably be at level 30 or 40, right? Even level 50, I think it's not an exaggeration. How to strengthen? This is your problem. I'm just a system. All right. After hearing what the system said, Zhou Ling could only lower her head helplessly. Then she looked at Li Xiaoyao again. Xiaoyao, do you still have any troops? Li Xiaoyao looked indifferent and shook his head. These are the only people in the First Legion. Although they are now captains of 1,000 men, in order to summon their soldiers, Her Highness the Princess must complete the Awakening mission this time. But I have to conquer a dynasty to complete the Awakening mission. Zhou Ling had a bitter face. Her cute eyebrows were tightly knitted together. For a while, she couldn't think of a way to break this situation. Why don't we ask the National Master to try? With his strength, he might be able to kill the man in 1 second. Zhou Ling thought of the National Master, who looked like a big shot. Warning, don't mess around. The system's voice made Zhou Ling pout. She immediately became unhappy and retorted, why am I causing trouble? The Imperial Master is also my soldier. It was as if the atmosphere had cooled down and the world was silent. But after a while, the national teacher poked his head out from the void, puffing his beard and glaring, staring at Zhou Ling with a fierce look. What did you do? I was warned by heaven. Even my ability was sealed by heaven. Zhou Ling. Li Xiaoyao. Everyone. What do you mean? Why do you even want to tell the parents? Can't afford to play, right? What? Are you mute? What did you do? The Imperial Master was very angry. His ability was sealed, which prevented him from doing many of his plots, affecting many of his future plans. Seeing that the Imperial Master was so angry, Zhou Ling was like a child who had done something wrong. He hesitated but finally told the Imperial Master what happened. Just because of this? The Imperial Master almost fainted from anger. At the same time, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Tao was paying attention to this place all the time. How much free time this is? Well, the Imperial Master sighed helplessly, and he seemed to have aged several years. It's God's will, he murmured, but thought that this should not be said, but when he thought about it carefully, it was absolutely correct. Isn't it God's will? I'm sorry, teacher. Zhou Ling could only bow his head and apologize. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of your apology now that things have come to this? The National Master waved his hand and then looked at Zhou Ling. Your Highness, are you going to attack the dynasty? Zhou Ling nodded obediently. We have already accepted the mission and are discussing how to deal with it. Our troops are too few. But the next moment, Zhou Ling's eyes lit up because the national teacher asked this. Did he already think of a solution? Teacher, do you have any solution? She asked anxiously. The Imperial Master pulled the corner of his mouth in annoyance. Originally there was, I've been helping you plan it. But now, bang, it's gone. Zhou Ling was dumbfounded, with her mouth open, not knowing what to say. What's the meaning? What else could it mean? It must be because of what I did just now that the power of the national teacher was sealed, and the things he planned for me could not be started because of the seal. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling's eyes turned red. Is this what he deserves? Master System, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Zhou Ling said with a sad face. Unfortunately, the system ignored her this time. The Imperial Master looked at Zhou Ling with some heartache. He shook his head helplessly, walked over, and touched Zhou Ling's little head and comforted her. Don't beg for me. This matter is not your fault. Although it was you who caused it, in the end it was because I was behind the scenes that I was punished by the Heavenly Tao. Don't be sad, Your Highness. Even though I am just a mortal, I can still give you advice behind your back. Zhou Ling's eyes turned red. She blinked and asked, Teacher, is there any good idea? Let me think about it. The national teacher fell into deep thought. His abilities were restricted and many methods could not be used. However, his brain was really useful. After a while, he came up with a solution. We are short of troops, but we can recruit them. Aren't there a lot of you so-called players? Just recruit them. Zhou Ling frowned. Isn't this the fourth natural disaster? I? Summon the fourth disaster? Players calling players? Is this possible? No, think about it, it's possible. If we use the national war to attract players directly, won't those stupid players go crazy? The more Zhou Ling thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that this method was worth a try. But if this happens, won't my identity as the emperor be exposed? Even if you win, the establishment of the Golden Dynasty will still be exposed, the national teacher reminded. Zhou Ling was awakened by this and realized that no matter how much he hid his identity, it would eventually be exposed. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling felt relieved. She immediately opened the Tianyu game forum in the game and began to edit information about the national war and some content that could attract players.